takes the knee to cap off a 4-0 start and the 14th consecutive regular season win for the San Francisco 49ers. The record is 15.
Oh, baby! Live from the Chase Center Courtside Club. Joe Shasky the Butcher, Bonte Hill. The morning roast on remote as we get ready for Warriors Media Day, and a lot of special players are going to come in today. Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, you know it, four-time champions, Draymond Green. Maybe he comes with an ice pack on that ankle. But yesterday down at Levi Stadium, you heard the highlight, Kevin Kugler on Fox Sports. We got something special happening down in Santa Clara. And we have a special player, maybe two, in Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. And we're going to get all into it as the Niners roll over the Arizona Cardinals. They cover, and it sets up a monster showdown that we'll talk about all week long here at 95.7 The Game. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We got Tim Jordan in the building, Matt Nahegan, our program director. And I say good morning to you, Shasky, Spadonia, Lubman, back at the studio, all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers. You know, they made a killing last night in San Jose. Welcoming those 49ers and welcoming those losers from Arizona. It's going down with the 49ers undefeated, 4-0, and we got two special players. That reminds me of a guy who plays basketball here at Chase Center.
I mean, let's just start right here. I know it's October 2nd. The Super Bowl doesn't happen this week. This is the best team in the NFL currently. I think they've got the best player in the NFL currently in CMC. You can go with one of the quarterbacks. I think he's the best weapon in the league right now. What he does on the field, Christian McCaffrey, as a pass catcher, as a guy that just eats up space, commands coverage from linebackers and safeties, defensive linemen, his patience in the hole, his vision in the hole, the jump back cuts, the burst, the ability to just score touchdowns left and right. Christian McCaffrey's the best player in the NFL right now. Things could change. You want to take Mahomes. You want to take Josh Allen. Nobody's arguing with you. I think Christian McCaffrey's the best player in the league right now. I think he's having the best month in the NFL, and we haven't even gotten to the guy who I feel the most confident about. And I'm going to go even before Jeff Garcia. I'm going to go straight to Steve Young. Brock Purdy has been outstanding. What can this guy not do? His connection with Brandon Aiyuk, are you kidding me on some of these deep balls?
It was a masterful performance by Brock Purdy. 28-21, 283 yards, a touchdown here. You want deep balls? Well, he could throw it deep. He threw it into double coverage, and it wasn't really into double coverage. He put it to only where Brandon Aiyuk could get to the football. It was a perfect throw. A perfect throw by Brock Purdy. The back shoulder throws of Brandon Aiyuk. It was perfect. Yeah. He was nearly perfect yesterday, and I thought... It felt like the old school 90s where I said, okay, I got a quarterback in place who's going to get the ball to his wide receivers. And here's the difference with McCaffrey and the other quarterback that the Niners have had in recent memory. When he does throw it short, because a lot of people were to say, well, he threw 5-yard passes, he threw slants, blah, 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 blah. Well, a lot of times our quarterbacks will throw it and a guy will get hit right away for a 5-yard gain.
Yeah.
He puts it into a place to where he allows the Christian McCaffrey, he allows the Brandon Aiyuks to catch it, turn, and run, and pick up yak. And that is the perfect point guard for this offense. He gets the ball out quick. He gets it on time. He's very accurate. And I got no worries about Brock Purdy. He is one of the 10 best quarterbacks right now in pro football. I don't even think that's a debate. You talk about McCaffrey. Yeah, watch the games.
Not you.
No doubt.
The cynic.
You have to give in to what he's doing right now.
Doubt.
You may have your franchise quarterback if he's healthy. I feel very good about Brock Purdy going into Philadelphia, going into Dallas, playing the Detroit Lions. Now, it's going to be tough, and we're going to talk about some current concerns I have with the 49ers. But offensively, 30, 30, 30, 35. That's all you need to worry about.
It's crazy how George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, who are all world-type players, feel like afterthoughts on this offense because McCaffrey's so damn good. Yep. And it's not a knock on those guys. Those guys are awesome, right? Like Deebo Samuel, how many teams would die to have him? Yeah. George Kittle. The fact that you got all these guys together, and then Brandon Aiyuk looks like he didn't skip a freaking beat. No. And I know the two deep balls are going to be the ones everyone highlights. Before the second deep ball, I love the little slant that they threw to him. Just perfect ball placement where he protects the receiver from getting hit from the guy from behind him. Just Brock Purdy special. My favorite play from Brock Purdy yesterday, it wasn't even the deep balls. It was the scramble right, flip the hips, find CMC kind of in the soup, if you will.
First drive of the game.
As he's coming across on that little crosser, it was a total backyard play. And CMC takes it upfield. I think he got a face mask on it. And he just... Everything was right there for you. This is the impromptu playmaking when a guy gets free. Right. Purdy scrambles out right, flips, boom, simple little accurate play. I know he can make all the plays scripted. It's the unscripted stuff where he really starts to showcase how special he is.
It reminds you of Stephen Curry in a way, where Steph Curry can just come up half court, full court, and just bomb a three. You never know what's going to happen with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and the Splash Brothers. But you look at Brock Purdy yesterday again, 20 of 21, 283 yards and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey, 4 touchdowns, 1 off of tying the franchise record with Ricky Waters when he did it against the New York Giants, 44-3. We all wanted him to score, but you know what it is.
I really did.
Look, Christian McCaffrey, 20 carries, 106 yards, 3 touchdowns in the run game. In the pass game, 7 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown. And it's not even a debate. He's been here for less than a year. We'll play some sound from him on how he feels about this team. He's all the way bought in. But with this offense here, and the magic number being 30, a lot of people laugh, say, well, can this offense do it? It's hard to do it in the NFL. In today's NFL, where the rules help the offense, and you have a play caller like Shanahan, and you have a mind and a processor like Brock Purdy, and you have special weapon X and Christian McCaffrey, anything can happen. So now, when we think about it, Philadelphia's going through a similar situation where they're 4-0. They're worried about certain things. But you're 4-0. We're 4-0. And trust me, I'm watching the Eagles. They're going to be there. That's a very good football team out there in Philadelphia. Their fans, not so much. The Niners, George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, outside of the Pittsburgh game, they haven't even got going yet. This is a good problem. Like, I would be worried about George Kittle if they were 2-2, 1-3. Yeah. You're 4-0, and number 85 hasn't had his imprint on the offense yet.
I would say he's a fourth down monster because on 2 big fourth downs early in games this year, he's already gotten the ball, and it feels effortless. Like everybody's going to look at CMC. Oh, we'll just throw a little quick hitter right here to George Kittle, and then boom, first down, move the chains.
It's the only catch of the game.
Deebo Samuel looks a little tentative, and we'll get into some of the stuff that does alarm us. Javon Hargrave was awesome again yesterday.
The great digger.
I thought Greenlaw was throwing his body around with reckless abandon. James Conner versus Fred Warner, that's the only guy I've seen stick it to Fred Warner.
No doubt. James Conner was running with the purpose yesterday. The Terminator, T-1000, whatever you want to call him.
A lot.
He is a baller. And he got into it with Talanoa Hufanga after the game. What was that about? There was a lot of chirping going on that field. And look it. I give Arizona a lot of credit. Coach Gannon has them ready to roll. They went for it on 4th down a couple times, 4th and 2 from their 20-plus yard line. They get the fake punt. Guy falls forward. They get another 4th down earlier in the game where Mark Sanchez on the call said, boy, this is risky. That is a plucky team. And they kept the defense off balance with a lot of play action. They stayed out of 3rd and long. They stayed out of 2nd and long. And they kept in the ball game. But here's the difference between the 2019 Niners and this 49er football team. This offense can carry the defense for long stretches at a time.
Yes.
And the one thing is with this defense, they're going to have some issues here with the cornerbacks. Ambry Thomas, I don't know, man. I worry about him in games against CeeDee Lamb.
Where's his situational awareness?
Yeah, I don't know. I worry about that.
I mean, it's right before halftime, and you're just like jumping the underneath route. And I'm saying to myself, you got to know we're protecting the end zone here. The difference between 21-6 and 21-10 is massive.
It's very massive.
It's massive. To me, he's unplayable in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, you may have to look out there. And I know a lot of people said, you could go trade for Patrick Surtain. I don't know who's available, but cornerback to me is the number one thing. If you're going to improve this football team, that's the thing you need to improve. The secondary. Get me another corner. Right tackle, I could live with Colton McKivitz. I could live with Spencer Burford. Yeah, he wasn't bad yesterday.
He scored on 5 of 6 possessions.
Yeah, but next week will be a stiffer challenge for Michael Parsons coming to town and company. Something we'll get into all week long. But cornerback is the number one priority for me. And I know this team.
I would agree.
They will swing a move for a top-flight corner because they understand the mission this year. It's to win the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, even though we're a long way away from there. All you can do is stack wins, but it's about getting this home field advantage. They will make the bold move. Why? Because the biggest bold move made last season, and it may be one of the boldest moves in Bay Area sports history, in acquiring Christian McCaffrey when everybody's talking about, running backs are dead. The Shanahan's can find running backs. You don't need a home run hitting running back. This guy's different. All right? When he's on the football field, and I hear all the people talk about take him off the field, limit his touches, I want him on the field. Just like Deebo Samuel. I know he was compromised yesterday, but the difference in having those two guys on the field, the defense has to be on high alert. You got to be worried about number 19 and number 23.
obviously what he did leading up to this point is just, it's written in stone. The guy was unbelievable in terms of the 3 touchdowns prior to this play. It's 21-16. Okay, Arizona doesn't get the 2-point conversion. Niners get the ball back after going 3 and out, right? Essentially.
Biggest drive of the game.
And what did they do on the first play? They run a play action where McCaffrey is commanding all this coverage. Purdy flips the hips and throws an absolute seed downfield to Brandon Aiyuk. To me, that wasn't so much about Purdy and Aiyuk as it was about CMC and his dominance. And you got to be aware of him. And it just opens the field up down the field. I'm looking at CMC, and when you are breaking Jerry Rice records, I don't know if the young people realize Jerry Rice records are like Wilt Chamberlain records. They're so far out in front of everyone else, and even in the throwing era, you look at the numbers, and they still feel Supermanish. And CMC's breaking Jerry Rice records. To say it's surreal is an overstatement. It's an understatement, excuse me.
We're in the house of Steph Curry built, right? And he's now getting in touch with Wilt Chamberlain and franchise. And Wilt Chamberlain is a myth to us, right? He's an urban legend. You know, it's like, wait a minute, 50 a game? You average 50 points a game? What is going on here? You scored 100 in a game? Wait, Steph Curry's reached those records where to score touchdowns in 13 straight games for the 49ers.
Unbelievable.
13 straight touchdowns. There's other stats, too. We're having over 100 all-purpose yards to start the season in 4 straight games.
He's automatic.
He's breaking franchise records left and right. And that's why this trade, that bold trade to get Christian McCaffrey, changed the trajectory of this offense. Now it gives Shanahan a play sheet here where he goes, boy, I could go 23, or I could play action pass to 23. I go down the field to Brandon Aiyuk. I go down the field to Deebo Samuel. I have a quarterback who's going to take care of the football. And heck, I just thought, as Christian McCaffrey's doing his thing, and he's taking all the headlines, I'm thinking to myself, boy, number 13 reminds me a lot of the great ones. I'm telling you, when I say he reminds me of, I don't want to compare him to anything, because we do it with Caleb Williams, comparing him to Patrick Mahomes, and I think it's unfair. Caleb Williams is a very good quarterback and should be a very good quarterback in the NFL. But I don't like comparing guys, but they can remind you of somebody. And he reminds me of a young Tom Brady in that pocket. The footwork, the poise, the patience, the command at the line of scrimmage, the huddle, decision-making, ball placement, to give your wide receivers a chance to catch and run. He's in total command of this offense. He was nearly perfect yesterday. So now I got a quarterback when I don't have to worry about turning it over the ball. I have a running back who doesn't fumble and can do all things on the football field. Line them out wide, line them in the slot, line them in the backfield, throw it to him, hand it off to him. And then I got Brandon Aiyuk. Brandon Aiyuk, we're going to figure out a way to pay this guy, and I believe the 49ers will get it done. 6 catches on 6 targets, 148 yards, Joe Shasky. Now you got a number 1 wide receiver, too.
He's got 17 catches this year, and all of them have been for a first down or a touchdown.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, it really is crazy. You're talking about Brock Purdy, and we could talk about what he is. What he is a guy who never puts the ball in harm's way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, okay, he had a couple of passes that got broken up in the New York Giants game. Outside of that, he always seems to dot a guy right in stride to where he can turn upfield and maximize the play. He's a maximizer. We keep talking about the players around him. What about Purdy maximizing the entire roster?
No,
How many quarterbacks would come up short and guys would be frustrated not getting touches, not moving the ball? They're scoring at a rapid rate. This sounds nuts. I almost felt like, can we sit on the ball a little more and run it and take a little air out of it? Because the defense at times is on the field more than they need to because they're scoring so quick. That's a good problem to have, but it's a real thing.
No, it's a great problem to have, and they're setting the tone. Look at every opening drive to start the season. You scored a 7 against Pittsburgh. Boom, you're 7-0. You got on to SoFi Stadium for the unofficial home opener against the LA Rams. Boom, you score 7. You're up 7-0 after the first possession of the game. Last week, you stubbed your toe a little bit against the New York Giants, but you still kick the field goal and you get some points on the board. And then yesterday, you go right down the football field to score 7. So you scored on every opening drive to start the game. Your defense, conversely, has not allowed a point on the opening drive. So you have a lead already. You're playing playing downhill instead of playing uphill, trying to come back, trying to be in the fist fight here. You're putting so much pressure, on the opposing defenses and the offenses. Because now an offense has to get on the field. They're thinking, boy, we're already down 7-0. We got to keep up with these guys. If not, this defense is going to suffocate us. And then number 97, number 98, number 95, number 90. All these guys are going to start getting after me, and all of a sudden they're going to start sending blitzes with Greenlaw and Warner, and all of a sudden it's lights out. So you have an offense now for the first time under Shanahan that could that could put premium pressure on opposing defenses and offense because you got to keep up with them.
The big question mark on the defense, everyone's going to say secondary, and I hear him. It's not just secondary, because I'm looking at the secondary. They're always up 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, right? And so I get playing soft coverage. I get playing off these wide receivers and forcing teams to just take the underneath stuff, allow the clock to tick, because that's going to be a big criticism. Like, hey, we're playing way too far off these guys. Shallow crossers are killing us. I agree with that. We all agree with that. I'm not going to freak out till I see when this team is in tight games where a team can have a balanced attack against them. What does it look like then? I think it's easy to criticize the corners. And look, Ambry Thomas does not look good. I'm not here to say that he looks good. But would you agree we'll have a better feel in like a tight game where it's even, where a team can balance, run, and pass? Then I'll know what this actual defense looks like. Because right now, when you're up 21-3, the natural thing is to, all right, we're going into a prevent. We're not going to allow you to beat us over the top. That being said, Ambry Thomas still got beat over the top.
Yeah, no, twice on the same possession. They saw Ambry Thomas said, "Oh, barbecue chicken alert, barbecue chicken alert." And I'm not trying to pick on the young man,
no, but it is what it is.
He's got to get better at covering and knowing situational football. Diablo Lenore at times got beat yesterday, but the safeties are playing at such a high level. We don't talk enough about them. Hufanga and Gibson. Gibson made a couple plays yesterday, but look, we can nitpick all you want. They won 35-16. This offense is carrying the load. They're doing their part. They're really going to average 30 a game. They're going to average 30 a game.
It sure feels like it.
One of the most prolific offenses we've seen in San Francisco since maybe the 94 Niners, the last time they won a Super Bowl, maybe the 98 Niners. Nothing else comes close to the 2000s. Nothing comes close to what we're seeing right now with the quarterback, the running back, the wide receiver, and we're going to see CeeDee Lamb come to town, and a lot of us want a CeeDee Lamb. Niners say, you know what, we're going to take this kid out of Arizona State by way of Sierra College at the junior college level. Brandon Aiyuk, all right? Brandon Aiyuk is putting up similar numbers to CeeDee Lamb over the last year and a half. You got to look out, and he's doing it on less targets. He's doing it on less opportunities, Shasky.
Yeah, Brandon Aiyuk's been absolutely special. I actually have something that I wanted to read to you because I just think it's unbelievable. Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, okay, this is from Steph 49K. He caught passes of 20 yards, 34 yards, 25 yards, 42 yards, 11, and 16. I mean, it's just chunk play after chunk play. Listen to those numbers.
Chunk plays.
It's just unbelievable. And when I look at what he does with Brock Purdy, clearly there's a trust factor there. And not only that, there's a separation factor. They chart these things now, like separation per wide receiver.
Right.
Aiyuk is in a category, it's just him and Justin Jefferson. 2.9 yards of separation per average route. That's crazy. Now, no one's sitting here saying that Brandon Aiyuk is better than Justin Jefferson. But in terms of getting separation against the guy that's going up against him, he's making it easy for Brock Purdy, but yet Brock Purdy's still delivering perfect passes in stride.
You look at that wide receiver class that year. Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, Michael Pittman Jr., Chase Claypool, Jalen Reagor. Could make the argument right now. Outside of Justin Jefferson, the next wide receiver taken off the draft board would be Brandon Aiyuk if you had to redraft.
I think that's fair.
Him and CeeDee Lamb, you flip a coin.
That's fine.
You flip a coin. I'll happily take Brandon Aiyuk right now.
I totally agree, so especially where they picked him.
Exactly. So we have a lot to talk about with the 49ers. Draymond Green, ankle issue. We got to revisit what happened over the weekend with the San Francisco Giants. We'll have a lot more on them tomorrow. Yeah, I guess so. We'll quick little bit on Brendan Crawford, quick little bit on Gabe Kapler, quick little bit on Draymond Green's ankle. He could be out 4 to 6 weeks, but I think that could be a blessing in disguise, and I'll explain a little bit later here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. Line them up here on a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you could do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com and shout out to YouTube and Twitch and the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The segment was also brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky California. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. How you feeling about C-Mac? How you feeling about Brock Purdy? How you feeling about these undefeated San Francisco 49ers? That's coming up on the other side.
Monopoly kick off the savings.
through the ups and the downs, you guys continue to show support and show up, and we just really appreciate it. And then personally, from the Grand Slam in Milwaukee to the World Series wins to today, you guys always showed me love. My family and I appreciate it so much. You guys are the best. Appreciate it.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
We'll get to the calls in just a second. 888-957-9570. We are live at Chase Center here at the Chase Center Courtside Club for Media Day with the Golden State Warriors. Training camp starts tomorrow, so the boys are back in town to get on the hardwood. The 49ers, we're going to talk about them all day long. They're 4-0. Brock Purdy's balling. Christian McCaffrey said hooping because I'm in the gym right now, but it felt like Brock Purdy was a point guard yesterday. He reminded me of a Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas, dropping dimes everywhere across the field. Oh, it was beautiful. Christian McCaffrey, of course. Film on Mike, hang tight. We'll get you in a second here. 888-957-9570. Line them up. But Brandon Crawford basically telling the fans yesterday goodbye. The local boy, who I think Shasky, when he came up, I didn't think, this guy's going to be around for 2 years, 3 years. Is he just a minor league call-up? What is he going to do? He hit 204 his first year.
Yeah, he looked like Casey Schmidt. Look at Casey Schmidt's numbers this year, and look at what Crawford did his first year. Almost identical.
Almost identical. But you know what? In some of the biggest moments in Giants history, Crawford came through.
It's clutch.
And in the lost year, where he's 36 years old, he's got the bulky knee. He only plays in 93 games. He bats 194. That could be it for that era of Giants baseball. And Brandon Crawford waving goodbye yesterday to Giants fans. Now, we were discussing whether or not he's going to retire from baseball. Who knows what will happen? But number 35 in the Giants uniform, I think he played his last game yesterday at Oracle Park, and he had a damn good career.
No, he had a really, really good career. He is the gold standard of shortstops in the last 15 years defensively. And I would argue like the distance between him and number 2 is much greater than people want to admit. But there's no doubt about it. Like, I got the sense from listening to him yesterday that he still wants to play.
Yeah.
I feel like the Giants have told them, yeah, you're not playing here. We've all been in work situations and settings where if I stay with this company, given all the equity that I've sweat into this place and what I mean to this place, I deserve X, Y, and Z treatment.
Right.
But if I go elsewhere, I'll accept, maybe a different role. But in this company, what I've done, I deserve to be treated a certain way. And it was weird for him to not come out and say, something like, my career's up.
Right.
I'm ready to hang him up. It's time. Something like that. I didn't get that from him. Doesn't mean that he's not done. But I get the sense, pure speculation, he's going to go somewhere else, kind of like Brandon Belt, where I think he thinks he can still play somewhere, whether that's as a starter or as a backup.
Texas, backing up. Corey Seager and company down in Texas, Marcus Simeon.
Texas, Houston, backing up Pena.
Yeah.
I could see him playing multiple positions somewhere else, but I get the sense that he is not done. That's just, again, pure speculation. And it felt weird. Like, I wanted to give him the appropriate send-off, but it didn't have that finality that I was maybe hoping for.
Well, you wanted to hear it from him,
yes.
Right? But I thought the crowd did a great job of giving him a standing ovation. I thought they subbed him out perfectly. Even Dodger fans gave him a standing ovation. Dodger players gave him a standing ovation. Of course, he had a lot of hugs. Kruk said something funny. Mike Kruk called the call. He goes, boy, or Dwayne Kuiper said it. And he was giving a lot of guys hugs who've only been here for a season. So he's looking around the clubhouse, and it's a who's who. And that's because of Farhan's doing. So what happened? And think about the weekend. Think about who won the Willie Mack Award. Tyrell Estrada. We should have been celebrating that. But they want to get out ahead and release Gabe Kapler. And our YouTube poll question of the day, what's the biggest story from the weekend? Kapler being fired, Draymond Green's ankle, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, the 49ers, or Brandon Crawford's farewell? What happened over the weekend to the Giants, and to see Crawford get sent off like that? If I'm him, I don't know if I want to come back to this. Kapler was a sacrificial lamb Friday, and we all knew that was coming.
Yeah.
To me, it should have been a package deal, no doubt about it. So I'm interested to hear what Farhan Zaidi has to say at the end of the season presser tomorrow. What's the solution here? You say that, hey, I need to sign guys on longer-term contracts. Well, I hope it's not Mitch Haniger you're thinking about signing to. The Mitch Hanigers of the world to sign 5-year contracts to, or Sean Manaea's. Player options for those guys are perfect unless, you're giving them $15 million attached to it. But the Giants are in a mess right now. It was a messy, messy weekend. And to watch the Dodgers skip their way into the playoffs and just dominate the Giants 2 out of 3 in this series. The Giants are so far away from doing something special. It's not even funny.
The standings will tell you that they are 1 game closer to the Dodgers than they are the Rockies.
Yeah,
the Rockies were the worst team in the NL West. The Giants were 20 games behind them, okay, or I guess in front of them,
20 games in front of the Rockies.
Okay, and then there were 20 games or so.
21 behind the Dodgers.
The Dodgers. To me, they're closer to the Rockies than they are the Dodgers.
Yeah,
Come
no
on,
doubt.
be realistic with yourself, Giants
they
fans. Like, think about this. Name a Rocky outside of Chris Bryant. Just a casual
Charlie
fan.
Blackmon.
Been there forever.
McMahon.
He's been there forever. Yeah, but you're a fantasy baseball player.
I know.
Most people aren't going to say Charlie Blackmon, even though he's been a good player for a long time.
No, I get your
and he's
point.
a high, fantasy pick over the last couple of years. But like, come on, man. Like they're far away. And then I look at the teams that did qualify for the playoffs. There is an aura around those teams, whether it's youthful exuberance, whether it's star power, whether it's veterans who are in their prime. The Giants tick none of those boxes right now. And I go to one thing. It's just one word. Uninspiring. When I look at where the Giants are at right now, I am uninspired, and I have very little faith that they can turn this thing around quickly. This is still a long rebuild. And my biggest frustration is that you put nobility in being competitive when it really detrimentally hurts you in the draft. You need as many top 5 picks as possible. Because as Joey Bart proved, you could whiff in a heartbeat.
And you've shown the inability to bring people in. You've shown the inability to sign big-time stars that can help bridge that gap from going from 73 or 79 to 83 to maybe jumping into the 90-win threshold with the big boys here. Look, you don't have any premier players. I was at the SF Celebrity Golf Classic on Friday at Presidio Golf Course. Beautiful course, beautiful time. And there were some big boys up there who played the game. Doc Gooden was there. I got to tell you the story about that. Doc Gooden almost teared up, dude. I gave him like 3 hugs. It's like, dude, get off me. Anyway.
Yeah, that'd be a little weird.
The way they talked and discussed the Giants, it would be a little weird. It's Doc Rivers. I thought he was Patrick Mahomes Sr. I was like, where's your black and miles? It's like, I'm Doc, dude. What are you talking about? It's like, Doc Gooden? Are you kidding me? The way they discussed the Giants.
They
said, we don't really rock with that style of baseball. We don't really believe that an executive who never played the game in Farhan Zaidi could really map out how to play the baseball game. This ain't the computer. This ain't PS5. These are human beings. And the way you write out the lineup card, which is why I have a hard time, it's just saying, wow, Kapler's gone. Okay, great. I'm not going to lose sleep over that. But he's not writing out the lineup card. He's not making all the acquisitions. He's not making the 7th inning moves. He's out there as the face of it, but Farhan has drafted that out by 3 o'clock a game day. So where's the accountability from him? Instead, he got out in front and said, I asked Giants management to fire Kapler. This was your hire after ushering the best manager in San Francisco Giants history out of here. You ushered him out to hire Gabe Kapler, and you're going to get to sit around and make more moves and hire the next manager? Something's backwards about this, Shasky.
It's not backwards. He's a coward. I mean, he's the one who built the team. Let's call it what it is. Look, Bonte, name me a coach in the history of the game, the manager in the history. Joe Torre. I don't even like Joe Torre, but he's one of the great managers. Bruce Bochy. Okay. Dave Roberts right now. Pick Roger Craig back in the day. Baby. Bobby Cox. Lou Piniella. Pick whoever. If J.D. Davis and Wilmer Flores are anchoring the middle of your lineup every single day, who's winning 80 games?
Right. Not many.
If Alex Cobb is your number 2 and he goes 3/4 of a season and you have no number 3, 4, or 5 starter, who's winning 80 games?
You asked your manager to manage this team through the dog days of summer with 2 starting pitchers in your rotation.
You don't find it ironic that they fired Kapler because they've lost the locker room, quote unquote? And yet you told me on the front end when getting hired, chemistry doesn't matter. It's about playing the right guy at the right time versus the right matchup. You told me the only thing that mattered was the spreadsheet and that putting the right guy in the right matchup based off what the analytics tell you. And now you're firing the guy because you lost the locker room? Well, guess what? I'm looking at that locker room, and I don't want any of those guys on my team long term. So if you're making a move because you lost them, you brought in the wrong people to begin with. But simultaneously, I'm telling you right now, to me, Farhan has acted cowardly the entire time. Come out and say, I put together a bad roster.
Yeah, no doubt.
I put together a team that had more holes than a flute, and we were leaking oil, and if we were a boat in the middle of the ocean, we'd be at the bottom.
Hey, you know what? Tomorrow is going to be a fun day down here, and I'm hoping to get credentialed. I'm hoping to get credentialed because I have questions to ask. A lot of questions that haven't been asked. Now, I don't know what the deal is, if media members are in their pockets or whatnot. I have no idea. But questions need to be asked of Farhan Zaidi tomorrow. He needs to face the heat after what happened this past weekend and this past season with the San Francisco Giants. All right, we're going to put them to bed. They're done. Film on Mike. You're up on the other side. We're getting back into the Niners, and that's coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Cars for kids. No more.
Still at the 1. Motion from Deebo Samuel. Again, McCaffrey with the try and the touchdown. San Francisco marches down the field and puts 6 on the board to start the game. 13th consecutive game with a touchdown for Christian McCaffrey, passing Jerry Rice for the longest streak in 49ers franchise history, and a 6-0 San Francisco lead.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, we'll see you a little bit later for Media Day. That was a highlight with Kevin Kugler on the call for Fox Sports. Christian McCaffrey, 4 touchdowns yesterday, and we'll talk all about it during this segment. That is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Christian McCaffrey, just all-time special, an all-time special back. Yesterday, 4 touchdowns. You talk about the all-purpose yards. He's the first player in franchise history to have 100-plus scrimmage yards, plus a TD in each of the team's first 4 games. No 49er has ever done that before. Christian McCaffrey just did it, coming off his NFC Offensive Player of the Month award. We're going to get to the calls, Phil, Mike, and Heather in just a second. But Christian McCaffrey, when this trade happened, all right, I didn't even think he was this good. Now, I remember Stanford and going out to Stanford to see this guy do all the things that he's doing right now. It's like, boy, whoever gets him in the NFL, this guy could be really good. Is he going to be durable? Well, why not? He didn't miss any games with Stanford. And then you find out that he played the NFC Championship game basically on one leg. The leg was purple, as Tim Wright, the color analyst for the 49ers Radio Network, said. It told us that trade he kept. This guy's a stud. He's a beast who is bought all the way in. You think about the 7 catches for 71 yards. You think about the 100-yard day on the ground. He does all things. He's a special, special talent where we do have to start talking about him being the MVP of the league. This may be a running back who wins the MVP award this season in the NFL.
You know, B, I know you and I have argued about this left and right, and everyone can have their own opinion. And the Niners have elite all-time running backs, okay? Elite ones, Frank Gore, Ricky Waters, Garrison Hurst, go way back, Roger Craig. You know, you can go John Henry Johnson. You can go Joe the Jet Perry, Hugh McElhaney.
Give me the Hugh McElhaney.
Pick whoever you want. I truly believe McCaffrey's the most talented player they've ever had at running back. That doesn't mean his 49er resume is more comprehensive than the others.
I understand.
He has no hole in his game. He had a block yesterday in the backfield that'll never show up, but it allows Purdy to step up and deliver the ball down the field to Brandon Aiyuk. He's obviously such a dynamic pass catcher. I mean, he runs routes better than anyone on the team, and Aiyuk is one of the best in the league. He has hands better than anyone on the team. He's tougher than just about anybody on the team. He's got burst and explosion, the patience, the vision. To say he's a complete back is an understatement. He is one of the most talented players the Niners have ever had. I don't know where he ends up. I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer already based on his resume. All those things are still up in the air. But I do know, to me, he's the front runner of the MVP in the league right now. And I'm biased because I'm a Niner fan. And he's the most important player on the 49ers. And that's more than Brock Purdy, more than Nick Bosa, more than any of those players. No disrespect to any of them. He is the man.
You take him away from this offense, and I don't think you're scoring 30 points a game.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think you're scoring 35. I don't think you're scoring on opening drives. You look at the way they've rode him on these opening drives. He is the tone setter for the 49ers offense. And once he gets cooking, then the defense is like, well, you know what? We got to drop 8 in the box here. Well, you leave Brandon Aiyuk one-on-one on the outside, and all he does is catch 6 passes for 148 yards. All right, you want to go 8 in the box and you want to suffocate Brandon Aiyuk? Well, there's Deebo on the other side motioning all over the football field. You got to be alert where number 19 is, and if you fall asleep on the 4th down, if you fall asleep on a critical 3rd down, there is George Kittle. The 49ers are 4-0, and they haven't really implemented George Kittle in the passing game yet, and they haven't had to. Again, that's why when people get worried about George Kittle, I'll worry if they're 1-3. Right now, they're undefeated, getting ready to host that team with the damn star in their helmet and to send a message to them and beat them for the 3rd straight time. So, look, the 49ers are rolling. Christian McCaffrey's balling right now. I want to hear the calls, though. 888-957-9570. It's a Monday after a football game. It's your show, folks. It's your show. Pound the phone number, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Philmo Mike in the city. Philmo, what's happening?
Hey, man, what's popping real quick on the Giants? Watch when the playoffs start. Watch how serious and how intense the players for the teams playing are, and we need to pluck some of them players off some of them playoff teams. With that being said, let's get to the Niners. Man, the Niners are super focused, man. And like, if y'all don't notice it, I do. They have like a business like mindset. You feel me? And it proves this. Each game for them is like a test. You feel me? That they want to take because they're prepared. Y'all feel me? And it's like, I remember when I was younger, not being prepared for a test or quizzes. You nervous. And you damn near don't even want to get the results. But the way the Niners is playing, they playing prepared, you feel me? And they ready to take the test and conquer the test. You know what I'm saying? And then going back to the business-like attitude, look at Aiyuk, look at CMC. It's all business. Purdy, you feel me? It's all business.
Javon Hargrave.
The defense ain't even cooking yet. Bosa ain't even cooking yet. Purdy is playing like a top 5 QB.
Yes, he is.
I'm not saying he is a top 5 QB yet, but he's playing like a top 5 QB. And when he does something, it's like it's supposed to happen. That underthrow to Aiyuk, they say it was underthrown on purpose. On accident. I think it was underthrown on purpose.
It was.
Their connection is just that deep, man. And with that being said, we got to get CMC is an all-time player, man. He's playing at an all-time level. Debo, we got to get him right. You could tell he wasn't fully healthy.
He was tentative.
And last but not least, man, watch your back. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let's go.
Film on Mike in the city. He's so right about the deep ball to Brandon Aiyuk, where two defenders are, one's over the top and one's right on him. He threw it to a spot where only Brandon Aiyuk can get there. And that's what you want from the quarterback. When they cut the lead to 5, 21-16, didn't get the 2-point conversion. First play, bang, bang, you mentioned it. Play action pass, perfect ball thrown to Brandon Aiyuk. Got right back to midfield, and you stole the momentum back from Arizona, and you stabilized the football game. What Christian McCaffrey's doing is special. But what Brock Purdy is doing, there's not 6 quarterbacks I'm taking over Brock Purdy right now. Now, the list keeps shrinking. Last week, it was 10 quarterbacks. This week's, I'm dead serious.
No, he's in the
6 quarterbacks. 20 of 21 for 283. I don't want to hear about Dinkin and Duncan because he did it all. Back shoulder throw, 20 yards down the field, check. Deep ball to Brandon Aiyuk, check. Intermediate stuff, check. Going through your reads, dump it off to McCaffrey, check, check, check. That is old school West Coast 49er football right there with Steve Young and Joe Montana. Again, we're not comparing this guy to them. Brock Purdy's Brock Purdy. But what he's doing at the point guard spot for that football team, the quarterback spot, get the ball to your playmakers, give them a chance to run, and he's doing it.
There was a play last night in the Sunday Night Football game where Patrick Mahomes just completely underthrew one of his guys.
Which one? Twice? He did it twice.
The one near the sidelines, I didn't even think there was a throw there. Now, he's so darn talented when it comes to arm talent. He can fit balls in that you and I, none of us can even see. He's got that kind of talent. You never see Brock do that. You never see him with the egregious, why are you throwing into that spot? Right? And we did a lot of this last week. We were talking about Jimmy Garoppolo versus Brock Purdy and the difference between the two of them. For me, it's the decision-making pre- and post-snap. He never is overwhelmed. He knows exactly what the defense is going to do. There was a little swing pass to Christian McCaffrey. He knew, I'm going to have my eyes downfield, but I'm going to go to CMC right off the rip. And me just keeping my eyes downfield forces the safeties to stay and wait just a little longer, or that linebacker to hold his spot. And boom, little dump off to CMC. And, of course, the precision on all the short throws, the ball handling. They had a little double reverse of some sort. And his ball handling's beautiful. His play actions are beautiful. The guy's just a great player. Stop telling me what he can't do. He's a great player. You trust him more than 25-plus quarterbacks in the NFL right now. It's not even close.
And it's the first hour of the show. And I got to sneak into Kyle Shanahan thought. Because he's at total command of his play calling. There's not any call, really, I go back to and say, boy, why did he call that one? He's in total command with his play calling, whether it's first down passing, second down passing, first down play action,
going for it on
first down runs, going for it. He's more aggressive. We have Rob Stats on Fire, Rob Guerrero on with us on Friday. I asked him, what's the difference between Shanahan this year and the previous 5-6 years? It's aggressiveness. He is going for it on fourth down. You know why? He finally has a quarterback he could trust. So now he's in his total back. Screen setting. What about the pass to McCaffrey where he leaps over a defender and the blocks downfield are set up perfectly?
Like Michael Jordan.
The play design, where a lot of people thought, well, Mike McDaniel's down in Miami. A lot of creativity went to him at South Beach. What is Shanahan going to do without Mike McDaniel? I think Shanahan's doing just fine so far this season.
Their red zone efficiency is there. It's they're scoring touchdowns. the biggest criticism coming out of that game was, you had to sneak with Brock Purdy to get 35 points. That one should have went to CMC.
Whatever.
Really? No, I know, but that's we're really having style points on 35. But that's where we're at in terms of how good they are.
Well,
they had
no, that's not where we're at. It just tells me that just people will find something to complain about.
You and
they're
I
miserable
agree.
with their lives. Not 1 second, TJ, did I think, why'd you call a quarterback sneak? I was like, just get the ball in the end zone.
No,
I don't care how 35 points.
Reasonable.
Somebody's going to complain about 35.
But you're reasonable.
Evaluate your life.
I know, but you're reasonable. Some
Jesus
people aren't.
Christ.
They think it's fantasy football. They throw the deep ball.
About?
They throw the deep ball to Brandon Aiyuk, and on the very next play,
kills, man. All right, go ahead. Sorry. Somebody complained about that game yesterday. They scored 35. This team is humming.
People will always complain. You know that, and I'm not going to acknowledge that. They throw the deep ball to Brandon Aiyuk. You're talking about Shanahan being in his bag. And then now you're thinking, oh, boy, who they're going to go to? They throw a screen to Ronnie Bell. Let's get Ronnie Bell involved in the game. I mean, you're talking about Shanahan being in his bag. He is completely in his bag.
He got Willie Snead to catch yesterday.
I mean, Kyle Juszczyk was getting rushes. Kyle Juszczyk was getting deep balls. They had like an out route for Juszczyk that they got a penalty on.
Right.
And even Mark Sanchez says, how many fullbacks in the history of the NFL are getting that pass dialed up in that situation?
Again, Juszczyk is valuable on this offense. Shanahan's dialing it up, man. He's got a bevy of options here, plethora of weapons on this football team. Let's go to Heather in Santa Clara. I know Heather's fired up here on the Morning Roast. What's up, Heather? Good morning.
What's up, guys? Good morning. I'm a first-time caller.
Hey, Heather. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, no problem. It's going to be a short and sweet appreciation post for CMC. Don't tell my husband, but I've loved him ever since Stanford as a fellow Stanford alum. All right? So I would watch most of his games. I saw him break the all-purpose record. Yeah, at Stanford. I think that was his sophomore year against USC. So I knew that he was going to be great in Kyle Shanahan's system, So
it's a match made in heaven.
He is going. Yes, exactly. He is the man. He was the man at Stanford. He is the man for us. And hopefully in the future, as he breaks more records, gets us a Super Bowl, he'll be a man in this who has a statue at the 49ers Museum. Thanks, guys.
He's got to do some work here. Well, let's not go crazy. It's been a year with Christian McCaffrey, but I don't want to kill Heather's vibe. I'm going to uplift it because so far this season, Christian McCaffrey is averaging 5.7 yards a carry from the backfield. 80 carries, 459 yards, 6 touchdowns. He's a leading rusher in the NFL. And then when you add what he's doing in the passing game, you got the ultimate weapon. The NFL, they shouldn't have been listening to ESPN when they graded the trade and gave him a C-. The NFL should have said, veto, veto, veto. What is Carolina doing headed over Christian McCaffrey to Kyle Shanahan? This is what he was looking for with Jerick McKinnon. Unfortunately, Jerick McKinnon tore his ACL.
McKinnon's not even in the category.
He's not in the category. You're right. He was looking for somebody like this. I can hand the ball to. I can throw him in the backfield.
Yeah.
Now, McKinnon may have never duplicated what Christian McCaffrey's doing right now, but I got the vision.
Yes.
I saw the vision. McKinnon's body let him down. Now he's in Kansas City. Heck, he had a championship parade last year, and he's playing solid for him in a role. Pacheco's the man out there in the backfield.
He runs hard.
He's a really good player. And boy, Kansas City, I know they slipped up in the second half, but it's going to be tough to beat them this year. That's a very good football team. Their defense is flying around. But when Christian McCaffrey came here, we got excited because this was the vision we had with this guy. People, I don't think they realized. They maybe forgot about what he could do in the slot, out wide with his hands. This is Marshall Faulk 2.0.
It reminds me a lot of when the Warriors acquired Kevin Durant, and everyone was like, well, we knew Kevin was good, but we didn't know he was this good.
Yep.
And it feels the same way with CMC. I think we all knew he was really good, but nobody knew he was this good. I mean, he instantaneously jumped onto a team with George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk, and was the best player on offense.
Not even close.
By a wide margin.
Not even close.
I mean, and I keep coming back to the amount of poise that he allows the play caller, the amount of poise and guts that he gives the signal caller in terms of the quarterback himself, what he's done for the offensive line. Did you see when they handed the ball to Big Banks at the end to spike that ball?
Oh, yeah.
Banks and Trent Williams might be the best left side of an offensive line in the NFL.
No, they're playing well.
And they keep running in that direction. And he finds the little crease, and boom, he comes right through it.
I want to go to this cut, EGO2, Spadoni, EGO2, because McCaffrey's talking about joining this team. And he's talking about buying in. And the trade hasn't even been a year yet since he's been back in the Bay Area playing for the 49ers. But let's hear, Spadoni, if you have it here. Go ahead, tell me in my ear if you got it. But go ahead, Christian McCaffrey, EGO2, about joining this team.
Yeah, I think, especially like I said, on this team, it's about showing up every day. The standard is so high. You know, Trent's a Hall of Famer, arguably the best left tackle to ever play. I mean, you got guys on this team who the standard was set. You know, they built this culture for 6 years. They went through a lot of tough days. Obviously, I had my good times and bad times in Carolina, and to come into a team where the culture's set and to watch the way that these guys play, it forces you to want to elevate your game and do everything you can for them because you know they're doing the same for you.
You know, I was talking with the boss before the show. He's here. We're in Chase Center. You know, we're having a good time. We're just shooting it. And he's like, I just can't believe how good CMC is. I'm like, I know. And I'm watching Carolina yesterday, and I'm saying to myself, well, there's a young quarterback in Bryce Young, right? Who has no weapons.
Yeah.
Who has no weapons. And I'm looking at what CMC has done to this team with lots of weapons. And it's like, oh, match made in heaven. Well, I can't believe how much just people around the country have devalued superstar running backs. And we think that they're interchangeable. They're not. Okay, newsflash, they are not interchangeable. Some are better than others. Derrick Henry, CMC. I look at the guy in Indianapolis right now, Richardson, and I like Richardson. I think he's going to be a very good player. Wouldn't he look even better if he had Jonathan Taylor?
Well, he's going to be healthy, hopefully, in the next couple of weeks here, Jonathan Taylor, and I can't wait to see that offense. But as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. McCaffrey and what you're talking about here, not realizing how good he is.
He's amazing.
And this is what the great organizations do. We're here at the Chase Center Club. The Warriors saw Minnesota was ready to give up on Andrew Wiggins, a premium talent who just didn't have the assets around him and probably couldn't shoulder a load of carrying the franchise. That's fine.
Great.
But what if I had him as your third or fourth option, who then becomes your second option in the NBA playoffs that leads you to a 4th championship in the last 9-10 years? Well, the great organizations feast on organizations like Carolina, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Tennessee Titans in turmoil. They don't know what direction they want to do. Let's go steal A.J. Brown from you.
He's so sick.
And now you go look at him. Philadelphia's like, wow, you got A.J. Brown there. You got Devontae Smith. That's a headache, right? Yeah. We're going to have to deal with that December 3rd. But the Niners harping on Carolina saying, that's a team in transition. They just fired their coach. This new owner wants to win, but he has no idea what's going on. Let's try to get Christian McCaffrey. He's lost out there. And let's just see what he has. Do you even remember what the 49ers gave up for Christian McCaffrey?
2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th?
I don't remember it because I don't care.
Well, here's what I would say to you. So he got drafted in 2017, right?
Yep.
Okay. How many 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round running backs, all those, how many have been drafted?
Oh, by the 49ers? Trey Sermon. I mean, just period.
League-wide.
League-wide, all of them. But that was watching Trey Sermon fumble. Heck, I think he was with the Colts last week fumbling the football around.
So I gave 32 teams, 4 rounds of drafts. What, 6 years it's been that he's been in the league? Maybe you say Jonathan Taylor. If you're an Indianapolis Colts fan, maybe you say Saquon Barkley. I'm taking CMC over every guy drafted. So the point that I'm getting at, I give a team 5 first-rounders for someone like Christian McCaffrey. There's no way in hell they draft one guy half as good as him.
No, I'm with
you. Do you know how hard it is to draft and develop?
No, it is.
And this guy is a Hall of Fame. We all agree.
Hall of Fame
first
talent.
Ballot type of physique talent, right? First ballot. Now, will he get there? I don't know.
We don't know.
First ballot type of physique, talent, prospect. I give you 5 first-rounders for that guy. I don't think you're drafting a guy even close to him.
Not close. Not close. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But the whole
Saquon's
point
a great player.
Yeah, but the whole point is...
He's not CMC.
No, he's not CMC. He has
I'm not diminishing him.
He has CMC talent, but he just can't stay on the football field, as well as the players around him are not as good.
I agree with.
So, we've argued back and forth about Najee Harris, right?
Yes.
Najee Harris finally had a good game yesterday.
Okay.
It's tough to have good games at the running back position when you have no talent around you. That's what separates Christian McCaffrey and Derrick Henry from the rest of the pack.
Yes.
Derrick Henry has had a who's who at wide receiver. He's a who's who.
But that's what, to me, it improves his greatness.
Right, it does.
Because of what he does with that quarterback and those weapons.
What receiver was with Christian McCaffrey in 2018, 2019, 2020?
DJ Moore.
Kelvin Benjamin.
I mean, even guys that to me aren't premier number ones, or even to me, DJ Moore, he's a solid 2.
So think about Christian McCaffrey in 2018. You can't even name a wide receiver from Carolina that season, and he goes for 1,098 yards rushing. He goes for another 867 passing. Then the next year is a 23-year-old in this league. In 2019, he goes 1,000. So without the weapons, Now you add in Brandon Aiyuk.
Yes.
Now you add in George Kittle.
Yes.
Now you add in Deebo Samuel. And like Andrew Wiggins did with the Golden State Warriors, where he got to play the easiest basketball of his career. Well, I get wide open threes. I get to go one-on-one on the block, and I can hit this elbow jumper. Now Christian McCaffrey saying, I have all the space to work with because we have so many weapons around me, and now I get to show the league just how talented I am. So, again, I can't remember what they gave up for Christian McCaffrey, nor do I care what they gave up for Christian McCaffrey. I really don't. What they gave up for Trent Williams, who knows? Who cares? It's worked out for them.
Yes.
The great organizations harp on terrible organizations like Carolina, like Washington, and you stack your team here. So credit to John Lynch, Parag, and Kyle Shanahan for identifying these teams and identifying these players and let's bring them into our culture and let's see what we can do with them.
As we sit here and a lot of people are frustrated with where we're at when it comes to the San Francisco Giants and team building, right? Like the number one anger amongst Giants fans is the way the team has been built. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay. When I look at the Warriors, we can argue about their 9th, 10th man. I'm looking at the roster right now. I got it right in front of me.
Right.
They've built this team in a way via free agency, via the draft, and via trades to where, hey, they're a contender, right? I look at the Niners. Free agency, through the draft, and through trades. That's how you build a team. It's not one way.
Right.
It's a beautiful complementary way of building a team. And I look at the Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams trades. Name me 2 better trades in the NFL in the last 5 years.
You know, A.J. Brown's a very good trade in Philadelphia. You could argue about that.
Absolutely.
You know, there's some other trades out there.
Trade.
You know
That's a great trade.
Tyreek Hill for Miami. It's worked out for Miami. It worked out for Kansas City.
I agree.
Kansas City won a Super Bowl and reconstructed their secondary.
2 great trades.
You know what I'm saying?
Great
so
trades.
You've got some trades out there.
They gave up firsts.
Right.
The Niners didn't give up any firsts.
Right.
Not that it really matters because they're playing like first rounders.
Who cares?
But I just keep going back to valuation. And to me now, more than ever in modern sports, give me the proven commodity over the prospect 9 out of 10 times.
It's been my philosophy my entire life. A guy who could play at that level, because it's hard to play pro football. If you get into the wrong system in pro basketball, pro football, or pro baseball, you can be lost for 5 years, and your contract, your money, your value all gets devalued, right? Now you bring in these guys to your organization, and they blossom. Christian McCaffrey, I don't think people realize how good he was. I think people thought we were crazy. We're bringing him up last year. This guy is a special talent, and he has a special quarterback that I want to get into on the other side. Let's break for a second. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Line them up. What's the most impressive aspect of the 49ers so far this season? They're 4-0 right now, getting ready to host the Dallas Cowboys. Is it the quarterback? Is it the running back? Is it Brandon Aiyuk? Is it the defense? Is it Shanahan? I want to hear from Niner fans out there. 888-957-9570. That's coming up. Brought to you by Save Martin, Lucky, California.
Monopoly kickoff the
Yeah, it's real close. I mean, there's always, especially when you decide on something and then you need a little bit more. It's like, man, we weren't going to do that. Should we do more? And it's always that huge debate. That's why usually when trades happen with lots of good players, there's usually one or two teams involved because trades are tough and there's always a huge risk. And when those don't work out, it's not just, the player didn't work out. It's also you don't get those draft picks back too. So there's always a gamble to it. But no, life has been much better.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that was Kyle Shanahan discussing Christian McCaffrey, the trade they made. And look, it's been beautiful music ever since he did get traded here. Even in the loss to Kansas City, you saw how dynamic he could be getting off the plane, playing against the Kansas City Chiefs with 3 days to learn the playbook and learn the offense. He had 18 carries, 69 yards in that game, a touchdown, and he had another 10 catches for 82 yards to give us a glimpse of what was to come. And ever since then, it's been special for Christian McCaffrey and this 49ers offense. What is the most impressive thing of this 49ers offense or this team right now? They're 4-0, Shasky. 4-0 to start the season a la 2019 when they started off 8-0. But it has a different feel than 2019 to me.
To me, no one's going to take this. So I'm going to take something off the board that I know none of the audience is going to take. I think the quarterback's going to be an option, the running back, offensive line. There's a lot to like offensively. My most impressive thing for the 49ers, they crushed the Javon Hargrave signing.
Yes.
You want to talk about a guy who I didn't know what to expect. I thought he'd be good. I didn't know he'd be this good. He had a fourth quarter sack on third down that forced the Arizona Cardinals to punt. That he just destroyed the guard in the center and went right through and just ended Dobbs and their entire hopes on that Arizona sideline. He has been outstanding. And I know that Bosa doesn't have a sack right now, and I'm sure there are a lot of people worried about pressure rates.
He's got the one sack against the Giants.
Did he get a sack?
He got a sack.
I thought it got negated.
Giants.
Okay, so he's got the one sack.
Should have been a safety.
You're right.
Or it wasn't a safety. It was a right call, but you know what I'm talking about.
You're right. Now I remember. But Javon Hargrave, constant pressure, stuffing the run, big third down sacks. The guy has been it's just so good. When you go in free agency, sometimes you get a flawed player. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you overpay for an area of your weakness, and it's not great bang for the buck.
And you think, why is that team letting them go?
Exactly.
Why are the Philadelphia Eagles just letting them walk in free agency? Well, they drafted Jalen Carter. Yeah. They got Davis.
And they liked Hargrave. They just couldn't afford him.
They couldn't afford him.
And so I look at this situation, and I'm like, he's been a great free agent. He's better than what Charvarius Ward was last year. And Ward was a good signing.
Laura Oakman of Fox Sports there having fun with the word antithesis.
Yes.
Antithesis. All right, get that out. And Mark Sanchez and Kevin Kugler were having fun with that. And Sanchez was like, I'm not touching that word. Kevin Kugler's like, yeah, I'm not touching it either. And then Clarissa Thompson and the Bulls like, yeah, I'll just say thesis, but I'm not going to say that word. Well, he's been the opposite of what Gabe Wilkins was.
Absolutely.
Way back when with the 49ers when they gave him massive money from the Green Bay Packers to play defensive line. He was an absolute bust. You think about Antonio Langham, absolute bust. Javon Hargrave, if he stays healthy, he's in the run game. He's blowing up the pass game. He's pushing the pocket. And now when you get Armstead, and Bosa will get right. Bosa will get going. Can I get somebody else on the edge? Is it Drake Jackson? Or if Carolina wants to continue to lose and they want to flirt with Brian Burns, well, the hell with the cornerback spot. Can I go get Brian Burns? Now, you can laugh at it and say, hey, Bonte, this ain't Madden. Well, you said the same thing last year with Christian McCaffrey. Is Brian Burns going to – because I could use an opposite edge rusher and have Nick Bosa and Brian Burns coming after the quarterback. And that didn't negate some of the flaws I have at quarterback because a quarterback will not have time to throw. So maybe, again, that opposite edge rusher and Ambry Thomas and Diamador Lenore, those two areas right there. Can I get somebody else to apply pressure? Hargrave is great. Not to steal your third.
No.
Hargrave's been awesome. Bosa will get going. But I do get a little concerned in a game like yesterday where you only registered a one sack and you don't get the consistent pressure. And Drake Jackson, I haven't really heard from him since week 1 in Pittsburgh. No. Can I get somebody on the opposite edge to apply consistent pressure, or is John Lutz going to have to pick up the phone again and say, hey, Carolina, you want to do business again?
Well, now's the time to do it because I think we would all do whatever it takes to win a Super Bowl right now with this team.
Yep.
I mean, look yourself in the mirror, Niner fans. this is our best chance to win a Super Bowl since '94.
Yes.
I mean, this is it. This is the year. Like, we have the best team in the NFL. It's October.
Okay.
I get it. We got a long way to go. We got the best roster top to bottom. You got the most competent quarterback you've had since. You want to take Garcia, you want to take Steve Young. Either way. How are you not all in for winning right now? You got the MVP of the league.
So, Mark Willard, I was listening to him, and he's saying Super Bowl or try again. It's not Super Bowl or bust. Okay, you could say that. But you cannot tell me this team and this fan base, this coaching staff, everybody around here in the Bay Area that's watching this football team right now score 30, 30, 30, and 35. And you have a defense that says, oh, wait, we don't have to carry the offense? Oh, my God, we get to play with the lead? We get to just go hunt and hit people? You don't win the Super Bowl this year. There's going to be massive disappointment because there's other teams that are coming. The Commanders are coming. They're a year away, but you know what? I like what they have in place. They play hard football. They play tough. The Lions, we've talked about them last Friday morning, right? The Lions are getting closer and closer and closer. The Cowboys had a nice bounce back yesterday. That defense is still flying around. They figured it out. And it's Cowboys weekend. They got their offensive line back. So they're going to be in the hunt. The Philadelphia Eagles, their team is really, really good. We've had no issues with their teams. Their team is excellent on both sides of the football. All right? The Seahawks, we're going to watch them tonight against the New York Giants. What do they have in store? They still have premium players. So if you don't take advantage of this year, because the stars are all aligning, right now there's no major injuries. Right now, for the most part, you are healthy. You'll get Debo right? You'll get Aiyuk right? But for the most part, everybody is clicking and they're healthy. You may not ever get a shot like this. So when I say Super Bowl or bust, it means it's going to be massive disappointment. Of course, next year with Kyle Shanahan and the infrastructure that they have, they're going to be in it. But nothing is guaranteed. You got to play for the now. And right now, you have a Super Bowl roster, and you got to take advantage of it, Shasky.
And you got Brock Purdy on a $800,000 salary. So you got to do it right now. I mean, I look at the Cowboys, and every year that they go on with $40 million worth of Dak's a good player. Right. But not $40 million good.
Nope.
And so it makes
Daniel Jones.
Exactly. It makes it so much more difficult to field the guy around him. We're going to get at some point into this later on in the week. $40 million on this team. If you paid a quarterback, hypothetically, $40 million, that's Brandon Aiyuk, that's George Kittle, and that's Deebo Samuel. That's three superstar weapons. Now is the time to go all in and trade whatever it takes for the next couple of years to win a Super Bowl this year. I'll worry about next year's roster next year. I'll worry about money down the line down the line. For right now, this is the best opportunity. The Chiefs look vulnerable. They look good.
Yeah, they're good.
But they look vulnerable.
Listen, that Jets defense is really good. They had to allow a 300-yard passer in 21 straight games, now 22 straight games.
Here's the beauty.
That defense, and we can't acknowledge, that's a Super Bowl type of defense with the New York Jets. Their problem is the quarterback, which is why they went all in on Aaron Rodgers. And he played okay.
I was rooting for him.
They played okay, no doubt. The
Chiefs. Did you see Fireman Ed?
I did see Fireman Ed. The Chiefs that was a game where they missed Tyreek Hill.
Oh, big time. They don't have a separator.
And that's why. You don't think the Chiefs are sniffing around at Mike Evans?
Oh, no doubt.
You don't think the Chiefs are sniffing around at every weapon in the league saying, hey, do you want to come join Patrick Mahomes and put us over the top?
That's the team that I worry about making a huge trade, like 3 first-rounders for Justin Jefferson.
Well, what about Brian Burns? Because they missed Frank Clark.
Yeah.
Frank Clark led them in the postseason with sacks. Good point. The Chiefs are going to be in business here, so you have to take there's 5-6 teams. It's Buffalo. It's Philly. It's the Niners, and it's Kansas City. And if you want to add Miami to the mix or Dallas, fine, you can go ahead and do that.
I thought it was a statement win for Buffalo to beat down Miami the way that they did.
Buffalo's
Josh
back.
Allen feels like a whole level above whatever they've got.
Yeah, he's healthy.
Yeah, he looks great.
Stephon Diggs is all in.
Well, but they lost White.
Tre'Davious White.
That's a big injury.
Poyer's been hurt, so they may be in on a corner now.
Which gives me more optimism for the Niners because I'm seeing all these teams in the AFC. They're going to have to knock each other off. I look at the NFC. It feels like a 3-team race. I don't want to diminish Detroit. I think that they're coming as well. But it feels like a 3-team race.
My guy Damon Britton works for AC Transit. He was at the Oregon-Stanford game with us. We took a bunch of us out there. We're all having fun.
That was a tough game.
So
you see Mixon get a sack, though?
I did see Mixon get a sack, 42-6. And you know what? I hit a couple bets. Your boy's on fire in gambling this weekend. I don't even want to talk about that. Listen.
I won a little money in Tahoe.
Look at you. Yeah. Look at you.
Blackjack table is nice for your boy.
Oh, blackjack? You play some blackjack?
I did.
No roulette?
No, we did roulette. We were group betting on roulette. Yeah. There's nothing more fun than an entire group of dudes going, red.
You got to always bet on black, buddy.
No, red was hitting.
Oh, red was hitting. It was hot.
Because it was red from my Niners.
Yeah. I like that.
Red from my Niners.
But David was saying, he goes, the one player The one team he doesn't want to play is Detroit. And we'll get to Detroit later down the line because they're built for January.
I'm not worried right now.
I'm not worried right now because of what I have.
Got a long way to go.
Long way to go. But game by game, we're enjoying the ride. Like we said at the Hilton Hotel when we set the tone for the season, enjoy the journey.
Yeah,
Let's dream. But you know what the end goal is. We don't have to keep repeating it. The end goal is to be at Allegiant Stadium hoisting the 6 Lombardi. That's what the season's all about. But we're still enjoying what we're seeing. And Chris McCaffrey break all these records.
That's the thing
and Brock Purdy going 20-21 yesterday for 283. That felt like an old school mid-90s Niners blowout home win.
Purdy's flying under the radar nationally. And it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's exactly what I want. And right now, to me, CMC is the MVP of the league. And we're talking about windows and this. Running back, more than any other position in the league, you can fall off the map.
Yep.
And now is the time to strike with CMC. He is an all-world player who is putting on an MVP-like season. It's so hard to be a running back and be in the MVP conversation. But this guy on this team, used this way, to me, it's an MVP-type season for him.
No doubt.
I'm going to be hammering the drums, beating it all year. MVP CMC.
Well, you know, it's funny. Our boy Danker on YouTube and everything.
What's he saying?
We were down in New Orleans for Big Dog's wedding, and he went to the book twice. Once at 10 in the morning, and then another time at 11 a.m., and double down on McCaffrey winning MVP. Oh. He's been talking about it all season. McCaffrey for MVP. I said, you may want to be careful because it always goes back to the quarterback, right? The award. But this year, when you look at what he's doing, lead the league of rushing, winning NFC Offensive Player of the Month in September, and you see what he did yesterday. 27 touches, Shasky. All I'm asking for is 20 to 25.
He's unreal, though.
But he gets 20 carries. He gets 7 catches. And now you feel me when I say, I can't take this guy off the field.
No doubt.
I hear what you guys are saying when it comes to injuries and you don't want to beat him up, but I can't take him off the field because my offense goes from okay to great.
And you know what he's got going that I finally started to realize? Jokic gets the bloody arms.
Yeah.
So does CMC.
Oh, he gets after it. He gets after it.
I mean, those elbows start getting bloody, and he's like charring. How many guys have face masked him? Because the only way to take him down is via the face mask.
I know.
It's got to be a more penal way to, like, it doesn't, because you're going to get him hurt on that face mask thing. They've got to figure out a way to adjudicate that out, because it does feel like linebackers and safeties.
They're just hanging off for dear life. Yeah, it's just like I got to get him down.
I'm worried about him getting hurt in an awkward way like that.
Turning his knee or something, turning his leg or something like that.
It's dangerous.
It is dangerous. Cliff in Seattle. But guess what? Football is dangerous.
No,
Cliff
you're right.
Cliff in Seattle, what's happening, man? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, great to chat with you guys. Man, Shasky stole my thunder because, yes, Hargrave has been amazing and worth every single penny. He blows up that offensive line like he has a 5-yard run and start right up the middle. It's amazing to watch, you know. Bosa made me fall in love with watching D-line play. Obviously, he's been a little slow with the late start this year, but Hargrave has been worth every single penny. He's absolutely amazing. Brock Purdy's the real deal. I got to say, you know, he is not a system quarterback. He's not a Shanahan prodigy. This kid could be a quarterback as long as he stays upright anywhere in the NFL. He is absolutely the real deal. Look at his quote-unquote off passes. Notice they're never towards the defender. If he's underthrowing, the defenders are long. If he's overthrowing, the defenders are short. The off shoulder is always opposite the defender. The kid leads runners when he hits them in stride. He's absolutely incredible.
Man, Cliff, great call there. And I want to hear from Purdy here. Spadoni, if you could pull up EF94. Or excuse me.
Did you?
EF94. He was asked about why everything was clicking so well in the pass game. Because when I was watching him yesterday, Shasky, I thought to myself, again, we've discussed this before. He could turn out to be one of the greatest sports stories in North American history. When you think about where he was drafted. Like, that's the reason why Tom Brady is so held. We forget that 6th-round pick.
Well,
and the 7 Super Bowls, of course. But from a but it happened from a 6th-round pick. Like, would it be the same if he was the number 1 overall draft pick? We'd be like, oh, yeah, he was great, but he was expected to be great. Tom Brady came out of nowhere.
Peyton Manning won 2 Super Bowls, and it feels like and went to 3, and it feels like he underwhelmed.
See, that's what I'm saying.
And he was better than he was amazing.
He was amazing,
but
right?
He couldn't beat Brady.
You know, Matt Stafford, even though he's got the 1 Super Bowl, we still feel like, number 1 overall pick, great. He's been awesome in Detroit, throwing for a lot of yards.
Does it change our view on Mahomes? Because I still feel like Mahomes is he's so damn good. It doesn't matter where.
It doesn't matter. That's where we're getting at with Purdy, though.
Yeah.
In a minute, a lot of people, like, we've forgotten about where he was drafted, but a lot of people are going to start to forget where he was drafted. And then when you look back at the football card and you look 5 years down the line, if he stays healthy, we're going to say to ourselves, how the heck was he drafted last? How did so many people, while I'm watching Kenny Pickett go down on the ground in Houston, Texas for the Steelers, this guy has a chance to be one of the best Bay Area stories, but one of the best stories in North American history.
Monte, I was talking to the boss about this. He's a big Michigan fan. And it's like, I know we can look at Justin Fields now, and I think it's easy for a lot of people to be like, Justin Fields sucks, right? I think his situation stinks. He doesn't have great receivers. He doesn't have a run game. I don't think his coach is very good. But I also don't think he's very good, right? Like, it's both. Not that he's been set up to succeed. Right. No, he's been set up to fail.
Right.
But he can't throw. He doesn't read the field properly. He dominated in college. 40 touchdowns after 40 touchdowns after 40 touchdowns. And you can say, Joe, he played with the best talent and all that. For sure. But he also kicked the crap out of Clemson. And I watched him kick the crap out of high-level teams. There's like 4 games a year where Ohio State has to play a big boy with NFL players across the board. And he still showed up in those games. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, he just doesn't have it. Now, Brock Purdy in college didn't look that great. No, he didn't. But I'm seeing him now.
Trust
I'm like,
me, I know.
He's got it.
Trust me, I know. The Iowa State football, watching them against Iowa and watching them throw 4 interceptions and watching them in the bowl game against Oregon. It's just another guy. It's just another guy. But it's kind of the same feeling I had with Tom Brady at Michigan. I never thought Tom Brady was going to be some great NFL quarterback. It's Tom Brady, good college quarterback. Kind of reminds me of Brian Griese at Michigan, right? You know, system quarterback, strong running game, can throw it deep here and there. Had the great Orange Bowl against Alabama, which Alabama, of course, lost on a missed extra point. Should have gone to overtime. But I never thought highly of him, which is why, of course, he went to the 6th round. There as R.C. Davis walks in and out. He's happy right now because Penn State's undefeated, but we all know they're going to lose to Michigan. We all know they're going to lose to Ohio State. We all know they're going to end up in some bowl called the Outback Bowl or something in Tampa, Florida, where nobody's going to attend. That's just what Penn State does. Sorry, R.C. Davis, you know what it is. But Brock Purdy coming into the system and mastering the system. Like, that was a master at work yesterday with the ball placement, with his feel.
It's the pre-snap recognition. It's the comfortableness on every route out on the field.
Even in Philadelphia, I was telling Anna yesterday, I said, he's the reason why I thought the Niners were going to go to Philadelphia and win. I had no reservations about a rookie quarterback being in Philly. And on the play, he got hurt. You were yelling, got him. It was going to be dynamic. I really thought he was going to help him win.
I don't know if this defensive line is better than last year's, but I do know, like as a whole, but I do know that Javon Hargrave is a big difference. From last year to this year, it's a big difference. And then I look at the health overall of the team, and I think where he's at this stage in his career, again, I think right now, and the season's not over. We got a long way to go. We're not even in December.
Right.
I think they're the best team in the NFL. That's what I think. I think they're playing the best. I think they are the best team.
But you know what?
And I think they got the best caller in the game in Kyle Shanahan and a quarterback playing high level.
You know why I don't like to do that, though? Because I look at it, Philadelphia, they're 4-0. Niners are 4-0. You know, Buffalo, they've got the one loss to New York on Monday Night Football. You got the Lions who are 3-1. I don't want to peak right now.
No.
Now, it's good to be playing well.
New England never peaked in September.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Being the best team right now, I just want to let fans know, does not matter. It's about being the best team in January and February. But you got to stack wins.
I think now more than ever, they'll be, like, just real quick, now more than ever, it's imperative that you do come out hot because there's only the one bye.
The one bye week.
When there was 2 byes, I would agree with you. You kind of pace yourself. But now it feels like everything is about getting that extra week at home.
Before we go to RJ and Manny's, Raymond Ritter's here. He's covering his ears here in his 3-piece suit. Must be media day. No wrinkles in the vest. No wrinkles in the tie. And he's got the fresh shave right now. Raymond Ritter's good to see you. Hey, sorry you went long with Steve Kerr. 25 minutes. He seemed like he enjoyed it. I know Raymond Ritter said 15 minutes. We blew past that. Probably won't get another player the rest of the season because of it. But let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ,
what's up, RJ?
What's happening, man?
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to talk about Brock Purdy, man. He just reminded me of a majestic unicorn, man. Something I've never seen before. But when I do, it's going to be majestic. Just looking at him, watching, just in the pocket, puts me at ease. I mean, guys, like, I've never felt like this about a quarterback in a long time. I'm trying to think back to Jeff Garcia. I'm talking about Kaepernick. This dude just makes plays, man. And hey, real quick on Chris McCaffrey, I want to like Chris McCaffrey, but my wife has such a man crush on him. It pisses me off. But man, shout out to the Niners. You guys look good. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
You know,
anytime.
I look at just Bay Area sports as a whole. You zoom out, and there are certain guys that are our favorites in the last 20 years that just don't when you see him standing on the sideline, you're like, I don't know. And then you watch and enjoy their play over a year, 2 years, 3 years, and you're like, oh, this is different.
Yeah.
Tim Lincecum, Steph Curry, and Brock Purdy. And when you are building a player on a video game, you're looking for the Josh Allen types. You're looking for guys that throw the ball through a brick wall and have a certain stature, right? Tim Lincecum was not that guy as a pitcher. He was not Roger Clemens in terms of physique. He was not Madison Bumgarner in terms of stature.
Smaller than Pedro.
Right?
Pedro Martinez.
Well, another great example. Right. When I look at Steph Curry, like most people are looking for the Lonzo Ball type. 6'6", 6'7", ball handler, freaky athleticism. Derrick Rose, exactly. But then when you watch the guy play, there's an innate quality of feel of how to play the game at a high level, and they're rewriting how we view the game.
Right, exactly.
And I look at Brock Purdy, and I'm like, he is going to change quarterback evaluations moving forward.
Now, you still get your guys who go crazy over the quarterbacks, so they're going to skyrocket up the board. But the great teams are going to sit back. And you think about some of the great teams in the past. Now you got me going here, because I think about Phil Simms out of Morehead State. I think about Joe Montana going to the third round. We could talk about Tom Brady. And now the top guys, like Ben Roethlisberger, they pan out. They win a couple Super Bowls. He's a Hall of Famer.
Caleb
no doubt
Williams
about it.
Right now.
Caleb Williams.
Number 1 overall pick.
He's going to be a good player. I believe. I believe.
But he could go to the Bears.
He could go to the Bears and stink if you don't put the weapons around him. But, boy, he made a throw against Colorado.
He's ridiculous.
I mean, he's ridiculous. He's always been ridiculous. I just get worried. It's like, do we really want to compare? The same people who get on us for comparing Brock Purdy or me for comparing him to a young Tom Brady, which I'm not really doing, just saying he reminds me of that.
There are traits and characteristics that are similar.
And Caleb Williams has that with Patrick Mahomes, but let's not put him up there because Patrick Mahomes is rewriting the NFL record books right now, and he could be on his way to a third world championship. And he had an off day yesterday, and Kansas City still won the game. So, look, man, Brock Purdy, he's got the endorsements coming now. He's going to have the Bay Area eating at the palm of their hands. My girl's all in on Brock Purdy. The casuals are all in on Brock Purdy because of the story and because of the moxie and because of the poise. When he came in that Miami game, she brought it up too. She goes, babe, when did you start loving Brock Purdy so much? She goes, when you had the Miami Dolphins game on and he first came in, I said, ooh, this guy's legit. And he took that hit on that third down blitz. Remember, cover zero,
Phillips.
George Kittle, boom. And it was like, oh, he got up from that?
Yeah.
And she's like, Purdy, Purdy, Purdy. And then, of course, you go to the Tampa Bay game, and they're all chanting Purdy. The way that was Steve Young asked yesterday, Joe Montana asked. I was just, again, as Christian McCaffrey scored 4 touchdowns, and he's one off the franchise record, and he scored a touchdown in 13 straight games, which is now a franchise record, surpassing the great Jerry Rice. Brock Purdy's going 20 and 21 for 283, and he's hitting everything on time. Again, I walked out of SoFi Stadium week 2 said, oh, boy, we got a quarterback. I'm not worried no more when the quarterback has a chance to throw the football.
We've underrated his brain. I looked at one of the most frustrating parts of the Harbaugh era was whether it was Alex or Kaepernick, because people forget Alex did this a lot.
Yep.
Oh, my God, play clock's winding down. Oh, we got to get a play out. We got to get a playoff. Come on up, burn a timeout. How many times did that happen? How many times? Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, we're not ready. We're not ready. Shanahan, timeout. Wasted timeout. Now, they've done it twice this year.
Yeah.
But it was specific situations. Yep. 3rd and 4th down. Shanahan's like, let me see what the defense is giving me. Timeout.
Let's make sure we get the right play.
Never is he scrambling late in the play clock trying to get guys lined up. If a guy is lined up improperly with 12, 13 seconds, he's like, hey, get over there. You move over there. Think of how much pre-snap motion this team has. And they're never in the wrong formation.
We're going to get to Manny and Dumbarton
It's his brain,
in
man.
just a second. Manny, hang on tight here, but I don't know how you measure brain in the draft combine. That's the tricky part.
It's really hard.
Because, again, we brought this example up. Everybody was floating the video of Carson Wentz when he was getting drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles. And he's calling out all the plays. And Doug Peterson and Howard Roseman was like, wow, this guy is blowing us away. And 3 years later, they're like, he can't really read a defense no more. And I don't know if it has to do with the injuries that he suffered, if he's got the yips. But right now, he's out of the league.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know how you could measure whether or not a guy could process in real time on a football field. That's tough. Evaluating quarterback is tough, and it gets proven over and over and over again. There's more first-round busts now. We talk about that quarterback class with Trevor Lawrence. Oh, Zach Wilson had a really good game yesterday. Maybe there's some hope there.
Yeah, it was probably his best game.
His best game of his career, but he was at the bottom of the bottom.
Yeah.
Like, they got out 17
early.
It looked ugly, right? Trey Lance won't be stepping on the field this year unless Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott goes down. So we don't know about Trey Lance. Big old question mark there.
Right
Justin
now,
Fields
looks bad.
It looks bad, right? He can't play.
Yeah.
He hasn't played since 2019. Justin Fields. I don't know if it's personnel, but he just makes some reads. And I'm like, Justin.
I don't think he sees it, and I don't think they've done him any favors. It's a double whammy.
And you can't teach ball security. You got to have it.
No.
You got to have it. You can't fumble and give the Broncos an opportunity to tie that football game up. You can't throw picks over in the middle of the field and not see it. So Justin Fields right now looks like a busted. Mac Jones. Oh, my God. He's laid across the field. They got to go to
Zappy. That throw late across the field.
Yeah, made it 28-0, 28-3.
You just can't do that.
So we evaluate
and that's what Bill Belichick. Like, that's
exactly.
one thing we need to stop and pause for a second. The Mac Jones thing, that's what the guy that we all, like, whether you think the game is passed by or not, he's better than half the league.
Right.
Belichick, the coach, not the GM.
Right.
The coach is better than half the league.
No doubt. The GM?
He completely whiffed on Mac Jones.
Yeah, no doubt. And he suffered the worst loss he's ever suffered in 29 years of coaching yesterday.
Did you hear the rumor?
He beat 38-3. What's the rumor now?
The rumor now is, would he take the job with Dallas if Dallas falters in the playoffs? Him and Jerry Jones would be an interesting combo.
I think he could handle it. Robert Kraft's not easy.
That's the thing. If he concedes the draft. No, they do. They draft well. If he concedes the draft, I think Belichick's a perfect fit.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Going down to Dallas and winning them a Super Bowl, oh, my gosh. That levels up Belichick to
all he would do is win one. Like
one, and he's got
like
out
Tom
there.
Bray.
One, and they got a statue of Bill Belichick.
I know.
All right, let's
one thing I am exhausted of, and I would say this to Brock Purdy, please don't start dating Taylor Swift.
All right, before we get to Manny, let me take Manny first.
All right.
I got some thoughts on that. I've been saving it.
Okay.
And I don't care if the Swifties come at me today. I don't care. Bring it on. I'm ready for the smoke. Manny and Dumbarton Bridge. What's up, Manny?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Man, it's good to hear you guys talk all about the Niners, brother. It is a great Monday morning. This feeling is euphoric. I mean, I'm going to say this. I know you guys are saying it's early in the season, but you know what? It's like fall in the air. You can feel it. You can almost grab it with your own two hands. I can see in February, we're bringing that trophy home, fellas. We're taking that back to where it belongs. We're going to put it right next to the great ones. Because you know why? Look, we were talking about can he win without Debo. Debo wasn't practically even there the whole game. I mean, nothing against Debo. I know the guy is hurt, but Purdy showed that even without some of his playmakers, he can still win. Yeah. I know CMC had a lot to do with it. And that's the one thing I wanted to touch on when I talked to your screener. It's like, man, I saw the kickoff time was at 1:25. I said I got time to go to the gym. I got time to go get some beverages. The game don't start till 1:25. I get to my boy's house at 1:27. How we winning already? It's like I'm missing the best parts of the movie. You couldn't even say that.
I mean, they were up 21-3 before you blinked.
Yeah, no
21-3 before you blinked.
Again.
I was eating cioppino. Yeah. Michelle's family made some cioppino, and what do you want about a sloppy mess? Yeah. There was nothing more wholesome than sitting there just so exhausted from a Tahoe weekend, watching the Niners up 21-3, saying, this game's over. There was a glimmer, a slight little tiny, little sliver of hope for Arizona.
But you never thought.
No.
Just like the New York Giants.
No.
Remember the New York Giants game Thursday night? Was it 17-12? 17-12. They didn't get the 2-point conversion. But I never thought, they're going to suffer a loss to the New York Giants without Saquon Barkley.
You know what this year feels like?
What's that?
Feels a lot like the 73-win Warrior season, where every night they're on a mission to crush the soul of everyone.
I love that. Let's just hopefully.
I know they got to finish it. I know,
like that.
But like Bonte, the regular season, that Warrior team, it was a mission to prove all the haters wrong, and it feels like they're on a mission right now to just shut everyone up.
No doubt. So opening drive, all right, 7-3-7. That's the opening drive scores for the Niners in 4 straight games. They go down the field, they score.
Yeah.
Usually 3 out of 4 games, it's touchdowns. McCaffrey, touchdowns in 13 straight games. But you brought up Taylor Swift. Kansas City scores their first touchdown. And the first shot they show, it's not Patrick Mahomes celebrating.
But
it's not Andy Reid. Kelsey didn't score. They show Taylor Swift in a suite, jumping up and down. I am over Taylor Swift. Okay, she's this new football fan who apparently is dating Travis Kelce. I don't care, Swifties. Come at me if you want. The first shot after the first touchdown of the game should not be a shot of Taylor Swift. It should be a shot of Andy Reid. It should be a shot of the offensive lineman. High five. And it should be a shot of Patrick Mahomes. Get Taylor Swift off of my screen. Enough is enough. We cannot do this every single week in the Swifties. Oh, my Lord. It is driving me crazy.
They're coming for you.
I don't care. Taylor Swift may make great music. She may be worth $750 million. She may have 12 Grammys. What does she have to do with the NFL other than dating Travis Kelce, which we don't even know it's official? Get out their business. Let them do what they do. I don't care about Taylor Swift being in the suite, man. God, show me something else other than Ryan Reynolds and this and that. I don't care. Patrick Mahomes is on the field. Andy Reid's on the field. Robert Sala's veins popping out on the sideline.
Doesn't do it for you?
No,
Wolverine?
No.
I saw Deadpool and Wolverine behind Taylor Swift, and they didn't even talk about my guys.
Oh, my God. The Swift stuff is insane. Oh, my God. She's going to MetLife Stadium. They're telling, Taylor Swift may attend this football game. I don't care. Hurry up and go on tour, please, so you can get out of my life. Football Sundays for me, not the Swifties. For me, Bonte Hill, and the rest of us football maniacs, not the Swifties. Good Lord.
Somehow Taylor Swift has made Brittany Mahomes more lovable. I didn't know that was possible.
Oh,
am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I can't stand
At least Brittany Mahomes is married to Patrick.
Oh, my
and understands sports and played at a high level.
God, now I got to root for Kansas City to not make the Super Bowl. We need somebody other than Kansas City. You imagine Kansas City makes the Super Bowl, and it's going to be all 2 weeks of Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Taylor Swift. None about the game.
And then they went straight to the Pfizer commercial with Travis Kelce. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. The first touchdown I'm watching, I said, you really had to cut away to Taylor Swift in the suite?
Had nothing to do with her.
Had nothing. Oh, yeah, she made that block for Pacheco to break that touchdown run. Oh, my God. She caught that play.
Does anyone run harder? Like when you watch them run, it feels like they're running hard than Pacheco?
No, he's a beast.
I love him.
He won that Super Bowl
Seventh-round player.
He won that Super Bowl for him. He really did.
Well, you're really out on Taylor Swift, huh? What is it?
I just enough's enough. I'm trying to watch. You want to show her in the second quarter? Fine. You sure after the first touchdown cutaway?
Do you just not understand the infatuation?
I don't understand it. Beyonce goes courtside. Beyonce's just as big as Taylor Swift. They don't make a big deal about Beyonce.
Is she? I don't know. Is she as big as Taylor Swift?
She's got Grammys. She's worth as much. Her tour's done over $1 billion too. Beyonce's got to be on the same level as Taylor Swift, right?
Steph hits a three and they cut to Beyonce, but she's dating Jay-Z or married to Jay-Z.
They don't make a big deal about that. Jay-Z and Beyonce, they show him in the second quarter.
Did they show
They may show him in the first quarter.
Whatever, however you pronounce it.
Russell Wilson, yeah, Sierra.
When Russ finally won a game yesterday?
I don't know if they did.
Was that the worst football game of all time?
No, it was a really good football game. Look at Sean Payton and company.
28-28.
And guess who they host next week?
Eberflus, kick a field goal, dog.
Eberflus is done. He was
so
scratching his head at the end of the game like, I'm done in a couple weeks. He will be fired. Chicago's a mess.
I trust Farhan to run the Bears more than I do
No, you don't trust Farhan. I trust Mr. Pace running the Bears.
I'm teasing.
Farhan, get Farhan. Tomorrow's presser, by the way. I need Sam Lutman. Let me know when they approve that credential because I am coming to that bad boy. Questions need to be asked. I want my Giants back. I want to love the Giants again. The San Francisco Giants, that is. To be emotionally detached from them and not care about one pitch over the weekend is sad. I never thought it'd come to that point.
I mean, look, I don't think Gabe Kapler's a great coach. I don't think he's a great manager. But he's not the reason why they lost this year, and he's not the reason why they are where they are as an organization. That is on the GM. The GM was the one who ushered Bruce Bochy out. The GM hand-selected this guy, fought tooth and nail at a press conference, at his introductory press conference to defend him. I don't think Gabe Kapler is a great manager, but to me, you've told me the iPad's making all the decisions.
Right.
Then put an iPad in the dugout. It doesn't matter. No. Blame the roster. The roster's on Farhan.
No doubt. All right, 888-957-9570.
The Swifties coming?
The Swifties. I don't know. I'm over it. Matt Nahigan. They cut the Taylor Swift. Are you done with that? Well, Matt Nahigan has fun with it. He starts TikToking about Taylor Swift.
Well, he likes Post Malone. Yeah, he likes Taylor Swift.
Does it. Yeah,
he's very poppy. He likes all the pop
He looks
stuff.
like he's poppy.
But I like that about him.
He looks like he's poppy. Look, real quick, before we go to the break.
Going psycho.
Al Half Mubay. He's got a great thought. I think he's on to something.
Okay.
It's something we need to focus on in the future here with the 49ers. All right, let's just get him on the air. We'll get Uncle Gene after the break. Al, Half Mubay. Good morning, brother. How you doing?
Good morning. So yesterday was a wonderful day. Went to the game, great weather. And I, too, was a little bit late getting into the stadium, and it was already 14-zip. It was just crazy. It was insane. But I got to tell you, you guys hit on something I think is the final piece of the puzzle. Another edge rusher would complete this puzzle and get us another Lombardi. We got to give up a kidney, an arm, a foot, whatever it takes to complete that puzzle.
But, hey, Al, you're on to something. If Brian Burns wants out of Carolina, now I don't believe he got paid, right, Shasky?
No.
There's a little bit of a holdout here.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian Burns, Chad York, Parag Barate, John Lynch, they'll cook the books and find a way to pay you.
Yeah.
You want to come to the Bay Area? I know by way of Florida State. You're a Florida boy. I love you already as a Noel. You want to come to the West Coast, play alongside Nick Bosa?
I mean, he'd be an excellent player, but I just don't see Carolina doing that with us again. But I hear you. I would do it in a heartbeat.
You know what? What do you want, Carolina?
Yeah.
You want a future first in 2025?
Yeah.
You want a second in 2025? You want a third in 2025? Here you go. You can have those picks. Name your price for Brian Burns. That's something we'll get to a little bit later in the season. But opposite edge rusher. Because one thing with Philadelphia, they have a really good offensive line. Lane Johnson shuts people down. Dickerson is very, very good. That offensive line is buttoned up. Detroit's offensive line, very buttoned up. I need more than Nick Bosa against those big boys.
Yeah.
Give me Brian Burns out here.
I would love that. I could go corner. I could go edge rusher.
Edge rusher will help out the quarterback. Yeah, either or. I'm good with it. Uncle Gene, hang tight. We'll get you on the other side. Right now, we got to talk about some injuries, Shasky.
Ow!
This is something we'll touch on in the 9 o'clock hour.
My general fatigueness when it comes to Taylor Swift?
No, I thought
that
it was
injury?
I thought it was Farhan Zaidi running the Giants.
Well, no, I'm just done with that.
Well, you got another year. Buckle up, buddy.
I'm
and you may get an extension. You never know.
This is like an epilogue.
Well, the Warriors haven't even begun training camp yet. Training camp starts tomorrow. Today's media day. And I wonder if we're going to see Draymond Green with the ice pack on his ankle. Because according to our good friend, Jason Dumas of Cron 4, joined us in the studio last week, saw him Friday at Presidio Golf Course playing in the SF Celebrity Golf Classic. Draymond Green underwent an MRI. An MRI, you know that swelling of an ankle is going down and that the ankle is basically reacting well. But the injury could sideline him anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, this is
so
a big
is it bad
injury.
news or good news?
What? Why would it be good news? Since Draymond Green just re-signed him.
I look at it as an opportunity for others.
Well, yeah.
So Draymond Green will be fine.
He's their best defensive player.
But can Kuminga step up? Will CP3 now start alongside Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and Kevon Looney, and you go to the one big lineup. This could be a good thing. This could be an opportunity that we'll get into in the 9 o'clock hour.
A silver lining, not a good
silver
thing.
lining.
Okay.
Yeah, it's never good when somebody's hurt.
That's all.
Especially when a Hall of Famer like Draymond Green's
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
so
it's
a
never
silver
good.
lining, an unintended consequence.
And it could be an opportunity for some guys on this basketball team to maybe get some more minutes to prove their worth here on the Golden State Warriors.
Could you say it's Draymond's silver lining playbook?
I don't see Bradley Cooper playing in this role.
That's a 1.
He's an Eagle fan.
Yeah, that is a 1. And he's an Eagle fan. Screw Bradley Cooper. Screw all these Eagle fans. The team is damn good, but Eagle fans, you suck. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Help you get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I'm going to be on them all year long. I can't wait till December 3rd, but then I can't wait till next week because the star of the helmet is coming to town, the Dallas Cowboys. I'm ready to send them again for the 3rd straight year. Yeah. We'll get to that later in the week, but Uncle Gene, 888-957-9570. Most impressive aspect of yesterday's game. Was it Brock Purdy when there's only one incompletion? Was it Christian McCaffrey in the 4 touchdowns? Was it this defense? Was it Javon Hargrave flashing yesterday wearing that big old number 98? That's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
This ain't 95.7, the excuses.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was there...
Center Courtside Club. As we get ready for Media Day with the Golden State Warriors. Good morning to Tim Jordan on the ones and twos. We got Spadonia Lubin back in the studio. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, right here. Matt Nahegan, our program director, running material. Look. David Tedley hanging out. Listen, man, people may lie to you. People will lie to you on the internet. They'll tell you that, hey, we got the best show out there. Hey, man, we're the best morning show in the Bay Area sports history. Not even close. It's the morning roast. Good morning, everybody out there in the graveyard, getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the professional dancers out there getting off of work, of course. You know who you are. Good morning to all the BART conductors, Muni drivers, all the security guards getting ready here at Chase Center, of course, and everybody out there. Good morning to all the 49er fans, YouTube and Twitch, powered by First North Cal Credit Union, and, of course, the Comcast Business Text Line. The 49ers are 4-0. Brock Purdy is humming, and there's not 6 quarterbacks I'll take over him. But to me, Shasky, and we'll get to the lines, 888-957-9570, the star of the show is Christian McCaffrey. Where would this offense be without number 23?
He is amazing right now. There's no doubt about it. He's the number one catalyst for this team. He gets everything going. Brock Purdy's spectacular. I mean, he's just been so understated. And I love that he's flying under the radar nationally because CMC is commanding all the headlines, rightfully so. You're looking at a guy at the apex of his powers who has no hole in his game. Pass blocking, vision, toughness, cutbacks, burst, acceleration, fighting for extra yards. And that doesn't even get to the stuff he can do as a pass catcher. Whether he's coming out of the backfield on the leak routes, the impromptu play where Purdy's scrambling to his right, flips the hips, boom, hits him in stride. CMC runs upfield. He can do no wrong. Even the touchdown pass that he caught on the little Texas route. Do you know how difficult of a play that was? 2 guys draped on him. He makes an unbelievable kind of off the other shoulder catch, plows through the guy, and sticks the ball over the end zone line to get a touchdown. CMC is a superstar. And when you are mentioned as breaking Jerry Rice records,
it's unbelievable.
Now you are catapulting yourself into elite company because you don't just break a Jerry Rice record. That doesn't happen.
No. And if you go back and look at Jerry Rice's 1987 year with the 23 touchdowns from the wide receiver position, again, he's Jerry Rice. He's the Wilt Chamberlain of the 49ers.
Yes.
Wilt Chamberlain has all these records in franchise history, but along came Steph Curry. And now Steph Curry's tearing every record apart, whether it's Chris Mulley, Rick Barry, or Wilt Chamberlain. We'll see Mulley later here. He'll be at Media Day. I can't wait to say what's up to number 17, the lefty here. To score touchdowns in 13 straight games in this offense with all the weapons that they have in George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, Brandon Aiyuk, not only is that impressive, but I think it's more impressive the fact that he's had 100 scrimmage yards in each of the first 4 games and a touchdown. He's the first player in franchise history to do just that. So when you break a Jerry Rice record and you take this offense to another level where we talked about the magic number being 30, and I get what you were saying, Shasky, in training camp, like, Bonte, you realize how hard it is to score 30? Yes, I do. Last year, Philly and Kansas City averaged 29.9 points a game, and they were prolific offensively. But I look at Shanahan alongside all the weapons that he has, and I'm saying to myself, they can do this. They can do this because he has a point guard, not like Penn State, R.C. Davis. Well, you got this point guard from Iowa State, Brock Purdy, who's commanding the offense here and spraying the ball all around. And the rapport that he has with Brandon Aiyuk, that's what we're waiting for. That's what we're waiting for. Brandon Aiyuk went to 6 catches and 148. But Christian McCaffrey, it all starts and ends with him.
Well, it does. It absolutely does. And can we get to Brock Purdy for just a second? When he notices single coverage, that, to me, single coverage in the NFL is I'm attacking that guy. Outside of Sauce Gardner, outside of Patrick Surtain Jr., most people, if you got one-on-one coverage and you have the better player, you are attacking that guy. And when I think about what Brock Purdy does, Jimmy never did that.
Never.
It's like, come on, that's the matchup that we need to do.
Never did that.
Never. Purdy consistently attacks single coverage because single coverage in the NFL means open grass that I can throw to because that receiver is going to cut or make an in-break or some sort of movement to create separation. And Purdy never puts the ball in harm's way. He's always throwing before the guy makes the break. He's outstanding right now.
You know, Brock Purdy set a franchise record for completion percentage in a game. All right? Think about that. All the great quarterbacks that have been here. I mean, he set a record, a franchise record for completion percentage in a game, going 20 for 21 for 283. And even when he throws in a double coverage, the deep ball, some people will say, oh, man, double coverage. He threw it to a place where only Brandon Aiyuk could get it to. And then intermediate stuff, he's throwing the ball. Also, one thing we haven't questioned, coming off the torn UCL, how much zip will he have on a football?
Oh, he's got zip.
Oh, he's throwing. Oh, the zip is there.
Yeah.
We don't even question that anymore. So,
but he throws a catchable ball. That's the most important thing. I think we talk too much about arm strength. How many times have we seen guys with great arms who don't throw catchable balls?
They throw it too hard. 5 yards away, go take something off of it.
I bet if we had Justin Fields right now line up at the 20 and Brock Purdy line up at the 20 and say, throw it as far or as hard as you can.
Justin Fields will throw him in outthrow him in any contest out there.
But then when we have 11 guys on the field and guys are trying to take your head off, who do you trust throwing the football?
It's the mind.
Exactly.
It's the progression.
Exactly.
It's the reading of the defense.
Absolutely.
And he's doing it all, man.
Well,
Let's
he
go to the line.
knows Shanahan's offense inside and out.
He's mastered it so quickly.
He's just out there playing. He's not thinking. Like, you don't see him processing. He's doing it so quickly. He knows exactly where he's going.
Yeah, no, this has a good feel to the season here. Let's get to the lines out here. 888-957-9570. We got some heavy hitters on the line. Gene, Ron, and Javier. Let's start with Gene in Oakland. Uncle Gene, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. So I find this whole Taylor Swift thing pretty interesting. First of all, I'm not a Swiftie. Okay, my reaction when I finally listened to some of her music was the same reaction I had of the Beatles 60 years ago. Basically, what's the fuss? So, like you, Bonte. Well, like you, Bonte. I was kind of hoping this thing would go away, but then I thought about it again and I changed my mind. And in fact, I hope this romance blossoms to the point where she wears this boy out and he's got nothing left by the time we face him in Kansas City in the Super Bowl.
Oh, Gene, I love you.
I know what you mean, Uncle Gene. I know what you mean. I hear you.
What was the old boxer thing? No sex before boxing?
No sex before the fight. Yeah, Emmanuel Stewart, rest in peace, used to be the trainer for Tommy Hearns. They're getting ready for Marvin Hagler. And Tommy Hearns is in there getting massages on the thighs, and he's got all these people. And Emmanuel Stewart went crazy. What the hell are you doing? Your legs are going to go. And this, Tommy Hearns gets knocked out in 3 rounds in one of the more vicious fights we've ever seen in North American history. So look at Dave Bernstein here. He's an Eagle fan. Get the heck out of here.
God.
I'll deal with you in NBC. Just don't fire me. I need the checks. Uncle Gene, what's happening? Give me another point on the Niners game.
So this season is starting to look more and more like 2019 to me, too. Except that there are 2 big differences in Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. That's why we're going all the way this year, guys.
All right, that's
I would also add, Gene, Buckner was so good in 2019. 4 games in, Hargrave's been better.
Or just as good?
He's been better. He is in the backfield on every play.
And Debo's a better version of that Debo in 2019 because he knows the game.
And you didn't have Aiyuk.
And you didn't have Aiyuk.
Yeah.
He's a much better version of what Emmanuel Sanders were at that point. Now, Kittle, maybe there's a little regression here. I don't know. I think Kittle, he's waiting to erupt. This is a great problem to have. They haven't even got George Kittle involved in the passing game. In the run game, he's been a monster. A monster. They're running the ball at anybody, through anybody. But in the pass game, it's a matter of time before George Kittle gets involved and gets implemented. And he has a monster game going 6 for 148 in the touchdown.
The only time I can remember them acquiring a defensive lineman who's been this good, this quickly, is Justin Smith.
Yeah, and it took a while to see Justin Smith because I don't think he had the sack totals.
No, he didn't have sack totals, but you could tell he was a great player because he commanded double teams. Like you could just see it right away. Like he was a butt kicker. You know what I mean? And I look at Javon Hargrave, very different player,
Yeah.
And he's asked to do different things. One was a 3-4, this is a 4-3. He is in the backfield. If you go guard on him, one-on-one, he's winning.
He's winning.
If you go center on him, he's winning.
Yeah.
You have to double him.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Vacaville. I haven't heard from this guy in a while. It's the great Javier.
Let's go.
Javier in Vacaville. What's happening?
How you guys doing today, Mr. Shasky and Mr. Hill, primetime media day member? How are you?
Hey, Javier, don't do that. Look, I like the way you say Mr. Hill, but there's a little condescending tone to that, Javier. Be careful.
Get him.
Oh, relax. Now, like I was saying, the 49ers have a plethora of doubters that range from all the way to L.A. up to the sunny side of Philadelphia, if there is a sunny side. Now, what I want to know is when the Niners are talking about Super Bowl aspirations, I just don't understand how nobody outside of our Northern California range recognizes that we are the best team in the NFL. In my adult football league I play in, I argue with Eagles fans, and they just think because they talk louder that they're somehow right. I said, we have the number 1 rush in the NFL. We have the second best ranked defense, defensive rushing front seven in the NFL, and we're top 5 in pass defense. And we have a quarterback that's making $840,000, and he's throwing 21 passes and having 1 incompletion. And they say, it doesn't matter. I say, yes, it does. Because at the end of the day, when you got to put 8 in the box to stop our inside zone game, Christian McCaffrey, who's going to cover the other 3 on the perimeter? And I love how Shasky said, there's this premium put on draft picks. I don't understand why. Because it's like, it's rather the unknown rather than the known. The known is that Christian McCaffrey is a Hall of Fame talent. I'm not going to lie. When they traded Trey Lance, I was sad. But Christian McCaffrey is different. Like Matt Breida was good. You know, Elijah Mitchell was good. Frank Gore was great. Christian McCaffrey's different, cuz. He is a boy.
Javier, if there's one thing that concerns you, because you're inside out, you love this team, you're always looking to improve the football team. Is it edge rusher or is it corner?
I think you can get away with only supplementing one of those. Like, yeah, we could get the edge rusher like in Burns from Carolina, but then it's like you throw off Drake Jackson's development and or confidence.
Yeah.
And then if you don't go there, you go corner. We get a cornerback defensively in the defensive back end. Do you then eliminate Lenore, and then you waste the money on Oliver because you kick Lenore to the slot, to nickel position, and then Ambry Thomas is a wash. It's more or less what do you want to do with not the development, but you're going to hinder their overall confidence because we're playing. Right. I mean, I don't care what Eagles fans, Cowboys fans, I don't care what Speak on First Take or on Fox Sports 1. They are like, I haven't seen enough. You ain't got to see enough because when we come in there and whoop your ass, y'all gonna know what's really happening, though. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, look at Javier getting spicy out here.
I've been about this team in a long time.
All right,
Javier, they punt one time in a game. Like, that's what this offense does. And then defensively, they suffocate teams, and they force you to become one-dimensional. That's what they are.
But they force you to go into your bag of tricks. Like, Arizona had to be desperate early in that football game. They've got to go to the fake punt route on 4th and 2. They got to go for it at 4th down around midfield. They've got to do all kind of things in Arizona just to stay in the football game. And they're a plucky team. I'll give them.
No, they are.
Division games are different, too, by the way. We saw that with Eagles.
Fought hard.
Yeah.
Connor fought hard. I actually thought Connor gave the business to Fred Warner. It was the first time I've seen Fred Warner looked like he met his match.
And then he gave Talanoa Hufanga the business after the game.
James Conner's the guy I'd like to have on my team.
Well, what was going on with Hufanga? Did anybody find that out?
No, I don't know what's going on there. Did you see there was a play, Rondale Moore, who had a great game last week, did not want to go across the middle.
Of course not.
And slowed his route down and stopped. And Dobbs lost his mind. Yeah. And I was thinking, no, that was a business decision by Rondale Moore. Did you see that play?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't blame him with the way Greenlaw and Fred Warner were flying around. They each had 10 tackles yesterday.
Greenlaw was awesome.
We will both say, you know what? The linebackers really didn't pop as much as they've popped the first 3 games, yet they still end up with 10 tackles and are cleaning up everything.
And you asked Javier about, what position you'd like to shore up. It's hard for me to unsee how bad Ambry Thomas was.
Yeah.
Not that they couldn't use another edge rusher. I'd like to shore up both. Right. You're not going to, but I'd like to shore up both. Ambry Thomas cannot play.
Yeah, no doubt. He cannot.
He cannot play.
That's a problem.
That's a big problem. Isaiah Oliver needs to play over him.
Yeah, Ambry Thomas is a problem. But then again, Isaiah Oliver, when it comes to guarding quick little guys like Hollywood Brown,
not his strength.
It's a problem.
But he's smarter than Ambry Thomas.
So, post-game interaction with James Conner, here's Talanoa Hufanga. He said, honestly, I don't know what he was on. And the question was, he came to you? He came up to you. And Hufanga said, yeah, man, my man came up to me. It's all good, though. It's all respect at the end of the day. It's love for the game, but it wasn't my thing. He just wanted to show me something. I honestly don't know what he was trying to show me. He only ran for 52 yards, so I don't know what he was really on. But told him we'll see him next time. Took the L today, but they'll be good. Wait for that game in the desert. It's going to be a little physical. You know what? This rivalry needs a little spice.
It does.
You saw that with the Commanders and Eagles?
Yeah, it does.
Division games are different. I like that, Arizona. They played hard yesterday. I give them credit.
And I must say, I underrated the new jersey design with the gray is much nicer.
I like the all whites.
I do too.
I don't like their reds, but I like the all whites.
And they've got some sort of dimple pattern of some sort going on inside the numbers.
Yeah, they should do what they did back in the day. They used to wear white at home sometimes because it was always hot and stuff like that. I don't mind a team wearing white at home. I like that stuff. Anyway.
It had an Ohio State modernized feel to it.
Yeah, it was all right.
I liked it.
It was all right. It was all right.
Josh Dobbs played hard yesterday. I actually have a lot of respect for him.
They're a pesky team.
He is, and I thought that they utilized his legs really well. Gannon impressed me.
If I was them, I will move on from Kyler Murray. That's just my thoughts.
Well, they're down 21-3 in that game. I think we all thought, game over. And you know what? They kept battling, and none of his receivers were making plays late in that game. It could have been closer.
Hollywood Brown dropped some passes. Hey, look.
I do like the kid from Stanford.
Hey, look, and one thing for the gamblers out there, the good teams win, like Kansas City, like the Eagles, but the great teams cover.
14.
Covered to 14. Now it came down to the last two plays.
I know. I laid off it.
You should have. I'm glad you did. You're learning something, Shasky. You're learning something. Let's go to Ron and Hayward.
Know when to fold.
You already know who this is. The truck driver, Ron. He's in his truck right now getting ready for the Major League Baseball playoffs because its Dodgers are going back, even though they're going to fail again at some point.
Exactly.
They're not winning no World Series. Ron, what you got? What you sipping on? What type of haterade? What flavor today?
Look here. Hey, look here. Look here. You pre-crowned during the Father's Day weekend when you swept us, and I kept telling y'all, quit that damn pre-crowning, but you don't listen. You pre-crowning with these sorry whiners. Y'all ain't played nobody. I give y'all 4-0, but y'all ain't played nobody. Get to the heart of this schedule. That 49er fan just called in talking about the Eagles is walking and talking. Man, they went to your quarterbacks last year like a virus, and y'all was looking for a vaccine. And they're gonna go through y'all again. You got the Cowboys, you got the Eagles. I don't know who else you got. So y'all do all your pre-crowning. You gonna do the same thing with the Warriors, and every time y'all look silly every year.
So what you trying to say?
The Giants,
what are you trying to say?
Ron,
real quick, Ron.
That's right.
Are you trying to tell me on these great airwaves in the Bay Area, that's worldwide, on the best morning show in the Bay Area, you're going to tell me that the 49ers didn't look impressive yesterday? You're going to sit up here on the airwaves and say the Niners haven't impressed you yet. 30, 30, 30, 35. Those are the points they've scored. And heck, they've taken their foot off the gas pedal in two of these games.
Yeah, but you said about no. But I was talking about my Dodgers. You see, my Dodgers didn't go to
I don't care about your Dodgers. We don't care about baseball right now. We're on the football and basketball
baseball right now because them sorry ass Giants ain't going nowhere. I know you don't care about baseball.
They are sorry. I told you they were sorry for the last 16 months.
Sitting down looking at us.
I told you they were sorry the last 16 months.
Ron, do me a favor so we can cut this up. Say sorry ass Giants one more time for us so that we could save that soundbite.
That's right. Sorry ass Giants.
They are sorry.
I love it.
You're not lying.
That was hilarious. Save that,
You're not
Spadoni.
lying.
Spadoni, cut that up for me. Put it on the board.
You're not lying. They are sorry.
Would you call them the stinking ass Niners a couple years ago?
Oh, yeah, the stinking ass. That was after
They've come a long way.
That was after Kevin Kugler said, "Oh my goodness!" And I said, "You know what? We won't even talk about the Niners, stinking ass Niners." There's some people down there in Santa Clara weren't really happy with me about that. They really beat me up and not allowed to take my credentials and stuff like that. But they did stink. Not the stinking ass Giants. With a stinking ass front office.
Just real quick on the Giants. just real quick.
Just get Buster Posey in play here. Let Buster Posey run the show.
Yesterday. You think Jock was totally tapped in on the bench yesterday? You think he was worried about his fantasy roster and playing Pusoy or whatever it's called, card game?
I'll never forget, and I love Mark Willard. I was like, they gave Jock Million 19.6. It says 19.6. Like, we're just throwing $20 million to a softball player. We're throwing $20 million to a guy who can't catch a pop-up in left field.
And we got a Pusoy problem in the clubhouse.
And we got a Pusoy problem in the clubhouse. Get Pusoy out of here.
I mean, dude, my guy likes card games more than Gilbert Arenas does. Right? I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
That's a 4, man.
Tell me I'm wrong.
That's a 4.
We better hope Javarius Crittenden is not somewhere near Jock Peterson.
No.
Could you imagine a card game between Jock, Tommy Pham, Crittenden, Gilbert Arenas? Who else in sports should we put at this card table?
Because Jock would get slapped up, and he may get shot like your boy from Harlem Nights in the opening scene with the missing tooth.
I'm not going to go that far.
Like Jock.
Who else do we do when I close my eyes and think of card-playing sports guys? Who else is at that table?
Dude, has Jock been the same? Oh, Jordan's at the table. Barkley's
Jordan is absolutely at the table. Barkley's at the table, but he owes somebody money.
Yeah, Jock Peterson.
Jordan is absolutely at that table. Now that I'm thinking about it, he is absolutely at that table.
He knows a sucker when he sees one, and that's Jock Peterson. Let me take his money.
Yes.
I mean, Tommy Pham literally slapped the soul out of him, and he has never been the same since. That was a year and a half ago.
I mean,
like. And Farhad gave him $20 million in sympathy money. $20 million. Here you go, Jock. I feel sorry for you. He took your soul. Here's 19.6.
And if I see another member of the media, well, maybe Stephen Voigt would take the job. Maybe Bob Melvin would take the job.
God.
Can you get a little more creative than that?
I like your Will Venable idea from San Rafael High School. 3-sport star, went to Princeton. His father's
role player for a decade.
Yeah, yep. I'm not mad at that.
On the right side of Bruce Bochy every day.
I want to be inspired. All right, as a fan that is emotionally detached from the Giants. It is, how do you get me back? You didn't make a splash move. Bob Melvin doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. I know he's a local guy.
Yeah.
I know all that. And he's a nice guy to the media. That doesn't do it for me after what I've seen, what he's done with the A's and the Padres. He's Bob Melvin. He lost that clubhouse with all that talent. Now he's going to come here and commend it.
Think of the drop-off between Kyle Shanahan at the height of his powers. 30 teams would trade their coach for Kyle Shanahan. Steve Kerr. How many NBA teams are trading their coach for Steve Kerr?
Most NBA teams.
Okay. And you're going to go Bob Melvin?
Yeah, I'm good.
Let's keep going. I don't even want to talk about them anymore.
Steven
the Niners are on fire. CMC is the MVP.
Yes.
We got the best defense in football.
And there's not 6 quarterbacks taking over Brock Purdy right now.
And we get to hate watch Seattle tonight.
And I got Kyle Shanahan. Let's go. We got Cowboys week for crying out loud.
I can't
Forget
wait.
the Giants. Steven in Vacaville, what's happening?
Hey, guys. I just want to say this looks like the reminiscence of the early 90s 49ers and the Cowboys, where these two huge dudes that are just, they're on a collision course. They're about to have a huge, gigantic bomb. It's going to be the Eagles and 49ers somewhere in the playoffs. And you just see the pyramid. They're all going, they're headed right for each other, head on. It's going to be a big game. This time, hopefully, everybody stays healthy. It's going to be fun.
And it will be fun. It's Operation Home Field Advantage. Operation Home Field Advantage. Have the Niners lost a home playoff game yet at Levi's Stadium? Nope, that home field is real at Levi's. Now, you only have 4 playoff games at Levi's Stadium, but you won all of them, all right? Get the bye week. Get home field advantage. Make Philadelphia travel across the country. Make Detroit travel to the West Coast. I really like what they got going on at Levi's Stadium on that grass. This fan base is all in on them, and they've got a quarterback who's spraying the ball all over the field, and you got Christian McCaffrey. Again, Christian McCaffrey. Do you folks realize how good he is now? Do you even remember what you gave up for Christian McCaffrey?
You care.
Does ESPN want to regrade the trade? Do you want to turn that C- to an A+? Carolina gave Kyle Shanahan the ultimate weapon that was lost in the abyss. He was lost in Carolina. He was in the Sahara Desert looking for a glass of water. There was nowhere to be found. Next thing you know, John Lynch came calling. He goes, wait, California? Wait, I'm 15 minutes away from Palo Alto where I played my college football. Wait, Levi's Stadium, the same place I won a Pac-12 championship and lit USC up with a great Texas run and 3 touchdowns. I get to go back there. And now look at him. He's breaking down the team in the post-game locker room. He's telling them, hey, I'm part of this. We got something special here. Let's keep it rolling. And right now the Niners are rolling, man, because of number 23, the most important player on this offense.
Look, the way the salary cap's set up in the modern NFL, you're going to have a weakness somewhere. The Niners are so stacked, we are down to 2 or 3 spots. Maybe the right tackle isn't as good as we thought he was.
Maybe not.
Okay, maybe. But he's played pretty good. I mean, it's not like he's getting crushed week in, week out. Maybe their third corner isn't as good as we thought it was. Maybe their second corner isn't as good. Maybe we get a second or third defensive end. We're down to 3 things.
Yeah.
Okay, Moody kicked the ball out of bounds. Wow.
Twice. He's got to work on that. He did that once at SoFi Stadium. Once and the Cardinals had a couple drives midway through the game.
We all acknowledge they're so good, we have to search with a microscope to nitpick.
Think about this. Opposing teams now have to think about it like this. If we don't score 30 points, we may get blown out by the 49ers.
We're done. Absolutely done. And I love the fact that they can kind of hit the gas brake dip and put it on. 21-3, felt a little lullish.
Mm-hmm.
They punt. They kneel one before the half, which isn't a real possession to me. They go 3 and out or whatever. Purdy takes the sack. They score. It's 21-16. And then, boom, here's a 40-freaking-yard play downfield to Brandon Aiyuk. A dot.
They just stabilize the game. Let's break here. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We are live from Chase Center for Warriors Media Day. 888-957-9570. Still your show. Robin, we'll get you next after the break. Hang on, sweetie. We'll get you after the break here. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Local Arena Tickets.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Ticks.
Shasky.
All right, we are back here on a Monday morning, a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We are live from Chase Center here at the Courtside Club for Warriors Media Day. Basketball is right around the corner. Training camp starts tomorrow. First game against the Phoenix Suns, October 24th. We'll all say hello to Kevin Durant and give him one standing ovation.
Absolutely.
And then it's all from that, but we cannot discredit Kevin Durant for what he did here in a Golden State Warriors uniform. And we can't discredit what Ron Adams has done here in the organization. He is the defensive specialist. I don't even know his title anymore. It's been assistant coach, defensive coordinator. He could probably take a few things and teach us something about the 49ers defense, but it's good to see Ron Adams here bright and early here at 8:33. Ron, good morning, man.
Morning. Good to see you guys. You look good.
Yeah, well, I don't know about looking good.
I often wondered how you guys look this early in the morning, and you look really good. So.
17 cups of coffee, Coach.
Well, we look a little better because we're at Chase Center, but our shirts are usually wrinkled. We don't have on jeans, Ron. We don't do our hair. We don't put gel in it. It's a mess.
I do.
We are a mess.
What are you talking about? I do. I want to get right into this, Coach, because you're just a sports lover, okay? And we were talking about just certain players they pass the eye test. Steph Curry does not look like a prototypical, superstar NBA player because of the physique or whatever. But when you watch him play, it's just beautiful. You watch Brock Purdy, and what do you think?
I just see efficiency. It's funny how he exudes just a certain kind of confidence, efficiency, very little wasted motion in how he plays that position. And I like studying quarterbacks and just seeing how they react. But he fits hand in glove with their system, too.
100%.
And I think that's a huge part of it. But really an amazing story. But again, when you watch just again, how he connects, how he fits, I think he's a real extension for Coach Shanahan of coach's philosophy of how to play the game, which is really important. It's like a point guard who, comes over to the sideline and you're on the same page. And I don't think there's a better feeling for a coach than that.
Then when you have a special player like Christian McCaffrey, you were just raving about him during the break, Coach. How about this kid from Stafford? 4 touchdowns. And he breaks. It's like we're talking about Will Chamberlain. Right?
Yeah.
Will Chamberlain has all these records, and Steph has been able to break all these records in the Warriors franchise history. And Will has these numbers where he's averaging 50 per year.
It's video games.
It's unreal. Jerry Rice, the same thing in the NFL. He had 23 touchdowns in 1987, and he scored a touchdown in 12 straight games, which is a franchise record. Christian McCaffrey comes over, and he breaks that record, and he wins NFC Offensive Player of the Month. What about Steve Mack, Christian McCaffrey? What you see from him?
Energy. He's just a dynamo.
Yeah.
In watching the recap of many of the games yesterday, when I coached in Europe, it was funny because at the end of the week, they had the Premier League, which wasn't as big then. This was 40-plus years ago. But they had the Premier League highlights, and it was great. Like for an hour and a half, you got to see every, match. And here with football, you can do the same. But I've been impressed with his force and so many great runners in the league, and so much speed in the league. It's really amazing. Some of these teams, the athleticism and the speed of the team. And he stands out, though. He's relentless. I don't know what term, you guys have all the terms.
Yeah.
But he is just, you notice him. He is like something extra.
Yeah, it's that gravity pull, that gravitational pull like Steph Curry, who comes from a long time. You have to be aware of him. Steph Curry crosses half court, and there's 10 eyes on Steph Curry thinking, oh, dear, he's going to pull up from 30 feet, and he's going to bury us here. Christian McCaffrey, that same type of gravitational pull, where's 23 at that pass game and the run game, and it's opening up everything for everybody. Now you got a new player here in Chris Paul, who has been traded here. We all know he's a Hall of Fame point guard. He's been a rival for so long, especially with this fan base, but now he's here with the Golden State Warriors. What excites you the most about having Chris Paul on this basketball team?
Well, I'd use the word experience, first of all. He has great experience, great basketball intelligence. And I think what says the most about him is he reports to camp. Guys are playing last week. He's in great shape. He's 38 years old. And he is one of the most committed basketball players and the most competitive basketball players I think I've seen over the last X number of years. It's interesting as a rookie. I'll try to remember which team I was with, but perhaps
with a lot of them, Rod.
it was back down the pike a bit. But as a rookie, we had a timeout, and their timeout had broken earlier than ours, and he's over listening to our timeout. I was talking to him about that the other day. But, yeah, just the experience factor. I think his leadership is really going to be good for our team, especially for our younger guys. Chris is a born leader, obviously. His whole life from high school on reflects that. But I think it's important to have people coaching your younger guys, and it's not a matter of helping them grow up and develop, but it's a matter of being direct at a given moment on the court, trying to pull it all together. And I think he does that as well as anyone.
What's it look like defensively with him out there and let's say Steph out there at the same time? Do you have to maybe have certain personnel on the floor with them, or are you going to try different schemes? I know like Miami went to zone last year. They got some great players who can play great zone. Bam's such a unique player. But what do you think it looks like defensively when him and Curry are out on the floor?
To be extremely honest with you, we don't know.
Okay.
And there are some things that we'll find out once we get going. But I think the thing about Chris defensively, he's older. He's not the Chris of probably 6 years ago or whatever, but he is a very aggressive player. And he's really intelligent in playing ball screens, pick and rolls. He it has always been extremely aggressive on the ball. And so as it is with many teams in this league, you look at what you have, who's going to play, and then your defense tries to facilitate that. In other words, protecting some people who need protection. We've always done that here. And but I think he's going to fit in well in that regard. And we'll do some different stuff this year defensively. We're playing a little bit more zone, and we'll see how that works. But again, I can sit here and pontificate about what's going to happen one way or the other, but the fun thing and the exciting thing about this team right now is that it will,
play itself out,
progress.
Yeah.
And as soon as we start practicing in training camp, we're going to discover a lot. And I think what we discover will be really positive. So.
Ron Adams, assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors, been alongside for the 4 championship rings. And, a lot of people always ask Steve Kerr, man, how long do you got? Do you enjoy coaching? We're 75 years old, and you look like you're 50, Ron. You're still sipping fine wine. You still seem energetic.
He goes back to the wine.
No, he loves the wine. I got to get that in. That's, sorry.
It's 8:41 in the morning.
Hey,
Let the man live.
Low-hanging fruit, man. There's nothing wrong with a little Pinot at night.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Ron, how do you feel, man? You seemed energized. Even the last few years, you seem like you're still in tune with the defensive scheme. You're still in tune with the basketball team. I know there's rumors that, Ron, you may step away for at one point, but how long? Because it seems like you're a basketball lifer, and heck, they may have to take you up the basketball court when you're 90 years old. How long do you feel like you have left?
That's hard to say.
Yeah.
But I will say to that comment that this organization has been great to me, really, really special. I have a different role. They put up with me. I hope I contribute. But that's how I look at it. I think that what keeps me going is we have some really good young guys again. I love the young guys, just seeing how they will develop, trying to help them reach their goals. And, of course, the team is like family.
Right.
This team's been together forever. And so just seeing the growth even now, and for some of the older guys, it's a mental growth. It's a mental transition of, again, I wasn't what I was maybe 5 years ago, but I'm still really good. And that's exciting too, because my whole thing in coaching has always been just the growth factor and the people aspect of it. I can't give you chapter and verse on a lot of seasons that I've coached, but I can give you chapter and verse on the great people that I've been with in every stop. And I think you find that here,
no doubt.
on radio. If you guys didn't get along as people,
waking up with this guy,
what you do would be really, I think, dicier. And so that's the thing that is important. You know, we all like to be connected. We all like to be around a group that grows us. And I like to think that I grow every day. I learn things every day from our young coaches, and hopefully I impart things to them too.
Well, Ron, I'm glad you said that, because the gravity that I possess as a radio host has truly enabled my Splash brother over here to reach the height of heights.
He's right. He's my Batman. No doubt about it. Real quick before we get you out of here,
It's
Ron.
a total lie.
Before we get you out of here, Jonathan Kuminga. A lot of fans love him, and he has all the potential in the world. Is that a guy you're looking forward to taking that next step? Because you talk about athleticism. You talk about, we've seen flashes of him guarding some of the best offensive players in this league, and Jonathan Kuminga can hold his own at times. He also could get to the free throw line. What's it look like for him? What are you looking for in terms of that leap for this young man who's dying to play out there on the floor?
Well, the first thing I would say is the door is open for him. You know, I think it's going to be a time for him to shine. And we have Draymond down for a bit with that ankle. So, again, there's going to be some good visibility for him. I think he's growing up. He's had a good summer. I think the strength of this team is going to be our team intelligence. And there are a lot of people around him and a lot of the new guys that we have brought in who know how to play the game. And so I think this is going to help him, but I think he's growing. I mean, he's kind of on a natural growth pattern. He came in here a very inexperienced guy. And I think he, again, this is his time. Now look, this is an opportunity league. You get an opportunity, like in any sport, and then you got to run with it.
Yeah, no doubt.
And before I forget, one interesting aside, and I'm sure maybe you guys know that, but about the 49ers, getting back to them, is Cameron Brown, Mike's son, is coaching with the 49ers.
No way.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yep. I think I might be wrong on this, but he has some responsibilities with maybe the linebackers.
Oh.
And it's really great. And Mike is you know, really, really happy about it and so on. But he's a really gifted kid.
No wonder Kings players are coming down to 49ers.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, Hufanga and De'Aaron Fox were exchanging uniforms.
Keegan
and stuff.
Murray was down there. And, Kevin Horter or whatnot. But no doubt.
Mike is just over the moon.
That's cool.
And Cameron's a great kid. He's a football player. Went to Case Western Reserve. Case Western.
State? Yeah. Oh, Northwestern.
Case Western.
Oh, Case
We'll look
Western.
that up right now.
Yeah.
We'll look that up right now. This is why we always have you on, Ron.
Really great academic school, and I thought he was going to go into business.
Yeah.
But he played football, loved it. And I think he played in Europe for a year in
outside linebackers coach.
Yeah.
Case Western Reserve University.
Yep. Case Western Reserve.
There you go. 25 years old. Defensive quality control.
Usually coaching's a calling.
I love Big Mike. And but you know, I've never seen a happier papa. So,
well, as you said, opportunity, right, for Jonathan Kuminga. Draymond Green got his opportunity once David Lee got hurt that first year you guys were all together. And look at Draymond Green now. He's walking into the Hall of Fame. At one point, Brock Purdy taking advantage of our opportunity. Now he's going 20 for 21 on a Sunday afternoon. So, Ron, we can't wait for the season. Training camp starts tomorrow. It's always good to talk to you. Let's do it again soon. Appreciate the time and all the wisdom. Yeah. We always learn something with Coach Ron Adams.
Be well. You look good.
Oh,
you're both young. World's at your feet, so keep going.
We're trying to. Yep. I need him to carry me.
Yeah,
or Raymond Ritter.
Yeah.
Raymond Ritter.
We
just don't follow behind Matt Steinmetz. That's all.
Never ages.
No, he doesn't.
You know. Now you talk about a guy who likes his job.
Oh well.
I mean, we know.
You know,
we know. He likes his suits. You notice him? You see the change in him since you guys started winning championships?
He's dressing better.
He looked like a pallbearer for his first few years with the Warriors. Now look at him.
Wow.
Purple, pink. I know, not that much.
Yeah.
He's always been.
That's that bus up that ran him
A lot
over.
of colors. A lot of colors.
Yes, exactly.
Goodness.
A little swagger from old Raven Ritter. Nah, Ron, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks for the time. Always.
see you,
Ron
guys.
Adams, assistant coach with
You
Golden
have
State Warriors, of course.
a great rest of the year.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
absolutely.
Hell
We'll
yeah.
try. We'll try. It's easy with you guys back in the fray. Warriors starting hoops, and then, of course, the 49ers going 4-0 to start the season. It's easy to do this job. It gets easier. Now, talk to us about baseball, and then we'll get sidetracked. Anyway.
No more Giants talk.
Yeah, 888-957-9570
Thanks, Coach.
is the phone number. We're getting right back into the 49ers. Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening?
up, Robin?
Hey, Sugars. Good morning. So I'm not nitpicking here at all. I don't think you guys know I nitpick like that. But I just want to say this though, that I think a lot of fans. I don't know. I tend to dismiss a lot of the youngins. I'm sorry, youngins. I just sometimes you
In terms of what, Robin?
Huh?
In terms of what?
I think because they don't play. They could play more dominant. They just don't play dominant. That's what I want to say. So I'm always sitting on edge with them. But in particular, they played more dominant to me on defense in this season so far. And this is what I want to ask you guys. Having said that, I was listening to the post-game show last night. You guys used to do it, but I don't know who the two do it now. But they brought up a point about some of the defensive schemes. I'm not educated enough to recall them, but they thought that some of them were out of whack. They were wondering why Wilkes was doing this, why he was doing that, how some of the schemes were being lined up. And I'm wondering if you guys can speak to that, and could that be the reason for the lack of pass rush that we have been seeing in games, aside from, Nick Bosa not being there and getting in condition, but could that be attributed to that, if you can elaborate on that? Because what happens is if they don't get that pass rush, then the secondary is exposed, and the secondary has been a problem for a while. My main problem with the Niners and watching them and what appears to be their lack of defense is, can they beat the teams that they need to be in the trenches? I want you guys to be honest. We're on cloud 9 right now, but let's look at it. Can that defense beat the Philadelphia's offensive line in the trenches? Can they match in the trenches? I love you guys. Bye.
I think they can. I think they can slow down Philadelphia. Philadelphia's got some issues, even though they're 4-0 and they're feeling good, and they should feel good. If you're an Eagles fan right now, I'm not complaining about anything. You're 4-0. You're not playing the best football right now. But the difference with this 49ers team is this offense can pick up the slack for the defense if they do slip at times. They can pick up the slack. We've seen that in the New York Giants game. We saw that in the Rams game where the defense failed to get a stop in the first half, and the Rams put up 17. Well, guess what? The offense was able to match the Rams' point total, and then go into the second half where the defense was able to clean some things up and get more aggressive with the blitz or whatnot. I think it's too early to tell whether or not this defensive line is taking a step back. They've been fine, especially against the run game. You have to give Arizona credit. These teams get paid, too. Mm-hmm. The play-action pass was working. They kept the Niners off balance a couple times there. There are some adjustments, and then you look up at the scoreboard, they score 16 points. All right? So, yes, there's some things to clean up. Trust me, the cornerback spot is worrisome. Opposite edge rusher of Nick Bosa, to me, is a concern. Who's going to step up on that side of the ball? But overall, when you're scoring 30, 35, 30, you're putting so much pressure on that opposing offense to be nearly perfect. That's where the turnovers happen.
I get where Robin's coming from. Don't overthink it. They're a powerhouse. Offensively, they just do everything well. You want to throw the ball down the field? They can do that. You want to keep it intermediate? They can do that. All the short stuff around the line of scrimmage? They can do all of that. You want to use Christian McCaffrey exclusively out of the I formation or a single back formation? He can run it right down your throat. Pick the area where they're struggling right now offensively.
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, they punted one time yesterday.
They're not.
All right,
They're
and then
carving people
defensively, they are suffocating teams. Look at the third down conversion rates on every single game that they play. Now, You go, Joe, well, they're played nobody. They haven't played a formidable opponent. That's not how the NFL works. You don't run a gauntlet in the playoffs of you got to face Kansas City and then Buffalo and then Dallas and then Philly. You only got to play one of those guys at a time.
No doubt.
So we're not going to get this true indication on can they beat Philly. Heck, we don't even know if these two teams are going to match up against each other in the playoffs. Now, I'm looking at them and I'm looking at Philly and I'm projecting what it's going to look like. And yes, they look like a stiff task. Their offensive line is dynamic. Their defensive line has elite pass rushers. So do the Niners. So I think it's going to be a great matchup. The only matchup I can look at over the last 10 games or so where I can say it felt very equal, Cowboys-Niners in the playoffs. Yeah. Felt like an equal matchup. And what did it come down to? Dak turned the ball over. Brock Purdy did not.
Yep.
And that's why they won that game.
You talked about the schedule and who you play. And I remember all the hype the Steelers got. We all thought that would be a close game. But, okay, say if you do play mediocre teams, and say Pittsburgh goes on to be 9-8 or 8-9, whatever, they have quarterback issues. They're not buttoned up offensively. They missed Deontay Johnson yesterday. The Rams, they're 2-2. We don't think they'll be a playoff team, but McVay's a good coach. They have some solid players there. You got a quarterback in Stafford.
They're not dead yet.
Get it done. They're not dead quite yet. And who they play? The New York Giants, who are not good, but they were a playoff team last year. Okay, so you beat those teams. But it's how you beat those teams.
Exactly.
Are you eking by? Exactly. Are you winning by a late field goal by Jake Moody? Are you know what I'm saying?
Look
it's
at
how
the offensive yardage versus the defensive yardage.
The way they've been
dominant.
The way they dominated Pittsburgh, that game was over 2 plays into the third quarter.
Exactly.
It was done. The Niners could have dropped 40 on them. The New York Giants had a short week. You play without Brandon Aiyuk. Okay, sure. The Cowboys dominate them 40-0. You beat them 30-12 going away. All right. It's how you beat these teams. They're dominating these football teams. They were dominant yesterday. Now when they play the big boys and the Eagles and the Cowboys next week, it's not going to look that pretty. But do you get the win and do you have control of the football game? They have control basically every game with the exception of the first half against the LA Rams. And they took control right before halftime, controlled the third quarter, and won that game going away. The Rams kick a late field goal to push the spread or whatnot. But they won that game going away. So it's how you beat these teams. They're dominating these teams. You don't make the schedule. The NFL schedule makers do.
And they look buttoned up. Like, that's the other thing. You're not seeing a lot of pre-snap penalties. You're seeing a team on the first drive of every game march right down the field. Like, there's all these hallmarks of what a good buttoned-up team looks like.
You come out and shut down the opposing offense to open the game. They've done that. Not one offense, whether it's Pittsburgh, the Rams, the Giants, or the Cardinals, has scored on their opening drive. What do you do offensively with the football when you get it? Well, you go down and score. You scored 7 against Pittsburgh. You scored 7 against the Rams. You kick a field goal against the Giants, and you score 7 yesterday. So you scored on every single drive to start the game, and you haven't given up anything. It's the only team to do that in the NFL this season.
Well, and you're spreading the ball around to playmakers. It's not just Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's carrying us, and that's it. Yes, CMC has been spectacular. I believe him to be an MVP candidate. Brandon Aiyuk's also having a monster start to the season. And Debo looks a little tentative yesterday. Socks down. Don't know what that was in the first half. And George Kittle, they've only really had to, break glass in case of emergency when Brandon Aiyuk was out against the New York Giants. So
what team doesn't have flaws right now? What team doesn't? Detroit has a loss because of secondary play and defense. I think is a bit leaky, but they have a great offense.
Yes.
I'll give them that. I don't want to say great, a very good offense that has potential to be great. I still have reservations about Jared Goff in the big game. Okay. We'll get there. But Philadelphia, they could complain all they want to about being in these tight games and not being buttoned up. Well, I look up, they're 4-0. And the Commanders gave them issues last year. They were able to come back and win that game in overtime. And division games are different. You know my theory on that one.
Sam Howell played up and down.
And B&B's got that offense rolling. They're starting to figure some things out with their running backs and their wide receivers. But they're 4-0. The Kansas City Chiefs, they're undefeated. The one loss against Detroit without Kelsey, Chris Jones. They're 3-1. They know they have things to work on. But you're 3-1, and they're proven.
Yes.
Buffalo, one loss. They've got some problems in the secondary now with the Achilles to Tre'Davious White there at the cornerback spot. But you know what? They have a great offense, and they're rolling. So you got the top teams that all have little flaws here. So we could nitpick all day long if we want to. The fact is you score 30, 30, 30, and 35. You're shutting down teams. You're playing good situational football.
2 moments in a month of football. 2 moments where you're like, maybe they give the lead up here.
No.
Like, they think about what we're talking about.
There was I didn't stress one bit because you know what great teams do?
They bounce back.
Okay, 21-16, there's a little adversity.
Yeah.
And good teams like adversity.
Yes.
I'm thinking about Mike Norvell in Florida State when he's telling them after the Clemson game, hey, we bring on adversity. Well, that was an adverse situation there, up 21-16. First play action pass, Brandon Aiyuk, you're already at midfield cooking. You restore momentum, you stabilize the football game, and you put up a touchdown when you needed it.
Well, and I was worried about this special teams unit because we talk offense. He was, maybe the field goal kicker's not that great. Maybe the return game won't be great.
Right.
I feel like Ray's going to bust one soon.
Right.
Ray has had some really nice returns.
And you got
I feel very confident with him back there.
Let's go to the lines. Let's get to Chambry in Arizona, then we get to Nick in Berkeley here on the Roast. What's up, Chambry?
Hey, fellas, appreciate you taking the call. I just woke up not that long ago, so sorry if I'm repeating something that's already been said.
You're all good.
But, man, I can't even put into words how great this team is. I mean, CMC dominated yesterday, and what gets brushed under the rug in the national media is Brandon 7-11 Aiyuk's 6 receptions for 148. I mean, how insane is that? And to anyone that, keeps doubting Brock Purdy's noodle arm and not being able to throw outside the hash marks, Mr. Nick Wright, oh, look, I counted how many throws it took. It doesn't matter what you say, you jabroni. Shut your mouth, you candy ass. He just proved everything. I'm out.
All right. Look, there's zip on the football. There's ball placement. There's quarterback in the offense. There's getting the ball to your playmakers with a chance to run. Your playmakers have a chance to run. As Mike Tomlin, I love this term, space eaters. You got a bunch of space eaters out here. Christian McCaffrey eating up space. Brandon Aiyuk, 6 targets, 6 catches. Hey, he was perfect in Pittsburgh. He had 8 catches on 8 targets.
It's not just the tiny little paper cuts.
No.
In the words of Mike Tomlin, splash plays. They do splash plays as well. I mean, Brandon Aiyuk, who he called 7-11, meaning he's always open.
Yeah.
20, 34, 25, 42, 11, and 16. Those were what his yardages were on each of those catches. Those are splash plays. He had 2 bombs. Not 1, 2.
We're going to get into CeeDee Lamb a little bit later in the week and the star receiver for the Dallas Cowboys who was taken in that high-profile draft with Justin Jefferson and Henry Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy and Chase Claypool, who's not even going to be with the Bears this week. He's got his own issues. Michael Pittman Jr., who's trying to work it out with his quarterback, Anthony Richardson. Last 31 games for each of those players. CeeDee Lamb has had 257 targets compared to 202 targets for Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay.
And this is something I started tracking. 50 less, basically. 55 less, I should say, when you do the math. 55 less targets. Now, Aiyuk has 142 catches. CeeDee Lamb has 176. CeeDee Lamb has 2,273 yards and 12 touchdowns. When you look at the less opportunities for Brandon Aiyuk, he's making the most of it. 2,065 yards, 14 touchdowns. And the catch radius is a lot better for catch percentage is a lot better for Brandon Aiyuk.
Interesting.
He's catching about over a 70% clip. CeeDee Lamb's at 68.5%. So CeeDee Lamb gets a lot more opportunities to thrive, but you look at the production, and Aiyuk is right there in the last 31 games. And you can look at the Niners and all these weapons. For the most part, Aiyuk's been the 4th option.
Well, and Purdy clearly trusts him and is maximizing him, and he's been awesome with that. The only question on this team, can the quarterback stay healthy and win the big one? That's it. That's to me, because everything that I've seen thus far,
he hasn't lost a game that he's finished.
That's what I'm saying. Even if he has a stretch of 3 bad games, I think he'll bounce back. Hypothetically, he'll bounce back. He'll figure it out. He's maximized CMC. He's maximized Debo when he needs to. Kittle when he needs to. Aiyuk when he needs to. He plays complementary football, given where he gets the ball on the field because of the defense. I feel like the defense plays complementary football. With him, they can pin their ears back once they get a lead.
You have an offense that can carry the defense when they slip. And that's the first time you've had under Shanahan. Think about that. The old school Niner teams, they would come out so fast where the defense is like, oh, we got a 21-0 lead. Let's go hunt, boys. Fred Water Company's starting to sniff that. They're starting to say, we just got to do our jobs because we got an offense that can complement us and score. And they're going to put pressure on so many offenses because their ability to score 30-plus a game.
What does Draymond Green call it? 16-game players versus 82-game players? Brock Purdy's clearly proven he's a 16, 17-week player, meaning he could play in the regular season. We all can see it. If you can't see it, you must be blind. Stevie Wonder can see it, in the words of Guru, right? So, can he do what he needs to do in the 4 or 5 games that it takes in the playoffs? That's really or 3 or 4 games, excuse me. That's the question. That's it. And he's done it. He's won a couple of games in the playoffs. Can he do it at the highest level? We know Burrow can be one of those kind of guys. We know Allen can win a game in the playoffs. Mahomes clearly can win all the games in the playoffs. Can Purdy? That's the remaining question, and I think he can do it.
You talk about not aging one bit, man. Bruce Frazier, Q, man, he's looking good. Had a hell of an offseason, it looks
Good
like,
to
man. We're going to get another assistant Warriors coach on. Bruce Frazier, Q. He's been a part of the run here, 4 championships. As you're listening to 95.7 The Gabe, KGMG FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. And shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Q, good morning, man. It's a mouthful right there, right?
Yeah.
Could you do this job, man? What about the 49ers? You can talk Niners all day, right?
I love the Niners. Love Johnny Lynch and the crew, San Diego guy, and Kyle, and those guys do a great job, and a bunch of great players. Fun to watch.
Yeah, they are. We were talking about, when we see CMC, we knew from afar he was really good.
Right.
And then you see him every single game, you're like, oh, he's even better than I thought, right? So same thing with Kevin Durant. Like, from afar, we're watching him like, oh, he's really good. And then you see him every night, and you're like, oh, yeah, he's way better than what it is. What's it like when a locker room gets that kind of like jolt of another superstar to join forces and kind of elevates the entire harbor?
It's everything. I mean, we felt it with Kevin, and we had some magic even before he showed up.
Absolutely.
And I think the Niners had a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But when you add a talent like that, it just makes everything better. And man, those guys are rolling and super fun to watch.
Well, we're talking about gravitational pull, right? When McCaffrey's out there, his gravity to where defense is like, okay, where's number 23 at? Where's number 23 at? Just opened up everything for everybody. You guys had the same thing here with Stephen Curry. We talk about the gravity. He crosses half court. There's 10 eyes on him. It's like, oh, dear God, he's going to shoot from the logo. What's going on here? Just coaching that and warming up with him. Does it ever get old for you, Q? Because you've been right there with him where he's hitting these crazy threes in warm-ups. I mean, that's a game within itself.
It never gets old. I mean, to be around that kind of talent, and you see it daily, and then see it, on the big scale at night and in the playoffs and the championships. I mean, Steph is magical, and his gravity, like you guys mentioned, McCaffrey pulls everything, and gives you space. And then I would throw Clay into that too.
Yeah.
And Clay, and when you have two guys like that really, with the gravitational pull, and then you got guys like Looney and Draymond that can get those guys the ball, which we've seen. I think what you're going to see even more now is CP. I mean, CP and Clay and Steph have all been playing, like he's an elite playmaker. And he's been really fun to watch in this kind of preseason stuff. So, gravitational pull with the guys around that can make it all happen.
Yeah, I think last year there were times, I'm sure that you guys have addressed this, publicly. This is difficult. It felt like Clay was being forced to put the ball on the ground, and he made some plays, but that's not necessarily a strength of his. What does it look like for CP3, Steph, Clay? How do they maximize those shooters alongside CP3? Because I feel like it's going to open up a whole nother layer for Klay Thompson this year.
Yeah, I mean, it just, Clay is an elite shooter. When you got a guy like CP that can get you the ball not only at the right time but in the right place, his passing accuracy is just on the money. So Clay, his numbers have been crazy, just shooting percentage-wise in some of the pickup games, and because of CP's ability to kind of get him the ball where and when. And Draymond is very good at that too, and so is Loon.
Absolutely.
But it's always when, but not always where. CP throws balls right to the shooting pocket without knocking, and so they've been fun to watch, and he's an elite talent in our league, and so it's been fun to see the connection between some of those guys. But Clay is in great shape and healthy, and I think physically better. So he's been shooting it at a high clip, and I'm excited to see how he gets off.
With the struggles in the Lakers series, a lot of people acted like Clay had a terrible season. He led the league in 3-point makes there, coming back from that gruesome injury and not having it all season. But one guy, as we're talking to Bruce Frazier, Q, as we all know him as assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors, been alongside the ride for the 4 championships. One guy that's been flying under the radar, and he really was lost last year after the right adductor strain, and of course he had to go away for personal reasons, but that's Andrew Wiggins. And what Andrew Wiggins did during that championship run, and I thought he was playing his best basketball up until he suffered that right adductor strain. Where is he at? Because I think you mentioned Clay and Steph with CP3. What about a guy like Andrew Wiggins who could play above the rim, and he's locking down top opposing players on the offensive end? Where is Andrew Wiggins at? Because I think that is the X factor if you guys want to get back to the promised land, which of course is the NBA Finals.
He's a big piece to what we do. You know, I probably unfairly haven't mentioned him in some of those sentences.
Right.
But he's a lockdown defender, versatile. You know, he can guard multiple positions, and he's a scorer.
Yep.
You know, people his percentage, like his shooting percentages, are higher than you think, and you kind of underestimate his ability. But he's a prolific scorer. Great defender and a really good teammate. Good guy to have in the locker room. Doesn't say a lot, does his job, and we rely on him heavily to match up against usually the best player every night on the opposing team, and he's versatile.
Yep.
So he's a really kind of undervalued, or maybe not undervalued, but doesn't get probably quite the recognition.
That flies under that radar,
kind of under the radar, where you're like, man, Wiggs is, you know, when Wiggs is out, you feel it, and you know someone's really good when you say, oh, darn it, we don't have Wiggs.
Got to want to use a dump on here, Q.
It's okay.
No, you're like our roasters, our callers.
Similar.
There's somebody every day that drops a bomb before let a word or something. That's just the way our show rolls.
I feel
It's all
comfortable with
good.
you guys.
It's all good.
We're in like the era, and the Warriors kind of ushered it, Miami as well, of like positionless basketball. We've got a lot of great skill. So many small guys, though.
Yep.
You know, and I look at it like the league right now is being dominated by Jokic. And Anthony Davis was spectacular, obviously, in that series. How do you guys evolve as a roster? How do you guys put out the best team out there with those dominant bigs? I know it's matchup dependent, but how do you get some of these younger guys contributing when lack of size is a problem for you? And I'm looking at this roster, and it's really like Kevon Looney and Draymond Green and not a lot else.
Sarge,
so how do you get,
too,
and Sarge is another one. How do you get some of these guys maybe playing bigger than their size?
Well, that's without taking the out on the good question. That's to be determined. You know, we kind of have always been strength in numbers without going back to that tagline, but that's who we've always been. We're really good when we play small. You know, you could say, well, what are you going to do against Jokic and some of these other monsters in our league? He's probably number one, but who can guard Jokic? I mean,
Bam struggled.
It's just there's some really good centers in our league, but who does guard Jokic well? So, you know, he's always a problem for opposing teams every night. I think with us, the biggest strength we have is just the versatility and the ability to play with two bigs and Draymond and Loon, or go small and just play with one of them. And then, you know, Saric adds us kind of a space big that can guard some of the bigs in our league and also space them out. So we'll be really potent offensively. You know, it's like I said to start, it'll be a to be determined as to how we go and how those lineups unfold. But I think the versatility of it all is kind of the exciting part of it.
Before we let you go, real quick, Q, do you get a kick out of everybody making a big deal about who starts and who plays in that opening? Like, to me, it's always been who's on the court in the last 5 to 6 minutes. Like, hey, who's starting out and blah, blah, blah. When we're on talk radio, I think it's rare when we talk about the first 5 minutes of the game, unless Steph Curry erupts for 7 threes. You don't get where I'm going, Q?
It doesn't matter. You know what matters is winning.
Yes.
You know, winning matters. And, you know, coming down the stretch of games, that's the key to it, and how it finishes. So you can, you know, we've been historically a team that starts different players at times based on matchups, especially in the playoffs. And we won't change from that. You know, it'll really be about this year about who finishes and what the result is.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, Q, good to hear from you, man. Good to see you. You have age. Do you know that YouTube has this most interesting man in the NBA, and it's a montage of Q?
Really?
Yeah. You haven't seen it? Check that out.
No one wants to see that. That's a scrapbook that's gone away.
People got too much time on their hands, right?
Exactly.
All right, they're picking on the assistant
That's why
coach.
we have a show.
Q, always good to talk.
Good to see you,
man.
Yep,
Good luck this season.
Appreciate
Training
it.
camp starts
Thank
tomorrow.
you.
Media day today. Bruce Fraser, one of the most interesting men in the NBA. He really is. Q here on the Morning Roast. But Shasky, man, the soda diet is kicking up. It's picking up, man. I got to get into the suit later on today, sitting there, and the button may be popping out.
No, you look great. What are you talking about?
I mean, soda's helping me out. I had to get back on it. I was like, dude, I need to step it up with soda. Get these protein bars, get these cereals, get the soups going in order.
Did you bring any for me?
I did not. Do you need it? You look like you're in great shape. You've been at the old club working out, but soda, the nationwide weight loss program, 100% over the phone with weekly weigh-ins. I have mine Friday at noon. I'm feeling good about where my weight is. I haven't gained much at all, so I'm back to where I need to be. It's not a workout program. No counting calories, no pills, appetite suppressants, no pills at all. That's a good thing. All about learning healthy, sustainable nutrition, like eliminating those chips past 6:30, eliminating those Milky Ways and those Snickers or whatnot. You can't have that stuff. And the sodas. Don't drink soda, folks. It's not good for you. So they teaches you, it creates good habits via a personalized eating plan, accountability, and it's simple to follow, and big results will show. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. That's SodaWeightLoss.com. Say it with me now. Soda is state-of-the-art. 888-957-9570. Getting right back into the 49ers. Nick, Jaime, and the rest of you on hold. Stay on hold. We'll get to you after the break, and that's presented by Maker Faire.
Now through October 29th at Big O Tires.
Motion by McCaffrey. The swing to McCaffrey. Use check blocking out front. Oh, a hurdle for McCaffrey. Limping his way for the touchdown. Keitrell Clark, the rookie from Louisville, looked up to see McCaffrey fly over him.
Yeah, I think, especially like I said, on this team, it's about showing up every day. The standard is so high. You know, Trent's a Hall of Famer, arguably the best left tackle to ever play. I mean, you got guys on this team who the standard was set. You know, they built this culture for 6 years. They went through a lot of tough days. Obviously, I had my good times and bad times in Carolina, and to come into a team where the culture is set and to watch the way that these guys play, it forces you to want to elevate your game and do everything you can for them because you know they're doing the same for you.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
A lot going on there. Kevin Kugler on a call for Fox Sports. I thought he was going to give me an oh my goodness, Christian McCaffrey.
Hey, when he jumped right there and he made that play, I think we all said the same thing. The whole group there was like, "Oh my God, McCaffrey!" Yeah. I kept thinking about this. He's bringing up Trent Williams in that little clip there. Yeah. He went from a team with not one other player on offense who would be considered a fringe Pro Bowler to a team with nothing but Pro Bowlers.
No doubt.
He went from the outhouse to the penthouse.
No, he really did last year when the 49ers made that trade for him. And nobody cares about the picks they gave up for him. Nobody cares about the grade ESPN gave him because Christian McCaffrey scored 4 touchdowns yesterday. He's the first player in franchise history to have over 100 scrimmage yards plus a touchdown in each of the team's first 4 games. That's a franchise record. He also set a franchise record by scoring a touchdown in 13 straight games, breaking Jerry Rice's record back in 1987 when Rice scored 23 touchdowns in 12 football games. That is impressive. I don't know if that's ever going to be broken in 49er history, but McCaffrey has a shot. He definitely has a chance.
In terms of great trades, last 30 or so years in the bag. Jeff Kent comes to mind. Hunter Pence comes to mind. Jason Schmidt comes to mind.
Wiggins.
Baron Davis, Andrew Wiggins. Like, McCaffrey's better than all those, right?
It's getting closer and closer. Wiggins helped you get to a championship. He was the second most important player on the team. Now, with Christian McCaffrey in this offense,
the championship does make it different. It does make
and what
a big
Andrew
difference.
Wiggins did on that stage, you cannot dispute that. It was an awesome trade. Baron Davis was a very good trade.
It was a great trade.
Very good trade. A sneaky trade was Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut.
Well, absolutely.
To clear the deck for Steph Curry and Klay Thompson.
Even if we were to rank it, it's unfair to Bogut. He was worth more than this.
No doubt.
Third or fourth most important guy on the floor?
Maybe, yeah. But
he was worth more than that because that feels like I'm diminishing him. I don't want to do that.
But no, this trade is going to be talked about.
He's the best player on the team.
Fred Dean, which spurred the Niners to a championship.
Absolutely.
To a
40
world
years ago,
championship.
but yes.
Exactly. So, Christian McCaffrey special. By the way, we are live from Chase Center here at the Courtside Club for Warriors Media Day. Steiny and Guru on deck. I know Steiny's happy. Basketball's back, but he's also hyped off the 49ers. By the way,
and
if you want to hear
by the Giants.
Well, speaking of the Giants, if you want more Giants talk, check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Season may be over. Say love to Joe Shasky are going to jaw jack all through the offseason, and they bring you the best Giants content here in the Bay Area. New episodes every single week. Be sure to like and subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. Did you see
Friday?
Friday, what happened Friday?
Friday, there was an orange-haired, because that's what color his hair is, a Sam Lubman interviewing
Oh, yeah, he was all over
Logan
the TV
Webb.
screen. He was all over my screen.
over it.
All over it.
I mean, he was giving you the best coverage of the Giants all year long. You got to follow him, Sam Lubman.
No doubt. He's our unofficial 95.7 The Game insider when it comes to the Giants. We'll get to the Giants a little bit tomorrow.
No, today's not the day.
Today's not the day. I just, for the life of me, I'm trying to make sense of keeping Farhan Zaidi around when he ushered out Bruce Bochy, which we all, at the time, I think a lot of Giants fans say, okay, Bruce Bochy may be getting all the
there's a way to do it. I agree.
And then you hire Kapler,
it was also
who came in with baggage. Yeah, Rigetti.
Remember, they did to Rigetti, too.
Yeah, no doubt. And he doesn't get the headlines, but you're right about that. But you hire Kapler with all the bags that he had coming in from the L.A. system and the Philadelphia Phillies by getting fired there. Howard Eskin told us, the king of radio in Philadelphia, or the king of sports, said that he's too much of a player's manager, and you saw that play out here in San Francisco. But then they're going to give him another chance to hire another manager? I just don't. I don't get it. But we'll get into that tomorrow. Let's go to the lines.
I think he's forfeited the right to hire another manager. Personally, I believe the roster's not. I don't care if I give you, John McGraw in his prime. He's not winning 80 games with his team.
Greg Johnson. It's not too late. It's not too late. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening?
I'll give you Nick's
I'm telling you right now,
There he is.
the Niner train is coming to your town, and we're going to run you over like we're running everybody over. And for the first time in a very long time, we have a unified locker room, and there's no quarterback controversy. And, man, it feels really good to go out there and see our defense not have to win every game and save the day for Jimmy G, could throw some dumb interception when we're up by 3, or we're down in the red zone, going for 3. No, we're going in the end zone. We're getting touchdowns. We're extending big leads. We're not sitting up there up by 5, up by 6, up by 4. We're letting teams have it. And let me tell you something, for that cat out in Philly, the grave digger's coming for you, baby, because Hargrave knows all the ins and outs about you, young Jalen. We're coming for you, Eagle fans. We're going to take all your feathers off and make pillows out y'all. That's what's going down. Let's go.
That's
and
Nick in
Farhead,
Berkeley.
you suck.
That's Nick in Berkeley. I want to know from the fans. We've seen a lot of great offenses way back in the day. It's been a long time. Like,
What was the last great 49er offense?
I would say 98. Can we call the Harbaugh era?
2012 was pretty dynamic.
It was good, but it had its limitations.
I mean, when you look at the first, whatever it was, 8 games, they were comparing and contrasting. Kaepernick threw for like 300 more yards than Purdy. And Purdy's been amazing. Right. But and he also ran for like another 800 yards. It was, on top of, throwing for touchdowns. Things. I know.
But when you look at the explosion and the dynamic and the synergy and, there's no delay game penalties.
No.
You're not burning timeouts just to get into a set. How many times we saw that? Exactly. It just looked different.
I agree with that.
It had limitations to it. This offense is the best offense I've seen in the 49er uniforms. It's probably 98. Maybe Garcia, you want to give him 01,
I would say that 03, 02, when they had Hurst go for 1,000 and Owens went for 1,000.
But you didn't have the weapons that this offense has.
Eric Johnson is not Kittle.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
And Ty Streets or J.J. Stokes is not Debo or Aiyuk.
I would take...
Even though T.O. is better than both of those
T.O., Ty Streets, I would take the combination of Debo and Aiyuk over that. No doubt.
I would too.
And in the running back room, it's not even close.
Well, Charlie Garner was good. And then
Charlie
they lost
Garner was
him,
good.
But he wasn't.
He's not Christian McCaffrey.
And neither was Garrison. And Garrison was amazing.
He's not. So this offense
he's a whole nother level.
This offense is going to put the Niners in a lot of football games where even next week, if they fall behind to the Dallas Cowboys, because I think that game is going to be tough. This Dallas Cowboys defense,
of course, it's going to be tough.
They woke up from the Arizona game, and maybe we didn't give enough credit to Arizona last week, but we also didn't look at the fact that Dallas just lost their star corner, Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a hangover there, and not as well as not playing with 3 offensive linemen on that starting unit. But they come in here at 3-1, and that defense is humming. They got Michael Parsons, who has an argument to be the best defensive player in pro football. He's on a short list.
We will compare him and Nick Bosa this week.
He's on a short list.
Yes.
T.J. Watt, Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa. There's some big boys out here getting after the quarterback. Khalil Mack was 6 sacks yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, the Raiders, Josh McDaniel.
And then let me throw my rookie under the bus.
I mean, did he really?
Oh, you didn't hear that?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was throwing the rookie under the bus, Aiden O'Connell. That his decision-making and not being prepared. I mean, it was bad.
Oh, well, I saw...
Spadoni, am I wrong?
I saw some memes from Raider fans saying they're just waiting for the Adam Schefter alert. Josh McDaniel has been relieved from duties as coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, so they're already out on Josh McDaniel.
Well, I'll tell you this, the amount of people that I know who are Raider fans in my life, they're like, we underrated the heart attack that is Jimmy Garoppolo playing quarterback for your team.
Yeah, no doubt. They're already done with Jimmy Garoppolo. Two games. They're done with them. They are. Really.
We did 5 seasons.
Jaime, it's Pablo. Jaime, what's happening?
What's up, Jaime?
Hey, guys, good morning. So, caller right before me stole my whole thing. When was the last time? Let me ask you guys a question, honestly. Yesterday's game was a 5-point game when the Cardinals scored in the second half, and then we came back up. And, just remember, think about this. When the Jimmy days or whatever, that 5-point game, we would have been 3 and out, and then here comes the defense having to save us. Right? We're over here nitpicking on the defense, whatever. The defense has been saving our butts for the past 6 years. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Now it's like you have this confident thing. I'm gonna bring up some names. You have the Chiefs, Mahomes, or Tom Brady with the Patriots. When their teams will get scored on, their fans were just chilled. Why? Because we got the quarterback. We got Brady. We got Mahomes. They're gonna come back. I think we need to start getting in that mode. Right? We got Purdy. This kid. He proved it last season against the Raiders in Vegas. We had to come down and score. He scored against the Cowboys in the playoffs. He drove the ball down the field and we scored. I mean, when was the last time, you guys just talked about this, when was the last time in 98, the Jeff Garcia days, where we used to feel a little bit confident, okay, the offense has scored. but not like this, though. And then let's talk about this. When was the last time we had an MVP candidate? Christian McCaffrey is up there. Right now, the first 4 games, easily MVP, right? Am I right or wrong?
Well, no, you're 100% correct. And I can't think of the last time the Niners had a legitimate candidate through a month in the season.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the numbers here. 49ers in the 49ers history of offensive football. 2019, they were second in points, fourth in yards, eighth in points.
But they didn't have an MVP.
But it just looked different.
They didn't have an MVP on that. Like, a real legitimate.
No. The team was led by the defense.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
And they played in all kinds of tight games.
Shanahan scheme days played in a lot of tight games. Garoppolo had his moments, though.
No doubt.
He showed up on Halloween against Arizona, throwing for over 400, threw for over 400 against them at Levi Stadium, rallying from a 16 up the deficit. We know about the Superdome game in New Orleans, but that was so long ago. That offense didn't look like this.
No.
The last time the Niners had a really prolific offense, got to go back to 03, as you mentioned, 9th in points, 5th in yards. But didn't even go back farther than that. You go at the 01 Niners, 3rd in points, 4th in yards, 2000, 6th in points, 4th in yards.
And that was a bad
really
team,
good.
2000.
It wasn't the greatest team.
No, it wasn't a great team.
They were 6 and 10.
Yeah, they threw a lot next. So the offensive numbers are inflated.
Right,
is what I was,
exactly.
What I was
and even
getting
2019, you could say, are the numbers inflated because of the way the defense turned the ball over and put the offense in a position to score with short fields?
I like Emmanuel Sanders. He'd be a 3 on this team.
Maybe.
He was the one.
Maybe.
He was the one.
Maybe.
What, you think he'd be a 4?
Maybe. I like Ronnie Bell. I like Jawad Jennings. I'm cutting
come on.
you men
Emmanuel Sanders had a pretty good career.
He did.
But my point is that you're talking about 2019. He was their 1. They traded for him mid-season, and he was their 1.
Yep.
They're 1. He's a 3 on this team.
Wow, Dak Prescott. I just got a text from David Taylor. Reporter asked Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott what the feeling was last season after a playoff loss to the Niners. Prescott took a long pause, and he said, "It's obvious. You just want to piss me off going into this week." And I appreciate that. I do, actually. I do. I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, you know what I appreciate? The amount of turnovers you have in the 2 games against the 49ers in the last 2 playoffs.
You know what? I'm a little pissed off because I saw Daryl the Guru Johnson walk in here, and we know who he roots for. He also won the Fantasy Baseball League. I don't know how. He won the league.
Congratulations,
I cannot believe it, but you know what? I'm not mad because then I could just brag to Wet about how he choked the championship away going up into Saturday leading, and he choked it away. So I'm not mad about that. Let's go to Rhea
It's
and
good to
Lancaster.
see a Dallas Cowboy can finally hoist a championship.
Yeah, that's the only championship he'll be getting around here. Yeah, unfortunately, I got to give him a trophy. Rhea, what's going on, Rhea?
Good morning, gentlemen. Everything is so good today. The birds are singing. The sun is shining. I'm a happy girl.
You're like Snow White.
I want to talk about Kyle Shanahan and how he's just new aggressive Kyle Shanahan. I'm loving it. You know, you're going for it on 4th and not even 4th and 1. What was it, like 4th and forever?
4th and 4.
We're going for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, when are we getting that from Kyle? Because I'm screaming at him in past games. 4th and 1, you take it 1 yard, you know, and you're going on 4th and 4. I'm loving it. I'm like, you have changed up everything because of how comfortable you are, and it's just benefiting us big time. You're giving touches to Willie Snead, Ronnie, Ray with a cloud. I'm like, I need that. I need that all day. Pass it around. My fullback, I always say, when my fullback gets the ball, good things happen. Look, he didn't catch the ball, but he got the penalty.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
I'm just like, I love this new version of Kyle. His eyes underneath are not as puffy. You know, he's smiling a little more. It's exciting. I need all of that for this Cowboy game because you know my house is divided.
No doubt.
Now.
No doubt.
I need all kinds of touches from other people, trickery, whatever you got to do. I need these Cowboys beat because I can't listen to him for a whole day about how.
Put him on the couch, Rhea, all week.
Yeah, couch
Put him on
time.
the couch.
It's couch time. Don't even let them sleep in the same bed. Rhea, thanks for the phone call here. Our poll question of the day here on 95.7 The Game on our YouTube poll brought to you by, of course, First NorCal Credit Union. What was the biggest story from over the weekend? Gabe Kapler getting fired. Draymond Green's ankle sprain. Ron Adams, he joined us last hour and he said, there's an opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga. The door is open. I wonder what that means.
David Lee?
Purdy 49ers.
Look at you.
Brendan Crawford, David Lee. I don't know. Listen.
Brock Purdy?
So far, over 1,000 votes right now.
What the hell was that?
I don't know what that was.
Is that you being
votes.
Toy Story, like the NFL game yesterday?
No, I heard
Give me
about
the
that.
yeehaw one more time. He sounds like Woody. Oh, my God.
That was because we were doing
That's
the country
Bonte all
league.
week during Cowboys
The
week.
rodeo. Yeehaw. Are we gonna simulcast with those dudes in Dallas again?
Whatever,
Sean?
whatever you'd like to do.
We've TKO'd them 3 times
tell
already.
me, King.
We TKO'd them. Don't do that around here. It makes people uncomfortable, including yours truly. Listen, shout out to everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate the participation in the show. The numbers go crazy here. We'll get back to the lines in a second. Go ahead.
One quick point here. Brock Purdy, when it was 21-16 to the caller 2 callers ago, brings up, not a doubt in my mind was that they were going to go down the field. But what did surprise me was, first play, you're going play action. Yeah. You're going to flip the hips, and you're going to throw 135, 40 yards in the air.
Wow.
To open grass. I mean, that to me, he would never do that with Jimmy Garoppolo. The team scores 6 points. They don't get the 2-point conversion.
Run.
It's 21-16. It would have been run, eat the clock, make the game shorter. No. They were like, we're going to answer back immediately, and they did.
No, they did. They did. No doubt about it. It was a great play, and it flipped the momentum of that football game, and it led to another CMC touchdown. 4 on the day for Christian McCaffrey. 13 straight games he scored a touchdown, breaking Jerry Rice's record. 4th straight game he's had over 100 scrimmage yards and a touchdown. The first time in franchise history a player has done that. So Christian McCaffrey, we were discussing this last week, and everybody says, the quarterback is the most important player. Mm-hmm. Look, I want Brock Purdy to be healthy for 17 games. But in case Sam Darnold has to play 1 game or 2.
Oh, I think you're fine.
I think you would be fine because of Christian McCaffrey. Now, if you take away Christian McCaffrey, quietly, Elijah Mitchell didn't play yesterday. The injuries are getting up. They're catching up to him. Obviously, they don't have a lot of trust in TDP. They don't have a lot of trust right now in Jordan Mason. They can't take Christian McCaffrey off the field.
Did catch a couple of short ones.
I like Jordan Mason, but the drop-off is humongous.
No, everyone agrees.
It changes everything. Now, we've seen him win a game without Brendan Aiyuk.
Yes.
They basically won a game without Deebo Samuel.
Yes.
He didn't have any impact.
And he looked tentative yesterday.
I don't want to see them play a game without Christian McCaffrey because I think it looks completely different.
Well, somebody, I think it was Kawakami, asked him, does he look different when he's in the zone, talking about McCaffrey? And Shanahan's answer was exactly what I was thinking. He looks the same all the time. Amazing.
Yes.
At all times. At what point has he not looked amazing?
Right.
And Frank Gore's vision was incredible, and his patience and his willing to, just find a hole where there wasn't one. I'm watching his combination of power, vision, patience, the jump cuts. When I think of you're talking about Charlie Gardner earlier, he used to have the shakes and the jump cuts.
Yep.
McCaffrey has all of those things with the toughness, with the ability to get small, to get in between the guard and the tackle, and then boom, he bursts and he runs by guys. He's a complete package.
And it's tough for defenders to square up on him. Like the great running backs, watching Marshawn Lynch and Barry Sanders, I don't know if you saw that sit down on Amazon Prime. It was really special. Marshawn Lynch was in awe of being in the presence of the great Barry Sanders. But when did you see Barry Sanders ever get squared up?
Never.
Emmitt Smith really got squared up. The great running backs have a way of not taking a lot of punishment and getting hit in the hole. And Christian McCaffrey does the same thing, which is why I don't, injuries are going to happen in pro football. It's a violent sport. It's physical. But he doesn't get squared up. He knows when to run out of bounds. He knows when to duck his head. And he will run through you if he needs to, but he rarely gets squared up on.
But here's where I worry about him, and they need to figure this out when it comes to the league. He's getting face masked to get pulled down way too often. That becomes a tactic to stop him, and 15 yards, he's going to get seriously hurt if he continues to get face masked by these safeties that he's just trucking, and the only way they can bring him down is via the face mask. I am worried he's going to get twisted up that way because it's an illegal way of tackling someone.
No doubt.
One more thing before you go back out to the lines, because I know we got them jam-packed today. Their draft status could not be more opposite. One was the number 1 overall pick. The other guy was the last pick. I get a lot of Troy Aikman vibes from Brock Purdy in that I, from afar, and still do as a joke, hate on Troy Aikman because he had such great weapons around him, and we always wanted to diminish what he wasn't, right? But what he is perfect for what they want him to do. And I look at Brock Purdy, and he is perfect for what they want him to do.
Are there 6 quarterbacks who take over Brock Purdy right now in this league? After watching football yesterday and watching football last week.
It's Mahomes, it's Josh Allen.
Okay.
I think Burrow's sliding down
I don't even
right
think
now.
you take Joe Burrow because there's an injury concern there, and he should not be playing football right now. Cincinnati's they're not going to the playoffs this year.
I still think Herbert's really good. I know you don't. I do, but that's fine. We can argue about that.
He takes a lot of shots.
I don't think
he takes a lot of shots, man. He's got a fractured finger, if I'm not mistaken.
They don't have Eckler. I don't know. I think he's really good. Okay, fine. Lamar Jackson, I still am taking. I think we underrate how good he is. I saw a couple.
Taking Jalen Hurts over Purdy?
Yes, currently. Yes, he's established himself. What, Dak? No. I'm taking Brock Purdy. Resume, career achievements, Dak is superior to Brock. Right now, see, Tua is an interesting one. I think a lot higher of Tua now than I did a calendar year ago.
The fact that we're having this conversation
bodes
well for the 49ers.
6-7 guys.
Yeah, but I'm saying
it's 6 or 7 guys.
The fact that we're having this conversation
and it's not a lot.
Bodes well for the 49ers and Brock Purdy. The fact that we're debating whether or not we can take Joe Burrow over Brock Purdy, who was the last pick
Did
in
you
the
hear
draft.
Jamar Chase? I'm always open with an expletive packed in there. That was the old TL. I'm open on every play.
But he was on it that Joe Burrow shouldn't be playing football.
Yeah.
And one of my a bet that I didn't make because I don't believe, but in my pick'em pool, Tennessee was going to win that football game. Cincinnati's not right. The fact that he had to get out that Monday night game and Tennessee had a week to say, "Oh, he's not moving in the pocket.
Yeah,
let's just blitz this guy all day long. He has no mobility." Cincinnati might be cooked. They mismanaged this Joe Burrow cast situation.
Vrabel's one of the few defensive coaches who I think is elite in the game right now.
He's good.
He's an elite coach because he does. I do not think that roster's that great.
You know, we talk about MVP with Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. I want to go back out to the Lions and Benzo. Get Benzo up here in Napa. We may have to start talking about Kyle Shanahan being COY, Coach of the Year. Is this the year for him? Is this the year? What Crocker said last week, saying he believes he's the defensive coordinator.
Well, when you hit on 3 consecutive ones.
Come on now. Benzo and Napa, what's happening?
I think that conversation will come after we stomp down on Dallas.
Benzo, what's happening?
I like that tromp down on Dallas. That is a mandatory thing that has to happen. I want to just say that, everything you guys kind of touched on already. McCaffrey is an absolute animal. I'm not a Niners fan first, but you guys got me watching. I am a little concerned, and you did touch on it with overuse. It seems like there's been a lot of talk about how many weapons the Niners have, and there are a lot of weapons. And I did see a little bit towards the end of the game yesterday when they really were opening up. And, I don't want to see McCaffrey get hurt in a way. I know it is physically can get hurt doing what he does. He doesn't get squared up a lot. I agree there. But, the New York Giants, who I am a fan of, I will disclose it, they're, ruining Saquon Barkley's career because all they do is put the ball in his hand for every single thing they need.
Benzo.
You guys got it going on, but I am a little concerned that you don't spread it out a little bit much. And I want to hear your thoughts on that. And also, Purdy, man, come on, 93%?
Come on.
Completion? That's just insane.
But would you take him right now over Daniel Jones? Throw the money aside. Are you taking Purdy over Daniel Jones?
100%. Where did Daniel Jones even come from? He's like some weird off-breed hybrid of Eli Manning that they got a deal on.
Because of the Duke,
100%.
The Duke thing, because the quarterback coach there. Yeah.
No, you're not taking Brock Purdy over a lot of guys. So you got Brock Purdy playing quarterback like a point guard, like he's Magic Johnson, like he's Isaiah Thomas, getting everybody involved. Ball placement, guys are getting yak. The rapport with Brendan Aiyuk is just unbelievable. It's special, and it's starting to overshadow the defense for the first time, and that's fine with me. That's fine. You have an offense now that can go toe-to-toe with the big boys. That was the problem the previous 6 years with Shanahan. When they got to these big games, it was like, boy, the defense has to stop them. Don't make a mistake and stay in the football game.
Yes, exactly.
And maybe you can steal at the end. Now I'm thinking, boy, we're scoring 17 in the first half. What are you going to do?
I know.
We're scoring 30-plus in a game. What are you going to do? Are you going to match us? Now you have a team that is capable of winning shootouts against the big boys.
Well, and the ball security from Purdy is what encourages me the most.
Yeah.
How you lose playoff games is turning the ball over, right? And I look at Dak Prescott in particular, who you're going to face this week. His turnovers are the reason that they didn't win both of those games, in the playoffs against the 49ers. I look at Baker Mayfield down in Tampa Bay, and it's been impressive to see what he's done. Do you trust Baker in a playoff game?
Not yet.
Do you?
Not yet.
I don't, even though he beat the Steelers way back when.
He did.
But I'm saying, most people don't. I trust Purdy infinitely more. And look around the landscape of the NFC.
This one? And by the way, rest in peace to former Pro Bowl tight end Russ Francis.
Niner.
Yeah, former Niner. Remember they got him for the Patriots. He sat a year off. They got him in the building, and he helps them win the Super Bowl. Rest in peace to Russ Francis there. That's an unfortunate death. He passes away at the age of 70. I'm sure the Niners will do something to honor him next Sunday against the Dallas Cowboys. But even Jared Goff, we have question marks about. We were talking about him on Friday, and what were all the roasters saying? Well, it's Jared Goff. We don't trust him in a big game. But he has won some big playoff games. But the trust factor, the casual fan will say,
does not trust him.
I don't trust Jared Goff.
Yeah, I get that. And that's a fair POV. It is. But I would say this, like, the guy actually, if you look at his playoff numbers, they're way better than Jimmy's. Just the raw numbers. And a lot of people trusted Jimmy.
Before we get to Antonio in Oakland, we did trust Jimmy a lot. And then the no throws happened, and the rest is history. What was more impressive to you? Was it Purdy's performance? Was it McCaffrey's 4 touchdowns? Was it the time it took them to score on their drives? Was it Shanahan's play calling?
You know what the most impressive part of yesterday was? That Joshua Dobbs-led offense with James Conner and not much else actually put up a really good fight.
They were tough.
Because then all I kept thinking was this, because when I was up in Tahoe, I was going to bet on all the games.
Right.
And I go, I just don't see, because they were like, oh, it's just trap game. This is all the guys that I'm with. I go, how the hell is Arizona going to move the ball? And Josh Dobbs actually made plays. And that was the most impressive part. Because that's how highly I think of the Niners.
Right. And not only that, but Gannon, to his credit, hey, we're going to go for it on 4th down around midfield.
I like Gannon.
We're going to go 4th and 2, down 21-3. We're not going to put the football. We need to stay in this football game. And I think it set a tone to Arizona to say, this is our standard.
Yeah.
You see that team across from the sideline? If we want to win the West one day, it goes through San Francisco. So I like this. It didn't James Conner punching Talanoa Hufanga yesterday, going at him. I can't wait to see James Conner again.
Who's, was it 47, the safety with the fake punt?
Yeah.
And then he was getting into it?
Yes. They were chippy yesterday. It was getting spicy.
Chippy. They were very
chippy. But you know what? That's a divisional game.
Yes, absolutely.
The division games are different.
When you're the 49ers, everyone's giving you their best shot.
Here's the most impressive part to me when I'm looking at the touchdown drives of the 49ers. All right, the last one they go 14 plays, 77 yards.
Well, it was like 5 at the goal line.
But they end up eating up 7 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yes.
Reminded me of Detroit Thursday Night Football. When it was trying to put away the Packers, they ate up over 8 minutes off the clock.
Hard hat game.
But look at this first drive. 4 minutes, 16 seconds, 8 plays, 62 yards. Look at the second drive. 9 plays, 35 yards, 5 minutes. Oh, the third drive. We go 5 plays, 75 yards, 2 minutes and 52 seconds elapse off the clock. And then you think about the fourth quarter, the first drive, 4 minutes and 50 seconds. They didn't win the time of possession battle yesterday. And I think everybody's like, hey, you scored 35 points.
Well, that was, this sounds like I'm nitpicking, but like the only problem with having an offense this potent is that your defense doesn't get a lot of time to recover. It's the only negative.
Right. Like, I remember with the Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm not trying to go down this road, but there were drives.
Well, what else are you going to compare to?
21 play drive. You hit up 10 minutes to a field. Like, you're scoring touchdowns. And you're doing it quicker. So now you're really putting the pressure on everybody here playing the 49ers. So the Dallas Cowboys will be watching film say, boy, we got a quarterback here, man, that's going to sling it. He's going to throw it all over the field. So the questions about the deep ball that everybody had at SoFi Stadium, how you like him now?
Well, I like that he's taking chances. That's the number one thing, is you got to give your guys opportunities to make plays downfield. And that's what all these wide receivers, do they love a smoke screen? Sure, Debo loves a smoke screen. You know what he loves more? A 40-yard bomb that he can catch and have some air underneath it so he can go into the end zone. That's what they all want to do.
Yep. No doubt. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. He's been on hold waiting for a while. Our main man, Antonio. I know he was dancing in the parking lot yesterday. What's up, Antonio?
Yeah, man, dancing, man, because we can't be stopped right now, man. Was that like 14 straight regular season wins going back to last year? And like if Brock, like I think Brock Purdy's the MVP along with McCaffrey. We got 2 caliber MVP guys, man. Like they're both playing at a high level. We got best at every position, like damn near. So next week versus the Cowboys, we got to run the ball against them, man. Don't let them get those 3rd and 8s and 3rd and 9s. You know, we got Michael Parsons. Even though I think Trent Williams can handle him, but when he's on the other side, that's going to be the worrisome. But shout out to C-Mac, man. He got 4 touchdowns in one game like Al Bundy. You know, he went from Carolina to the Niners. It's like going from Taco Bell to a great taqueria, baby. Yeah.
Love it, Antonio. You know, it would be very ironic if we start off the year discrediting Brock Purdy because of all the great players around him, and then the reason Christian McCaffrey doesn't get the MVP is because he splits votes with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, wow.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
That would be good, like Kevin Durant and Steph Curry.
Yeah. We go from not giving him any credit to giving him too much credit to where now CMC can't qualify for the MVP. It's absurd how we do the measurements.
We are here at Chase Center, and the whole, Curry and Durant are going to eat each other up when it comes to MVP votes. We never brought that up with Miami and Dwayne Wade and LeBron James.
Not once.
We never brought that up with Kobe and Shaq.
And he did that. He was DPOY and MVP that year.
We didn't bring that up with Kobe and Shaq.
No.
Like, maybe it's a Bay thing.
What would you think of the Drew Holiday to Boston?
Very interesting. They struck quickly.
You know what I thought?
What?
Man, pettiness is a cool thing, isn't it, in the NBA? Because if you hate Miami that much and you're the Portland Trailblazer GM, you basically improved the two most formidable opponents to Miami without doing a deal with
Pat Riley's ticked off.
Ticked off?
Ticked off.
Furious.
And Philadelphia. What's Embiid thinking?
Well, what's Harden doing?
Well, Harden skipped media day today. He's not showing up.
Oh.
Is Embiid going to be on the block in the next year or two?
Well, he'll be on the block. It'll either be on the hardwood
I'm talking about on the trade block.
Oh, okay.
I ain't talking about the block. I'm not talking about the block in Philadelphia or the block in the paint or winning another MVP. What's going to happen with Joel Embiid in Philadelphia?
I don't know. I definitely...
The whole James Harden thing is just weird. Like, why would anybody want to touch
I'm going to be real, though. I was a little disappointed that the Warriors at least didn't sniff a little around the Drew Holiday thing.
Hey, the way they're talking around here,
they're very confident.
They're in love with CP3, baby. CP3, what was that?
I don't know. It sounded like Spadoni was going to get in there.
We got 950 here. So we haven't heard from Spadoni. We haven't heard from Lovin.
Oh, we're sniffing around?
We're sniffing around.
Give it to me one more time.
Oh, is the Lakers sniffing?
You know what that sounds like? Scarface. Got some for me.
The Lakers sniffing for James Harden? Oh, he's the perfect Laker.
You don't remember when Tony was in the car with
I remember
what's her face, and they got the drop top? She's like, I would never put my hands on you. And then she does a thingy, and then he goes, got some for me?
Yeah, got some for me?
I love Scarface, bro. I bring it up all the time.
Kids are listening, man.
VHS tape 2, my favorite part.
Don't watch Scarface until you're 18 years old.
Do what I did. Watch it at 12. Corrupt your entire life.
When does that crack come into play?
No, it's all about the powder in that one.
Jesus.
You got the money?
Tony,
you got the money? And I got the yayo.
I'm going to be easy here, man, TJ. Let's do I'm going to be easy. Get us to the studio, and I'll start talking about all this white stuff.
This is the guy who said that if he gets, $1 zillion, if he got the Nick Bosa contract, he'd be on the first flight out of here.
Who said that? That's Cap. By the way, I met Doc Gooden on Friday night.
Okay, let's hear this.
I met Doc Gooden.
Yeah?
And I thought, true story.
Once Upon a Time in Queens?
I thought he was Patrick Mahomes Sr.
So, wait, time out.
I thought he was Patrick Mahomes Sr.
So Once Upon a Time in Queens met the king, and what happened?
Who's the king? Josh Strawberry's a guy.
So what hole was this at?
So, no. So, Celebrity Golf Classic, Presidio Golf Course.
Yeah.
Hole number 1.
Is Doc the last guy to win MVP and Cy Young in the same year?
No, Verlander didn't he?
Did he?
Did Verlander do it? Yep. Gave me a thumbs up.
There you go. Okay.
And they say I don't know baseball.
Keep going.
But listen, Doc Gooden, I thought he was Patrick Mahomes Sr. I go, where's your Black and Miles at? He walked right by me, right?
Ouch.
Right? Because Patrick Mahomes Sr. always has a Black and Miles.
And tall cans.
And then Doc was like, nah, my nephew got a couple of them. What you mean? Black and Miles. He goes, you call me what? I was like, aren't you Pat Mahomes Sr.? He goes, man, I'm Doc.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, Doc Gooden. I'm like, Doc Gooden. Next thing you know, we had
so you got hung up on the rim.
Dude.
Sprite commercial.
But it was all good because your boy pivots and I don't panic.
I'm glad I taught you.
And 10 minutes in, I'm like, Doc, man, this is an honor. Let's get a photo.
I love you so much, I couldn't recognize you.
Dude, no, but you know how I bounced back? Relaying what happened in the 30 for 30, him pitching a no-hitter with his dad, going to the Astrodome, his numbers, and he goes, oh, man, you really on it. And so we started chopping it up. We started talking about baseball, the way it's played. He goes, yeah, these executives don't know what they're doing. I still love the game, but you need to get some human beings in the building.
Yeah.
All right, and there's some other people who I'm not going to name. We're saying, yeah, it should be a package deal. They should be all out. But Doc Gooden, it's one of those things where it's like, that's Doc Gooden.
Who else was out there?
Sergio Romo.
George
Contos.
Oh, Contos.
Buki, I was in a group with them.
How did Buki hits it a mile? Sometimes to the right.
He hit some great putts, 25 feet out. He hit some great putts.
He must have got better since the couple weeks before when I saw him.
There's some crazy holes at Presidio. Some crazy holes at Presidio.
It's a very difficult, beautiful, but very difficult
Very
course.
difficult. Contos hits bombs.
Yeah?
I mean, he hit one like 320, 340 feet.
Wow. Into the wind?
I think it was, I don't know.
Golf cart mandatory at Presidio.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. We had the carts rolling out here.
Mandatory.
So we got final thoughts as it gets a little out. Raymond Ritter's running material to Steiny and Guru. Steiny's ready to rip all over the Golden State Warriors playing. Guru's on fire here. Evan Giddings is a Charger fan, too. What a poor soul, man. Imagine being a Charger fan.
I'm curious. Is Herbert good? Thank you.
Yeah, he's good. It's not elite. It's not elite. You guys just call anybody elite.
Who's the guy?
Wins a regular season game against the Raiders. All of a sudden, he's special. He's the next Dan Fouts. He beat the Raiders. He didn't look good in doing it. Let's get the final thoughts. Come on. Come on, the guy's beating up on these bad teams.
Here's my final thought. While some people didn't have the guts in front of all the Niner fans out there in the East Bay in San Ramon to say that the Niners would finish the quadrant 4-0 to start the season, I stood tall against adversity and said that the Niners would be 4-0.
But see, you don't get credit for that because you said right after you only did it because Niner fans were there and you didn't want to get roasted on social media. See, you're afraid of social media.
Don't add that context.
You're afraid of social media, which is why you went with the Homer pick. I had the guts to say 2-2, and you know what? They proved me wrong. See, unlike some people here, I can admit when I'm wrong. Mark Willard.
You gonna mention that publicly?
You know, that's my final thought.
Well, here's another final thought I have. Lucas, when I'm on vacation and it's my weekend, stop booking me to save Willard and Dibs' show. I know I'm a powerful guest.
Damn.
Peter King, step aside. Baldy, step aside. But my goodness, your boy's on the golf course trying to swing them, and I'm getting material run at me from Dan Dibley while I'm giving him Giants takes.
And now steam is popping out of the ears of Dan Dibley. He's redder than a tomato right now. Mark Willard, we'll throw some shot at me saying it's not Super Bowl or bust. It's Super Bowl or try again. No, you got to take advantage of it now. It's Super Bowl or bust. If the Niners don't win this year, it is a massive disappointment. I'll stand on that as their 4-0.
Love men.
Yeah, big shout out to Brandon Crawford for a very successful Giants career. He lived the ultimate dream as any Giants fan, going from Giants fan to Giants legend. Really just want the best for him going forward. Whether he does retire or keeps playing, he represented this organization like you want every Giants player to.
All right, Spugatti.
All right, so you guys were mentioning Christian McCaffrey, MVP odds, Brock Purdy. So this is the latest via Bet365. Josh Allen, leader in the clubhouse right now, plus 350. Tua, plus 500. Mahomes, plus 550. Hurts, Lamar, and then, right now, currently, the sixth best odds, Brock Purdy is tied with Justin Herbert at plus 1,800, which is just above Christian McCaffrey at plus 2,000.
Why is Justin Herbert on the list?
Seriously, though.
Gutsy win. Gutsy win at home, which is on the road against the Raiders.
They almost blew a 24-7 lead after almost blowing the game last week.
Ain't no Connell tough. Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man.
Why is McDaniel going at the kid? I mean, jeez Louise.
Because he's a weasel and he deserves to get fired, but he won't because Mark Davis is too much of a you-know-what to get rid of him. Right. So we just won't get into that.
All right, tomorrow we promise we'll get more into the Giants. We'll get more into the 49ers and Cowboys week, and we'll recap Media Day here as Trading Catch starts tomorrow. But the Stars are back here at Chase Center at the Courtside
because
Club.
Guru and Steiner coming up next.
Well, no, let's talk about Steph Curry and these other guys. Steiny, they want Steiny out of the building. Trying to escort him out now. Anyway, that's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with the one and only Steiny and the one and only Guru.
Every great superhero like Steph needs a villain, and that's what Steiny is.
This is the lunch.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you from Chase Center in San Francisco. It's Warriors Media Day. We'll be joined by a few Warrior players. Mike Dunleavy will join us various times throughout the show. But, Goo, we got to start with the San Francisco 49ers.
Best team in football, Steiny.
4-0 right now after a 35-16 win over the Arizona Cardinals. And now they get Dallas in here next Sunday night. But let's talk little bit about that Cardinals game. What are your impressions right now of the San Francisco 49ers?
You know what? This is stale because you know I love my analogies, and I've used point guard about Brock Purdy and how perfect of a fit he is in this offense. And I'm listening to the guys today, Bonte and Shasky, the callers, Steiny. I've referred to Brock Purdy as John Stockton. You can erase that. No shade at you, John. Magic Johnson, Steph Curry. He is perfect. He knows what he's doing, and he's bringing something to the table. And you know what? I turned that game off and I said, the Niner defense, which has been a staple under Kyle, Steiny, they could be a notch 2-3 times lesser than what they've been, but this offense is 3 or 4 times greater than it's ever been. And right now, that's just a recipe for success. And we saw it yesterday. Again, 30 points, touchdown on the opening drive. I don't know what to say, and I don't know how to judge Brock Purdy other than he's playing his ass off.
I mean, he's been terrific.
Okay.
He was great again yesterday. I'm going to play a little Guru here because I can tell Guru's sky high right now on the San Francisco 49ers. 21-16 heading into the fourth quarter. 2 90-yard drives from the Arizona Cardinals. 2 90-plus yard drives.
Okay, so I'm nitpicking here, but I did say, oh, my gosh, this is not the Ram game where they held the ball longer than the Niners. They went 99 yards. Shout out to Dobbs and everything going on with the Cardinals. They are not as bad as we thought. And that was respect. That was the Rodney Dangerfield game for the Arizona Cardinals. But we're not in Arizona. You're asking about the Niner game, 21-16. I said, oh, my gosh. But guess what happened? I'm not going to go Montana to Rice, but Purdy to Aiyuk is a real thing. 25 yards, 35 yards, 40, Steiny, wop, wop. Right when they get the ball, and they're making a connection that is greater than any Wi-Fi at any locale right now. Aiyuk and Purdy are the real deal. The defense, Steiny, my eyebrow was raised a little bit, like 99 yards. Oh, my gosh. But at the end of the day, the Niners have a connection with Aiyuk and Purdy. Steiny, I'm starting to put it top 3, top 2 in the league right now.
888-957-9570 is the number. You know it. 49ers 35, Cardinals 16. Christian McCaffrey, just an incredible day. 4 touchdowns.
Damn.
And it just can do just about anything on the football field. I mean, the guy is he's a football player. That's what he is. He's a football player. He can do it all.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey had 175 total yards, approximately, had over 100 rushing, 71 receiving. So he's got it all. He had it all going on yesterday. And, here's the other thing about the 49ers.
Give it to me.
They're not going to lose more than 1 or 2 games if they continue to not turn the ball over. They have 1 turnover in 4 games.
Yeah.
1. And it was a fumble by Brock Purdy against the Pittsburgh Steelers in week 1. They haven't turned it over the last 3 weeks. They're going to be tough to beat unless you can turn them over. And so far, they've protected the ball.
Yeah, no doubt. And what about this? This has been a staple, Steiny. Whenever they do get their opening possession, they take it down. Not get a field goal, they get a touchdown. And they stopped Arizona, and then they just drive the ball down the field. Right now, 4-0. We talked about it, Operation Home Field for this team. And I'm going to go Bonte on you because he ended their show telling Shasky, if Kyle can't win it now, and I know you're going to tell me slow my jets, it's almost like win, Steiny. If you look at the landscape, it's 4 weeks in. I get it. But right now, they are pitching a perfect game.
So are the Eagles.
Okay. Now,
so are the Eagles.
You are right. But if you watch the game, Washington had action to win that
Philly's
game. And I know it's a division game, like you always point out. You are right. They're undefeated. But damn, Steiny, the Niners are Mike Tyson right now in his prime.
Okay.
With the black shorts and the part. And the perm.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are terrible. They're terrible. The Cardinals are okay. They're plucky. They're plucky.
Okay.
Who else did
the
we?
Rams,
Who else
which
did we
was a
beat?
game in the fourth quarter. So I got
And then who else last week?
Giants.
The Giants.
Yeah.
Do we have
balls
a team?
Purdy threw to where it could have been picked, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
No, listen. You can only play the teams you play. But,
there you go.
I'm reserving judgment till after, and they're good. Obviously, one of the best teams in the league. But let's see what happens when they play Dallas. Not that they can't beat Dallas, or not that they will not beat Dallas. But I got to see more than a win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are 2-2.
Go ahead.
And minus 38. Cumulative points in 4 games. So they average losing a game by 10 a game. They're already minus 40. Who else we got? The Giants. The New York Giants.
They play tonight, Seattle.
They're 1-2.
Okay.
They've scored 43 points and given up 98. They're minus 55.
Yikes.
The Rams, and some people might say one of the reasons they're minus 55 is because they got beat by the 49ers.
Big win yesterday in OT.
Seattle. Not Seattle. The Rams are 2-2. That's probably the best team that the San Francisco 49ers played. And then lastly was the Cardinals. They're now 1-3. So, look, a lot changes with their schedule right now. And I'm not saying that the 49ers aren't the best team in football right now. I'm not saying they don't look scary. They look all of those things. No doubt about it. But they got the Cowboys.
Yep.
Then they got the Browns, the Vikings, and the Bengals. To me, the next 4 games are going to be against tougher teams than the first 4 games, essentially. So we'll have a chance to measure them against some better competition. And when we see what happens there, I think we'll be able to be more conclusive about where they're going. And by that point, it'll be halfway through the season. So, I mean, nobody can deny it's been a great start for the Niners, but just because they've looked more impressive than, let's say, Philly or Buffalo, it doesn't mean they're a better team than them. It means they're better than them right now, but they still have to be better than these teams at the end of the season, obviously.
You know what? I'm not mad, and I'm not going to scoff at anything you said because you stated facts. But, Matt Steinmetz, this starts, if you let me go bigger picture, this starts to last year for me. I felt like I knew who the Niners were coming into this season. So it's bigger to me than just the 4-0 and who they played. You are right. Anything can happen on any given play. But at the end of the day, the way that season ended last year, obviously it did not sit well with the Niner players. Basically just getting the opportunity to knock off Philly, losing their starting quarterback in the first quarter. With that said, you just said something that struck me. When you say you need to see more, I get that. Steiny, I'm asking you to put your cards on the table. Is there one person on the team you need to see more than other? Is there a unit? Because this Brock Purdy thing, I've seen enough. And I don't know what adjective. I'm not going to get caught up in it. But if you can name me 5 quarterbacks right now that are currently running their offense better than this dude.
I don't want to.
Okay, we don't have to do that. But that goes to my point. Like, Brock Purdy is running this thing like Mario Andretti in his fastest car. Right. Like, this is perfect right now. Yeah. And I don't think we're going to see regression or slippage, barring injury.
Well, we'll see.
All right?
We're only 4 games into the season.
No doubt about it.
49, it's still the start of the season, essentially. We're not even a quarter of the way in.
But you won't give me last year what this team was last year.
But I'm also not going to start saying order the Super Bowl rings. It's a long season. You want to call them the best team at football right now? Call them the best team at football right now, and I'll say, well, who cares? They're in week 4. They've looked better than any other team. If you're a 49er fan, you should be sky high.
Yes.
There's no doubt about it, but it's still early in the season. The Golden State Warriors started 24-0 one year. Did they win it all? No, they didn't win it all. Nobody thought they weren't going to win it all that year.
Went there.
So you never know. You never know what can happen. And in football, injuries every single week. So you just got to keep. Keep winning and try to get that home field advantage, because one loss right now puts you in the in the number 2 spot, assuming Philadelphia would win next week's game.
Yeah.
Let's go to Reggie. Reggie's in Vallejo. What's going on, Reggie? I can't get Reggie on myself, though. What's up, Reggie?
What's up with y'all, man? You know, I'm listening to y'all every day, man.
Thank you.
Hey.
But Sonny, I respect your mind. And Goo, quit letting Sonny change your mind, man.
When did he do that? Because I'm sitting here telling you the Niners are a factor. When did he do that? Break that down for us.
Every time he say something, you got to switch up what you about to say, man. Let it out. CMC for MVP, baby. And Goo, Purdy got a connection with everybody, not just Aiyuk. Like they said it with Kittle. He dished that ball out, man.
Okay, listen. He's got a connection with everybody because he's running the offense. What did I say? Magic, John Stockton. But don't you dare tell me right now the connection with Aiyuk is greater than any other wideout or tight end. That's a fact, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I respect that.
See, I changed your mind.
Where did you get that red blue shirt from the other day, man? I need that.
Oh, yeah, my Gordon Cottrell. I'll get it out to you.
Thanks a lot, Reggie. Appreciate the call. The funny thing is I come in this morning, I was talking to Nahigian, the boss, and he's like, what do you think's going on with Debo and Kittle? And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, they didn't do much yesterday. And it's like, this is like the Warriors again. You can't have Steph score 30, Clay score 28, Draymond score 18, Durant score 33, and Jordan Poole score 30. It doesn't work. They're not going to score 60 points a game. And so this is the way it's going to be. It's going to be, what did Kittle do last week when Aiyuk was out? He stepped up. Deebo Samuel, I don't get the sense he was 100% yesterday.
There's no doubt he wasn't.
So they didn't use him. They didn't target him one time. Purdy didn't throw to him one time, and he only had 3 carries. And they still win the game by 19 points.
But they have no eye guys, Donnie. That's a right on the table brought to you by Atco. The Niners don't have those type of guys that I talked about before the season started, like the distribution of the targets. And obviously, Debo yesterday was an example. He could have said, you know what, I'm not going, but he didn't. And they don't care about that stuff, man. I just get it. The feel from this team is Operation Home Field Advantage. We talked about the last 2 years. What happened? The Niners tripped up early, and they didn't get off to the best start. Now, 25% into the season, they're 4-0. And they're number 1 on my power rankings. And another rat early, they're probably number 1 on everybody's power rankings. And you say, Goo, that might not mean anything, but the fact of the matter is they're one of 2 undefeated teams.
Rudy in Riverside. What's going on, Rudy? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Doing well.
How you doing, fellas?
Doing well.
Wonderful show. Great show, guys. Like I told you guys before, I run a Ram Sports channel, the Ramelia Sports Report. And I got to tip my cap. I joke around that we call the Niners the regular season empire, like you guys were saying. They got to win the big one. Now, they're doing what they should do. They're going to run through their schedule. They're looking great. They're winning games against teams that aren't as good as them. The Rams with 14 rookies gave them everything they wanted. The Steelers without a QB. The Giants without Barkley. Arizona Cardinals without D-Hop and Murray. Wonderful. I clap my hands for them, but they got to get all the way through and win it. Now, this thing about the home field advantage, listen, the Niner fans travel amazing. They go out to other stadiums. So is that really an advantage? I mean, do you want a team like the Eagles in wonderful conditions in Southern California without any issues with the weather to come out there and do what they did again? So that might not even be a difference maker. It's going to be a wonderful season, and thank the big Ram in the sky for giving us Puka Nacua while Cooper Kupp is sitting out.
Oh, you're a Rams fan.
The Lambs.
Oh, I got you. You're a Rams fan. Okay.
Well, they got to make the playoffs first, buddy.
Great show, guys.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, Rudy. Appreciate the call. Well, to me, it's travel, too. You don't have to travel. It's not just having to play in an opposing stadium. It means you won't have to cross the country to play the Eagles again like you did last year. You'd obviously rather be at home, and that's one of the reasons the 49ers, I think, have put such an emphasis on the start of the season, because the last 2 years, the season start kind of bit them at the end of the year. And
those 2 games were played on the road.
Exactly.
2 years ago in L.A., lost, and then last year in Philly.
The other thing about to me about the Niners is when when you have a guy like McCaffrey, when they had Elijah Mitchell, they relied more on Deebo Samuel and Kittle and even Aiyuk. But the reality of the situation is that when you have McCaffrey, you don't have to rely on Deebo Samuel and George Kittle nearly as much because he's occupying most of the touches. Like what was it yesterday again? I don't have
when he made big throws, Donnie, it went to number 11.
20, so he had 20 carries and 7 receptions. That's 27. That's 27 touches for McCaffrey. Let's do this. 6, 8, 10, 11. Aiyuk is 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So basically, McCaffrey had 27 touches on offense, and everybody else had 24. So that, to me, shows you that listen, McCaffrey's the foundation of this offense. And if they can use him as much as they've been using him and he's as efficient and effective, I mean, they're not going to have to use Aiyuk and Deebo a lot. They're just going to have to use them when they need them during those times where McCaffrey either doesn't touch the ball or the times when McCaffrey's not playing.
Right, and that's why, to me, this offense is an embarrassment of riches. You come out, you're up 5, you get the ball, he throws a 25-yard rope to Aiyuk. It's 21-10. He finds Aiyuk down the field. They just got so much at their disposal for any situation that comes up. And right now, you're right. It looks like McCaffrey, 4 games. I'm not going to say MVP, but tell me another player individually who's playing better and a team that depends on him as much as the Niners. But this is not a one-trick pony to where, Stoney, if you had to pass or you had to get into a gun battle, Purdy, I got confidence now he can make the throws, and he's doing it, and he's hitting Aiyuk. Last week it was Deebo. It's incredible, man. It really is. And there'll be a game where it'll be Kittle. There'll be a game where it'll be Juwan Jennings, Ronnie Bell. All those guys that I've mentioned have caught touchdowns at different junctures. So it starts with McCaffrey, but good God, if they got to do something else and go up top, Brandon Aiyuk has been special as well.
888-957-9570 is the number. Stein and Guru live from Chase Center in San Francisco. It's Warriors Media Day. Bam. Warriors Media Day today as their season starts to get underway, and we'll have a lot of Warrior guests over the course of the show. It's going to be Warriors, and then it's going to be 49ers. Mike Dunleavy Jr. will be here. Rudy Gay is going to pop in. Corey Joseph, Dario Saric, and we're going to hear from some people we haven't heard from yet. The newer type of Golden State Warriors. So we'll keep it real with them as they come in. We may have to kind of work on the fly, but that's all right because we're going to have some good Warrior guests. Draymond Green sprained his ankle.
Oh, man.
Or we learned of it over the weekend. He talked to Raymond Ritter just a minute ago. He said Draymond will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. They'll take another look at it and see where he's at. But initial projections are 3 to 6 weeks. And he suffered it about a week ago. So it's going to put him right in a limbo type position for the opener.
So if he wasn't available,
Chris Paul,
the opener, because we talked about this all last week, I assume from my couch that Chris Paul would get that starting nod. But I'm starting to think about it more and more. Could that be Jonathan Kuminga, or could you see a scenario to where Draymond is unavailable and Chris Paul still doesn't start? Like, to me, that's not even on the board.
I'd be surprised. I think this maybe takes. I think what we could be looking at right now is Draymond Green not ready for the start of the season. So that means maybe when he comes back, he'll come off the bench first. That, to me, seems like it's very possible, especially because if you look at where Draymond is right now, there's something about, okay, he just got paid.
Man.
He's under contract for 4 more years. Maybe he's going to try to do the right thing. If he's not ready, he'll say he comes off the bench. That would not surprise me.
Now, what do you mean the right thing?
The right thing would be to be the guy who says, you know what, I'll come off the bench. I did it last year against Sacramento. I'll do it this year if it makes everybody else happy and if it makes us a better team. Maybe it does. I mean, they got to figure out a way to get Kuminga going. And it's tough to do it when Draymond's playing 30 minutes a night. So that's where we're at with the Golden State Warriors. They have their first preseason game on Saturday against the Lakers. But again, Brock Purdy and the Niners, they win their fourth in a row. They're 4-0. Brock Purdy, 20 for 21, 283 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. This team does not turn the ball over. And if they don't turn the ball over, it's tough to see them getting beat, to tell you the truth. And I'm watching the Cowboys yesterday a little bit, and their defense is pretty good. Their defense is pretty good. And so next week you look at that game and you wonder, can the Cowboys kind of do what they've been doing this year, and can they force some turnovers from the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah, but if you get them, Steiny, Dallas's Achilles heel thus far has been the red zone. You got to be buttoned up to beat this Niner team on all fronts. And if that's hurting you, and if they were to get those turnovers, do you get 3 or do you get 6? And right now, thus far through 4 games, they've been settling for 3, just a little too much.
Any 49er fans out there a little concerned about the 2 long drives by the Arizona Cardinals? They had 2 drives over 90 yards. One of them was 99 yards. They had a 99-yard drive against the Niners. And honestly, I didn't know that a team could do that against the Niners. Go 99 yards against that defense. So that was impressive. And that's where I think you figure out how much credit you give the Cardinals and how much concern you give the San Francisco 49ers. But 35-16, they covered like they have all season long. And the only thing I saw were those 2 long drives. Other than that, the 49ers are rolling right now.
Yeah, and the beautiful part about it, Steiny, is I would be more concerned about those long drives. People told me when L.A. won the time of possession, the Rams, a couple weeks ago, it was because Stafford was getting rid of the ball. But you know what? If we're looking at maybe just a little slippage from the Niner D, because there's no doubt the offense is ahead of the defense, that's fine because they are so ferocious on offense. And you said it. They don't turn the ball over. They get 7s. So if that's what it is, that's what it's going to be. But, boy, these opposing defenses, they got to try to stop this Niner juggernaut. They got their hands full.
It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl. Yeah, go ahead, go.
No, I was just going to, one thing that happened at the end of the game, and I'm like, Steiny probably cut it off. What was up with Hufanga and Connor? And Hufanga, don't get in a fight without your helmet, buddy. Steiny, he was chippy. Like, I was like, put that helmet on.
I caught a little bit of that.
Words from the goo.
I also caught something else. Rory McIlroy getting into a fight in the parking lot of the Ryder Cup.
Now, was that a fight or
it was a verbal disagreement. It was a verbal disagreement. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into the conversation. Your San Francisco 49ers are 4-0.
Man.
I want one thing you loved about yesterday, and if you can come up with a concern, any concern, I'll listen. But this team looks pretty good right now. There's absolutely, positively no doubt about it. 888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru will be right back on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, San Francisco 49ers, they're 4-0 after a shellacking. You know what? I've always wondered
It was a
this.
5-point game, Stoney, at one juncture.
Yeah, it was. So my question is, was it a shellacking?
Hey, let's do this then. You asking me? I'm going to take you back. I'm going to take you back to last Thursday's game against the Giants where it was a one-score game in the fourth quarter. It can get away, and it can get away from you late, but I sat up there and so did all the gamblers like, oh, my gosh, it's -10. They better do something, and they covered. But yesterday, down 5, hey, that was a closer game than what the final score indicated. How about that?
Yeah, I never get worried unless it's a one-score game and the team has the ball that's down, and that never happened yesterday.
You want to know why?
Because the 49ers answered.
He hit Aiyuk on a rope. If it was 25, 40 yards every time. And for the people out there trying to troll me, I am putting something else in the file of Brock Purdy. No concerns with the long ball. Those throws to me qualify, and your boy has been on fire, man. He just, I don't know where this thing is going with Brock.
Check this
but I put that
yesterday.
in the file that no concern anymore. No pips. Performance improvement plans for Brock Purdy in the long ball. Drew Down giving it to me on the YouTube first North Cal Credit Union chat. I'm just like, man, he's pitching a perfect game, dude.
Let's go to Steve in San Jose. He's got one thing he likes and one thing he's a little concerned about. What's going on, Steve? How you doing?
Hello, gentlemen. Hey, great show as always. The one thing I love, if you remember last night or yesterday's game, when Brock Purdy did that quarterback sneak to get the touchdown, there was a TV angle that had his face laying out on the ground. He had a big old smile on his face, and I just thought he emoted just so much joy and happiness. He felt good. He's feeling good. And I think the 49ers as a club, they feel good. They're just happy to be winning, and I enjoy that joy.
You should.
Let's see. And then there's also the thing I'm concerned about, nitpicky thing. I think the offensive line has had passing grades these first 4 weeks, but they're going to have their midterm exam coming up against those Cowboys. Their pass rush is, going to be their best test so far. So we'll see how they stand up. And let's go Niners. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call, Steve.
Yeah.
The offensive line, I don't think they've had a weakness.
We haven't brought up McKivit's name since week 2 starting or week 1 with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so anytime you don't notice the offensive line, it's usually
Trent Williams,
usually
your boy was
thing.
great yesterday. How about that boy, Snotty? You didn't notice him.
No, I didn't. What, you're grading for Pro Football Focus now?
PFF,
let me go. Your great throw on a line from Drew, from Brandon Aiyuk. Where do I? Was it Evan on the thread?
Yeah, he did. There was part of me that felt that was one throw.
Oh.
The others were ropes, but I get what Evan was saying.
I can't find it now.
He said that the two dudes were there waiting. Normally that ball's intercepted, but it wasn't.
How about this?
Receipts.
Evan, the producer, 49er fans, how do you feel about this on that throw to Aiyuk? This is from Evan, not me.
Evan,
not Steinmetz. Yeah. By the way, if Cardinal safety turns his head around, he picks that throw to Aiyuk.
Snotty be snitching, boy. Yeah. Hey, but they didn't, right? That's all that counts, man.
They didn't. They haven't.
Snotty, and what about the Cardinals? I gained their respect yesterday.
Oh, and they're relieved about that, Goo. They are so happy.
No, I'm going to give you a 3 for that. But
they are so happy that you now believe in them.
No, the NFL world is like, okay, these dudes ain't tanking for Caleb Williams. Kyler Murray, take your time, Jack, because Dobbs looks like he knows what he's doing. They ran some exotic type of plays offensively. Their run scheme, I was like, okay.
Gannon was in his bag?
He was in his bag.
Oh.
But the fake punt, all that stuff, I was like, okay, and they're going to see the Niners again. But back to Brock Purdy. Stoney, do you not give him credit for going 13-13? Because this is happening more often than not.
Why wouldn't you give him credit for that?
But a lot of people are always the system. We saw Jimmy Garoppolo in this system, and it wasn't fine-tuned like Brock. So I'm just sitting back like this kid's off to a great start, man. And you know what? A bulletin release here, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
We're never going to see Brock Purdy in another offense until he relinquishes this job. This is it. And he's mastering it right now. Where to go? Where to check down? Oh, there goes Aiyuk. We're up 5. I could get nervous and throw a oh-no throw, but I'm going to hit Brandon Aiyuk. Now, that was the one. Aiyuk was wide open. Nobody was near him.
Alex is in the city. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Always fun talking to you the day after a win.
Yeah.
I have 3 points, actually.
Okay.
4-0, that's obviously great, but I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We haven't really played anybody outside of the Rams. I think they're potentially the only playoff candidate out of the 4 teams. So I think we're way ahead of ourselves. Also, with the Rams, they exposed the problem that we've had for going since last year. The secondary is still suspect. You saw KC light them up last year. Again, the secondary seems like they can be exposed if the offensive line can't rush the quarterback like we used to. The second point, Brandon Aiyuk and Purdy, oh my God, that combination is going to become one of the most deadly this season, I think. I think they're going to be like one of the top 3 duos in the league. The last point, you guys mentioned how C-Mac is probably the most important player on the team and how we can do without Purdy before him. I think with the Philly game last year, we saw that, with Purdy's connection with the rest of the receivers and the team is too important and that he's still more valuable than C-Mac.
Ooh,
that's it.
All right. Thanks for the call. I mean, I think they probably need both of them at this point. I'm starting to believe that if you, this team,
tell me,
they got to have McCaffrey and they got to have Purdy. To me, those are the 2. If they lose one of those guys, it's big trouble.
So you don't give any credence to the fact
that they got weapons?
Years past, Steiny, that they didn't have McCaffrey. And they were good enough and creative enough, Kyle was, to get to the NFC Championship game 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I don't see it. Not with how much they rely on him. I don't see it. Like McCaffrey has got to be the guy, because I think what can happen is if he's the guy you're relying on for a half of your offense, half of your offensive touches, or 40% of your offensive touches, if he's not there, those touches everybody else is going to have to do a little more. And then when you ask those players to do a little bit more, we don't know how they'll do. They may respond, but I just, the idea that McCaffrey gets, McCaffrey's like Curry. Everybody plays off McCaffrey. And that's why you got to have him, I think.
Let me ask you this. Before McCaffrey was a Niner, and this just goes to sports and life in general, Steiny, had you forgot how good he was? I did.
Well, I think everybody did. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten him for what they got him for.
And now all of a sudden it's like, this dude he can do it all. And if I could put handcuffs on you real quick here and force you to do something, because I know you give the Cowboys defense credit. They are a badass defensive unit, Steiny. I would make you watch the game with me last year to where they basically shut the Niners down running the ball. McCaffrey. It was handoff to McCaffrey, tackle. Handoff to McCaffrey, tackle. Those lanes and gaps were filled. And it's almost criminal that Dallas didn't win the game, but Brock Purdy then did not mess it up knowing, okay, I can't throw the oh-no throws. But, Steiny, I can't wait to see part 2 of that next Sunday night. But it has been done to where you kind of contain Curry. I'm talking about McCaffrey. But yet Brock Purdy can lead you down and score. It's just I can't wait to see part 2 of that.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun next week. Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Lafayette. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? I'm excited about this 4-0. You've heard me go back and forth on Trey Lance, but Brock is that man. The reason I called was Brandon Aiyuk. That's Timothy right there. That man. We need to do everything in our power to keep him on the team. I don't care what we have to sacrifice. That is our number 1 receiver. The only other thing I got is everybody's talking about trading for a corner to strengthen that DB room. You know what? I'm more worried about the only thing that stands out to me as a weakness is Colton McKivitz got juked by a bum yesterday, and he is proven to be the weakness on the line. That's all I got, fellas.
Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call.
Well, things happen, but overall, McKivitz wasn't a problem.
Yeah, I didn't notice too much.
Doing the job then.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go out to Ryan. Ryan's in Los Gatos. Wants to talk about the 49ers D. What's up, Ryan? How you doing?
What's up, guys? It's Brian. But
all right, what's up,
first,
Brian?
I just want to say I appreciate you guys. You guys make being a Bay Area sports fan better for all the sports. I love you guys.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Then I want to say, what do you guys think about the Niners defense? The fact that we got the Arizona Cardinals rolling the dice and going for it on fourth down, making risky decisions. I love that. That was my favorite part about the game. It didn't really pay off, but it shows, hey, if teams are doing that in the future, we might be getting interceptions, fumbles. I like that. What do you guys think about that?
You mean the one? You mean where the Cardinals went on it on 4th and 7?
Mm-hmm. A couple times. Yeah, a couple times they're going for it when it doesn't even make sense. If they don't make it, we're in good scoring position.
Yeah, I know.
It was beautiful to see that. We're demanding respect.
Well, I think, once you get down 21-3, I think they got a little desperate, obviously, and it didn't cost them.
They had one, I believe, 4th and 2, 4th and 3. They went for it and got it.
Yeah.
Made it a game, Steiny. It was 21-3. I'm like, okay, go cut the grass. Not yet.
I wonder if there's anything to the fact that because the 49ers offense has taken a step up,
to me,
if their defense is doing anything differently. In other words, if you know your team's going to score 30 as opposed to your team's going to score 21, does that change your defensive philosophy at all? Do you become more bend but don't break as opposed to trying to make aggressive plays where you may end up making a mistake? I wonder if you ask Steve Wilkes that, if he would say that they're doing everything they've always done, it's exactly the same, or whether maybe they are playing a little bit more conservative.
Well, we saw them blitz Stafford in the second half of the Rams game to kind of make him get rid of the ball, but I'll put a little rat on the table, a Mouse Steiny, brought to you by Atco. Once we heard the announcement that Hargrave was coming, I thought this was going to be like a doomsday front, like, oh my gosh, Bosa, Hargrave, watch out, sack, 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 or almost sack, sack, sack. And I don't know what you and Evan think, but I didn't have that feeling yesterday. I know Hargrave got to the quarterback, but when you got the likes of himself and Bosa, I just want major disruption. And again, I don't think we've seen that thus far.
Bosa had a sack yesterday?
Hargrave did.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, let me do the math here. Let me do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there were 3 playoff games last year. 1, 2,
I think 2. I was the first to point that out.
So Bosa, 1 sack in the last 7 games.
Well, one thing you've omitted since we're doing numbers with Bosa, how much was that contract?
1, 2, 2.
Because that supersedes all that.
Yeah, it does. It does, and I'm sure he's a big reason why Hargrave's playing well, and Dre Jackson too. I mean, the 49ers. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We're at Chase Center in San Francisco. It's Warriors Media Day today.
It's hoop time.
And we're going to get some Golden State Warriors executives and players to join us. It is Media Day. That means the season is on the brink. The NBA season is on the brink. And it's going to be a fun year for the Warriors. Draymond Green is hurt right now. It looks like he's going to miss a few weeks.
They're saying
may not start the regular season healthy, but of course that would play right into the hands of not having to make a decision on the starting lineup. That thing's just going to go away if Draymond Green is going to miss the first week or 2 of the season.
So you're telling me there's a possibility, this is buzzard luck, as Norm would say, they open up against Kevin Durant, his first time actually playing in front of fans at Chase, and Dre might not be there to guard him.
Would Dre really guard him anyway?
He would be on him some. Dre don't run from no assignments, Donnie.
Please.
Hard foul.
That's a Wiggins assignment, I would think, on KD. But we'll see what happens. Warriors' first practice is tomorrow, and Media Day is today. What else happened around the league that caught your eye?
Patrick Mahomes, Stoney. They got a victory, but again, outside of Taylor Swift, I've learned what a Swiftie is now, but outside of Taylor Swift's boyfriend, I don't think he has too many options, and I'm just wondering, there were some throws that you normally don't see from him. I just don't think Kansas City offensively is flowing like they used to flow. Now, does that mean, they can't win it and hoist up the Lombardi? No, but I'm watching that, and again, the morning roast was, can you name five, at the end of their program, can you name 5 quarterbacks you would take over Purdy or 8 or wherever, but about playing better than Purdy is this year and his offense? Stoney, that list is shrinking. That list is really shrinking, and that was my big takeaway. Like Brock Purdy, the way he's playing in this offense, we can
let's have a little fun.
All right, let's do it.
So he's a top 5? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, top 5 for me right now.
Herbert?
He's playing 2 things. He's playing the defense and his coach, but I'm going to put Herbert up there. I would take Herbert, Mahomes. Josh Burrow, I told you, Stoney, needs to be rested.
About Josh Allen?
I'll give Josh Allen that because he had good. Okay, so that's 3. This is where, help me, Evan. You guys help me. But this is where, it ain't Dak.
Stafford?
I wouldn't take Stafford over. You know what? Last week I said I did, and they went overtime and won. All right, I'll give you Stafford. That's 4.
Tua?
He was Dua yesterday. We got Josh Allen. So I got 4.
So no Tua?
Yeah, I ain't putting Tua. Thank you, Spadoni.
Lamar Jackson?
I've never been a fan. Jalen Hurts, I ain't putting Hurts in there yet for me this year. All right?
Okay, well, you're viewing it from
it ain't
49ers rose-colored glasses.
I don't got them.
Yeah. Who? Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, what about last week? He had a good game against Atlanta, but last week they looked like trash. My point is he's in the conversation.
These are good, hard decisions I'm asking you to come on.
Those guys.
See, when we say top 5, that's let's relax.
Well, we can't go resume because Brock would lose that. I'm talking about the immediate right now. Who's playing better in their offense? And we might only have 3 on that list you just wrote down.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. We are at Chase Center in downtown San Francisco for Warriors Media Day. We're going to be joined by Mike Dunleavy and some Warrior players as the show rolls on. But it's the 49ers that is getting a lot of attention today from us. They win 35-16. And I want to talk to 49er fans about how they felt about that game yesterday. Do you look at that game and say, that's a complete game? That's another good effort by the defense. Yeah, they gave up a couple long drives, but anytime you hold a team to 16, you'll take that. They had 5 touchdowns. McCaffrey was terrific again. Do you look at that, if you're a Niner fan, as a complete victory? Or do you look at that as a game where, the Cardinals were able to do some things, and we don't know how good the Cardinals are. They look like they play hard, that's for sure. But how are you viewing yesterday's win by the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the Cardinals, what'd they have? 375, 380 yards of total offense, something like that. They ran for over 100. They passed for the high 2s. So, I don't know. Is there anything to see here, 49er fans?
I'll tell you what, for me, Stoney, I think it's a fair question, and you pointed out early that the Eagles have handled their business and they're 4-0, but I do watch that game, and Arizona's helmet was really green to where, okay, what if that was Jalen Hurts? What if that was Smith that he was throwing to and giving the ball to Swift? Offensively, defensively, I feel like this Niner team, there's 2 or 3 levels they need to get to by the time it's playoff time. Can they get there? And maybe the question is, not nitpicking, why aren't they there yet?
888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers, 4-0. Everything's clicking for the 49ers. After the last 2 years, the way they've started the season, you've got to be ecstatic if you're a San Francisco 49er fan. They're 4-0. They found a quarterback. They've got a great running back. They got a great receiver. See, I called him great.
I appreciate that.
Or he's on his way to being a great receiver. George Kittle still on this team. Deebo Samuel still a factor. Their defense, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. I mean, they got names. They got names all over their offense and defense. And
secondary is all, Steiny. We didn't name anybody there. I know they got some cats, but we'll watch, especially this Sunday, if Dallas could take advantage of it with CeeDee Lamb and Cooks. But, it'll be interesting. And the best part about sports is the more you play, the more we're going to find out. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, I'm thinking about the drive after the Cardinals cut it to 21-16. And
Purdy to Aiyuk first play.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, is that a play that Kyle calls if he's using a different quarterback? And I don't know the answer to that. I think it's easy to say no, but I wonder. I mean, maybe Christian McCaffrey's the guy who's given Kyle Shanahan a reason to be more aggressive. I feel like the 49ers would prefer to run the ball most of the time. This is like last year and the year before. But I think this year they don't care if they have to pass or not. It doesn't scare them. It's something that they're going to do in running situations. Like there were times last year where I almost feel like before Purdy came on, and tell me what you think of this, before Purdy came on, where the 49ers, they were careful on offense. And it feels like with Brock Purdy, they are far more aggressive. It's funny because it feels like they're not afraid to make mistakes, and then they're not making any mistakes. So, I mean, Brock Purdy and the 49ers offense has been real good so far. The question is, can they keep it up as their schedule gets a little bit tougher? And I think we can all agree the competition's going to get a little better, and it starts next week.
Yeah, you know what? And you're a man of words. Remember you told me, Goo, words are my life. Everything you just said, you tell me if I'm off the mark. It sounded like Kyle, the play caller, had to deal with a burden every game if there was a situation where he felt like, I know I need to look downfield or throw downfield, but he didn't have the quarterback that could execute it 9 out of 10 times. And now, Steiny, I feel like he's like, whatever it is, bring it on.
Yeah, and I think
bring it on.
I think Shanahan's feeling pretty good about himself and about this team. And the question becomes, how long can they keep it up? They going 17-0?
I think it's too soon for that, but
well, how could it be too soon to talk 17-0? But we're already talking Super Bowl.
Well, see that's where you lose me. The Super Bowl talk was before they even played the game. It was because of what they've been, and now what you've added. So I know you think a lot of people, and I ain't taking it away from you, are calling because it's 4-0. But guys like me, Steiny, this is bigger. So that's why people
what does that
say
mean?
Super
What if
Bowl.
they were?
We got to find out.
What if they weren't 4-0 though?
Well, then we could be like, oh, who's to blame? Why aren't they 4-0? But they are.
No, I know. I'm just saying if they came into this season as
one of the
Super Bowl,
favorites, yeah.
right? So, I mean, if they were 3-1, they wouldn't be necessarily off track.
No, not
at that
all.
point.
Not
so,
at all.
I mean, but they are 4-0, and it's them and the Eagles ahead of the NFC right now. By the way, it is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, how are you feeling about yesterday's game? Do you think that was a complete victory? Offense, defense, special teams? Or do you look at that game and say, it was a 5-point game entering the fourth quarter? I was a little bit nervous until the 49ers put it away with a touchdown on that first drive. But 888-957-9570. It's Warriors Media Day. We are at Chase Center. Mike Dunleavy Jr. going to be joining us at some point in the next hour, and then we'll be joined by other Warrior players on 95.7 The Game.
at the 1. Motion from Deebo Samuel. Again, McCaffrey with the try and the touchdown. San Francisco marches down the field and puts 6 on the board to start the game. 13th consecutive game with a touchdown for Christian McCaffrey, passing Jerry Rice for the longest streak in 49ers franchise history, and a 6-0 San Francisco lead.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's Kevin Kugler.
He's great.
And Mark Sanchez did that game.
Sanchez, Steiny. Put some respect on his name.
That's not how you say it. His name is Sanchez.
But you know they used to call him Sanchez. Didn't work out.
He's an announcer now.
You know I don't speak Spanish.
By the way, hey, I guess I dropped dime on Evan earlier.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Oh, but we've shared threads.
But you just did it so just like, Evan, get ready. No warning.
Evan, I'm gonna go further and go deeper into what Evan said. Evan was in the press box yesterday for that game. And he said when Purdy let that ball go, it didn't look. A lot of people in the media room were saying, "Uh-oh, I don't like it," and then complete for 40
So what
yards.
Evan is essentially saying is, if that were a better defense or defender, maybe they could have did something and got that ball.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a year now with Purdy. Let's go out to Joe. Oh, by the way, some injury news to pass along for the Warriors. It is media day, and we are at Chase Center. Draymond Green's got an ankle sprain. He'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks. And Corey Joseph is banged up a little bit with a back injury. He'll also be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Sonny, we know where Dre got hurt at? I know you're like, I don't care.
Yeah, playing pickup.
Man.
Unsupervised. You got to have supervision, Goo. It wasn't a pickup game, I think, here, actually, with most of the guys on the team. Let's go to Joseph. Joseph's in Oakland. What's up, Joseph? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm doing good. I love the show. I always listen to it on my way to work. I just wanted to talk about the Dallas Cowboys and the 49ers game. I know it's a big game coming up for both teams. 49ers have been a powerhouse, especially with Christian McCaffrey. He's on my fantasy league. He's been getting me those points that I need. But I think, the 49ers are going to be struggling with the Cowboys' doomsday defense. Micah Parsons on the line. He's definitely been making a statement this year to get that Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, let's go to our one of our Cowboy experts here at 95.7
Always
The
keep it
Game.
real.
Guru, what do you say to Joseph?
Last year's version of the Cowboys defense obviously had Diggs. It was one of the best performances all year long against this Niner offense. It was special. And I think Kyle will use that. And now that there is no Diggs and a couple teams think that they could just run at Parsons to keep them neutral, I'll save it, Stoney, but I expect them to let the Cowboys know, okay, you came in here and almost got out of here with a win last year. I don't think we will not see 30 from the Niners. How about that? Because that's the thing going now. Purdy 30, and they got it again yesterday. But, Stoney, I'm being real. No reverse devil tongue. No double reverse devil tongue. I just think the Niners. But I look at that 99-yard drive by Arizona, and Dallas and other teams, can they use that blueprint and kind of keep the Niners Showtime Laker offense off the field? So we'll find out.
All right, we got to switch. We got to switch up here. Mike Dunleavy Jr. Just entering, the general manager of the Golden State Warriors, and it is media day here in San Francisco at Chase Center. Season starting for NBA teams. Media day today. Practice tomorrow. What's up, Mike? Welcome.
Can we keep talking football?
We can. We can.
Looking like he can still play, Steiny.
I was just down to the Niners practice last week. I don't need to tell everybody else that it looked good.
That McCaffrey, yeah.
Yeah, Lynch is having a nice little year as a GM, huh?
Not bad, not bad.
So, do you know those guys, Lynch and Shanahan?
A little bit. Actually, Kyle and I went to Duke. Most people don't know this. Kyle went to Duke for a year or two,
Oh.
and we crossed paths. And then he transferred to Texas to because he couldn't get on the basketball team. So so we knew each other a little bit there, and then just got to know John and those guys over the years here.
Cool. I know, because one thing that's happened with your championship, the Giants championships, and the Niners being good most of the time is, like, you guys go down there, they'll, like, Lynch has been up here, and Shanahan comes to games, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, go down there, check out games. They come up here, practices, meals, whatever you need.
Yeah. How exciting is it? I mean, you've been part of this league for 20-plus years. It's media day. Just kind of what's it mean, and how are you looking forward to the season?
Yeah, well, listen, this is why I'm excited, because normally as a player, you do media day, and it's like 6 hours of on your feet doing all these media hits and pictures and photos and all this stuff. And for me, it'll be a quick half hour or so. Nice. So that's I'm loving it this year. But no, it is exciting. And I think the other 29 teams are excited too. So I'm not like anything. I'm not speaking of anything unique here, but we have an optimism about us and about our group. It's really positive, and I think everybody's honestly just literally looking forward to get going here on Tuesday with practice.
I've seen Klay Thompson. He was in Arkansas, I believe, with Moses Moody. And I'm a visual guy. And we talked about the road record last year, the woes. And you said a word early on that you were trying to get this team to improve on, connectivity. And to me, Mike, tell me if I'm wrong, but that was like a glimpse into it. Like, I like to see that. Can you speak to how that has grown or where it's at, and if you think it's better than last year?
Yeah, I think last year, sitting down with the coaching staff, our whole organization, players, just realizing that we lost some of that connectivity last year that's been so good for many years. So trying to rebuild that through the roster, through summer workouts, and these guys getting together. And so we're in a really good place with that, but we got to keep it going. And, that'll start here this week with camp and on into the preseason and regular season.
I was reading something on ESPN from Brian Windhorst, and he had a little paragraph in there about how Chris Paul's ingraining himself here. And then I was talking to somebody who's around here, and he was like, Chris Paul's a pro. And it sounds to me like he has been here and is integrating himself and talking to the young guys and like doing Chris Paul things.
Yeah, I mean, he has. He's, taken a lot of our younger players under his wing. He's organized some workouts, things like that, along with our other veteran guys. And, I think Chris is a guy who's been around the league so long. He's seen so much. He's going to help everybody. He's going to help me do my job. He's going to help the coaching staff. He's going to help his teammates. So, look, we feel like it's a great ad. I've said that all summer. Looking forward to seeing these guys all work together. And I just saw him right now. He's in his uniform. He looks pretty good in the Golden State uniform. So
wow.
I can attest to that as well.
Let me ask you this. You played the game. Now you're the conductor. You and Lacob. You got to make this team. When Denver hoisted up that trophy, do you focus on what you need to do outside of who you guys are and have been when you won? Or do you look at the Denver model, them being the champs, we got to change it to knock them off? How does that work? How's the balance between the two?
Yeah, I think we look at it more about ourselves, what we know what it takes to win, and how do we get back to that? We've got our core group of players with Steph and Draymond and Klay and Looney. We've got the younger guys that we brought in like Wiggs and GP. Like, that core group is still here. And so how do we enhance those guys and make it better? We're never going to play the way Denver does. They've got a guy that's, the MVP of the league. He plays a unique style, as do we with Steph. So we kind of lean towards our version and just try and make it better.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. joining us on 95.7 The Game, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Okay, so Steve Kerr is on the last year of his contract, and he says he's not worried, but this is kind of how Bob started last year. Bob went into his year without a contract. Is there any similarities, or is there any concern that a year from now, Steve will have gone the way of Bob?
Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully that's not the case. So right. I guess in terms of concern, yes, to, be doing a coaching search after the season is not something I want to do. Steve's been such a stalwart here, and we want to have him back for many years to come to continue to grow with this group. But, you got to plan for everything. And I think Steve genuinely means it in terms of if something doesn't get worked out, I mean, he's going to coach the year out and he'll do a great job. But I think we're all optimistic that we can make something happen because both sides want to. Right. I know that's true from our side. I know that's true from Steve's side, talking with him and his representation. So, we'll see how it plays out. I get the comparisons with Bob, but I think it is a little bit different.
he always needles me like, what's this year about? What do you want to see? And I'm like, Clay got to work out this offseason. Can you speak to how big of a deal Dub Nation thinks that is and how big of a deal it was for Clay?
Yeah, I think Clay's in a great spot. I mean, physically, he looks great. He's been in our gym, working out, playing. Obviously, the shot's there. It's always going to be there. But the other stuff, I mean, this time last year, he just wasn't ready to start practicing, wasn't ready to play in exhibition games. And he's in a totally different spot this year, and that's from the time he's put in, the focus he's put in on it, and I think it'll pay off in big ways this season for him.
So much of this team's about the big three, Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Is there any concern that Draymond and Steph are locked up for a few years, but Clay's got to play out a contract year? Is that something you guys have thought about and are dealing with?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The one thing I would say is, like, Draymond was a little bit of the same boat last year, and, he did it and worked out fine. So, like with Steve, we'd like to extend Clay. We're working through that. And if it doesn't work out during the season, still think we can do it after the season. And that's sort of our mindset. But we want to make it done, get a deal done as soon as we can. And with both those guys, I mean, those are important core pieces that can still perform high, whether it's Steve coaching or Clay playing. So that's sort of the game plan for us.
So there's no deadline or anything. You could theoretically sign him to an extension in January.
That's correct. Okay. Yeah. Yep. So we have some time on that.
Gotcha.
But, I don't think anybody really wants to take it too far into the season. So we'll continue to talk through it. And like I said, hopefully get something done.
What were your thoughts when the league announced that they're going to, I'll use the word crack down on kind of like load management? What went through your mind there?
Yeah, I mean, I thought a little bit, well, that's probably going to be targeted at us, not because we have guys that necessarily need, that need to be load managed, but we have older players. And so we've had a lot of missed games in the past few years trying to, take the big picture in mind in terms of this thing is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Got to get them through the season when I'm ready for the playoffs. And so, look, they've made rules. We got to play by them. And we've got a great medical team and our players are really collaborative, and we'll find a way to make it work.
Did you get the email from Bob? See, I'm a good guy. You seem like a great guy, but we got this ritual the last 3 years. If there's ever, a night in the game you ain't using your tickets, he would hit me up. If that presents itself, just hit your boy.
I'll put you on the distribution.
Mike, there we go.
Okay, this will be the last one.
Big Mike,
for Mike. Look, one of the things about this team is it's very experienced. You know what I'm saying? Some would say it's an older team, old. Fossil-like from the Paleozoic era. No, I mean, is that something that you guys you're certainly aware of it? Do you have a plan going into the season to make it so that everybody's doing great at the end of the season?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think maybe I'll use the word seasoned. I like the word seasoned.
Right, that's not bad.
Experienced. And so, we always have a plan. We've got a great, like I said, Rick Celebrini and our medical team and collaborates with our players, our coaches, us on how we're going to get through this season and most importantly, be peaking at the right time of year. And so that plan is in place. It'll adjust as the season goes along. But look, these guys are, we mentioned Clay's work ethic this summer. Steph's, in pristine shape as he always is. Draymond, I think we mentioned, got a little bit of an ankle thing, but overall, we've really managed these guys well over the last few years. That's why they're playing pretty great into their mid-30s. So we'll continue to stick to that plan. But I think this year, the other thing that we've sort of been better about is, enhancing the players around them and also having the right amount of youth. Last year, I thought we got a little bit too young and inexperienced as you got further down our bench. I think this year we've added some pieces that will complement our veteran guys, and we're not too over the hill in those areas.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr joined our afternoon show, Willard and Dibs, last week, and he talked about the 6 starters and, with CP3. And, just as a fan, are those good problems to have? Like, how when you hear that 6 starters, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it gives you optionality, it gives you depth, and those are things that really help you get through a season. And then if you got 6 guys you feel like could start every night on any other NBA team, it's a basis for a pretty good team.
Can one get mad? Like, what if one was like, that? Do you worry about that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you want a little bit of that, though. I mean, these guys are competitors, and they want to play a lot. They want to be out there at the beginning. They want to be out there at the end. Obviously, you can only play 5 at once, so it's never going to be perfect. But we'll have injuries, we'll have different stuff going on, and you want to be able to have that depth, which I think we're in a much better shape than we were last year in that regard.
I mean, you used 25 different starting lineups last year, so nobody uses the same lineup all the time.
No, you don't, and most teams don't. Unfortunately, a lot of times it comes down to injuries, and we want to avoid those. But Steve's going to have some good optionality, maybe depending on what team we play or what lineup he wants to use. So we'll get through the season, and like I said, the main thing is to win a lot of games and be peaking at the right time.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us, man. I know you got to run around. Or actually, you said you didn't. You said you didn't have to
just
run around.
Just a few. Not too bad.
Do you run with the guys still? Do you hoop?
It's over. The last game I played was my last NBA game, so on to other things.
There you go.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Good luck
guys.
this season. It's going to be fun. I can just tell. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's Mike Dunleavy Jr., General Manager of the Golden State Warriors. We're at Chase Center. It's Media Day. The NBA season is on the brink. We're talking 49ers also. They win yesterday 35-16. And a lot going on. Gabe Kapler got fired 10 minutes after our show ended on Friday. We haven't even brought
And I'm mad about it.
Why?
Because he shouldn't have been by himself. I feel bad for Gabe. You deserve it.
You feel bad?
Yeah, I feel bad that the guy that hired you still has his gig. And he's the one that went grocery shopping on these free agents.
Oh, God.
Now, Gabe had a Pasoy problem. I understand that. But still, he shouldn't have been by himself. I don't like it, Stoney. But what about Mike Dunleavy saying, I think, oh, my God, you got 6 starters. What if one doesn't like? And he's going, you know what, Goo? He didn't say Goo, but he said, you know what? We want that. We want somebody to be P.O. Day in the start lineup.
No, they don't.
Nothing to see here.
No. Let me tell you what's important. That Chris Paul's got a good disposition. That's going to be very important. Let's go to go back to some Niners. Let's go to Billy the Kid in Vallejo. What's up, Billy the Kid? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Hey.
Doing well.
Yeah, I have a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not sure if you guys have touched upon this today, but one of the things that concerns me is the over usage of McCaffrey. I do understand that in San Francisco he has more weapons to help him out. With the Panthers he didn't have it, but if you keep running him, if Shanahan keeps running him like he's running him, he's subject to breakdown and he won't be effective and available through the season. They need to diversify their running attack and let some of the other guys carry some of the load. The thing about Elijah Mitchell is he's a good running back when he's healthy, but guess what? He can't stay healthy. Run him when he's healthy, get some of the other guys in there, let McCaffrey get some rest, and then the possibility is he'll last longer, be more effective, and he'll remain a good option for them.
Good stuff.
I'll let you handle that, Stoney. You're like, Goo, they play football. You got to play.
I mean, there's a fine line there. There's no doubt there's a fine line there.
27 touches for him yesterday combined, right?
And that's about what they like, right? Yeah. Between 20 and 25, 18 carries, 6 catches. That's about what they want. The question is, can he do that 17 games? I mean, I'm convinced load management's coming to the NFL at some point. I really,
now, how do you judge that? That was a close game late in the fourth quarter. I mean, 5-point game. So why would
not late in the fourth quarter?
Well, no, early. So where would the load management come?
Well, I think they load managed Debo yesterday.
I think he was ginger. He was being a soldier.
That's the point. I mean, if Debo Samuel were 100%, I think he would have been. He wasn't targeted one time.
I get it, and I think they know why.
Like that's kind of to me a little bit of load management. Maybe Aiyuk last week, was it last week or 2 weeks ago when he was out? Maybe that's load management. But look, these guys are going to want to play.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
I'll say this to his point.
But you know what? I think there's absolutely something to monitor with Christian McCaffrey and his touches and his health. He's the guy that's got to be healthy.
Right. And you would think if he's not, Steiny, he would go to the management and say, hey, look, decrease my load. But I've been so confident about them not, taking McCaffrey out sometimes because I'm like, oh, you got your old recipe. Elijah Mitchell took you to the NFC Championship game. But for a guy that hasn't played much, how is he still always dinged up? Because he wasn't available.
Because he runs hard and he doesn't avoid the contact like McCaffrey seems to have a sixth sense about. I mean, I was listening to the morning show today. Bonte's right. It's like he just doesn't. He never gets hit hard.
Yeah, Emmitt Smith.
And he seems to run as hard as anybody, Christian McCaffrey. And so I don't know what that gift that he's got that Mitchell doesn't. It does feel like Mitchell seeks out contact and McCaffrey just can avoid it without it even looking like it's a big deal.
Jordan Mason had 3 carries yesterday. Debo had 2, no yards, Donnie. 8 yards, excuse me. I need the readers.
Okay. Would you like to see?
No, I understand Debo. I was like, oh, that ain't the same Debo. He's just out there for morale and him not wanting to miss a game. But I understand him not getting any targets. But he was out there.
Sammy G. Mitchell is fast. Fast guys hate getting hit. Well, McCaffrey's pretty fast, isn't he? I mean, McCaffrey's not a slowpoke. Yeah, Jay LaFrey. CMC's more shifty than Mitchell, no doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt about it. And he can catch the ball out of the backfield. Mitchell, that's not really his strength. But look, the bottom line is everything changed when McCaffrey got here last year. So we can ask the question day in and day out, is it McCaffrey? Is it Purdy? Is it Purdy? Is it McCaffrey? What's been the difference with this team?
I left a name out.
Go ahead.
Kyle. Because he's taking this team to a Super Bowl and NFC Championship game without McCaffrey.
Yeah, but he hasn't gotten it done without McCaffrey.
No, and the man.
So maybe that's the difference. McCaffrey takes contact when he has the advantage and avoids it when he doesn't. According to Ray Brennan on the YouTube chat, he's a football genius. Christian McCaffrey. Well, he's he might be the MVP of the league right now. That's fine.
My family on YouTube chat, Snotty says, can you guys stop with that?
With what?
I don't know. We've been positive.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
maybe the load management.
No, I mean, McCaffrey's usage is certainly worth a conversation. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, that's the guy that's got to stay healthy, and we all know it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers move to 4-0. Christian McCaffrey, is he the reason that this thing changed from a year ago? And the question I have is that one of your concerns, that Christian McCaffrey possibly is being utilized too much? But then again, he's the reason why they look so dominant at the offensive end of the field. All right, it is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
What's holding you back?
goal. McCaffrey again, and for the fourth time today, Christian McCaffrey scores a touchdown. 3 rushing, 1 receiving, and an 11-point lead.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Dow, the Guru Johnson with you. And we are live from Chase Center in San Francisco. Warriors Media Day today. We just spoke with Mike Dunleavy, the general manager, and we're going to be joined by some Warrior players over the course of the next 2.5 hours. Of course, the 49ers are now 4-0, so they're front and center on the conversation. And, well, not right now. What's front and center on the conversation is, Guru, do you have a media, one of your media passes from last year on you by any chance?
No.
Oh, because one thing you'll notice when you have a media press credential,
okay,
if you look on the opposite, turn it around on the other side, there are actually rules that you have to follow. Right. And one is, for example, no cheering, let's say, on press row, because you're supposed to be doing their job. You can't ask for autographs while you have that media credential.
Where you going?
And you also, what you don't do is ask a general manager of a team for front row tickets. It's
that was a mandate from my friend.
It's a big
who called
no
for your birthday party to wish you happy birthday, Bob Myers. He told me pick that account back up with Mike when I saw him, and Tim Jordan. That's what I did, and I think he was receptive to it. But
I got a problem with that.
You got a problem with everything.
No, you know, I mean,
people loving me for having because what is it? Cojones.
There are good cojones and bad cojones.
We'll see.
And that was a little, it's all right.
Yeah. Got my blood pumping.
Now, don't make fun of Shasky then when he does it, like you did all last year.
Why would I make fun of Shasky?
Because he's the guy who always says, hey, Bob, give me this, give me that.
Oh,
hey,
no,
Gabe, give me this, give me that.
That
was worse.
That was a mandate
Did you
from
get
Bob
the
Myers.
email?
Yeah.
It was not a mandate.
Oh, so you think Bob didn't say that?
I don't care what Bob said. That's the GM now. Bob's irrelevant.
But
Bob, say it with me. Bob is irrelevant.
They're friends.
Not anymore. Mike took his job.
I'm doing what my friend Bob told me to do. How about that? Yeah.
Boy, I'm struggling with that. Hey, Mr. Jones is in the A. He's in Atlanta. What's up, Mr. Jones? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? I might have got the wrong show, but I can't remember one of y'all was on a bromance with Trash Lance. And y'all owed me
Guru
game. It may not be this one, but I know one of y'all.
That's Guru.
Hey, I was infatuated with the opportunity to see what he could do, and he's shown us he couldn't get it. So that was me. I was one of them.
I still don't know why'd you fall in love with the girl. I'm not calling you a girl, Trash Man, sorry. But from anything from North Dakota State, I just don't get it. I don't know why when we could have had, even Justin Fields or even Mac Jones. It just, you don't. That's not like a place. Do you go shopping at Whole Foods or do you like to go shopping at Piggly Wiggly?
I got you.
It's like, that ain't where you go get your groceries at.
But that's the question for Kyle, not me, though, brother.
Hey, whoever. That's why I've been trying to get the job as the one of like assistant GM or something, because he don't need to go grocery shopping no more. He can call all the plays he wants. He can design all the little whips and tricks. He can do all that. But when it comes to drafting, especially in the early rounds, just let me handle that part because we won't do that.
There you go.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Don't lay that at my doorstep. I just trusted Kyle, Trey Lance. I love what he was. He was supposed to be more dynamic than Jimmy. Unfortunately, he wasn't, but I guess fortunately he wasn't because now Brock Purdy is here.
I wonder why so many people had a strong opinion about whether he could play or not when he hadn't played.
But isn't that Kyle's question that he's never answered?
Probably. Yeah, probably is, come to think of it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your San Francisco 49ers are 4-0. They took care of the Arizona Cardinals yesterday. Was there anything about yesterday's game, 49er fans, that you're going to monitor or you're going to make a note of? Was there anything out there that caught your attention in a non-positive way? Because let's face it, the 49ers have been a machine to start this season. And you think about it, Purdy has been great. McCaffrey's been great. Aiyuk has been great. Deebo Samuel has been effective when he's been asked to be effective. And George Kittle's probably the odd man out right now, but he caught some balls when Aiyuk was out. And he'll have his time in the future. But offensively, this team is clicking. Defensively, it's obviously solid. The only thing that I made note of yesterday was the 2 long drives by the Arizona Cardinals, and then you pair that with the Rams game where they seem to be bend but don't break, and they gave up some yards there. So they gave up some yards and some drives to the Cardinals and to the Rams. Is that anything that concerns you, or would you say, Steiny, that's football? They're not going to shut out 17 teams in 17 weeks, and I get that. 888-957-9570. I know what's a big problem. Their kickoff game.
Oh, man. Talk
Moody.
about it, yeah?
Kick the ball on the field.
That is not good. I don't know what that's about.
415, Ambry Thomas needs to go. Okay. And 347. Where's the 347?
I want to say Florida.
Yeah, I don't know. Steiny, I'm concerned about the defense a little bit. Okay.
Well, they only, truth be told, Steiny, they've given up 20 points one time, and that was to the Rams. But if we want to nitpick, just like, not something ring the alarm, but you held Pittsburgh to 7. New York had 12. And again, Arizona had the ball, but when it was all said and done, they had Joe Montana. That's how many points they scored, 16. So I guess, can I tell you, partner, it's not a problem until it is.
Yep. Zicki01 says, yes, Steiny, that's football. That's what happens. Yeah, I agree. 347's New York City, by the way. So,
but when we're talking about even the Niner under Kyle Shanahan, the different regimes or versions of this defense, even led by Bosa, I just don't remember too many. The last time a team went 99 yards on the Rams was 0-2. The St. Louis Rams did it against them. So that's a long time. And that's a long way to drive and get in the end zone.
Yeah, especially from a young quarterback.
Dobbs he don't look too bad.
No, he looks all right. Well, he looks all right. I wonder what they're gonna end up doing with Kyler Murray, but we'll see. We'll see. 888-957-9570. You know the number here at 95.7 The Game if you want to jump into the conversation. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. We're talking a lot of Niners today, but we are at Chase Center in San Francisco. Warrior season. It's media day. It's happening. First practice tomorrow. We were just joined by Mike Dunleavy Jr. And before I get back to we'll get back to the Niners in a second, I got to tell you, and we'll play this sound for you at some point. Something about the Steve Kerr answer I didn't like.
Break down the part that you didn't.
It sounds to me like there's a possibility that both sides are okay with just playing this year out on the last year of his deal, and then we'll see. And that is...
Does that not signal love to you?
No, but that's how it hit me. Now, our boss was sitting in here with Mike, and he said he didn't read it like that. I don't know. I don't know. I just didn't like the lack of certainty that... I don't like the lack of certainty that everybody seems comfortable with. So maybe we're going down the road again that we went down Bob Myers.
Do you think if there is nothing done, and that's how they start the season, do you think that's a distraction? Or
no, I don't think it's a distraction. But
they're okay. Everybody seems to be okay with it, like you just said.
Well, it's interesting because let's see I do think the Warriors are at an interesting spot because look, if this season goes south, I think the Warriors have to look face-to-face with the end of the dynasty. And if that's the case, do you want Steve Kerr to coach this team if it's not a finals contender? I don't know. Maybe at that point you go into a different direction.
That, Steiny?
Well, he might want to coach a young team. But then, our guy, Matt Nahigian, said there's no way Kerr's not coaching a team with Steve Kerr not being the coach. And I wonder. I don't know. But I just know that the season's on the brink.
Yeah, we're excited.
And the Golden State Warriors have a coach and a shooting guard who are on the last year of the deals. What I took from that was it feels like Clay is more likely to get extended than Steve Kerr. That's just me. You may have heard something different. Let's get back to the Niners. Let's go to Joel in Berkeley. What's up, Joel in Berkeley? How are you?
Oh, fellas.
Hey, how are you?
Just out here at Point Isabel walking the dogs, but couldn't ignore first of all, just bang, bang, Niners gang. There's not that much wrong with them. I got to say, though, when Greenlaw went down and was like flutter kicking, oh, man, my heart was in my chest. I'm like, not Greenlaw. Oh, we can't lose him. And then I thought to myself, we got good backup linebackers. They came in, played for a bit. Greenlaw is back. It was brilliant. But, man, when I thought Greenlaw was actually hurt, I was freaking.
He had a great game yesterday, man. He was all over the place.
Yeah, and, dude, when he brings it, it's just like a different level of violence when he comes at you. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, that hit that Fred laid on Najee Harris, I thought that could not be topped, but he almost ripped that dude's head off, and in a legal way. It was awesome.
By the way, Point Isabel, one of the great places to walk a dog in the Bay Area. Just a wonderful place to walk a dog.
Yeah, you got everything here, man. Forever. You throw a ball for football field if you want to, and the place to go swim. The dogs love it here.
They absolutely do. Hey, thanks, Joel. Appreciate the call. Now, the dogs, they need to be friendly. You can't have one of those killer dogs running around because it's an off-leash area. Most places you must have a dog on a leash, but then they have some areas that are.
I don't like talking dogs.
Why?
It's the one area I really feel like I failed my kids. I grew up with a dog.
Oh.
Danny, Ira setter. We had to lay him down, and I just didn't want my kids to have to go through that. But I think back, man, we should have had a dog, man.
Yeah,
open the door, and
you can never get that back.
That's why
there'll be a void in your kids' hearts for a long,
the bridge is over there. Go jump, right, man. Thanks a lot, man. That does hurt. You'll never get it back, man.
Okay, I'll be serious here. It's a double-edged thing. It really is. Like, we've had dogs growing up, and they're rewarding, but, man, when they pass, it's painful.
Okay.
It's
it scarred me.
It's one of those things where, look, your kids didn't have a dog, but they didn't have to go through the pain of having lost a dog. And that stinks, man.
Yeah.
It's depressing.
Competitive people, the word dog comes up a lot. That guy's a dog. That guy... Well, I was a wolf, okay?
That's a fox.
I used to eat dogs.
Oh, God.
Let's hope not. Yeah.
Jerry West. Let's go to Mike. Mike in Michigan. My sources say that Mike in Michigan was in the house at Levi Stadium yesterday. Am I right?
You are correct, sir. Well, I am from Michigan, but I actually live in the Bay Area. I lived in the Bay Area since I was 4.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
So I'm originally from Michigan, but I've just lived in the Bay since I was 4. But I always say Mike from Michigan because that differentiates me from people. It's kind of everybody's, from San Jose. This guy's from Stanislaus. This guy's from wherever. But you say Michigan, you're like, let's go. That's different.
No doubt.
But I was at the game. Me and my dad have season tickets. Shout out Section 324 Bud Light Patio. That's what we do. I'm on lunch now, so I just thought I'd give you guys a call about the game yesterday. So the only thing that worries me, I feel like the Niners are stacked everywhere. Obviously, they've got a depth of talent, but I feel like that corner position opposite Ward. It's just so sketchy with Diamador Lenore. Like if it's 3rd and 2, he's giving you a 12-foot cushion. If it's 3rd and 7, he's giving you a 12-foot cushion.
Right.
He doesn't play bump and run. And then he's obviously fast because he kept up with John Brown on that go route. But then the next route, they immediately went to him and gave him a stuttering go, and he just couldn't keep up with the guy. So I feel like he's very hit or miss. He's very inconsistent. He'll play one play very well, and then the next play or two, he'll give up a 3rd and 8 or he'll give up a 3rd and 12 because the cushion he's given is so large. I feel like maybe it's because he's younger. He doesn't believe in his skills as much yet. Like maybe he has to develop that confidence. But I feel like whether you put him or Ambry Thomas in, they kind of just don't believe in themselves to mesh with the rest of the defense. And to piggyback off the last caller's call, Dre Greenlaw, he plays mean. All right, guys, have a good one.
All right, Mike in Michigan.
Yeah,
I'm a little disappointed.
What happened?
I thought he was actually still in Michigan. Okay. So, but I love you, Mike. Don't get me wrong.
But not as much.
No. I love him every bit as much. I just
you gonna mention that publicly?
I'm just gonna have to kind of change my relationship with him a little bit.
Hey, let me defend the secondary, Stoney. I do wonder where they're at, but let's not take the defensive line off the hook. Again, they register 1 sack, and you don't drive 99 yards. If they're getting home, like they haven't caused havoc. So I'm going to relax. I don't know if it's anything Wilkes is calling or not calling, but I am curious to watch how Dallas or these other teams that we think are in it to win it, how they attack this Niner D. But the front right now, and maybe you guys can say, hey, Bosa missed camp. I'm not saying he's playing bad, but they're not wreaking havoc like I thought they would through 4 weeks. You say what to that?
I say guys are getting rid of the ball quick, quarterbacks. Like, you can devise a game plan where you can have the defense have 0 sacks if you really want to.
And that's why they got this new thing, pressure. So I don't know if you've been seeing that.
Just make sure that the ball comes out quickly. I mean, Brady didn't get sacked very often because he was letting go of the ball within 2 seconds. So,
like Purdy.
Exactly. Absolutely.
That ball's out.
415 from the Xfinity Mobile text line, Comcast business text line. Special teams killed the Niners against the Giants when Kyle Williams fumbled multiple times. That was a long time ago. Hope the special teams won't mess things up in close games. Special teams look fine.
Yeah, but Moody's got to get that... we call it a problem, but he's got to get that under control, Stoney. Nothing worse than kicking that ball out of bounds.
It's happened 2 times in 4 games. Is that too much?
For me, I'm sure for Kyle, too.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're at Chase Center, ladies and gentlemen, for Golden State Warriors Media Day. And the season is underway, and this is going to be an incredible season. There's no doubt. This is just going to be a fun, interesting, entertaining season. How do you know? I don't, but I can feel it. Oh, I got a sense. With Chris Paul here, with the dynasty on the line, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think there's going to be a ton of interest in the Golden State Warriors.
What if I told you the Niners last year in Philly, the way, I know that was a championship game, but the way that game ended, and, they basically got robbed of competing to go to the Super Bowl. They have a bad taste in their mouth. And I feel like through 4 games, even through the first game, they're on a mission. Do you feel like there's any of that to this Warrior season, just the fact of the drama, which was Poole, who's now in Washington, the road record, the connectivity? Yeah. Do you think, the Warriors are on a mission to prove last year we had to deal with some stuff you guys wouldn't even begin to believe?
No.
I do.
I don't. I think that stuff goes away as the season starts. And you know what? I would caution. We can't compare the 49ers to the Warriors right now.
Well, that's why I say the conference semis.
Think about this. Like, okay, the Warriors' 4 best players, CP3, Curry, Clay, Draymond, are all on the downside of their careers. They will have played. They're not going to play much longer.
I won't fight you for Wiggins being better than CP3 at this juncture, but go ahead.
Purdy, young. McCaffrey, prime. Aiyuk, emerging. Deebo Samuel in his prime. Bosa, entering his prime. Fred Warner, prime. Greenlaw, probably is in his prime. I mean, this is a team that's loaded, and they're all in their prime, pretty much. So that's the one thing that's different for the Warriors. I mean, the Warriors are. It's all about health for the Warriors. Actually, it's all about health for both teams, I guess, right?
And you know what it is, and that's what bothered me when this Draymond news came down. We're talking about Drew Holiday, and I know of some people in Dub Nation. We took calls as a station. Could the Warriors be in it? You know, obviously they weren't. And then you always hit me upside the head with, the birth certificate. And then you get that news that Draymond's out, your heart and soul, 6 to 8 weeks possibly. And it's like, why am I surprised? But it's like it didn't happen in a game, you know?
But it happened at a practice.
To an older player.
I mean, it's something that's, to me, it's the biggest issue with this Golden State Warrior team. Are they too old? Are they too old? All their key players are up there, plain and simple. Can Curry put together another great season, playing 68 games? Can Chris Paul be Chris Paul for 65 games? Can Clay be better than he was last year for 70 games? Can Draymond play at the level he played at last year?
And that's already gotten off to a rocky start. So, you don't just come back and you're okay, Stoney. You know what I mean?
Yep. Kuminga needs to be that guy, says Sammy G. Well, it's a good point. They need to develop their young players. Absolutely no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We'll be here till 2 o'clock at Chase Center. It's Media Day. We're going to talk to some Warrior players in the final 2 hours of this show. The Warriors will be ushering guys in, and then we'll talk to them. But in between, we'll talk about the San Francisco 49ers. They are 4-0. They look like the best team in football right now. There's only one other undefeated team, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. I think in fairness, the 49ers have looked better than the Eagles so far, but I don't think that matters one bit right now. It's how these two teams are playing at the end of the year. This pass a little news along to you. Draymond Green walked into the press conference today without a boot or crutches and said, "I'm getting better quicker. I'm a fast healer." That's according to Anthony Slater.
Oh, so he might be there opening night.
Well, then it's either Draymond's is healthy or there's controversy.
I'm gonna go healthy.
I wonder if he'll be ready for the opener. We'll find out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, 20 for 21 yesterday, and you need to see more nothing matters anymore with Purdy. There's only one question that matters. Is he going to be the quarterback on a Super Bowl team? Is he going to be the starting quarterback on a team that wins the Super Bowl? That's the only issue right now. And I don't know how you could say no at this point. I'm not going to say that
You'd be a hater
Brock
right
Purdy is the favorite to win the Super Bowl along with the Niners, or that Brock Purdy's already going to the Hall of Fame. But by the same token, if you've been watching Brock Purdy all of last year and this year, I think it's obvious that this team can win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. The question becomes, will they? The one thing is they can go 15-2. But if he has a bad game in the playoffs, and when I say he, I mean your quarterback, any quarterback.
Because it happens.
It does happen. And that's the other thing about Brock Purdy. A lot of quarterbacks in the NFL, they get to the playoffs and they struggle and they stub their toe. Then they come back the next time and they're better. And then eventually they break through. I mean, will we see Brock Purdy struggle at all? I mean, he hasn't struggled.
And the best way to beat adversity is not have any.
Exactly.
Right now, it's like he's killing it.
I mean,
20-21. Come on, man.
I think Brock Purdy might be this good, but he can't continue to make it look this easy. I don't think. It just kind of defies description that a guy would come in and make it look this easy. But the bottom line is, Brock Purdy has not struggled at quarterback since he's been a 49er. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Steiny, I'm smiling, and let me tell you why I'm smiling right now is because of SodaWeightLoss.com. They've helped me drop 24 pounds and counting. So the best part is I can do this from the convenience of my own living room with the family watching and cheer me on. Again, no extreme workouts, no appetite suppressants. All I do is my part. And let me tell you what that consists of. No late night snacking, no junk food, and I'm looking forward to having my weekly conversation with my personal nutritionist. Hey, Becca. And right now, the results are astounding. I got friends and family asking me, Goo, how you doing it? And it's Soda, S-O-T-A, weightloss.com. And they'll provide you with the best portfolio to fit your lifestyle. And right now, I'm crushing it. And we got guys at the job crushing it, Bonte, and even our boss, Matt Nahegan. So go to sodaweightloss.com, S-O-T-A, state-of-the-art weight loss.
That segment brought to you by Odyssey Audio Network. It was also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Join us at Odyssey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. We're at Chase Center, downtown San Francisco. It is media day for the Golden State Warriors, and we talked to Mike Dunleavy a short while ago, the general manager of the Warriors. He had a lot of good things to say. You can always check that out on the Odyssey app, and coming up in the next 2 hours, we'll have some Warrior players stop by.
Let's do it.
And a couple of them we haven't heard from yet, so I'm looking forward to hearing from Corey Joseph and Dario Saric, and we'll see who else is brought to us. But we're having a lot of fun. Here's you know what I was thinking. Okay, let's say we're a quarter of the way through the NFL season, and now is when I think, okay, what did we think a month ago? Who were the best teams in the NFC? 49ers, Eagles, Cowboys.
Yep.
It's still the case.
No doubt about it.
AFC, who are the teams to beat? Bills, Chiefs, Bengals.
All right.
Bengals are in trouble. That's obvious, right? The Bengals are in big trouble, but the Chiefs and the Bills look really good. Chiefs lost opening day, but they've won 3 in a row, and Buffalo looked terrific yesterday against Miami. We'll probably talk to Ross Tucker later this week, and I got to believe that Miami's not going to be atop of his power rankings anymore.
He did have them won.
He sure did.
Yeah.
He sure did. Let's go out to Manteca. Talk to Mitch. Hey, Mitch, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Guru, you're looking good, man. You're looking good. I'm waiting to see you at Muscle Beach down in Venice, man.
Oh, let's do it. Yeah.
So the one good thing about the Niners is that Brock Purdy silenced all the haters saying that he couldn't throw the deep ball because there was 2 beautiful balls yesterday that he threw. So, and the bad is that I think Diamador Lenore, I think he needs to take the position of a new water boy because he cannot guard for peanuts. Maybe we could get somebody out there or slide somebody into his position. But, I think that is the only black eye for the Niners is the cornerback position and Lenore.
Appreciate the call, Mitch.
Man, he's putting it all on Lenore's doorstep, Snotty.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
He talked about Brock Purdy and being able to throw the deep ball. Who do you think he was talking? Actually, so did you say? Okay, you had a file on him on the deep ball.
Get it right now before you.
So my question is this: let's say okay, you're an employee, and
we all have files.
I have a file.
Okay,
on you.
we all do. Evan has one. Bedoni has one. We all want.
All right, and in that file, I've got an issue, obviously, that I need to see. So, if you improve, what happens to the file? Is it still there, or do you take the paper out and throw it away?
It wasn't a formal write-up because it's something when it first happened we had never seen. So it was just a footnote in the file.
Now it's a footnote in the file.
Because that's what I told you. I said it was in the file. I said that is something we'll jot down. J-O-T. I said we'll jot that down in the file. But now it is apparently clear that it's not an issue. No meetings need to be had because your boy's making the throws.
So what happens to the file? There's a footnote in the file. Does that still stay in the file, or do you burn that page?
No, it's still in the file, and it'll be dated. And then, now we talk about health. If he were to get hurt again, obviously we don't want that to happen. But if he were to get hurt, then the file would have 2 injuries, and then we would, proceed accordingly.
But there's been no formal written notice.
No, that's a PIP.
Well,
Performance improvement plan.
Okay, so you're worried about it was in the file, his long passes. Then he has a game like yesterday where he nails a couple long ones. So the file...
And he had the giant game where he hit Ronnie Bell, and he hit Debo. So
those weren't long, though.
Well, to me, remember we got into that, and we won't.
Wait, the Ronnie Bell touchdown?
But it was still a pass that I thought, you know what, there was some accuracy in that. Even the one in the Pittsburgh game that you said, you know what, that one to Aiyuk in the corner of the end zone before he hit the pylon, I was like, that's a dime. So your boy's been throwing dimes.
888-957.
Fascinate you, just are incredible. The file and the inception of it.
Well, it wasn't very long ago, and you questioned Brock Purdy's ability to throw the long pass.
What now? Hold on, say it right.
It's
what
not a big deal.
I said was
that
was the first time I seen Brock Purdy ever overthrow anybody, and it happened 2 or 3 times in the Ram game. Who was it? Aiyuk, Jennings, and Debo. And Debo said post-game, we're going to have 4 touchdowns. All right?
925. The only pushback I have on the Niners is they haven't played anyone. Miami has had a really tough schedule with the exception of Denver. The 209 on the Comcast Business text line. Steiny, there's a level of opposition count between the Niners and the Eagles. Well, let's figure out who the Eagles have played. They've played the Patriots. They've played the Commanders.
Close games, both of those.
They played the
Vikings
and Tampa Bay. I mean, those teams are marginally better than the teams that
But they can't
49ers.
control who they play, right? All you can do is get the dub, and they got 4 of them.
Both teams.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think the Patriots, Commanders, Vikings, and Bucks are, a higher quality of opponent than the 49ers have played. But, again, it's the 4th week of the season. It doesn't really matter. And the bottom line is the 49ers play the Dallas Cowboys next week.
Let's say they destroy Dallas. Well, the haters that say, okay, the schedule hasn't been impressive, if we agreed that Dallas is a top 3.
You're not a hater if you're noting that the 49ers schedule has not been difficult the first 4 weeks. That's not a hater. That's just saying the teams they have played aren't at the top of the NFL. So if they beat the Cowboys next week, it'll obviously be their biggest win over their best opponent.
Yeah, the Super Bowl won't be won with a win or loss next week. How about that?
888-957-9570 is the number. The Eagles are 4-0, and the San Francisco 49ers are 4-0. They're the only undefeated teams in the league after last week. The Dolphins were the other one, but they got beat yesterday by the Buffalo Bills. 510 wants to know, is Purdy's folders in a manila folder?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay, it's a manila folder.
Yeah.
972, the Debo touchdown pass versus the Giants traveled 35 yards through the air.
Count it.
What's IIRC? IRC, anything over 25 is defined as a deep ball. Okay. I guess statistically, that's what they're
Aiyuk had 2 of those, 125, 1 for 40 yesterday, 2 of his receptions.
Let's go to one of our main men, Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland.
Where you been?
Hey, Leroy, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? It's always a pleasure to be on with you, man. You two are the best in the business. I just want to say real quick, you guys know I'm a 49er fan, and I've been talking to you guys about what I'm about to say for years, and that's Eric Armstead. And I caught you guys earlier talking about, man, what is it with this defensive line? I'm expecting more. We just can't get there. And that's the problem. Eric Armstead, man, we got to play somebody else. We got to play Farrell. We got to play Gibbons. We got to play somebody else. I think that is the problem. I had called, about 3 weeks ago, and I said, we are that position away from not just being good, not just being great, but being elite, being an elite team. I think he's holding us back, man. I think that's the position. That's it. And y'all know I've been with that, and I've been on that.
Wow.
And you guys been wondering what's wrong with that D-line. That's it. And Steiny, my favorite line. We got rid of the wrong person. We're supposed to keep Buckner.
Yeah.
I always say that. So hey, that's where I think is the weak link. God bless y'all.
Appreciate it, Leroy. Eric Armstead.
Yeah, I think that's unfair. Not that he's playing stellar, but when you got Hargrave, you brought Hargrave in, plucked him off your foe in Philly. You got Bosa and his new chicken to lay it at Armstead's doorstep. Not in my world.
Uncle Looney says you can't fail the Niners on a test they haven't taken yet. Oh, I like the wording of that. But you can note that they've had some, it's like they're in high school, Uncle Looney, and their class was basic math. Yeah, that was their first game against basic math. Then week 2 was against simple English grammar. We're not talking about sophisticated classes here. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about algebra.
Are you putting the schedule in the file? Sounds like you are.
No.
Well, no.
No, what I'm saying is I'm comparing the Pittsburgh Steelers to, essentially 4th grade math. What's 10 times 7? 70. That's about who the Pittsburgh Steelers are. They're not algebra. Hell, they're not even geometry. They haven't even played geometry yet. I'd say you know what? But you know who they got to play this week?
Calculus.
That's what I was going to say. Calculus.
What is Philly then?
We'll see. We got to figure out where both teams are at that juncture of the season. 925. Brock Purdy leads all quarterbacks in quarterback passer rating. Hashtag him.
Man.
Oh boy.
What do you want to do? I mean, we got to tip our cap to him, but we have, but you want to do that top 5, but now the numbers he's in the lead. Just think about that. 4 weeks, he's in the lead of passer rating.
Who led all of football in passer rating last year?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Patrick Mahomes. I have no idea, but you can't go wrong with Mahomes, Burrow, or who else? Well, not Josh Allen. He was punch drunk.
IIRC.
Hurts?
IIRC is, if I recall correctly. Thank you, Comcast Business Text Line. Jalen Hurts? Tua.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tua.
Wow. There's a little bit of a surprise. Steinmetz and Guru with you. We're no surprise. We're always here 10 to 2 on 95.7 The Game. We aren't always broadcasting from Chase Center, which we are today. We are in San Francisco. It's Warriors Media Day. Man, you want to talk about the 3 teams right now with just a buzz of activity surrounding all of them. We've got the Niners looking like the best team in football. We've got the Golden State Warriors, which to me, even objectively speaking, is one of the most interesting teams this season in the NBA. Can't wait to see how this team comes together or doesn't come together, how they make it happen or not. And then the San Francisco Giants. They told Gabe Kapler to pound sand on Friday. Pound sand.
That's I don't know why that bothers me. Free Gabe. I get you lost.
Free Gabe.
Like, how did Kapler remain? That's all. And I probably sound like Farhan. Thank you. I sound like a hater saying that. Dude survived. Dude, get off of it. But I just felt like you handpicked Gabe. Okay, he had his deficiencies, but you survived. And maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. That's ownership that decided not to just get rid of both of them. But I don't know. I got that soundbite Friday press release. I didn't like it.
Gabe Kapler. Come on.
Won 107.
He didn't win 107. The team won 107.
So Brock Purdy, quarterback of the Niners. Like, where do you draw the line? Bob Melvin.
Would they have one winning? So they've had one winning season in the last 5 years.
You are correct.
They were 29-31.
Yeah, you are correct.
Then I forget what they were that second year.
Yeah.
I mean,
you think Gabe gets another job?
No.
I'm with you.
Who would hire Gabe Kapler right now? If you're a general manager of a Major League Baseball team,
well, I'm gonna say something to you.
Why would you hire Gabe? 500 Kapler.
The years he had in Philly, he had a good Philly team, and they underachieved.
Exactly.
But he came back from that. Farhan said that,
because his buddy was running the team. Farhan,
and you may be onto something then.
I mean, I don't. Let me ask you a question. What does Kapler bring to the table as a manager? Wait.
And I thought a guy that would be able to control the clubhouse, but we found out that wasn't the case.
But we knew that.
Yeah.
We knew that the clubhouse in Philly was a mess under him.
Yeah, but I didn't know, he doesn't go that far into the clubhouse. He has boundaries. Like, I thought if the stuff hit the fan, he would go take care of it, and to find out now, he's not that type. Then you can't run my club then because if stuff
they
gets
knew
out.
That. How does your best friend or a good buddy, a professional colleague, not know that about a guy who he hires to manage. I mean, when you hire a manager, you know whether they're a yeller, a screamer, you know whether they're like Joe Madden or somebody who's more boisterous. But again, what does Gabe Kapler bring to the table?
Yeah.
What's his best attribute as a manager?
His beard.
So I'm just saying, 888-957-9570. The bottom line is the Giants are out of sight, out of mind.
Hey, and
that's
he
what
didn't even
happens
finish
in
the series. No big deal. You think he told him, "You getting rid of me? I'm out"?
No, I don't.
I was like, I don't know why I didn't like that.
I think what happened is they just said, "Go now." They just said, "Go now." There was no reason to have him here. Wow. Here's the other thing, and I was talking to Shasky about this. People may disagree, but something changed in the last 3 or 4 weeks. And I feel like when the owner came out and said, "Yeah, no, they're probably both going to be back."
Oh, I took it from
that triggered everything we saw in the media about the clubhouse issues. I think that triggered the Logan Webb talking to Kapler in the outfield. The Pusoy was part of it. Susan Slusser and Andrew Baggerly wrote these stories, and it felt like there were people in the know who were. This is a hunch, just a hunch. It felt like there were people in the know who were starting to get the sense that Kapler might be back. And they said, this guy cannot come back as a manager. It's time to start leaking some stuff about the crap that's going on here.
So if I were to put a little bit of a conspiracy and ask you if Logan Webb wanted Gay back, you would say no? Because when Willard told us they went on the 20-minute walk.
Back?
I don't have the answer to that.
Hey, do you want Gabe back? I think there's two answers. Either I don't care or no. I don't think there's yes. Let's keep Gabe Kapler. We need him back. Let's go to CJ. CJ's in the city. Hey, CJ, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
Hey.
Man, I agree with you guys, or I agree with the Giants at least firing Gabe Kapler for a couple of reasons. One is, I mean, you hear players talk in the interviews, and there just seemed to be a disconnect between locker room and management being Gabe Kapler and upper management. So it's like a tree. Players go through Gabe goes through management, I'm assuming. So, anyways, when there's a disconnect between the players and the coach, there's obviously going to be a breakup in the locker room. And it just seemed like the Giants didn't have that connectivity, and Gabe's whole philosophy is self-management, like players can self-manage. He was basically running the locker room like a tech company, and it didn't work out because Buster Posey left, and Buster Posey was kind of like a second coach or second manager within the locker room with all that experience and just the way he carries himself. And even Logan Webb mentioned that. So when you miss a big part of that, you can really see the outcome of it, and the outcome is complete disconnect. And I think the Giants did a good thing in firing him, because Farhan Zaidi, for the most part, he's gotten some good free agents. I mean, Michael Conforto, he's been good had he not gotten injured. Henniger is good if he doesn't get injured. It's just injury. And to sum everything up, I think they should go out and get a guy like Dave Rigetti to manage the Giants, because he's been with the Giants for quite some time. And he's a good coach. He knows pitching, and the Giants, that's where the strongest at is their pitching. So that's all I got. Thank you guys for hearing me out, and have a great day.
I appreciate the call, CJ. It's a smart caller, no doubt about it, on the Giants.
Stoney, Farhan rolled the dice, though, just in regard to Conforto and Hannigan. Those guys were hurt. They had injury issues, and you kind of bypass that, buying a car thinking, okay, it's got engine problems. It won't have it on me, and it reared its head, so it still didn't work out.
No, it didn't. It didn't at all.
And what about how they use his pitchers? Was that a Gabe concoction, or I thought Gabe just did what he told? I'm curious to see whoever the manager is. I'm rooting for Bowmel, but he hasn't been fired, so I hope he doesn't get fired. But are they going to continue to do that?
God.
You don't like Melvin? Melvin's
Give me somebody.
Rigetti?
Melvin's fine, but goodness gracious.
Who do you want? Give me.
I don't care. The manager means nothing.
Oh, Steiny.
Sorry.
All the baseball diehards are rolling over.
Manager means very little.
They would have stopped the Pasoy problem that the Giants had. Best believe
Melvin wouldn't have.
Well, Jim Leland or Bochy wouldn't have had one.
Actually, is he dead? Is Jim Leland still alive?
Yes, he is.
Because if he has passed, then he's not going to solve the clubhouse.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. A strong authority figure wouldn't have been no Pasoy problem.
Leland's not coming back. You can't have tobacco in the clubhouse.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, of course not. Of course not. But
Rigetti. What if Bonte's right in his Posey? But I know he ain't going
to be the what?
Well, I would love him to be the skipper, but I thought he could be the new Farhan.
There's no chance Buster Posey wants to travel with kids.
Yeah.
You know what? I shouldn't say no chance. I don't know the guy. But I don't see Buster Posey being a manager. I see him being a general manager.
Yeah, then you travel.
President of baseball operations. I kind of see that.
What about Showalter Buck? He's a red ass.
I don't
put those cards down.
I don't think they. Yeah, and then
get on the sit-up
that'll
machine.
win him a pennant. That'll win him a pennant. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is a Monster Monday. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can talk about whatever you want. We are at Chase Center. We are at Media Day. We talked to Mike Dunleavy Jr., the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. We'll be joined by a couple Warrior players in the next 90 minutes. We obviously have talked a lot about the San Francisco 49ers, the team that looks like the best team in football right now. Right now, they certainly look like the best team in football, the San Francisco 49ers, and we'll talk about that Cardinals game until about Wednesday, and then we'll turn our focus to the Dallas Cowboys. That'll be the game of the week
Sunday night
in the NFL. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And also, if you want to jump into the Gabe Kapler Giants situation, you can. But I don't think there's too many people out there saying, boy, Gabe Kapler, how could you fire Gabe Kapler? What a big mistake that is. Maybe I'm wrong. On 95.7, The Game.
Gift yourself luxurious selections at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on...
is kicking off. Media day today. First practice tomorrow.
Let's go.
And we're obviously talking a lot of 49ers today, but let me pass along some Warriors news that has occurred. Draymond Green is going to be reevaluated in a couple weeks. He has a sprained ankle. Corey Joseph, who hopefully is going to be joining us soon. Was it a back for Corey Joseph? He's also going to be evaluated in 2 weeks. But I was looking at his stats, and I'll tell you something else about him that's interesting. But Chris Paul has talked to the media, and they talked to Chris Paul about starting and coming off the bench. And here's what Chris Paul had to say. I'm going to read it to you. Okay. You ready?
Yep.
This is Chris Paul.
CP3.
I had the opportunity to come off the bench for the Olympic team, and that went well. And everyone who knows me knows I'm all about winning. Whatever I can do to help the team win. That's Chris Paul, your 6th man of the year.
Chris, where was this at the Summer League? Or is this after Draymond gets hurt, Sonny? He knows pretty much. So he says this, but you know what? I'm going to take it at face value. CP3, that's what we've been waiting to hear. But damn, Sonny, I feel like a lot of that is because he knows now the floodgates are open and I'm probably going to be starting on this team when we play Phoenix.
I wonder if, I don't even know how long the opener is away. 3 weeks?
24th, I want to.
October 24th?
Yeah,
okay,
don't take
about
that
3
to
weeks.
the bank. Yep.
About 3 weeks. Yep. About 3 weeks. So we'll see if Draymond Green is back or not. Looking at Corey Joseph, what stands out to you?
The 3-point percentage.
Of course.
39.
By the way, guys, speaking of Draymond Green,
35%.
I actually saw him walking down the hallway here. No boot, no limp.
Yep.
Looked pretty damn good.
That's good news.
Reevaluated in 2 weeks, but seems to be all right.
If I were Evan, because I know you're my brother, you're my little brother, I would have grabbed him and walked him in here. I would have closed. I would have got him.
Well, remember, he said he didn't want to talk to you.
You could have dropped Steiny's name. I saw Kawakami. It was awkward. You didn't see him, and he waved back. That's my dog.
Yeah. It's what's interesting is
I'm about to show.
Guru got on me for talking about the thread. Boy, did he just hang you out to dry. That was much worse than what I did at the beginning of the show.
You do it to him every day.
It was funny.
Mine's once a year.
It's funny.
Evan knows when I'm playing.
I'm looking at Corey Joseph's career numbers. It's just you and I are just we're just so different. What do you notice? The 3-point percentage.
Is it 39?
Steiny, what do you notice? I'll tell you what I notice. He does not turn the ball over. So they got two guys who don't turn the ball over. He has a 3-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio since he's been in the NBA. I'm talking about Corey Joseph. And so that means they got 3 good guards. One of them turns it over, and the other 2 are pretty secure with it.
I'm going to give you a 1.
Look, Steph Curry might be able to shoot the 3 better than Joseph and Chris Paul, but he treats the ball worse than Joseph and I'm
going to tell you this. About these changes from last year till now. Everybody knows I was a big Jordan Poole fan, but I saw what went on, the metamorphosis that went the wrong way when he became a human turnover. I did see it. We'll never get the answer as to why. But Steiny, if you want to tell me, you know what? I remember Willard and Dibbs just last week. Kerr was on, and he said they were number 1 in pace, but they were number 1 in turnovers. That doesn't match up. You're number 1 in pace. But so you don't need to be number 1 in pace if you can't take care of the ball. But now that you mentioned Joseph and CP3, they got action.
See, you know what's funny is I get what Steve Kerr's saying. We led the league in pace and turnovers.
I was like, boy,
that should happen. That should happen because you have more possessions than any other team.
But when they happen, can kill you.
Well, no doubt. Yes, ideally you want to be first in pace and middle of the pack.
That's my
in turnovers. Yeah. But you're never going to be best pace and lowest turnovers.
Yeah.
But last year the Warriors did have a turnover issue. There's no doubt about it. Jordan Poole. Look, Steph Curry's a great shooter.
You're right.
Steph Curry's a great shooter. Steph Curry and Draymond turned the ball over a lot last year.
No doubt.
So hopefully they can do better that way.
And how about this to that? If I got to be careful getting out of here. I think that didn't get a lot of notice when Dre and Steph did it. When they turned it over, I think it was quieter on the scene.
Well, of course, because people in the media, such as yourself, don't like to call attention to the negative things that the four-time champions have had. Oh no, it's funny. It's not really that funny, but it's obvious. I mean, we don't talk about the shortcomings of
That's
great
the
players.
beauty of our show. We do.
Well, I do. All right,
Tim. This guy. I was going to tell Evan, but Evan knows.
I'll tell you what. Somebody on the Comcast business text line on the 415 has the best tweet, the best text to me of the day. Steiner needs coffee. He's right. I just had one small cup earlier. The coffee is like you got to walk all the way across the court, up to the. I don't have enough time.
I got you.
Hint, hint. To do it.
Now that was real. I would never have done that to our guy E.
Well, maybe I'm doing it to Tim Jordan. Maybe I'm doing it to Nahigian. Yeah, Nahigian's Tim's working. Evan's working.
Go get Trey.
Yeah, I saw somebody saying, Steiner, what'd you think about Trent Dilfer? You see him?
Dude, I put it on the vine. Yeah.
All right.
In uniform. What's up now? All right.
Welcome, man. Welcome. All right, Corey Joseph is here. He's
ready to go.
He's a player the Warriors acquired in the offseason. And I know one of the reasons they acquired him is because he takes care of the ball. You don't turn it over much. And that was a big problem last year for the Golden State Warriors. And now they got Chris Paul, who takes care of it, and they got you, who takes care of it. Is that something that they talked to you about, that they liked about you?
Yeah, of course. I think, basketball is definitely a possessions game. The more possessions you have attempted at the goal, the better. Obviously, we have a lot of guys that are good at, shooting the ball. So, we got to take care of the ball. So that's definitely something that was brought up.
Now, you know what it's like to play championship basketball in your career. Last year, you're in Detroit. Safe to say they're kind of rebuilding. Now you're here in Golden State where the aspirations are, championships. Speak to us how excited you are about that opportunity to play meaningful basketball.
Very, very excited. I'm looking forward to it. Like you said, it's just the basketball that they play here. I take a lot of pride in that selfless, basketball, that winning, meaningful basketball. And I'll just, look to contribute in any way I can.
Let me ask you about the back. I know it's you're going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Anything we should be concerned about? How you feeling?
I feel pretty good. Obviously, you got some, stuff down there that's going on, but it's nothing that, I feel like I'm concerned about in the long term.
What was it about Golden State that made you want to come here?
I think just the characteristics of the organization. It was kind of similar to my first couple of years with the Spurs. Just the way they are, that selfless basketball, that winning basketball by any means. And that's how I feel like I am. Just to do stuff that, contributes to winning.
Dude, did you notice Corey said organization?
Yeah,
he's from Toronto.
Yeah,
he's from Toronto, so he's got that hockey thing going.
Let me ask you this. You guys have yet to practice, but you're a veteran. You've been in the league. How long does it take for you to get acclimated with what they're trying to do? Or is that already like Jedi stuff? It's mental. You already know what your role is going to be and how you feed off these guys.
Yeah, for sure. Whenever you come to a team that's been established, they got guys on this team that's been here for a very long time and played together for a very long time. So it doesn't take long to acclimate, towards that. You come in and you try to figure out your role and you play that to the best of your ability.
Obviously, when you signed here, they didn't have Chris Paul, a Hall of Fame point guard. did that change the way you felt about your decision? Is that something that was unforeseen and you're thinking, oh man, I got another guy in the mix? How did you view the signing or the trade of Chris Paul?
I think it's amazing. Whenever you get a chance to learn from guys, I mean, I think this is CP's 19th season, and I've been playing against him my whole career. So whenever you get to play with somebody like that, it's an honor, and you try to learn as much as you can. So it was great.
So now, I don't want to call you the third splash brother. It may happen because I'm looking at your three-point percentages the last 2 years, 41%, 39% last year. You can hit it from deep, so you're in a good system.
Yeah, for sure. That's the game. Those Splash Brothers kind of changed the game towards that. So I've been working hard on my shot, and I'm going to continue to let it fly with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at your numbers. It looks like you're getting better at the three-point shot. It looks like to me the last 2 years you've taken more than you ever have in any other year, and it was your two highest percentage three-point years. So is that somewhere? I mean, you feel like you're still getting better?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm always getting better, but that's I've been working hard on that. Like I said, it's just with me. I always said it's not about making them; it's about taking them.
Now, look at him. Write that down, Steiny. Let me ask you this, because you mentioned your teammate CP3, and, a lot's being made. The Warriors picked him up and, his role. And you've been on different teams. Is that something verbally you have a sit down with the coaching staff? Like, what do you need me to do? Or does that kind of just manifest on its own?
I think a little bit of both. When you first get there, it kind of manifests on its own, and he'll have his ideas. And then throughout the season, if, something is not going either his way or your way, you kind of sit down and have that talk. So right now, I think
communication.
Right, exactly. Right now, it's at that manifest portion of it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers here from the last 2 years, and I'm looking at Corey Joseph's got a better three-point percentage than Steph Curry. I don't know if you know this. He only shot 38% last year. So what kind of tricks are you going to teach him from beyond the arc?
Absolutely none. I'm sure he'll teach me way more tricks than I'll teach him from beyond the arc. If you look at attempts, I'm pretty sure that his 38% with his attempts that he's taken, and with the way they're guarding him is a lot different.
Look at him. Hey, I hate to focus on the past, but just last year is a perfect example. You've been in the league, and from afar, guys like us, we watch y'all. But we hear how much of a grind an 82-game season is. When you're not playing for nothing, how hard is that?
It's very hard. But, I think just in terms of last year, where I was in my career and where the organization was just different. Obviously, I think, when you did play as a player, you're always trying to win games. But speaking on that, like, for me, it was tough. We were just in two different places. But, you learn a lot from about yourself when you're in a position like that. So every day I woke up, I approached it with a good mindset, and you just learn about yourself. So but with that being said, I'm glad that I'm here, and glad I'm on this team with the aspirations that they have. So I'm looking forward.
That's wisdom.
The Warriors a couple years back drafted James Wiseman with a number 2 pick, and he came with a lot of acclaim, and he was a big part of what the future was supposed to be. You played with him after he got traded to Detroit last year. What'd you think of James Wiseman, and is he going to emerge at some point, do you feel like?
Yeah, I thought highly of him when he got there. First practice when he played, I was like, dang, like this guy is really, really talented. Obviously has long arms. Affects the shots at the rim a lot, and he's playing very hard. So I think he has a great opportunity over there with those guys. Being at the stage that they're at, for it gives him some time just to learn and be himself and play through mistakes. And I think he'll do really well over there.
Now, I know, when you were on visiting teams, you came to the Bay Area one time when you played, sometimes twice. But how your living arrangement, and how do you like the Bay Area? Have you been here before? You know a lot about it?
Yeah, I've been here before. When I was playing for Sacramento, on some of the day offs.
Okay.
Yeah, me and my family would sneak down here and just relax or whatever. We've been to Alcatraz, did that tour before, and we did a couple things. Still getting obviously used to it. Been out here for a little bit while now, actually living here. But I'm excited. It's always been great with the mountains, the water, the people. It's been dope.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, Corey, man, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Best of luck to you, and good luck on the season, man.
Thank you.
All right.
Good
That's
stuff,
Corey
man.
Joseph, Golden State Warriors point guard. Played with Detroit last year, signed as a free agent in the offseason, and he's a point of emphasis because the Warriors turned the ball over too much last year. They absolutely turned the ball over too much. And Corey Joseph is somebody who does not turn the ball over.
And can shoot it from deep.
Can shoot it from deep. He's getting better at shooting from deep. And looking forward to seeing him.
No doubt about it.
And you know me, I love Canada, so I'll take a Canadian on my team.
He loves Barbados
any day of the week.
Yeah, he
so.
said mountains and Alcatraz. I love it.
Thanks to Corey Joseph.
Cool dude, man.
He's one of he's. When I look at a guy like Corey Joseph, there's only one way. Well, first of all, he's a good player, but the things he has to do to stay in the league are the kind of things that you just know you're going to get from. Like, he's a professional. He is a professional basketball player. He knows how to play. He's actually played in big games. He's played for great coaches. He played for Greg Popovich. So, Corey Joseph is the kind of guy. We talk about backup quarterbacks a lot. To me, Corey Joseph's the kind of guy, and he started at times over his career too. But Corey Joseph's the kind of guy that if you get banged up and you lose a guy, and he needs to play a little bit, he won't kill you. He won't kill you, and he might help you.
No doubt about it.
Over the course of a season, might be different, but I think Corey Joseph could be a sleeper of an addition on this team, considering they're probably, Steph and Chris Paul aren't going to be playing every night. So maybe Corey Joseph emerges to a somewhat important player.
Yeah, I'm excited. And I'm just sitting down with him, I'm more excited. But, I think of you. I know you didn't play in the NBA, but Stoney, I brought up Detroit because he was in San Antonio and had success, top of the mountaintop. And then you go to Detroit where you're playing, but you're playing for nothing. And I can see, and this is no knock on you, I can see it, just your personality. I could see you in a environment where it's not going anywhere and you'd be checked out. So that's why I asked him about, in regard to aspirations, Detroit was the outhouse compared to the Golden State. It's championship or bust here. Or you're trying to get the championship. Look at you. I know how to make you smile, man.
Nice job, Go.
I appreciate it, John.
They haven't even haven't had a practice yet.
He was in full uniform.
And we're saying
that
finals or bust. All right. No, but Corey Joseph is a solid veteran type player, and I have a feeling we're going to see him a fair amount this year on the Golden State Warriors. Matt Steinmetz, the Guru Johnson. We are at Chase Center in San Francisco at Warriors Media Day. They start their season tomorrow with practice, and their first exhibition game is Saturday here at Chase Center against the L.A. Lakers. Obviously, the big topic today has been the San Francisco 49ers. They handle the Arizona Cardinals yesterday, 35-16, and it was just another solid performance by the 49ers. No turnover. They have one turnover this season. One. That's pretty incredible.
So Brock has no INTs.
What's the record for fewest turnovers by a team over a 16 or 17 game season?
That's a great question.
I'm going to say it's still got to be at 16, like one a game. If you average 16. One a game over the course of a season, I think that's pretty good, isn't it?
Man.
And so right now, the 49ers are on a pace to have 4 turnovers this year.
And McCaffrey holding on to the rock. Everybody holding on to the rock.
Did I see? He hasn't fumbled since he's been a Niner either, I don't believe.
Boy.
Man,
oh man.
They're I mean, that's the thing. They're not only, they do have some Warriors in them. In terms of, they're not only really exciting and dynamic like the Warriors were back in the day, but yeah, they got a high team IQ. I think we know that. admin honor. I don't know. This got to be to you, Goo. 49ers championship talk is legitimate. The Warriors championship talk is a little more delusional.
Oh, we have not. Don't put me in that.
Put you in what?
The Warrior Talk Championship. We haven't even done our predictions.
You just said finals or bust.
That was stick playing with you.
Well, can you stop doing that?
No, because
I don't like that. But you know I don't like it.
Quit reading our texts out loud without our permission. Once you do that, then I'll stop doing that.
You stuck it to Evan more than I did.
I'll do that.
Goodness gracious. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Look at the logo.
Look at this.
HD. What you got?
Look at this.
Let me. Can I guess? Because you guys got it.
The fewest turnovers in an NFL season. Go ahead. What do you think the number is?
Okay,
fewest
16 games.
16 games, 17 the last year or two. Fewest turnovers in a season by a team.
You know what? I'm going 7.
8.
Who?
The New Orleans Saints of 2019.
Damn.
Well, how'd they do? Were they any good?
I'm trying
off
to
the top of your head? Do you know?
No, remember
NFC
they got robbed. Yeah, against the Rams.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think that was in. But yeah.
49ers on a pace right now for fewer than that. But 8 turnovers in 2019 for the New Orleans Saints was the lowest turnover season by any NFL team. And right now the 49ers have 1 turnover through 4 games. Just 1. That's it. And they've got an explosive. That's the other thing. That not only do they just have 1 turnover, maybe that's why they're scoring 30 a game. I was going to say they're not only not turning it over, they're scoring. But maybe they're scoring because they're not turning it over.
They're driving down the field.
Well, those are scripted.
Well, it still matters.
Those are scripted.
Yeah, but I could fumble a handoff or a pass, and that's not happening. Darn it, Stoney, I had a great fun fact for you and forgot.
That's all right.
Let's keep talking.
Jimbo says Steinmetz jinx is in. I don't believe in jinxes. I do not believe in jinxes. I don't believe in superstition either.
Or karma, which we found out.
No.
Not karma's real, Stoney.
No. I make my own karma.
You think you do.
I know I do.
Yeah,
I know I do. I'll tell you what.
Tell me.
Trust me when I say I'm in a good spot right now. I'm in a good place.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I like that. Mm-hmm. We all like hearing that.
No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny Guru from Chase Center. 49ers 4-0. Warriors season starting. Gabe Kapler gone on 95.7 The Game.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with local arena ticks. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now at local.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you from Chase Center in San Francisco. Golden State Warriors Media Day today. And we've been joined by some Warrior players, and we will be joined by Warrior players in the next hour. And then we'll turn it over to Willard and Dibbs. In the meantime, I'm looking at Brock Purdy's stats from this year. 72% completion percentage. He is leading the league at 115.1 in quarterback rating. I'm sorry, 84.5 quarterback rating, leads the league. He is average yards per attempt, 10 yards. That leads the league, and his 0 interceptions are fewest in the league, clearly, tied for fewest. And as a 49er, if you count the regular season, he's got 18 touchdowns and 4 turnovers. 18 touchdowns, 4 turnovers, Goo. I mean, what more do you want from the guy?
Man, that's fascinating. And I'll say this. I don't know how much on Twitter or X you were last night, but our guy Willard sent out a tweet, and he was saying everything we said at the beginning, I'm paraphrasing of the tweet, that McCaffrey's in the, and I know it's too early, but go along with me, in the MVP conversation. But at the bottom, like only Willard could do, he said, Brock ain't too far behind. And Steiny, I'm just putting this out there. If this keeps up, and this dude is flawless when you talk about turnovers or their lack of, man, who knows?
I mean, he's been absolutely terrific since he's come here. And you know what? He hasn't, in his 3 playoff games last year, he didn't throw an interception. So 21 total touchdowns and just 4 interceptions for Brock Purdy. And
Purdy good.
At some point, he got to throw an interception.
You think so?
At some point, he will. When's it? Gosh.
Well, they got Dallas. Dallas had one last year. Diggs dropped it. Stoney could have changed the game.
When's Purdy's last interception?
I think we did this already.
No, that was Bosa's last sack.
No, but that wasn't too far back like this. The last Purdy interception.
Well, this is one.
He's been getting lucky, man.
This is one.
Because I think of the woulda, coulda, shoulda. Big John will tell us.
510. Yeah, I'm surprised too from the Comcast business.
What happened?
Steiny, there's another team that has just one turnover this year too. I'm surprised your partner didn't say anything.
Eagles.
No.
You know what? Take that to the.
Here we go.
Listen.
Here we go.
They have something worse than turnovers. They got a red zone issue. They are the worst in the league. Bottom 3.
Doesn't matter.
That offsets the turnovers because when you get
they're in a rough spot.
Right.
Like what's weird is I don't believe a team's got a red zone issue. Any different than their offense. Like, the red zone's their offense. It's just part of their offense. They can't score down there. I don't think it's necessarily a red zone issue.
That can get you beat, though, Stoney, when you leave it at 4-4-4.
Of course it can.
Yeah.
Of course it can. But, I don't believe...
They beat New England yesterday 31-3. You would have thought, oh, my gosh, this was incredible. People were, down because when is it going to come bite you in the tail?
Well, it's because you are looking at the Cowboys completely differently than you look at the 49ers.
But under Jimmy, they had some red zone issues. Remember, people would call, it didn't go unnoticed.
You talking about the Niners?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And now they got somebody that knows how to get rid of the ball and knows what he's doing, Steiny, and it's just incredible to watch.
You guys asked this last week.
Yeah. I forget who the answer was on
Washington? No, I see a Washington, and then I see a Texans. Somebody go do the research for us so we don't have to do it, please. Thank you. 650 says, we'll see how Purdy looks against the Cowboys' defense. Big test.
Now, he did beat him in the playoffs, though. I got you. With Diggs.
But the one thing I said earlier in the show was that we haven't seen Brock Purdy struggle. And somebody on the YouTube text said, he did struggle at times against the Cowboys in the playoff game last year. I think that's fair.
Okay, and the opening drive against the Giants, which that's too short a sample size, but there were some throws in that first series we both admit, Stoney, could have been picked off. But if that's what we're doing and we're judging people on woulda, coulda, shoulda, and not reality, then Brock's he's doing what he's doing right now, Stoney.
Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Hey, guy. Oh, wow. Thanks for taking my call. Man, I don't trust Kyle Shanahan, man. I just don't trust this guy. I think he's going to make it more complex than what it is. What are the coaches, I guess what he should do, I think he should start doing some load management. He's overworking McCaffrey. He's running them on the inside. Something is going to break that's just going to ruin the season. It's just too good to be true. I just think that they need to do some kind of load management, and because Kyle Shanahan, he's gonna get over creative and start breaking stuff. That's what my thought process is right now. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what I think about that? Derrick Henry. I know he's built like a Saigon, but we never said that about him, and I know he's bigger than McCaffrey. But Steiny, at the end of the day, every NFL football player is one play away from being injured. So there is no rhyme or reason. You got to keep feeding them. And he would tell you if he was being overworked.
Comcast Business Test Line says last pick was the Texans. 650 says it was Washington. And I just got a text from Mark Willard who said his last pick was Vegas. The Raiders.
There you go. It was Willard
right?
for the win. Yeah.
I don't know who's right,
that was our
though.
answer. No, he is. That was the answer last week.
Oh.
See, I'm one of them. When I hear it again, I'm like, there it is, Sam. Willard with the win.
888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco 49ers, they beat the Arizona Cardinals yesterday, 35-16. 35-16. Willard saying don't tell me, Mark. Don't tell me, Mark. I'm just reading. He said Brock Purdy's never played against the Texans. That was a Trey Lance game, I believe. All right, let's like we said, it's media day here at Chase Center, and we're talking to players. And right now, we're being joined by NBA veteran Rudy Gay. Rudy Gay is in camp trying to make the team. Welcome, man. How you doing?
I'm great. Doing well.
What made you pick here to continue your career?
Well, I mean, I think everybody knows the plan for the Warriors going into the season and what they're trying to do, and that's what that's what everybody wants to accomplish in their career. So at the end of the day, you just want to win a championship.
Wow!
And I feel like I can help. So that's the biggest part.
So when I got news you were coming to town, I look at this roster. They got Loon, Sarich, and this is first year, but I was like, they don't got no Rudy Gay. That athletic wing. How much does that excite you? The fact that when you look at the roster, it's not, duplicates like yourself.
Well, I just, like I said, I just felt like I can help. I'm very familiar with the guys on the team, even Chris, who's just coming to the team. I think, and also with that process, I think I can be helpful in that, just knowing both sides and being here. But, it's I want to win,
Yes, sir.
And I've been around a lot of young teams trying to figure it out, but it's time for me to be around some veterans that have one plan in mind. So I'm ready.
Rudy, I mean, you've been in the league for, what's this, your 16th or 17th year?
18.
18.
Look at him.
What's the key to staying in the league 18 years?
Man, being flexible, being able to adjust. Coming to the league, I was the guy that they depended on to score and go out there and compete in the scoring category. But my game's just changed so much. Injuries, a lot of things happen in between. But just got to be able to just be flexible, be like water, as they say.
So we're on the outside looking in. You've been in the league 18 years. When you would play this Warrior team, is it more than just basketball, like the synergy they had? And how important is that? Do you watch or play them like, man, they got it, not just on the court, but that stuff that I feel like you need off the court to take to get to the mountaintop?
It just seemed different. I was here from the beginning. I remember Monte Ellis and Al Harrington, Steven Jackson. And
we
Baron
believe.
Davis. Yeah, so I've been here through all the changes in this organization, and just coming in and watching Steph, and then coming from there, and then the championship years, I just saw a team that just had it all together. They knew each other, they knew each other's strengths, and they played off of that.
Let me play devil's advocate for a sec. How can the Warriors win it all when they're as old as they are?
I mean, they said that before they won the first one. They were too young. So, like, really, it's all about clicking at the right time. You know, this is a team that knows how to win. You know, last year was, you know, they obviously fell short of what they wanted, but the year before it was the same questions.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, I think any championship caliber team is going to have questions going into the season, but it's all about, you know, who can win when it counts.
So for all the fans in Dub Nation, let's say I'm the coach, put you in. Tell Dub Nation what they're getting from Rudy Gay when you step on the court.
See, that's the question I can't even answer. 'Cause, you know, I haven't practiced. We haven't done anything. I haven't talked to Steve at all about, you know, my role or whatever. Or if I do, you know, I really don't need to talk to anybody. It's just being out there playing with the guys. So I know what I can bring. I can bring the guy that can, you know, pretty much do whatever the team needs at that point in time.
Yeah,
and also can still put the ball in the hole too.
Look at it.
No,
you can.
I can still do that a little bit.
A little bit.
That
a little bit. No, I mean, people forget when you came into the league, you were, not that you still aren't, but you were a dynamic player.
Go ahead and say it, man. Go ahead.
Oh man, like what would be your perfect role on this team? And I know, again, I know you haven't practiced, but maybe just a general. What would be a good year for Rudy Gay?
You know, just a guy that can, you know, facilitate whether it's offense or defense. Defensively, I can switch with a lot of guys, and it makes us more versatile in that situation. And also, offensively, a guy that can just knows the game, knows where to be and who to get the ball to. And like I said before, can still put the ball in the hole. So, you know, just keep this team a little bit, you know, a little harder to read.
Yeah.
We just had Corey Joseph in here, and he don't even know he did it, but he put an emphasis on training camp, like you're talking about what you guys are about to build. How important is that? Because from the outside looking in, I'm like, oh, it's camp. They'll be ready to go in a month. Yeah. But that's when it goes down, huh? Just the nucleus. And
I mean, for us, you know, me and Corey and maybe Chris, but you know, the other guys, they've been doing this and been here. And they're going to be our teachers and try to get us, you know, in the right spot.
Your name has come up over the last, I don't know, 3 to 4 years out here as someone who might be able to fit in here. Had you heard anything like that over the course of, you know, the recent past, or have the Warriors been on your radar?
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't watch Warriors basketball.
Right.
I mean, you know, I think everybody watches it. You know, but and to hear things, you hear things. But you know, in the league, you know, you really can't believe anything.
Right.
You just got to go out there and do whatever. Do I think I'm a missing piece? Possibly. You know.
So you talk about year 18, you want to win, and I just want to know, man, how much do you want that ring? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Do you think about that a lot? Like, I want that bling.
I mean, when you play this long and you've been around locker rooms and with young kids and all that stuff, it's like at some point, like, what are you doing it for? You know, what am I still here for? You know, my kids are young. You know, I'm away from family, and ultimately you play to win. You don't play just to play. I mean, some people, you know, play for different reasons or have different accomplishments. But for me, you know, at 37 years old, it's just to win a championship, you know? And I think anybody that tells you different is not really a competitor.
Did you have any other teams that you felt like had a window to win a title this year that were interested in you, or vice versa?
I did, but this one just felt different.
Did it?
Just felt different.
Real quick, what do you think about just Drew Holiday going to the Celtics, Damian Lillard going to the Bucks? Guys have left the Western Conference. At least Damian has.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see him go. But you know, other than that, you know, Drew is a great player. Boston has a really good player on their hands. I think he was one of the most important players on that Milwaukee team that won the championship personally. I'm, you know, don't kill me, but I think he might have been the most important person on that team. You know, with Dame, like I said, I think the biggest part for us, you know, selfishly, is just good getting him out of the West. But I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know, you know, how the cohesion is going to be there early. Chris Middleton, who's still there. I mean, I don't know how that affects his offensive game. You know, we'll see. I mean, you know, they have things to iron out too. The whole league is different, and it's good. It's fun. It's fun to see it. You know, we don't know. I mean, it's about whoever can get it together the quickest, and hopefully it's us.
Let me ask you a quick personal question. Do you do much? Because I'm trying to quit. I'm an addict. Social media, the Twitter, and are you on there a lot?
Yes, but this is what I'm saying.
I appreciate the honesty.
I'm being honest, but I really had to check myself on the social media. It's like,
and this is where I'm going. The reason I ask you is, and I don't need your answer, Steph and Magic. Like, why do we do that? Why do we got to put the greats together? Like, when you see that stuff as a player, are you like, what's the win?
I mean, honestly, Steph is the ultimate competitor, right? Like, why would you ask any person are they better than somebody else?
I'm better than him. He gonna say the same thing.
You know, so it's like, what do you expect him to say? No, I'm not better than this guy. Like,
come on,
he's one of the greatest players to play this game, and so is Magic, respectfully. But like, the reason they're that good is because they're competitive. So who cares, man? At the end of the day,
that's all.
They're not even the same player. Magic's like 10 feet taller and stuff.
Right. Hey,
thanks a lot,
Rudy. Really appreciate you stopping by, man. And good luck to you. I hope you make the team and contribute.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. That's Rudy Gay, entering his 18th. You said 18th year?
18th,
man. 18th year.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You don't stick around 18 years unless you take care of yourself and are a professional. Rudy Gay's always been a class act.
And he wants that ring, Stoney.
Since his days in Memphis, actually.
Yeah, he's a bad
really
man.
good guy. Really good guy.
But a stretch four, Stoney. He is that.
Yeah, he was talking about how everything's changed. I bet he played some 2 early in his career. Now he's going to probably play some 4. He's got to make the team, though.
So, Stoney,
he's
you
got to
keep
make the
saying
team.
that. I thought he signed his.
No, I mean I got to believe that they might be making a decision on Rudy Gay and Rodney McGruder.
Oh wow! I thought he was signed, sealed, and delivered.
No, he's got to make the team still. He's still got to make the team. But
I'm rooting for him, or we're rooting for him.
Yeah, for sure. 888-957-9570 is the number, and we are at Chase Center. Golden State Warriors season is getting underway. Their first exhibition game is Saturday. We're obviously also talking a lot about the San Francisco 49ers. They won yesterday, like they've won the previous 3 weeks. They're now 4-0, and it's just, to me, it's just unavoidable. It's unavoidable right now that you don't talk about the 49ers and the Eagles and the Eagles and the 49ers. And to me, it's something that we thought about before the season. Mm-hmm. We thought both those teams were going to be good. Now it looks like both those teams are going to be good. They got a Week 13 matchup. And look, this is what it's all about. The San Francisco 49ers, their mission this year is to beat, is to go further than the Philadelphia Eagles. And ideally, they'll play the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC Championship, and that's when they'll have to prove if they're better than them. But those are the two teams, and the Cowboys clearly are right there within sniffing distance.
And Philly did. We know why. They earned it. They knocked the quarterback out. Philly did represent the National Football Conference last year. But, Stoney, I think more and more, tell me if I'm reading you wrong, you do understand now that the Super Bowl or bust didn't stem from or origin from a place of you lose, you're out. Like, to me, the one constant is I can make an argument since 2019 the Niners have exhibited greatness. And they haven't got it done. So this is enjoy these 4 games, but for your partner, this is just an extension of last year when they were just this dominant. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, McCaffrey's impact and the Niners' offense looks unstoppable. And now we're like, well, if the defense slips, they're still okay. I get all that. But this thing has been going on more so than just this year.
888-957-9570 is the number. Stein and Guru with you at Chase Center, San Francisco, California. Steinmetz and Guru with you. I'm distracted because I'm looking at something on the text line I was going to read, but now I'm not going to read it, Goo.
Negative?
I'm not going to read it. No, it's just somewhat inappropriate. That's all right. 49ers were up 21-3 yesterday, and
okay,
got to 21-16.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, Cardinals they're okay.
They're spunky.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Yeah.
They're not bad. 2 90-yard drives. Goo. 2 90-yard drives.
I don't like that. And I don't like the lack of. I'm gonna say it now. So I don't like the lack of the pass rush. I don't understand bringing in Hargrave. And what caller went in? Oh, Leroy. He said it's Eric Armstead's fault. It's not one person's fault, but I would like to hear why Wilkes feels like they're not wrecking the game, because yesterday that wasn't wrecking the game from a defensive standpoint. Now, they bend but don't break, and if that's their new identity, you know what, Steiny? This offense is so sick, that might be good enough.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. I want to see.
But if that's Jalen Hurts yesterday and the Eagles and a mobile quarterback, maybe it ain't 21-16 you know?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. But I do know that the 49ers look pretty good early in the season, and we'll see. We'll see what happens next Sunday night. Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing well.
All right. I got something I want to say, but real quick, your last comment, the pass rush, I guess the word is, well, they're concentrating on Bosa, and they're stopping him. They're putting so much against him that it allows the other guys to put pressure on. But I would like to see a couple of sacks here. I got to say that. But really what I wanted to say was Christian McCaffrey, he's been the difference. He's going to be, at best, tired by the end of the season and not able to perform the same as he is now. At worst, given his history, he's going to have an injury and he's not going to be available to us at the end of the season. And that's going to be bad. Just think of what the offense right now would look like without Christian McCaffrey. Please stop using this man so much. Kyle, please. I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
I mean, let's go through McCaffrey's career.
Okay.
First 3 years in the league, he didn't miss a game. Then he played three games in 2020, 7 games in 2021.
Yikes.
So he's had 2 years where he's been hurt.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 out of 7 years. And this is the 7th. I mean, look, it's football.
You can apply that caller's fear to every good player in the league, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it was a 5-point game at one juncture yesterday.
Yeah.
You're not going to sit him out.
Well, I also think that I got to believe that his usage is something that Kyle and the staff talk about.
27 touches yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know what the plan is for McCaffrey, but as long as he's playing at this level, how do you keep him out of the lineup? I mean, he's got to play. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny Guru from Chase Center in San Francisco. The Golden State Warriors training camp opens up tomorrow. The 49ers play the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday night. That's going to be a load of fun. It's also a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Coming up on the other side, more Niners, more Warriors on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA storage event.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you at 1:33 in the afternoon on a Monday.
There it is. We ain't by ourselves now.
Willard and Dibbs coming up in about 10, 12 minutes for the crossover. But we are at Chase Center talking about the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors season media day, opening media day is today. And, of course, we're talking about the Niners. 19-point win. They've covered every game, right? Wait, did they cover the Rams?
No, that was McVay messed it up.
That's right. That's right.
Mother. Yeah.
Well, and of course, McVay playing chess because he was thinking about the point differential late in the season if it comes down to the tiebreakers. McVay just plays till he plays till the final whistle. Yeah. That's all. And yesterday in the NFL, anything stick out to you? I'll tell you, look good. The Bills.
Oh, they did, and they needed that. So that was almost like the schedule helped them. And are we going to quell the Miami Super Bowl talk? Like, that was a spot for them after putting up 70. And I'll just say, you know what? Okay, that was 1 week. But what happened in Chicago with the Bears, Stoney, blowing that lead to the Broncos? They're not just bad quarterback play that makes me appreciate what the Niners have in regard to Brock Purdy and his youth, but there's some bad coaches. And let me tell you one. You asked me, I'm giving you three. The Raiders had no business losing that game to the Chargers. What Staley is doing up there with his decision-making, he should be in handcuffs. He's getting away with it. But I tell you what, Stoney, I'm going Troy Aikman. I don't like any of it, and I know Evan loves his team. But good God, and you're probably going to say, Guru, they won the game.
They did win the game.
It's the way that they had to win the game because of his bonehead decisions, putting them in harm's way. And it's going to bite him in the ass. It might not be now. It's going to catch up with them. How about that?
If you say so.
Got to learn.
That game was never in doubt.
Oh, so they didn't score in the second half.
They didn't have to.
The Raiders had it. If they had nothing coaching.
They had nothing.
Okay, let's put it right on the table. Last night's game, Zach Wilson, he showed the pulse. You think that was a building block?
No.
You throwing him out to pasture? See, I'm starting to think maybe something's clicking.
This is where I'm consistent. If Brock Purdy has a bad game, he's still Brock Purdy. If Zach Wilson has a good game, he's still Zach Wilson.
I'm going to give you a 3. But if he starts stacking those games like last night to where, the light is on, because there's no...
How about winning?
Well, you got
did
me
they
there.
win?
Defense did stop
Or
them.
did they lose?
Yeah, they lost.
I want winners.
And by the way, I can't wait. You know who's making a run? The Vikings.
You like that?
Are you
they're
really
0-3
taking that win over Carolina that they were losing in? I cannot
They went on the road and won by 8.
Good God.
Who we beating next week?
Good Lord.
They're going to make the playoffs. That's
now that I'll tell you, you don't want to. We could do that now.
What?
A lunch on that one.
Well, they're 1-3. Give me some odds or something.
There you go. Did you see Monty Poole's tweet?
No.
I guess Draymond just spoke and they asked him, did they need another big? He said, we're good. We don't need anything. I think he means it. They got Sarge and Rudy Gay.
But you wanted Dwight Howard.
I did.
So you disagree. So Draymond, who's considered a great basketball mind, said they're fine. But you'd like a little...
No, but for him to say that, he ain't blowing smoke. We'll see.
From the 510. Steiny, were you playing Metropolitan yesterday? Yes, I was. Yesterday morning.
Somebody saw you?
I guess so. Well, come say hi next time. Buy me a drink. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Basically. You got to ask me.
Oh, what'd you shoot?
85.
Oh, boy.
85.
Look at
That's my fourth consecutive round in the 80s. So
there you go.
I might be turning a corner, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that'll keep you all listening. Let's go to Mike. Mike in San Leandro. I'm sorry, San Lorenzo. San Lorenzo. What's up, San Lorenzo, Mike? Come on, Mike. Give it to me. Oh, God. Mike. He was
nervous in traffic.
He wanted to say the 49ers were better than the Eagles, but you know what's interesting? He couldn't get it out. He couldn't say it because he knew It's not true.
Yeah. And right now,
Mike?
we're taking the temperature, right, Stoney? There's nobody in America, I don't care who your home team is, if you were saying who the top team in the league, who's playing the best right now, it's the red and gold.
Yep.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
But to your point, I would not put, as much as I'm talking about Hurts, Kansas City's not undefeated. The Eagles are. So they would be too.
Philly. Chiefs?
No, Philly. There's only 2 undefeated teams left. It's Philly.
Yeah.
So there you get that spot.
Yep, absolutely. Lori Matthews, Mike heard your Vikings comment and hung up. Hey, Lori.
Lori,
you know what?
Quietly, Lori is awesome.
Lori sticks it to me. I'll tell you what. Justin says, Steiny, did your wife have a good hike? She's still on it. She's still on it.
Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable.
Till when?
She's coming home tomorrow, hopefully. Knock wood. Yeah, Friday I drove up to...
That is amazing.
Drove up to Nevada City, spent the night in Nevada City, woke up the next morning, took 2 cars up to Sierra City.
How far was that drive?
An hour and 10.
Traffic?
No. Dropped the car off there, which is where she's finishing her 40-mile hike, then drove 40 miles down to Soda Springs, where she's outside Truckee, where she started her hike. And I said goodbye to her at noon on Saturday, and it was raining.
Oh, man.
And it was cold, and I was just like, she turned around and walked with the dog, and she woke up this morning, she was 19 miles in. She's going 36. So, yeah,
the things
incredible.
that people do, man, that's awesome.
Dude, I'm
like, meet me at the bar.
No, but here's the thing, dude. Like, I knew she was going to do this for the last 2 or 3 months, but driving up there, like, the magnitude hit it. I'm like, she's walking 40 miles in the middle of nowhere with our dog. Like, what if she sprains her ankle 20 miles in? What if there's a psychopath?
Yeah, no.
What if it snows? You get snowed in. What if the dog...
Did you bring up the mace to her that the callers were saying?
She did not take bear spray. She claimed she has, I don't know, some bells or something, bear bells.
Right.
Do you know about those?
No.
I guess the bells that you ring, bears don't like it. But anyway, so yeah, I was just like when I dropped her off, I was kind of nervous, and I was like, I think she wanted more support from me. You know what I mean? But she says
like you gave it to her.
Well, she says it doesn't feel like you think I can do it. And I said, I know you can walk 40 miles in 4 days. It's just all the other stuff that I worry about, you know. So
good husband.
Well, I'm not married to her, but she is my partner.
Dude, sound like I could be on the bench.
With what?
the hoop uniform. That's how I took it. Hey, are you really mad about the Bob email? He told me to pass that along.
Yeah.
With Dunleavy Jr.?
Yeah, but he was kidding, Goo.
I don't think we're buds.
But you don't know Mike at all.
Who put the grow up thing? John, I'm going to get you tomorrow. That was why low blow. Who the hell is John?
You don't know Mike. I do. Like, I know Mike, and I wouldn't ask him that. 888.
I didn't ask him anything specifically. I just told him some history.
You said if you're not using your court sides,
Evan,
give me a call.
Smiled. I knew I was good when Evan smiled.
That's what the kids call Aukies on 95.7 again. Coming up next, Willard and Tibbs on 95.7 again.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, the Guru Johnson, and I'm assuming we are joined by Dan Dibley.
Look at him dancing, both of them.
There he is, Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Hey, guys, how are you?
What's going on, fellas? What's up out there?
Miss you.
Well, we're just talking to some Warrior players, talking about the Niners, revisiting Gabe. All three teams got action right now, of some sort or another.
I thought of you guys, actually, as I was on the way in. You guys were kind of, ham and egg and all the different stuff going on, and it dawned on me that the two of you had not had the opportunity to speak about the Gabe Kapler situation, because it literally broke like 4.5 minutes after you walked out of here on Friday. So I was interested to know what you guys had to say.
I feel like I get it. Like Guru is upset that they did one and not the other. What's Gabe Kapler's best attribute as a manager?
Well,
that's a 4.
I mean, what is his best attribute as a manager?
One of them,
Well, in a boss, I like consistency. So I would say that. But you have to, it's like, what are you consistent with, right? And so is your plan working? Is your communication, is it enough? I'll say this, especially now, because I didn't say it that much on Friday, because now we've gone into the weekend and talked to people and sort of, figure out what's going on. I think there's a lot more here than meets the eye. I think there's a lot more here, and that's always the case, right? But the idea that this was simply about the Giants' record and there's a scapegoat, there's got to be a fall guy, they've got to make a move. There's plenty of all of that. However, I do think that there were some things specific to Gabe in that clubhouse that were addressed on Friday.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
And I've been a part of businesses, so if the Giants ownership simply told Farhan, you're keeping your job, but you need to go fire Gabe, go do it, I probably would have did the same thing. But it reeks and it stinks, because all I've been told about Gabe Kapler when he came here, he was a puppet. He had no control. But why I do think he deserved to be fired is the Pasoy problem. The fact that you had 3 of your players try to police the clubhouse, but I was told you didn't go that far. You didn't get your hands dirty. So to me, it blew up on your watch, and if they wanted to remove you, you got to go. But the fact that Farhan is still here when he bought the groceries, he was the actual real chef, and everything to me is blown up on his watch. I just find it, I don't know, I just don't like it that he's still here. And Dibs, who I want to hear from, and I'm not, is the higher ups from the Giants as to what went into, okay, one goes and not both.
Yeah,
so I hope I don't come across like I'm hating on Farhan, but if Gabe went, both of them should have went.
Well, I think you're in a spot now where if this doesn't get better between now and April, you might make that change. But Mark and I were talking about this on Friday. We actually were interviewing Fred Warner when the news broke, and we both kind of had the look on our face of like, we're going to have to cut 54 short, which sucks because they're the hottest thing going. But I think now you're in a spot where Farhan's got to do something between now and the spring, and maybe they give him an extension or maybe they make him ride it out. But if you fire the GM and the manager at the same time, to me, that reeks of a rebuild. And you're in a spot where Farhan's done some good things in terms of rebuilding the farm and getting this team into a competitive space. So do you want to get rid of both? You got to replace both. You need a new direction. I'm wondering, based on what we learned on Friday, who the managerial hire will be. It might just be a stopgap guy, knowing that Farhan is, on his last days, or you give Farhan a vote of confidence and an extension, and you let him hire a new manager.
Let me throw this at you guys, particularly Willard, because he tends to look at things like this. I can't help. Not that you don't, Dibs. You're very insightful also. But I'm thinking about the way this all came down, and you have the owner's son or the owner saying, yeah, it'll probably be back, whatever. And then you have, I don't want to say a firestorm, but then you have some really indicting stories come out. And Mark, you brought up the Logan Webb walking with Kapler for 20 minutes. And then we had the Pusoy thing with Baggerly. Then Susan Slusser had a story that was interesting. It's something, you know what I mean? It was almost as though, and this is just a hunch, that some people in there got the sense that Kapler might be back, and it almost feels like they said, that can't happen. We got to let some cats out of the bag.
I mean, put it this way. Do I think that there were some players who did not want Gabe Kapler to be the manager anymore? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. So now you take that with a grain of salt if you want. The players don't get to make the decisions. No one individual does, unless you want to point to the owner, I guess. But even that's a group. So... But you're sort of insinuating, did everyone get the sense that Kapler was back and then sort of like band together a bunch of stories to make sure that wasn't the case? I don't know about that. I just think this, like Guru, when you said, it doesn't seem fair that Farhan's back and Gabe stays, that sort of makes it all about the umbrella issue. You two didn't succeed. You both should go. It's not that simple, I think. I don't think that this was not like, oh, you finished fourth, you're gone. Because you're right, they share in that blame. So does ownership and so do the players, quite frankly. But I think that this decision was a combination of, A, the Giants had to do something because it was an angry mob situation, no doubt. But B, there's more to it. There's definitely more to the fact that when you're talking about clubhouse chemistry, preparation, laissez-faire type of an attitude, all of these things, I think that there was a little bit more than meets the eye, is not as simple as results.
It may be fair. Dibs, where do you kind of weigh in on all this?
Well, I think that the roster is not good enough and the manager was not good enough. But if you look at who did their job worse, I think that and over the last 6 to 8 weeks, Gabe Kapler took the lead because you lost the clubhouse. So you look at the over-under going in the year, and I think it was 81.5, and you wound up a little bit short of that mark. So your team was going to be mediocre no matter what, based on what Vegas thought and the way your roster was composed. Should Farhan have made moves at the deadline? Absolutely, but he chose not to. And from that point on, Gabe Kapler had a team that, you pointed it out, Steiny, they were 13 games above 500 for a time. You came out of the break, you won your first 5, and since then, you absolutely sniffed the bed. And from that point on, with the same collection of players, why was your team so bad? And then it felt like you lost the clubhouse. Guys were starting to turn against Gabe Kapler. So I think the pendulum of blame swung more firmly into Kapler's square. But I'm with you, Goo. I thought that these two were linked. I didn't think you'd do one without the other. So I'm a little bit shocked. But obviously Farhan went up there and was able to make a sales pitch to ownership to say, hey, I can fix this. You know, it's Gabe. It's not both of us.
You know what, Dibs and Willard and Steiny, what reeks and what bothers me is we don't hear from the high. Where's Larry Bear? I want to hear Farhan's boss talk. Give us a State of the Union. And the fact that Farhan hasn't closed a free agent deal, which is one component of his job, your free agent signings were so-so, and the fact that you thought this manager was a leader of a clubhouse, that's bye-bye, baby. That's old school Giants. So am I being nosy, guys, if I want to hear from Farhan's boss about what went into keeping Farhan and jetsoning Gabe? And then the last piece. He couldn't finish out the Dodger series.
That's my thing,
You had
Goo.
to cap him on a Friday.
All right, let me speak on that. Let me speak on that.
Goo. They didn't have to do that.
Let me speak on that. What if I told you, and this is not a report.
Okay.
This is a guess. I bet Gabe asked for it.
Steiny said that.
I really firmly believe this to be the case. It's an extension of what I said to Dibs about this on Friday. I know how that feels. And by the way, I was up at a golf course over the weekend, just putting with the little guy, and there was a group of 3 guys on the first tee, and they were saying exactly what the two of you are saying. How dare they not let him at least finish out the year? It became so obviously, that he was going to be fired, that I really believe that the Giants were in a situation where it would have been doing him even dirtier to send him to the media scrum 3 more times. Also, it overshadows Brandon Crawford, all of that stuff. I really feel strongly that there's at least a solid chance that Gabe went to them and said, look, can we talk about this right now? If you're going to do it, and let's move forward.
Interesting.
Yeah. My point was that they themselves, through their own leaking stories and through their own, Farhan going on another station and talking about the tenuous situation, they created an environment where everyone was starting to speculate
That's fair.
that it was going to happen. So they did that. And I agree with Mark that, Kapler probably went to them and said, let's do it now, as opposed to a 3-day dog and pony. But they were the ones who created that, because up until that point, all of us were thinking, vote of confidence, they're going to get 1 more year, even though it's been a terrible fade. And it wasn't until they started bumping their gums, ownership and Farhan himself, that this became a real thing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The one piece of the puzzle I'm struggling to figure it out is, the owner's son indicating that they were likely to be back. That's the one thing that just doesn't make sense in this to me.
I mean, doesn't it feel very reminiscent of Mike Dunleavy Jr. saying Jordan Poole's under contract, we expect him here for 4 more years? That's all he said. All he said was they're under contract, so we expect them back. To me, that is the new sort of ride the fence when people ask for a vote of confidence. You can either slam your feet into the ground and say they will be back, or you can get really wishy-washy and be like, we're not sure. And either way, everyone knows what those mean. But to split the difference is to say, well, they're under contract. So, we have, in this moment, nothing tells us that they will not honor their contract next year. I think when you hear that going forward, that's a plausible deniability situation.
And Steiny, you saw The Godfather, right? I think it was Godfather 2 when Michael goes up to Fredo and just gives him that big smooch on the cheek.
Night.
Next thing you know, Fredo's out fishing with the boys.
Oh, man.
You broke my heart, Fredo. You broke my heart.
Hey, let's put it right on the table.
Isn't that Don? No, it's what was that guy's name? The actor. He was a great actor.
Yeah, he was in a lot of things. Deer Hunter and all the rest of it. Rest in peace.
Willard, I got a name for you two. Any name coming to mind for the next Giant manager?
Stephen Vogt.
I got Joe Madden.
I would be shocked if Farhan Zaidi at the wheels hires an old school, gruff, stubborn manager. That would surprise. Like Joe Madden. Have you read what Joe Madden thinks of analytics? He thinks a big bucket of crap is what he thinks analytics is.
Well, analytics is not what got Gabe. What got Gabe is he couldn't check dudes and tell them to put down the cards and quit playing and focus on your game and your craft.
Right, but your new manager is going to have to work with Farhan Zaidi at least for 1 year. And I like Farhan and Joe Madden. I don't think so.
Jim Leland, Jim Leland, and if he's not available, Jack McKeon.
No.
Both still with us.
There's only, let's face it, there's only one guy that can cause excitement here. Ozzie Guillen.
Oh,
jeez.
Give me Ozzie Guillen.
I thought you were going Tony La Russa.
I think, hey, how would you guys take that if you got a press conference and the 3 chairs are Stephen Vogt, Farhan Zaidi, and Buster Posey? How's it grab you?
I'll take it.
Oh, Buster Posey all day.
Well, Buster's just there. He's not managing.
Right.
But he's like, here's the catcher who is going to manage.
I think, look, it can't be just a coincidence that Posey's been around. I think he's headed to, a front office type job at at the very least, I would think.
Oh, he's going to have a huge voice. Yeah.
And like Posey, I don't see as a manager. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Where's the vote talk coming from?
Well, I mean, Slessor threw that out over the weekend. I don't think she's throwing that out for no reason at all. But also just run the history there. First of all, very, very well-respected, loved dude in the clubhouse. I don't think there'd be any teammates left from when he was with the Giants, but that's a guy who's very well-liked in baseball circles. I think he probably has the desire at some point. Young enough to still relate to the players, has that catcher background. Could he be great for Patrick Bailey, who's going to be a leader going forward? But also remember, he was with the A's when Farhan was with the A's. Like and was brought over also during that time to the Giants. So I think there's a relationship and a mutual respect there. Just I don't have any report, but that's something that spoke to me when I heard that over the weekend.
Interesting. All right, let's go to the Niners. Let's go to the Niners. 35-16 win. How we feeling?
You know what stands out to me about the Niners right now? It's 2:04. What time did we all start talking? About 15 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
The San Francisco 49ers look like the absolute best team in football. The quarter pole MVP is in their backfield. I heard you reference my tweet. Brock Purdy would probably finish like 4th or 5th right now. So they've got two guys who are probably in the top 5 of MVP voting, not that matters 4 weeks in. They are so freaking good that there's not been 1 minute of one game yet this year where I felt like they were in danger of losing a football game. They're so good that the afternoon after a game, it took us 15 minutes to even bring them up. They're like, this is too relaxing, and I'm not saying.
What about those long Cardinal drives?
I heard you earlier trying to create some of that. Some of that. I do think that there are questions about the secondary, lowercase questions, not big ones. And one of the big plays on that drive, Steiny, was a 43-yard pass play, and the touchdown that they got was a broken coverage. It was blown coverage on the back end. So there are things that need to get cleaned up to be certain. But this team, and I was telling Mark this before we jumped on with you guys, reminds me a little bit of the Kevin Durant Warriors, where you kind of knew they were going to win. And it wasn't that it was boring, but the idea of the result in a lot of those games was not in question. And even yesterday, you mentioned it, Arizona scores to cut it to 21-16. I don't know how many people out there had that feeling of, or that, you kind of felt like the Niners would get the ball back and score. And even if they didn't, even if Arizona went down and scored again to go up 23-21 or 24-21, I still wouldn't have been worried, because this offense, this guy, Christian McCaffrey, I mean, he's unbelievable right now. And so as long as you have this offense intact with that quarterback as the maestro, even if they fall behind a team, I'm not going to worry.
You know what? Oh,
well, no, I was
right next to each other.
I threw this out earlier, and it's a question for Steve Wilkes, but I wonder if, their defense has always been great, but now their offense is really good. It's much better than it was under Garoppolo. I wonder if the fact that the 49ers know they're going to score more changes their defensive philosophy in any manner, makes them maybe almost more conservative, maybe a little more bend and don't break, just because they know they don't have to defend a team with Jimmy Garoppolo who might get you only 20.
You know what I see? I actually think about the defensive coordinators on or the offensive coordinators on the other side. Have you guys noticed, it feels to me like all 4 quarterbacks that the 49ers have played, their coordinator said, here's the deal. Hot potato. Get rid of the football as quickly as possible. Because if you don't, you're going to get absolutely torched by this defensive line. So how many long passes have you even seen attempted by a 49er opponent so far this year.
Well, I'm with you, Willard, but your boy yesterday was sitting back in that pocket, and Hollywood Brown got behind Warner one time where the plays were developing and they hit. But on most weeks, you're right. And I'm nitpicking because they are the best team in the league, but I just thought we would see across the board more ferociousness with Hargrave. We had a caller, Leroy, talked about Armstead. I can't put it at his doorstep, but fundamentally, there is something like the offense now is ahead of the defense. How about that?
Well, look,
and it ain't over.
Dobbs is playing good football this year.
Yeah, he is.
Do you know that he's one of the other 2 QBs who's not thrown a pick yet this year? Like he's fast. He's making good decisions. He's not dynamic, but he beat the hell out of the Cowboys last week. So I don't think Arizona's the joke that everyone sort of thought they'd be. But I just noticed that if you're going to point to 1 or 2 plays, over a 3 or 4 game stretch, the bottom line is nobody has gone over the top. Nobody's even tried to go over the top of this Niner defense. Right. And if you're just going to be like 5 yards here, 5 yards there, are you going to be able to put together drives? Here and there, maybe, but the other team's going to end up with somewhere between, 12 and 20 points every time. And if they do that and the Niners don't turn the ball over, they are going to go 17-0.
Yeah, they had the 2 big pass plays yesterday. One was the one you talked about, Goo, over to Brown, over Warner's head for 15, and then on Steiny's 99-yard drive, it was a 41-yarder off a play action to Hollywood Brown. Well designed, well executed. But other than that, Arizona did nothing, and they only had 2 drives in the second half before the Niners put the game on ice at 35-16. So, sometimes your best defense is an offense that possesses the ball.
Well, speaking of possessing the ball, though, real quick, also, Zach Ertz, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you who lost money because of Sean McVegas.
Oh, my God.
Zach Ertz gave it all back to you. So I hope everybody remembers that. Zach Ertz dropped that touchdown at the end that would have made it a 12-point final. So I hope everybody got their money back.
Winnings, like somebody I know to the Kansas City night game, Dibs watching Mahomes take a knee, that hurt my heart, boy.
Yeah, it's tough.
If you don't go in there and get that TD, oh, man, but I understood it.
Yeah.
Hey, I was going to fight Dibs real quick on the Durant comp, but I can't because when Durant initially came, they hadn't won it yet, but you felt like they were. Steiny now, I feel like he won't admit it, has come around on the Super Bowl or bust. Guys, to me, it's bigger than these 4 games. This team has been dominant the past few years, and I can't let that go, and that's why this is good. But Willard and Dibs, we've seen this, and now I just feel like the cat's out the bag, and everybody knows. You got to do it,
sure,
but you have no reason not to.
I agree with you, Goo, but we need to come up with a better second half of that expression because there is no bust about it. I think it's Super Bowl we must, and I said this at the summit because they really should be in the last 4. They should be in the Super Bowl. They very well could be or should be win the whole thing.
The chef, yeah.
I know my saying's not as fun, but it's Super Bowl or try again next year.
Chef.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we just saw it.
Yeah. Listen, this is one of the few years where when a season starts, what all of us across the board predicted kind of feels like it was true. Like it already feels like Niners and Eagles clashed in the NFC. And after what happened in Buffalo yesterday, and I know the Chiefs and Bills both have a blemish, but they look like the 2 best teams. And so those are the 4 squads, and I don't necessarily know what's going to happen when we get to the end or if any of them are going to experience some sort of adversity before we get there. But I'm not even really willing yet to set the 49ers apart from those other teams.
Okay.
Like, I know they're blowing people out. The schedule has a little something to do with that. Maybe I'll feel differently after Sunday Night Football this week. Let's see what that looks like. That's a different kind of a challenge. But yeah, look, it's a phenomenal start. They have not lost a regular season football game since before Halloween of last year.
And Purdy's undefeated.
We are closing in on a full calendar year of 0 regular season losses.
Yeah. Pretty amazing.
It's incredible.
Pretty amazing. All right, gentlemen.
We'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
You have a great show, and we'll see you in there tomorrow.
All right. Go get the chef. The chef.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm telling you, it's too relaxing. I'm like going in the other room. I'm cooking food. I cooked. Lovely Christy came over. I'm like, let me make you something. Because it's not like you have to sit there and grind. It's the oddest feeling, quite frankly.
Yeah.
This is the National Football League. We start Sundays with our butts on the edge of whatever seat we occupy. And then the Niner game comes on. And I'm like, they're going to win by 20? Win by 18? Maybe they'll win by 22 this week. It's a wild feeling, man.
It's a great feeling.
Yep.
And I'm going to comp it to the Warriors the first year of KD, 2016, 2017. I'm just looking at the game log. They lost the opener to San Antonio. Wow. Then they were 11-2. They were 20-3. They were 29-5. They were 38-6. That was a year where the result was usually not in question. A lot of those games they lost, they were scheduled losses, second half of back-to-backs, end of road trips, and then you were kind of just waiting for the playoffs. Could they win it with Kevin Durant? And, well, we all know that they did. They went 67-15, which is the NFL equivalent of going 15-2 or 16-1. This feels like that kind of a vibe where the Niners, if they can just be healthy in January, they're going to be very difficult. And you can match up whatever Niner you want to be the chef. And, who's the KD, who's the Draymond. Bottom line, this 49er team has got 8 to 11 legitimate best at their position or close to it superstars, and that laminated play sheet. They're a fun watch because I like watching good, talented teams, but the one piece that's missing from the viewing experience is that
right.
And maybe it comes Sunday night.
Maybe. I'm sure it will.
Drama. There's drama coming.
I think there'll be some adversity. And yes, if it's not Sunday, it'll be at some point after that. Like, nobody just rolls through the NFL season without any issues.
They went 16-1, by the way, in the postseason. The KDs. They won their first 15, you remember? And then they lost at Cleveland. They got motorboated. 16-1 in the postseason. 83-16 over the course of 99. Night.
Yep.
KD got a chip.
And when it ended, like, if we're all honest with ourselves for a second.
Yeah.
When it ended, you had sort of that, like, I'm going to sit back on the couch and light a cigar. You're not running circles around the block because it didn't surprise you. It didn't worry you. And by the way, don't mistake me. I'm not asking for that.
Not right.
I don't want my feet on the ground. Keep them up. Keep them up. Keep them up.
Nice.
Keep them up all over the ottoman. That's fine. I love it. But it's a very, very odd feeling to watch NFL games and feel this way. And it's getting almost laughable. One incompletion? What are we talking about? One incompletion. One. How many interceptions this year? None.
Right.
How many turnovers this year? One. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care who you're playing. This is so difficult. Look at Mahomes last night. If he doesn't get a questionable holding call, he might lose that game with his third interception. He statistically got outplayed by Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
There is weird stuff that goes on every week in the NFL. And these guys walk out and they're bummed. This is the funniest quote I've ever heard. Okay? This is Purdy after the game.
I mean, honestly, I'm still mad about the one I missed to Christian. He broke out. He was open. I should have hit him. And then we would have been in field goal range. So, I mean, that is something that I'm going to have to learn from and wish I could have had back. But, everyone did their job today, and they helped me out. And O-line did a great job. So, it's a well just orchestrated offensive day.
What are we watching?
He laid it awake last night, Mark. He couldn't sleep.
Press conference. It's like, Brock, can we talk about the incompletion? And Brock just shakes his head. Oh, yeah. I didn't even know what the hell I was doing on that play. I can't believe that I missed one time in the foot. What is this? This is different. Listen, and maybe it's not different. You do hearken back to the 80s and early 90s of 49er football where you just swaggered to the couch or if you had a ticket to the game.
Yeah.
And you're like, who are we eating this week? And it usually would go that way. But I haven't. I mean, KD's Warriors, that's a good comp.
Yeah.
Outside of that, like this is not normal in sports. And you will not find me diminish from any angle here. You know what I mean? Brock has now done this. There's a game without Aiyuk. Quite frankly, yesterday was pretty much without Debo. He was a decoy yesterday.
Sure.
They never even targeted him in the pass game.
They could have if they needed to, but they didn't have to.
I mean, George Kittle is now he's just like all the other tight ends in the league, where it's like,
he's a blocker.
You know, you have a good game here or there, but then other games you're going to have 3 catches for 27 yards, and you'll move on with your life. Like, this is who they are. And you know, one individual being hurt now, Christian, that might be a set aside, different story there, because he right now is the best player in the NFL. But outside of that, like, I don't know. I don't know what the comp is. This is not normal.
No.
I don't care who the opponent is.
It's clinical. And, you know, you could look at the Patriots when they went 17-0 in the regular season, and the Niners still have a chance to run that table. I mean, it's a tall order to go out there and try to win every single game in a regular season. I guess the Patriots went 16-0 in the regular year. There's only 16 games at the time, but you start looking at the way they played yesterday. Yesterday was a great offensive game. You had your quarterback only get sacked once, and he threw one, not interception, one incompletion. And that includes balls that could have been dropped. Christian McCaffrey had 2 or 3 that were absolutely threaded, very difficult catches. You had Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah,
he caught one by the back of the football, that first deep one.
Great game for him.
2 guys on him. He catches the back of the football. There was the back shoulder down the right side it was a great throw. It was a back shoulder intentionally, but he comes back and he makes that catch. Think about how many times balls are just dropped. And yeah, it's football. You're going to have guys drop the football. There were no drops yesterday. The only incompletion was on 3rd and 24 from the 46, and Purdy was under heavy pressure, and he just underthrew him, and it wouldn't have been a first down. He might have picked up 10 or 11. It would have been 4th and long, but he's lamenting because it would have meant Jake Moody got a chance to do something that he didn't get to do yesterday.
I tell you what, this is one of the, and we're way early on this because it's still 6 days away, but this is the matchup we need. This is the matchup we all need. And we'll get to it later in the week, but I'm going to declare this weekend kind of the game we've all been waiting for. Because everybody who, quote unquote, needs to see more, and whether you're talking about Brock or the 49ers, whatever the hell you're talking about, if you need to see more, if it happens this weekend, deuces. Ball game over. You don't need to see anymore.
But the sample.
Yeah, exactly. It'll have been almost a full calendar year since they've lost a regular season football game or lost a game where their quarterback played, all of that stuff, right? But I don't specifically mean that because the Cowboys are good. I specifically mean it because they are the number 1 ball hawk team in the NFL. They lead the NFL in turnovers. They are +9. Okay? They have 10 total turnovers so far this year. They have only turned the ball over 1 time on their end. I think Dak has 1 interception. But this Dallas defense, they are ball hawks. They have had 2 games this week where if you have their defense, you won your fantasy game because of them. Yesterday was one of them. Obviously, there was the opener against the New York Giants. So their defense goes to get the ball. If Brock and the 49ers can conduct this game Sunday night without turning the ball over yet again, well, then I think you're starting to talk about an offense that is going to be, I don't know, near impossible to stop. Can you slow it down? I'm sure in ways you can. Will the Niners finally not get to 30 this weekend? Maybe. We'll see. Might be a different style. Bottom line, if the Niners take care of the ball like this all year long, they're going to win. They're going to win it. It's something that Kyle Shanahan has preached his whole career, and that's the turning the ball over. It makes his blood boil. It's why Jimmy's not on the team anymore. If they do this with the ball all year long, they're going to win almost all the games, if not all of them.
Right, and it's, staying healthy and possessing the football. Outside of that, I don't know how you stop this team because the offensive line is certainly good enough, and the way Kyle runs his offense, and I was writing down all the personnel groupings, and I know you love when I do that.
Oh.
You had George Kittle play almost every snap, and you only had... I don't think you had a snap where you don't have your tight end, and a lot of the time you have Juszczyk in there, and you had a couple of tight ends when you needed it. They only faced 5 third downs, Mark. Think about that. The entire game,
so wild.
One of the times you didn't convert on third, he went for it on fourth, and that was George Kittle's only catch.
Yep.
On the fourth down, Kittle got the grab, and that just shows you the confidence that Kyle has in Brock Purdy. It was 4th and 4 from the 40-yard line. Kind of an automatic go. You're too close to punt, and that'd be a long field goal, be a 57-yarder. So you go for it, and you let your quarterback go ahead and throw it, and Kittle's just wide open on that little out route. Boom, move the chains. You didn't face third down because you were so efficient on first and second all day.
Do you know what I think is the most beautiful thing about 49er football so far this year? And it's sort of it's a product of the play that you just pointed out. The most beautiful thing for me is how every single person on that field, starting with Kyle Shanahan, have the absolute utmost confidence in one another. Do you watch the Chargers play football?
Oh, man.
It is the most bananas experience I've ever seen in the NFL. They're 2-2 in spite of themselves. Their head coach, on a weekly basis, grabs a lead, finds a way to not put the other team away, and then might as well walk up to every defensive player on his sideline and go, I don't believe in you. I don't believe in you. I do not believe in you. And oh, by the way, I don't believe in you over here. And you don't even play, but if you played, I don't believe in you either. That's what he's essentially doing every time he goes for it on 4th and 1 in his own territory, because he knows his defense is, or at least thinks, they're not going to stop anyone, and then they make a pick at the goal line and still win the game. He has got maybe one of the most talented quarterbacks in football, yet they are 2 plays away from being 0-4. They are this close to being 0-4. It's incredible. Now, compare that to the 49ers. Here's Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, we're going for it in the first half on 4th and 4. Because if Brock does have a bad throw, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure he won't, but if he does, the defense has got our backs. The utmost confidence in one another at all angles. Brock is allowing receivers to make plays. Shanahan's play calling shows the utmost confidence in Brock. The defense and the field position game, it's just a bunch of people who all believe in one another at the highest of levels. And by the way, their confidence is being rewarded. It's being rewarded by finishing with 30 to 35 points every time versus 12 to 20 points on the other side.
3 teams in the NFL have 1 turnover. Dallas is one of them. So in terms of turnovers committed, I think Green Bay is the other. So you're in a pretty tight situation in terms of, the company which you keep, and the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey. You can't help but think about what could be if he's able to stay healthy, because he is such a weapon. And just watching the game back earlier today, he's sidestepping guys, he's hurdling guys, he's running over guys, he's able to catch it and run it with equal skill and aplomb. He is, the true difference maker in this offense, because you can have a game where Deebo Samuel's not really needed and George Kittle is not really involved. Brandon Aiyuk is an incredible receiver, and Christian McCaffrey makes everyone around him better.
3 football teams who only have 1 turnover this year.
Yeah.
3 football teams. Do you know the other one? Do you have the list right there?
Green Bay, I believe.
No, it's actually Seattle.
Okay.
Green Bay's got 3. All 3 of them are picks. Jordan Love's thrown 3 picks. Geno Smith has thrown 1 pick. Dak Prescott has thrown 1 pick. Brock Purdy has thrown none, but Brock Purdy did fumble once. Those are the 3 teams. And it's not really fair because Seattle's only had 3 games. We'll see them in a few hours here in New York.
Fewest turnovers in a season all time. The number is 8.
8.
the New Orleans Saints back in 2019. So
team that should have gone to the Super Bowl, but the refs took it away from
there
them.
you go. You had to go there. Such a crybaby.
Sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. All right, we're here for your phone calls, and I hate asking this question because maybe none of you are going to call. I'm sorry. I can't find anything to worry about with this team. Can you? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Jonathan and Grandpa Daddy are on the line. We'll go to you guys first up, coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
and goal at the 1. Motion from Deebo Samuel. Again, McCaffrey with the try and the touchdown. San Francisco marches down the field and puts 6 on the board to start the game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Kevin Kugler on Fox. We hear you. We heard you 5 times. Say touchdown 49ers. We're streaming live on YouTube. We have a ton of fun over there, okay? Hi, YouTube, folks. YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Man, I missed the Zoom camera.
All the, yeah, it's a different angle, isn't it?
Well, it's just, I'm back to the fat cam.
Yeah.
A lot of people complimenting me when we had the crossover.
Like, hey, you look better.
Because we're on Zoom, and the Zoom cam kind of slims me down a little bit.
Yeah, well, that head-on camera, it's good for the figure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, side cam is never good.
Got on the scale this morning, and it's about 20. I need to lose probably 20. That's the number. Yeah.
You don't look like you need to lose 20.
I could show you where the 20 would come from.
Don't. Okay. I mean, I know you could. I'd rather you didn't.
Yeah, 20 is the number. So
I mean,
I'm thinking about adding another 10. That way I can get onto state of the art.
Oh, there you go.
And get a piece of that
Plus,
soda.
I think if you add another 10, you could lose the 20 a little bit quicker.
No doubt.
Like, right? Can't you lose new fat quicker?
Absolutely.
I feel like that's a thing, even though if I don't know that that's a thing.
I've been 15 heavier than this, and when I tried to right the ship, first 10 comes off quick.
Exactly.
So you're right.
You make one change and 10 falls. Like when I gave up soda, not that soda,
yeah,
actual
never give
soda.
up that soda.
Like,
yeah.
you know, Pepsi, Coke, that stuff. When I get, boom, 10, just falls right off. Gone. All right. Yeah. So anyway, get over to YouTube and Twitch. We have fun over there. All you chatters, you're all crazy people. You know it. We love you. And we thank you for being here. And yeah, you can see the camera angles that Dibs is loving so much.
Fat.
Side cam is tough, man. That's why when people say, hey, let's take a picture, they don't turn sideways, right? We want to do head on.
Yeah.
We don't want to do it from the side. But anyway, I got something for you, and then we'll go to the phones. Percentage of drives. I got every NFL team and their percentage. Percentage of offensive drives that end in a punt or a turnover. So in other words, the lowest teams are at the top of the list. Percentage of drives that end in a punt or a turnover. What do you think the 49ers percentage is? Where do you think they fall on this list?
Wow. Percentage of drives that end in a punt or a turnover. Well, only one has ended with a turnover.
Right.
And yesterday there was just the one punt. I don't recall a lot of Wishnowsky in the season. He probably only has 5 or 6 punts. So I would say the Niners are at about 14% drives that end in a punt or a turnover.
Oh, wait. Now, if that was the thing, the 49ers, we would be talking Super Bowl or bust.
Oh, we already are.
Yeah, that's a little hot. The 49ers are number one. They are number one in the league.
And what's their percentage?
29%. Yeah, 29%.
29% of drives that end with a punt or a turnover?
So 3 out of every 10.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how many. Yeah, like it's
Look
number
at it
one.
yesterday.
It's number
touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Right.
Punt.
Okay, so that's
touchdown, touchdown.
Oh, and that's it?
Yeah.
Oh, yesterday was pretty good. They threw one incomplete pass.
Yeah. They were 5 of 6.
They had a guy score 4 touchdowns. By the way, do you buy this thing from coaches? Do we have the sound when Shanahan was asked about Christian McCaffrey going for a 5th touchdown? And, they gave, like Purdy called his own number, or Shanahan called Purdy's number. This whole thing about coaches being on the sideline and always going, oh, I didn't know. Like, do their minds actually work that way? I know Kyle doesn't have a fantasy team, and the rest of us do. And here at 95.7 The Game, I went against McCaffrey yesterday.
Ouch.
Yeah, so Evan Giddings kicked my you-know-what, and that's fine. Happy to do it. Fantasy's gone when the Niner game starts. So we root for people in red and gold to get to the paint. I don't care who it is. So that's fine. I'll happily take the L on that one. But Kyle was asked about getting Shanahan a 5th, and here it is. No. That's a different McCaffrey question. Do you have it, Grandy? You don't. Anyway, his answer was, can you do Shanahan for me here?
Sure.
Why didn't you get Christian McCaffrey a shot at his fifth touchdown. By the way, his answer was like, "Oh, I didn't know he had 4, or else I would have." Go ahead.
Right. Well, I actually, if you look at the game log and stuff, I actually did give him a chance. It was 2nd and 5 from the 5 and stuff, and I thought that would be a good play right there. And I liked the formation. We went to 11, and we thought we'd spread him out and stuff. And so I gave Christian a chance, and I didn't really realize and stuff that he had that many. And I gave him a chance there, and then after that, we gave it to Juice, and then they had the penalty, and then we snuck it in with Brock. But I wasn't aware of that and stuff.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
You know, the record is 6. Alvin Kamara. Yes. 6.
Kamara didn't just do that. He did it the week of the fantasy Super Bowl. It's forever remembered by everybody.
On Christmas.
Yeah. Because it's like if you had him, you won. Ball game. Like you won if you had Alvin Kamara.
I won that year.
Randy, did you have him?
It was great. Best Christmas ever.
But it ruined people's, it ruined a lot of people's Christmas. It made a lot of people's Christmas.
Yeah.
It was actually on Christmas Day?
Also, Gale Sayers and Dub Jones with 6 in their day, 1965.
I had Dub Jones on my team that year. It was a good year. We did great.
It's a 4-team fantasy league, I'm sure.
Fantasy does go back longer than you realize. That's true.
Yeah.
Like, does anybody have grandpas who are like, yeah, I was doing that back in 72? Like, it was obviously very different. You didn't have an online draft.
Correct.
Right.
Steve Rabb did our stats by hand. We had a fantasy baseball our senior year of high school, which was 1986. Steve Rabb did it by hand in a spiral notebook.
Special.
Every day he would go to the Sporting Green, shout out the Chronicle, back when it was green, and he would handwrite everybody's stats in the notebook.
Unbelievable.
With unbelievable accuracy to this man.
How did you do a draft?
We did auction in person.
Well, obviously in person. You didn't get on a Zoom.
Right. I would be the auctioneer. It was about a 6-hour thing.
Good Lord.
And just running material. And, auction draft.
Anyway, I just think it's funny when coaches are like, oh, I didn't know. You didn't know? Like, I don't know.
Well, he could have given it to him if he. I do believe him, because if he did know and he wanted it to happen, he could have. Because I just watched the game again today. 1st and goal at the 8. He gives it to Juice. Juice gets 2. 2nd and goal at the 5. He gives it to CMC.
Okay.
Who gets 3. Now it's 3rd and goal from the 2. They had the hold on defense. Purdy throws an incomplete. Right. But no.
Nope.
We had holding.
Half the distance.
So now it's
to the goal.
1st and goal from the 1. And they go 23 personnel. Unheard of. 2 running backs, 3 tight ends. And they give it to Juice. And he tries to jump and leap over the pile. And not so fast, my friend. And then they snuck it in with Purdy.
Yeah.
So they could have. I guess he could have given it to Christian.
Yeah, and I don't care if he gives it to him or not, but I just is the head coach that wrapped up that you don't realize that all your touchdowns to that point have been McCaffrey? You really don't know? Like, yeah. Oh, jeez. I didn't even know he was having a good day. You're on the sideline watching this, right?
Yeah, but he's looking at that.
Funny.
He's looking at his pad, and he's not refreshing fantasy scores.
I understand that, but it's the same guy that went in every time.
Right.
That doesn't I don't know. These people, right? Remember when Sean McVay, they're like, do you remember what play you ran 7 years ago on 3rd and 4? And he's like, yeah, we ran X, Y, 9, blah, 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 blah. And he rolled it off. But they don't know that McCaffrey's gone in 4 times.
Yeah, but we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, just didn't know.
He probably knows that Michael Wilson had 2 touchdowns against him.
Michael Wilson, speaking of 1986. I remember when he was on the 49ers back then. I didn't even know he was still playing. All right, 888-957-9570. If you can think of something to worry about with this team, fire it off, because I can't. I got nothing. This team, I'm wearing flip-flops all winter long. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do during these games, because worry is so far not happening. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, just enjoying this beautiful sunshine. Happy Victory Monday. What's the worry, Mark? Maybe health, and then I'm kind of glad the defense is not playing up yet to their potential, because I don't want the team peaking too early. But last time I felt this confident about our offense is we had a lefty quarterback. I mean, this Brock Purdy, man. Now, hey, before I forget, he went 20 of 21. That one miss, that's for Allen Styles. Go ahead, Allen. Give us your words of wisdom about Brock Purdy. And he's so lucky that he have Christian McCaffrey on the team. Did you forget that Montana had the greatest wide receiver ever to play the game. And what else should I say? We're on high alert because it's Cowboys week. Let's go, Niners!
Yeah, there it is.
With a drive-by on Allen Styles.
Yeah, he's getting it a lot. I mean, I'll say this. Look, maybe today's not even the perfect day to do it because Christian McCaffrey was amazing and everyone's talking about him being league MVP after the game. But you remember Styles' comment that led to a conversation a couple weeks ago, which was, boy, it must be nice to have Debo and McCaffrey on your team. And it's like, I know what you're saying, Allen. I know what you're saying. Well, Debo was essentially not on the team yesterday. I know he played.
Yeah.
I know he had a helmet. He was a decoy. They did not even target him in the passing game one time. So McCaffrey is the game ball guy. But the idea, if I had pitched this to you a few weeks ago, I said, hey, Brock Purdy throws for over 250, throws for just one incompletion. Niners score 35 points. And by the way, none of it goes to Debo. Like, absolutely none of it, because he's the guy where it's like, oh, it's a crutch. It's 3rd and 3, just here. Throw it to Debo and let him run for a first down. Brock Purdy's now played without Aiyuk. He's essentially played without Debo. I don't know what it would look like, and I hope I never find out, if he were to play without Christian, but there are different scenarios on this offense that have been presented now, and he finds a way to seemingly score between 30 and 35 every time.
It's because the one guy you just mentioned has been on the field for all of it. I'm not saying that he's the ultimate crutch, but he is right now at the quarter pole, he's the most valuable player in the National Football League. And it's not only because of the touchdown total, and I looked it up earlier, LaDainian Tomlinson had 31 touchdowns in that record-setting year, because I was thinking, maybe CMC's got a chance to... Oh, wow. He's got 7 right now, McCaffrey, through 4. So he would need to pick up the pace in order to try and track down LT.
Well, you get an extra game.
You do.
You get an extra game.
You do. And I mean, heck...
What is that pace, by the way?
It's 2 a game. 31 over 16 is like 1.95.
Right.
McCaffrey's at 7 over 4, which is... like 1 3/4, so he's slightly behind. He's on pace for probably 30 touchdowns, 29 or 30.
Divided by 4 times 7. 29.75.
Sure, I rounded it up. Yeah, I love when we do this and you punch your little phone, and I do it in the brain.
Listen, these phones are expensive.
And then you corroborate. It's a corroboration sensation, and I need that.
Christy's always telling me you're addicted to your phone. I'm like, no, this is expensive. I'd like to use it.
Yeah, you got to utilize it.
Yeah.
To your point about Debo the decoy, no targets and 3 carries, and he played 48 snaps, which was 87%.
Yeah.
But I don't even think that you need to use him as a decoy. The thing about this offense is Christian McCaffrey is a lot like Steph in terms of his gravity. So you have to pay attention to where he is, and you have to find him because he's not always in the backfield. And on at least 2 of the carries, Debo lined up as the tailback, and McCaffrey was flared out as the wide receiver. The other time they gave it to him on a little end around, which I thought was kind of neat. Get Debo a touch. And they ran that little end-around reverse action, and he got like 5 or 6. But because McCaffrey is so versatile, and Juszczyk is so versatile, and Debo, the same thing, as a defense, you don't know what you're trying to stop. So I don't even know if anybody really is a decoy. McCaffrey would be the decoy, but he gets the ball so darn much that he's nobody's decoy.
That's why this whole thing reeks of as close to perfection as we can think right now, because there's no way to guard them all. There just isn't, and that's why, obviously, that's the fair answer to my question, which is health. What are you worried about? Remove that, because that's omnipresent no matter what.
Yeah.
But if this team is relatively healthy, why are you seeing monster numbers for Brandon Aiyuk in the passing game? Well, because if I'm a defense, I'm like, I'm going to take my chances, just maybe guarding Aiyuk one-on-one, and he's too good for that. And if you have Christian going one way and Debo going the other, good freaking luck. And if you do have a play where that all works out, Kittle's probably going to be open over the middle, has such a physical presence, and now you have a quarterback who makes great decisions, delivers on time with accuracy, and has a little mobility. Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't if you're a defensive, I don't really know what it is you're supposed to try to do. Make it hard on them. The Giants came out and said, look, we're going to blitz like crazy. Every play, we're just sending the house. And it sort of kind of worked.
It did early.
For the first half, it made the Niners look wobbly. It did not change the score, though. They did the same thing they do every half, 17 points. It's the same thing every time. So that's what they tried, but even the Niners have shown the ability to adjust out of stuff like that and bite you. Even when you come with that approach. I don't know what the approach is.
Well, the approach is have your 4-man rush win and then have your 7 guys behind able to rally up and make the tackles that they need to make. And that's what makes this Dallas matchup so interesting for me, because Dallas can try to get home in 4, and they've got a game wrecker in Micah Parsons who can come in there and cause you a little bit of discomfort. Because the one thing about this Niners offense so far, outside of the Giants' blitz-happy approach, they have not been uncomfortable in any way. You know, Brock Purdy has not looked shaken. Yesterday, 20 of 21 is obviously an anomaly, but this offense has looked like they're dictating to the defense. No defense has dictated to them yet.
I think that the matchup this weekend that's really, really going to be interesting, as I said, when I watch other teams, it looks to me like the offensive coordinator has stated, do not hold the ball. If the first read's not there, maybe you get to the second read, and that's it. Then get on the move. Like, you got to get the ball out of your hand, because if you don't, from Bosa to Armstead to Hargrave to Moore, you're in a whole lot of trouble, and you're going to cause turnovers, and if you cause turnovers, you're dead against this team. Well, Dallas is much more of a downfield offense. They do want things to develop. They do want to go deep to CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks and Gallup, and they want to get down the field a little bit. And so it's a contrast of styles, and to see who sort of blinks first. Are the Cowboys going to come in with a more dink and dunk approach, or are they going to try to hold ground against that defensive line and take the risk so that they can play their own game? That, for me, is kind of where the matchup lies. If the Niners can turn Dak over once or twice, they're going to win the football game. If not, they have the offensive weapons to move the ball against the 49ers, for sure.
Yes, without a doubt. And that, to me, becomes the ultimate matchup, because the one area where I see this 49er defense lacking a little bit is in the secondary. And you saw it yesterday, not only in the 99-yard drive, but Josh Dobbs was able to find open receivers. Niners playing off coverage, and then that's where teams like the Giants, boom, dink and dunk. Or if you're going to play up on guys, you had, I think Lenore got beat on a double move on a deep ball, and you had to play action pass to Brown, go for 40+. I do think the secondary, if the pass rush doesn't get home, can be had a little bit on the back end.
I do have some numbers that might make you think better about the 49er defense and secondary than you currently are. But let's go to Grandpa Daddy first. Hey, GPD, what's up today?
Hey, what's up, MTW and Dibley? What's happening, gentlemen?
It's a good day. It's a Victory Monday.
It's a Victory Monday, and I woke up, and I'm vertical. That means a lot when you get to my age.
Amen. It means a lot at any age, GPD.
Hear you.
There it
but
is.
Listen, man, wow. If you're not a believer, I mean, like, there's no more Mr. Irrelevant. He is Mr. Relevant. And I don't care what anybody says, he showed us. And I'm going to say this. Even though Debo didn't get any touches, you have the Splash Brothers in Golden State, and then Run CMC and Debo, they're the Slash Brothers. Because they can do it all. They're slash receivers, slash running backs. We got the Slash Brothers and the Slash Brothers, baby. And I'm going to the Dallas game next weekend. It's an early birthday present for Grandpa Daddy.
I love it, Grandpa Daddy.
That's a good ticket. And let me say this while I think, hey, GPD, thank you so much. It's always good to hear your voice. I feel the need to say this. It's not going to work, but I feel like saying it, okay, just because he brought up going to the game. I feel like most of you at 2:53 on a Monday are sober. Most of you are sober right now. No fights this weekend. Just please.
Sorry. I thought you were running material.
No, I know that I am.
Let me just get this straight.
I know.
So you're asking for
not going to go well.
A Sunday night game with a highly motivated, liquored up crowd against a bitter
rival.
multi-generational rival. You're asking for us not to throw hands?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I already said I know it's not going to work.
No, I do appreciate the sentiment.
I don't want it for our sake. I want it for yours. Like you're
like
gonna
me, mine, or
no, like whoever does it. You're just going to end up in jail and all over the internet. Like it's.
Well,
I mean,
and that's obviously not a deterrent.
Well,
we've got Niner fans fighting other Niner fans last time.
I know.
I don't know about yesterday. I haven't checked my IG feed to see the latest, but
I think Cardinal games are relatively safe.
Yeah, a lot of red.
I did see an awful fight at the Charger-Raider game.
Really?
Oh, my God. Charger fan just absolutely.
Charger fan must have been lost.
He's not
Where's
lost
the beach?
anymore. We know exactly where he is. He in jail because he attacked the hell out of a Raider fan.
Really?
Yeah. And just, pummeled him and then went back for more. Shoved him down the stairs.
Dang.
Like it's the most terrible. It's just, I can't stand it. But anyway,
yeah.
I did promise you some numbers that if you're looking at the Niner defense and you're going, okay, good, but we want dominant. We want it to look like the 86, 85 Bears, right? I got some numbers that might make you feel a little bit better. We'll give that to you. Phone line's always open, 888-957-9570. I can't think of anything to worry about with this team. Can you? We'll take your calls. It's presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Is it possible that fast internet could take your business?
Now 4th down. San Francisco 1 for 1 this year on 4th down. 4th and 4, they'll at least line up. Here comes pressure. Purdy to the air. Catch is made by Kittle, dancing around in the flat, and he's got a 1st down at the Arizona 30. Kayvon Wallace and Dennis Gardeck combine after the 9-yard gain.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Total and complete confidence in one another. Kyle Shanahan sends him out there to go for it, not on 4th and 1, but on 4th and 4. No problem. Just boop. I mean, if you know your quarterback is, never going to throw an incomplete pass, I don't know, Kyle, you go for it on all the 4th downs.
Might as well.
What are we waiting for?
Yeah. I mean, you don't have much adversity in terms of other things. And, they ran it on 3rd and 4, knowing that they probably were going to go for it on 4th and 4. So you run McCaffrey, he gets bupkis, and you don't even think about Wisnowski. You just run it right back. And you keep the same group on the field. Boom to Kittle. 1st down.
888-957-957. Take your calls in a sec. I want to expand, though, on that stat we were playing with a handful of minutes ago. 49ers,
Yeah.
49ers number 1 in the NFL in terms of the percentage of drives that end in a punt or a turnover. They are number 1. Only 29%. 29% end in a punt or a turnover. So, obviously, 71% of the time, they're scoring. I guess this doesn't account for it being turned over on downs.
Yes.
I don't think that's happened yet this year. Haven't they gotten other 4th downs?
It happens when the half ends or the game ends.
Okay, so
I believe
there's that.
because I'm looking at the percentage of drives ending in a score stat.
Okay.
And they have 56% of their drives end in a score.
Okay, so somewhere in there's 15% of other, the category
which
of other.
Which would be like yesterday. They get the ball back after Arizona scores late 2nd quarter. It's a kneel down.
Yeah.
So that's not a turnover, and that's not a punt.
Grandy, a little game show music, if you would. Let's do top 5, bottom 5. Who do you think, if the Niners are number 1, percentage of drives ending in a punt or a turnover, what's the rest of the top 5 teams in the NFL?
Yeah. I would have to think about the best offensive teams, and so I would go with the Miami Dolphins as one of those.
Number 5.
Ooh.
38%. Only 38%. Miami Dolphins. So that is number 5.
Buffalo sure looked good yesterday, so I'm going to go with Buffalo.
Number 3.
Okay.
Buffalo Bills, 33%.
Man, gets tough here because, I mean, you don't have a ton of great offensive teams, but Philly's been lighting it up. I'll go with Philadelphia.
Oh. Sorry, Dibs.
Number 6?
Philadelphia is number 6. 40%, number 6. It was good guess. Good guess. Good answer.
Thank you.
Good answer.
What about the Dallas Cowboys, against whom they play?
Number 4.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is, 36%. One more. One more,
man.
Dibs. Yeah, you're missing the number 2 team.
Number 2.
Can I give you a little clue?
Go ahead, Mark.
Probably not who you're thinking of.
I was thinking of Kansas City.
Think outside the box. That's inside the box.
Yeah.
I want your brain outside the box.
Wow, boy.
Get out the box.
What's in the box?
Not you.
Dibs
Get
is
out
in the
of
box. How about the Cardinals? We just saw them yesterday.
Okay, that's wrong, but I'm glad you brought it up.
Wow. Yeah, there's the buzzer.
Thank you.
I hate Mark Grandy.
It's the Seattle Seahawks. It's the Seattle Seahawks.
Wrong answer. That's only
I
my
know,
second
but
one.
I want to do the bottom 5 too. And,
Okay,
the
great.
show ends at some point. So Seattle's number 2, but the Arizona Cardinals. For everybody who's like, dude, Dobbs moved the ball, so something's wrong with the defense. They're number 8 this year. The Arizona Cardinals.
Not 7.
Okay? 46%, that's it, of their drives end in a punt or a turnover. They have been effective. They are a couple of plays away from, quite frankly, I mean, what are they, 1-3, but they're a few plays away from being 3-1. They weren't going to win yesterday, but their previous 2 losses were razor thin and obviously had a 3-touchdown lead that went away against the Giants back in week 2. So that's not the pushover offense that you might think that it is.
Yeah.
Number 8 this year.
I thought they looked good yesterday. I'm looking for James Conner. He's a handful.
Oof.
He runs with a certain level of violence.
Especially after the game.
Yeah, and Dobbs certainly is better than many people think, yourself included. You're hating on him.
Dobbs?
You're hating all over him. I don't even know who their quarterback is.
His name's not Chris Paul.
Who are you?
His name's not Chris Paul. His name's not Zach Wilson. There was a moment last night, and I felt you. I'm like, oh, gosh. Don't call dibs. Don't text me. I know. We're sitting there watching Zach Wilson. Thank you. Go ahead and cut it up, Grandy. I see you smiling. Good, just let it out. Let the laughter out. It's okay. We talk for 4 hours. This happens at least twice a day. I felt dibs thinking about texting me. Does that go better for you? So here's the deal. I've been so hard on Zach Wilson. Not as hard as Rodney Harrison. I don't know if you saw that interview after the game. That was uncomfortable. For those of you who haven't seen that, he's literally trying to goad Chris Jones into saying something bad. He's just like, Zach Wilson's terrible, right? But I know you're being nice, but he's awful. Am I right? He's terrible. He can't even throw a ball, right? Chris is like, dude, he's getting better. Right, but he's awful, right? Just like, dude, go away. It was uncomfortable. But anyway, Zach Wilson played a football game last night. And in the second half, he started to deliver the ball with some confidence.
Yeah.
A little bit of pizzazz and some moxie.
He had Mahomes by the short hairs.
He did. And Mahomes kept throwing picks. There were wobblers coming out of there. I'm like, what is happening in this football game?
In this world.
No joke. Do you want to take a quick crack at the bottom five?
Let's do it, Mark.
Bottom five, worst 5 teams in the NFL, therefore the highest percentage of drives that end in a punt or a turnover.
I'm going to start right where you were with New York because their offense has been terrible. I'm going to go with New York.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, they are ninth from the bottom.
The Giants is one.
New York Giants. I thought you did. No, Giants are even further up. Giants are 12th from the bottom.
How about New England and the Mac Joneses who got...
I got to start clapping right now.
Man.
They are the worst.
Oh, God.
71% of their drives are ending in a punt or a turnover.
What percentage?
71.
Oh, God.
Greatest coach of all time.
Yeah.
Greatest coach of all time. Hey, folks, it's the players. It's the players.
Yeah.
It's the players.
Well,
but
especially
anyway,
those players.
I mean, yes,
he's got no quarterback.
I'm not saying that there aren't good coaches. There are great coaches.
McCorkle got the hook yesterday, and Zappy didn't do much better.
Oh, my gosh. They're absolutely dreadful. They're number one.
Okay. An autumn wind is a turnover.
Ooh, good guess, but there are 6 teams worse than the Vegas Raiders.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. One of these is obvious. You should have gotten it, but come on, people.
Steelers?
Not the one I was thinking of, but yes, they are second from the bottom. 67%.
Oh, it's got to be the Bears. All they do is turn it over.
Also 67%. But shout out the effort that Justin Fields put out there yesterday. He looked great.
Yeah, he did.
His coaching staff, they're even bigger morons than I thought. Did you see the way that game ended?
That game was crazy.
Did you see them not kick the field goal?
I mean, why would you?
Because, I don't know, gives you the lead with 2 minutes to go. I was just like, what is happening here? All right, yeah. Those are the 3 worst.
Okay.
Patriots, Steelers, Bears, Browns, and Panthers.
Browns is another one I was going to guess.
Panthers.
Boy, that DTR love train ended in a hurry yesterday.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought it up. Can we? I shouted this out on the show last night, and it might have been covered up.
DTR hype train, rest in peace.
No, actually, it was at the end of the show. So Grandy had already gone home. So last night we get to the end of the show. I said, "Listen, this is not for this year. So don't worry about it. But I have a message that I'd like to send everybody that you're going to need next August. When we get to August 2024, I want everyone to remember the preseason is the preseason.
Right.
Stop telling me that Kenny Pickett's amazing and stop telling me that DTR, next big thing, watch out. Here comes
preseason MVP.
It's not nothing, okay? The preseason is... the preseason, it's football.
It's not something either.
It's a form of football, okay? But our fan base suffered from this to a certain degree, just over-dramatizing every Trey Lance throw, every Sam Darnold throw. Brock was out there for 2 minutes, and he threw an incompletion. We lose our minds based on what's happening in the preseason.
You know what it is?
It's the preseason.
It's NBA Summer League. It's Marco Bellinelli going for 42 and us all running out to get his jersey because he was unguardable in Vegas in July.
Unguardable.
Couldn't stop Bellinelli.
Remember those Steelers people? I'm fighting the urge to call them back.
Oh, you need to do it.
Remember the question?
Stop taking the damn high road.
Remember the question they asked me? Would you rather for the next 5 years have Purdy or Pickett? And I went, look, you guys. The season hasn't started yet, but I'm gonna explain to you why the answer is Purdy. Just because the floor is so high. I don't know where the ceiling is yet, but the floor is so damn high, so it's clearly Purdy. And let's go to the next question. And then they sent tweets out for the next week leading up to the game. It's Pickett. It's Pickett. He didn't throw it. Every single preseason drive ended in a touchdown. It's Pickett. It's Pickett. And I'm like, you guys, Purdy's now the top-rated quarterback in the NFL. Pickett is hurt and what? He's fine. He's not awful, but you wouldn't ask that question today, I don't think. Okay, everyone. We're sponsored by Local Arena Ticks. Your phone call's next. Hey, Bruce, you're first up in Santa Clara. 888-957-9570. Is there anything you can find to worry about this team? They're not boring, but they are relaxing. Talking Niner football here on Willard and Dibs.
Attention Bay Area sports fans.
There was a moment last night, and I felt you. I'm like, oh, gosh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I feel like that's what I would say if that were true. That's what I would say. I'm like, oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
No doubt.
That's on the list of things I would say.
Oh, gosh. It's just not O-S, but oh, gosh.
Well, yeah. I felt Dibs right. And then I went, oh gosh.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Then you looked at your phone, and I hadn't texted you, and you thought, that's a good thing.
Thank goodness. Yeah. Don't text during that. That's crazy talk.
I usually try to leave you alone on Sunday evenings anyway.
I appreciate
it. And, it's getting ready for a full week of this. I mean, you and I get about 5 hours a day because there's the pre-show and there's usually a quick post-show. So you figure 5 hours a day times 5. I can leave you alone on the weekends for the most part.
You think that's enough?
Well, it's enough, which is why I'm going to have to change my Instagram around a little bit. Enough's enough, you two. That's all I'm going to say.
What? It was 2 years. What do you want me to do? Ignore it? Great. It's been 2 years.
And I'm happy for both of you.
Thank you. So are we.
Yeah, you are. A little too happy. Anyway.
All right, fine.
It hasn't got to the point where I'm rooting against you two. Well, just know that.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. And actually, I think you're lying a little bit.
Does Instagram have a mute button? That's the question I have.
I don't know what the
great question.
What's the alternative? What's the alternative?
I could tell you what the alternative is, but you don't want to know.
This is Christy, and I know her, and so hi.
How about keep it fair and even, and maybe post a picture of you two frowning once in a while.
Okay,
that's all.
All right,
fair and balanced.
All right. Well, when we get in our first fight,
I was going to say, excuse me. Again.
Get the trash.
All right, I feel bad.
Oh, gosh.
Anyway, happy for you guys. Happy editor.
Whatever. All right. 888-957-9570. I think you found something to worry about. It's just not the 49ers. Let's find out what everyone else thinks. Hey, Bruce.
I love you more. No, I love you more.
That's not what we said. Bruce is in Santa Clara. Hey, Bruce, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Just had a quick thought. I've been listening to you guys, and I just wanted to share some thoughts. First of all, 49ers fan all my life, and Kyle Shanahan, you can't get better than this. I mean, best play caller I've seen in the NFL, if not all time. Anyway, but over the past couple of games, I've been a little skeptical about his strategy. I know blowout wins are great, the stats are great, but I'm not really sure it's sustainable. And the reason I say that is that over the past couple of games, the strategy more or less has been around one or two guys, and that's CMC and Brandon Aiyuk. Now, as good as they are, I'm not really sure, again, like this is sustainable. We saw what we saw last night. We saw mid-fourth quarter, we're up by 2 possessions, and they're still playing CMC, and they're still putting Brock Purdy, and they're still having him put it into the end zone. I'm afraid that doing this and just going on this strategy is, one, where you're putting these players they're going to get injured soon, and what happens if you do that? And so that's something that worries me. If you keep doing that, what's going to happen? And then 2, if these guys get injured, what kind of strategy do you have as a follow-up? Because, yeah, we have Debo, but I don't think really Debo has given us a good game this year. I haven't seen a good performance.
Oh, gosh, you weren't watching when the New York Giants came to town, were you? You missed that game.
I would. I watched every game.
Okay.
Every game, but I'm not. This is not.
Debo was unbelievable in that game, Bruce.
Yes, he was, but it's not Debo that we saw last year, and it's definitely Debo that we saw yesterday. He wasn't called on at all.
Well, because he's hurt.
So did you see the Mac Jones? Did you see the Cowboys game yesterday?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Mac Jones lead the game in the late third quarter?
I did.
Okay. Did you listen to why Bill Belichick did that?
Why do you think he did that? And yes, I did. But go ahead.
He said his reasoning was he said there was no point in leaving him in.
Right, but
you could debate that.
But what do you think? What do you think he meant by that, Bruce?
Well, first of all, I really think that he was trying to send a message to his quarterback. But what he said in the media is that there's no point in keeping him in. Like, I could tell, like, even if his point was trying to send a message to his quarterback, I still think it was a good move because he's protecting his quarterback. This whole season can flip in one snap. And
yeah, of course it can, Bruce. But let us respond to that. First of all, I do not read the Belichick comments the way you do, Bruce. He was not protecting Mac Jones. I think he wanted to kick Mac Jones in the side of the head. Is what he wanted to do yesterday.
I mean, those things can be equally true.
Maybe.
Because you could be trying to protect him because he's not healthy, but you're also protecting him because he's not very good.
Yeah, the Brock Purdy thing. Brock Purdy, in my opinion, has not been put in harm's way needlessly by Kyle Shanahan. There's a McCaffrey conversation to have. There's no doubt. And it's not, in my opinion, it's not for keeping him in too long. Like, I do think that sometimes we do this. We've fallen into a trap as 49er fans because they're so good and because we're so confident in them. We look at a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter and we're like, yo, this puppy is baked. Let's get McCaffrey out of here. No, dude, you're only up by 12 points. That's not an over game with 9 minutes to go. That's not the right thing to do. The right thing, especially with Eli Mitchell out, you don't have any veterans to turn to in the backfield. You got to keep playing, and you got to put the other team away. And they did. Now, just by mere number of touches.
98.
That's a lot.
98, Mark.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
That's 24 and a half per game. 20 carries a game, leads the NFL in carries. And he's got 18 catches, which puts him 38th, and that puts him in, I believe, second among running backs. So it's Jacobs and McCaffrey and Bijan Robinson. He's third in catches, and he's tied with Jacobs, and he is one behind Bijan. So, yes, the usage is
a lot.
It's a bit of a concern. He's on pace for more than 400 touches, which would be more than he ever had in Carolina.
Right. So I think there's a fair conversation there. I don't really know. I mean, maybe we can ask Doc Pandia this week. You know, sometimes I look at it and people go, oh, gosh, you can't do that in the NFL. As if 380 touches is somehow not dangerous.
Right.
Like, good God, right? So I think this in the end, which is it's going to be uncomfortable to watch sometimes. And I think there's a fair conversation to have as to whether or not Christian could go from the 25 touches a game down to more like 20. But I think Niner fans need to acknowledge that doesn't make him safe. Okay? 20 touches a game puts you at a number that's more comfortable for you. And I actually don't know if the injury rate goes down really all that much.
The only thing that goes down is the number of times that you are going to be tackled, which by the very essence of a violent game should make it less likely that you're going to be hurt via a football-related tackle. Ty Davis-Price yesterday was far less likely to get hurt than Christian McCaffrey by the very fact that he did not play on offense. So to that extent, yes. Now, how much does it go down versus how much do you need him to go out there and win? That's a Kyle Shanahan question. And I know this. If Christian McCaffrey were to sustain any type of injury in a game where they have a lead late in the second half, he'll be criticized.
No doubt about it. I'm counting up how many touches did he have last year? Did you check that?
I'm looking right now. He had 211 with the Niners and 118. He had 329.
329. Yeah, exactly.
He had 403 in 2019. He led the league, and that's his career high. He had 2,392 scrimmage yards and 19 total touchdowns.
Yeah, and I look at the playoffs last year, and I go, well, he didn't look worn down. He looked great in the Eagles game. Then again, we also heard reports where, his legs were, I mean, like they had to do a hell of a lot of work to have him ready for that game. Now, they did, and that's football. That's life. So, I don't know. I look at this and I go, I'm not sure there's a whole lot that the Niners can do about it. He's their bread and butter, and they're going to go to him. But I also hear people's concerns. It's a lot of touches. It's a lot of touches, especially for a team you're now going to 17 games. You've got two Thursday night games this year, and you have aspirations to play in February 2024. So, yeah, it's a conversation, no doubt.
It's difficult, though, because when you watch him play, and you see what he does. He's an absolute difference maker, and he's on a track to be the most valuable player.
Yep.
So I would imagine that Christian McCaffrey doesn't want to come out of the game at all.
Of course not.
And you saw it yesterday in the second half where he comes out and Mason got a catch and a carry, and McCaffrey came right back in. Now, I don't know if he's calling his own number on
that's
those.
about enough of that.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It was back-to-back on that last touchdown drive.
Well,
Mason for 3. Mason got one in the pass game, and that's it. Here comes CMC.
The usage was unbelievable in this game, okay? So Christian McCaffrey got 20 of the 31 carries.
Right.
Okay, and 3 of those that he didn't get were Purdy and Darnold. So like you had a kneel down in there, you had the QB sneak for the touchdown, but he's getting 2/3 of the carries out of the backfield. And then if we go to target share, 8 of the 21 targets were Christian. That's north of 1/3. So you're talking about almost exactly 1/3 of the balls that go out in a 49er football game are going to Christian McCaffrey. Do you know what I mean? Like Aiyuk and McCaffrey had 2/3 of all targets. They didn't even try to throw it to anybody else.
Yeah, one to Kittle, and Ray had a couple.
He had a couple.
Juszczyk had a couple, and he just had the one.
Bell 1, Kittle 1, Juice 1, Snead 1, Mason 1.
Snead, that's right.
Yeah.
Snead had the one.
Ray had 2, and everything else was McCaffrey and Aiyuk. It's crazy.
Yeah, they didn't have that many plays, 55 total on offense, and McCaffrey played 47. So on 28 of his 47 snaps, they came his way with the 20 carries and the 7 catches. So, I mean, you might as well, if you're going to have him out there, you might as well use him. And honestly, and this is where I'm going to side with Kyle, because if you have that guy on your team and you want to gain yards, because that's kind of what you want to do on offense, how do you not give him the ball every single time? He can catch it. He can avoid tackles. He can run through people. He can play in any spot you want to put him. He's the ultimate luxury.
Well, and I look at the Arizona Cardinals after a game like yesterday, and I kind of, what the hell were you guys doing? I mean, honestly, on defense, if you're the defensive coordinator of the Cardinals, and I understand how hard it is, the 49ers are very, very, very good. So I'm not trying to make this sound easy, but Bill Belichick became famous on the defensive side of the ball, even when he had Brady on offense. But famously, Belichick goes into a game and goes, all right, what's your bread and butter? Okay, now it's not. We're taking that away.
Right.
What other pitch do you have? Now, the Niners have a lot. But in this particular case, when it became obvious that Deebo Samuel was compromised, is not his normal self, and you're looking at it's just McCaffrey, okay, a little Aiyuk. McCaffrey, okay, a little Aiyuk. Like, that was the entire game, and they never, ever did anything to seemingly slow that down at all. How many of Aiyuk's catches were even in traffic? There was the one down the sideline, the beautiful back shoulder throw, but largely when they threw it to Aiyuk, he was wide open. So
it's because they were trying to then key on Christian McCaffrey.
I guess, but like what? If I'm a DC, if I'm the Cowboys DC,
right?
Aren't you going into this game going, look, all the resources go to McCaffrey, and
sure.
let's see if Brock Purdy can beat us with Deebo and Brandon. That's what I would do.
Easier said than done.
Sure.
And I'm looking at the opening drive, and they come out with the 2 running backs and the 1 tight end. McCaffrey, ground game, boom, he gets 6. They go to the huddle, same personnel, no sub. You break the huddle. McCaffrey's out wide. Deebo's the running back. And then you send Juszczyk in double motion, and now it's Deebo, the running back, and McCaffrey out wide. So what are you going to do? Are you playing the pass on 2nd and 4 with McCaffrey out wide? Are you playing Deebo in the run? They give it to Deebo. He goes for 3, and you bring in a second tight end. Now you go big, and you convert it, and you go back, and you go play action to Aiyuk on the next play. I think that this offense is such a nightmare because even when you try to stop McCaffrey, and on that first down play at the 43, they do that. Play action. Oh, Aiyuk for 16. It's like, man, we were sold out to stop McCaffrey, and he pulled the okey doke on us and moved the chains.
Yeah, the 49ers are really good for a reason. I get it. It's not easy to stop. It just struck me yesterday that the Niners were not even forced to try to go to anybody else.
True.
They were not even, it was like Christian, and if you want to try to take it away, hey, Brandon. And he was open every time. And that was it. They didn't need to even try anything else. And what'd you say? 5 touchdowns in 6 drives?
Yes.
Right, and only the penalty on which led to the incompletion.
Yeah, it was the sack that led
the
to
sack.
the
I'm sorry, not the penalty.
2nd and 12. McKivitz kind of whiffed on the block.
Yeah.
And then that set up the 3rd and 24, and then that was it. That led to the only incompletion.
That's what makes you look at this to me and get really excited, because if the Niners are blessed with health, I don't really know what it is that's going to consistently slow them down. However, I also think we as fans, we're going to need to reason with the idea that the really important players are going to play. They're going to play a lot.
Yeah.
They're going to get hit. They're going to get dinged. Ayuk's already missed a game, and in my mind, Debo kind of sort of did too. I know he was out there.
I mean, he played.
He was out there.
He played 87% of the snaps.
I know he was out there, but it was obvious that he was not going to be a big part of the game plan. He was being protected.
Yeah.
And so that's fine. So call it missing half of a game, whatever it is. Like, they've already in 4 games, they've been dinged a little bit by key players.
Right.
You just hope that nobody, I think there's going to be more of that. You hope that nobody gets one of the season-long deals.
Of course.
That's the thing.
Especially the one guy who appears to be on an MVP track. I mean, even though you mentioned it, you missed Aiyuk for a game. All right, Debo. He stepped up, and our last caller was wrong when he said, I'm waiting for Debo's breakout game.
Yeah.
He was huge against the Giants. And if you have a game where if McCaffrey needs a week to get over something minor, can you get by? Well, Eli Mitchell was out yesterday, but can you get by with Mason and TDP and do things a little bit differently? I believe that you can, because you have such a diversity of weapons.
No, I think the depth is obviously one of the 49ers' biggest strengths. I do wonder, with the way Brock has played, if anybody wants to adjust their thought that, like, Sam can come in and the offense will essentially look pretty much the same. You still feel that way?
It's hard to say, because yesterday, and I watched the game back this morning, 21 throws from Brock, and thank you. Of the 21 throws, he completed 20 of them, and there weren't that many that were like, oh, wow, I mean, eye-popping. You had a lot of guys who were open. You had some short passes. You had a few that were...
He threw downfield.
He threw downfield.
283 yards on only 20 completions.
You're misconstruing what I'm saying.
No, I'm just...
He throws deep to Aiyuk, and he kind of underthrows him. Aiyuk makes a great adjustment and catches the back half of the ball.
I think on purpose underthrew him.
I don't know about
that. He had 2 defenders over the top.
Right. He could have thrown it toward the boundary where there was more open space. Either way, that to me was not... Like, that throw was probably a 6 or a 7 out of 10 in terms of, like, wow. The throw to Aiyuk back shoulder, that was a 9.
That's a wow
That's
throw.
a great throw.
Yep.
Because he knows the defender's over the top, the open space is behind, Aiyuk knows it too, back shoulder, boop, move the chains. He had a couple that were between defenders, a couple to CMC, and those were good throws, but made better by the fact that these guys caught the football.
No doubt.
No drops.
Deep cross to Brandon Aiyuk, also right side of the field.
Yes.
Absolutely. Brandon was very open, but a very accurate delivery. Like, that's another thing you really notice. Guys are able to catch the ball and continue running.
And I think that, again, I don't want to give too much credit to Kyle Shanahan, because Brock Purdy was spectacular. I mean, that has to be a Niner record for completion percentage in a game.
Yes.
I mean,
the answer is it is. It broke Steve Young's record.
20 for 21.
Yeah.
So Brock was amazing, but I do think Sam could have come in and completed a lot of that. The one thing we don't know is how much of this is Brock's brain, because he has an unbelievable knack of knowing when and where to deliver the football.
Brock Purdy is the NFL's, for whatever stat you want to grab, he is the NFL's top-rated passer right now. He is also one of 10 quarterbacks who are over the 1,000-yard mark. We are not even at the quarter pole, and the 49ers have not had that 4,000-yard quarterback in many, many, many years. And so Brock, so far so good, 4 games in. Brock Purdy has thrown for more yards than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, year. Wow.
More yards than Patrick Mahomes.
Better record, too.
So, better touchdown to interception ratio. Let's see. Patrick's been sacked fewer times. So there you go. He's got that going for him. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
How you guys doing today?
Great.
So first off, I want to say rest in peace to Russ Francis.
Yeah.
Good one.
Some prayers out to his family.
Yep.
Thoughts and prayers out to his family. Secondly, I mean, it's football. It's a physical game. People are going to get hurt. People get hurt all the time. You play one set of downs or 20 sets of downs, you run the risk of getting hurt. Any play can hurt you. So sitting there and worrying about injuries, that's something that we have to do every season. That I don't think that's any different than any other day. I feel that as far as things that we should be concerned about with our boys, I think Colton McKivitz and Lenore, I think, are two areas that can hurt us down the season. I think those are areas that we're a little weak in. And Brock Purdy's fantastic. He's showing everybody how great he is every game. He would be even greater if he had just another second of time or another second and a half of time. I can only imagine if he had more time to pick defenses apart, how much greater he could even be. And I think that needs to be addressed. As far as the Cardinals game go, it was fantastic. I was a little concerned when they did go 99 yards into our house. That did bother me. I do think that the defense has let up a little bit. They're playing with a little bit more silk gloves than an iron gauntlet, so to speak. And I think they can because they have faith in their offense. So I think they're not risking as much right now, but I do think they need to tighten that up a little bit.
Yeah, Joe, that's an interesting one. Now, I appreciate it. Very good call. I'm not sure if he meant Lenore or Ambry Thomas.
They both had a couple of moments.
They've both been wobbly a little bit. Sometimes I look at that and go, look, you can't have the best player in the league at every position. But I think you're pointing to the right people in terms of ones who make you chew on a fingernail here or there. I totally get that. How good has the defense been? We can get into this a little bit coming up next because statistically, they are still they're sitting there in top 5 in all the categories. But I feel like people are waiting for something to look more fierce than it does. And what I don't know yet is if the Niners defense hasn't fully hit a stride or if offenses are so risk averse when going against the Niners that they're just going to continue to take those 6-yard dumps over the middle. And, sometimes you can drive all the way down the field doing that. Sometimes you can't. Takes a lot of time. Bottom line is you're going to end up in the teens in points and you're going to lose. Defense has been really good.
Yeah, I have some ideas as to what people are thinking and what people are talking about.
Let's get into that coming up next. Plus, we'll take your calls. Yama, your first up coming up next, presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
motion by McCaffrey. The swing to McCaffrey. Use check blocking out front. Oh, a hurdle for McCaffrey. Leaping his way for the touchdown. Keitrell Clark, the rookie from Louisville, looked up to see McCaffrey fly over him.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm really looking forward to these next 2 weeks because there's something sneaky that's going on right after this one. You got Sunday Night Football this week, and I think you were just poking around with it. If you go deep into the metrics of defense in the NFL, one team that keeps showing up that you wouldn't necessarily think of is the Cleveland Browns, and it's the 49ers' next opponent after the Dallas Cowboys. So whatever questions sit there right now with regard to Brock, with regard to I need to see more, with regard to are you just going to score 33 every single game? Is this just what you're doing every single time out? Like Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, back-to-back weeks. And if they can navigate that, and the offensive output continues to be something similar, then I think you're a runaway train.
If you can get to that Purdy 30 mark over the next two, now we're talking about a real offensive juggernaut.
Yes.
Dallas is giving up 10 and a quarter points a game, and Cleveland's only giving up 15 a game. Cleveland's giving up the fewest yards and the lowest yards per play and the fewest first downs. Myles Garrett is nasty.
Here's the thing about Dallas's defense, and we've got all week long, okay? I think they're good. They already were good. They were good last year. There's no doubting how good they are. But when I look at defenses, and I guess you could to a degree make this case about the 49ers too. In the NFL, I want to know, what quarterback did you face? Who'd you face? Okay, this is who Dallas has got so far.
Okay.
Daniel Jones.
Tier 3.
Zach Wilson.
Tier 11.
Nice.
Sorry.
Joshua Dobbs.
Tier 3.
And Mac Jones.
Jeez.
Exactly.
Tears of a clown.
So whatever test this is for the 49ers, it is for Dallas too.
Yeah.
These defenses have not faced a very good offense yet.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
So the Niners and Cowboys have both faced Dobbs and Daniel Jones. The Niners faced a Saquon-less Giants team.
Right.
The Dallas had to play Saquon.
Correct.
And then the Niners faced Kenny Pickett.
And Matt Stafford.
Matt Stafford would be the class of that group.
No doubt, but he also had the best performance against either of these defenses.
Yeah.
Like he had it going there for a second, and they put up 23 points. And if that interception off the hands didn't happen, who knows how that game would have gone. So that's what we're about to find out. And that's a good thing. The Niners are obviously ready for this test. And that's not to say if they get through these next two, it's an automatic 17-0. But you start to look at the defenses that are out there, the balance that a team creates. Like, for instance, last week, it was really fun to start to daydream about a 49er Dolphins Super Bowl. Yesterday is why the Dolphins aren't there yet. And I never want to make it about 1 week. It's a bigger picture.
Well, especially that week.
Yeah, the Dolphins are a very good football team, and their creativity and the weapons that they throw at you offensively are second to none, maybe only to the 49ers. But their defense is not a Super Bowl defense. Like, if you're a good offense, you will score on Miami all day long. And it's what Josh Allen did. It's what the Niners did to them last year when Brock Purdy got thrown into his first game as an NFL player. So, Miami's good, but I still have them. To me, they're a little bit below the Buffaloes and the Kansas Cities of that conference.
Buffalo is complete, and Buffalo should be the AFC favorite, honestly. If you look at who's the most complete team, Kansas City's offense is a little bit, I won't say it's shaky, but they don't have the same level of weaponry that we're used to seeing, and their defense is better. Kansas City's offense used to be by far the best unit, and then the defense was the liability. Now their two units are a little bit closer in proximity to one another. Buffalo, to me, is the team, and I said this last week, they can beat you 48-20. They can also beat you 10-7. That defense can be very, very good, and their offense can be explosive, especially at home.
I don't know what happened on opening night, but Buffalo since then has had 3 football games, and the other team has been embarrassed and blown out of the building all 3 times. Raiders, Commanders, Dolphins, and we're talking 3-4 touchdown victories just about each and every time. By the way, you mentioned Buffalo should be the favorite. Have you taken a look at the updated Super Bowl odds?
No, I have not. I have not.
What do you think it looks like? Where do you think Buffalo is?
Wow, Buffalo's got to be either they're in the top 3. I mean, updated Super Bowl odds?
Yeah, I got them right in front of me.
I'd be hard-pressed to not see it go Philly, Buffalo, Niners in that order.
You think Philly remains the Super Bowl favorite?
I figured they would have to be, right? Considering, where they are, and they are defending NFC champs, and they're undefeated.
The favorite to win the whole thing.
The whole kit and caboodle?
The whole shebang is your San Francisco 49ers.
As the Niners now. Wow, okay.
Plus 500. The 49ers are the favorite. Kansas City is number 2, plus 550.
Interesting.
The Eagles
That's
are
the
third.
Taylor Swift effect.
I had no doubt.
All the Swifties are pouring the money in.
I mean, the Chiefs are obviously still good, but if you really want to dive into their first 4 games, like really dive in,
yeah,
they looked awesome once, and it was against the Bears. And everybody looks awesome against the Bears.
Yeah, boy.
Okay? They struggled last night. Mahomes coulda, shoulda had 3 picks. That game went down to the final second. They lost at home to the Detroit Lions. And their other win was the one at Jacksonville, right? Super low-scoring game, grinded out type of a deal. They're not on all cylinders yet. They may get there. But I'm with you. I think Buffalo looks the best, and they're coming in as the 4th favorite at plus 700. Dallas rounds out the top 5 at plus 900. Obviously, the team that has careened off of the board that was originally there is the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, the dirty natty.
The Bengals are down to plus 3,300 and have fallen behind the likes of the Jags, Browns, and Chargers in the Super Bowl odds.
Man.
How about that?
That's a bit shocking.
Yeah.
Before we go to the phones, you had mentioned this before the break about the Niners defense and why people are maybe a little less thrilled or more nonplussed about it than the stats and the metrics would indicate. And the reason why I think that that's the case is, for one, your DPOY is not putting up eye-popping stats in a DPOY fashion. Now, I do think it's interesting that if you look at pressure percentage, they are about 10th or 11th at 21.6%, which is good. But the other thing about this defense, Mark, is they are very good at bend but don't break. They are number 3, I think, in the league, in number 4, actually tied for 3rd, I'm sorry, in missed tackles. This defense does not miss tackles. They play not soft defense, but they play off knowing that they're going to rally up and they're going to make the plays that are needed to be made. They don't take the ball away a lot. I think they have 5 takeaways on the season, and they've got 9 sacks over the course of 4 games. So the thing that gets people excited about a defense, it's not sturdy run control and 3 and outs.
Right.
It's sacks, picks, and hits. And sacks, they a lot of pressures. Picks, not so much yesterday. And hits, oh yeah, they will hit you. And they'll even get hit after the game.
I wonder if this does anything for you. I know in our age of analytics, sometimes we dive deep into numbers and people want to scoff or even get angry because they're like, right, thank you. They're hanging their big guy. But we dive into the numbers and you're like, well, wait a minute. I'm watching the games. I can see that Nick Bosa's got 1 sack.
Yeah.
What are we paying for 1 sack?
It's a shame.
And then you go to the PFF grades for top-rated pass rushers in the NFL.
All right.
Does it do anything for you?
The PFF grades?
Anything. Does it do anything for you?
It does a little bit for me.
Okay. Do you know where Nick is?
In the PFF grades, he's probably number 1 or 2.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Number 1 in the entire NFL. This also,
and I get it.
This is both maybe encouraging or terrifying. Micah Parsons is not the top-rated pass rusher on his team.
On his team?
He is not the second.
He is not
rated pass rusher on his team. He is not the 3rd rated pass rusher on his team.
Come on, PFF. What are you doing?
He's the 4th rated pass rusher on his team, yet he also is in the top 20. The Cowboys have 4.
I believe it.
4.
I'm looking
of the
at
top
the numbers here, and they have 14 sacks,
Yep.
which puts them tied for 4th in the National Football League with a higher pressure percentage than the Niners and a lot more hurries and all the rest of it. So, and I tried to watch the game again today with an eye on Bosa, because when I watch the offense, I'm into personnel groupings and watching what Kyle does with that beautiful laminated spreadsheet. But when I watch the defense, I try to watch the Bosa effect.
Yeah.
And I'm looking here, 1st and 10, holding. Oh, they held on Bosa.
Exactly.
Because you got to hold the guy. I think they had 2 holding penalties. He was offside once, if not twice. Armstead lined up in the neutral zone, but the defense played relatively clean in terms of penalties. My other big takeaway from the second watch, of all the players on the Niners, the guy who I would least want to try to play football against, Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah,
he's
a good
coming
player.
for you.
He's nasty.
He'll tackle you by the neck. He's going to hit you high. He's going to hit you low. The guy comes like an absolute missile with bad intentions. Bad football intentions. I'm sure he's a swell guy, but I watch 57, and the way he rolls up on people and just throws his body at the ball carrier, that dude is something else.
Yeah. There's no two ways about it.
Because Fred is great. I'm not taking away from Fred, friend of the program.
Yeah.
I mean, we go way back to last Friday, but
for a few minutes,
Greenlaw plays with that extra edge.
He's fantastic.
Yeah,
he's fantastic. Hey, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'm trying to get a lot of people, when we brought up PFF, were like, okay, now do the quarterbacks who are the top-rated quarterbacks this year, PFF, and where does Brock Purdy sit there? I'm looking at they kind of lock anything beyond the top 3. Like, you have to pay for it.
Oh, you don't have that subscription?
I do not. I'm not a subscriber.
A man who goes national on Sunday?
Yeah.
I mean,
all I need is my eyes and my brain.
We need to get Sam Munson back on the program from PFF.
And a drink. That's it.
Okay.
That's all I need. I need a sparkling water
there you go.
and a microphone.
Okay.
That's right. So
I need 2 turntables and a microphone.
You do. Tua Tagovailoa, number 1 this year.
Okay.
Surprising who's 2 and 3.
On the QB PFF?
Yeah. I can't tell you where Brock is because that's locked, but number 2 is Trevor Lawrence, and number 3 is your boy. You were right. Hang in there, big guy. There's brighter days ahead. Yeah, Jared Goff.
There are some brighter days.
Yeah.
He's looking great.
Yeah. But if you want to just go by regular quarterback rating, Brock is number 1 in the league. So
I know a guy who's got a PFF subscription. I'll see if I can't get him to break us off the old...
break you off a little something?
Yeah. He may or may not share my birthday, so I'll see if I can reach out.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, those are fantasy rankings.
Yeah, whatever.
Not the ones I read. I'm just surfing around right here.
Anyway, the thing about the defense, and I know we're going to the phones. Yep. People are stacking up to talk to Willie and Dibby. That, I think, is partly why people are still a little unsure about this defense, because there's not a lot of like eye-popping, like Bosa doesn't have a 3-sack game and the pick 6, like what Buffalo did last week. And I know this because I have them as my fantasy D. They're scoring. There's balls out here and there. That's the stuff that makes people really get on board with the D.
No doubt. But I also think that is circumstantial. You know that was against Washington. You've got a rookie quarterback and an offense that's trying to be a little bit more of a downfield presence, and you're taking chances. And if you take chances, you can get burned. What I keep noticing is the 49ers, when they're playing, the opposing offense refuses to take chances. They just won't. And so it remains to be seen if the Niners are playing so well that they just won't take chances against you, or if the Niners are not quite as dominant as maybe we had hoped, or if that's just not yet. 888-957-9570.
There's something there. And I was looking at the dot stats, which is the depth of target when there's a defender on on the player, and they are 7th in day dot defensively. So, to your point, teams are going a lot shorter. They're not taking a lot of deeper chances against the Niners.
I wonder about time as well. Like if whatever the analytics say about the time from snap to release.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Matt Stafford was just like, boop,
sure,
get it out of here. Hey, Puka, you had 27 catches today. Boop, boop. Like it was just get it out of here right away. Yama in Concord here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, man, what's going on?
Hey, man, I just got to say why. Why do some of the Niner fans always try to find issue with the 49ers or their coaching staff? I just don't get it. Like, I watch ESPN, NFL Network. They took the top 5 team, Kansas City Eagles, Dolphins, and all those teams. They could find an issue with those teams. But when they talk about the Niners, they're like, we are the most complete team, and they cannot find any issue. But our fans do find an issue with our team. Why? We won 14 games in a row since last year. We got the number 2 defense. Now we got the number 2 offense in the NFL, and we still completing. It just sometimes makes me sick to my stomach, man.
Well, listen.
Hang in there, Yama.
Yeah, there are brighter days ahead. It's like that's the nature of the whole thing. And quite frankly, if you're looking for that stuff, and it bothers some fans, I totally get it. But that's a good sign. It's a sign that you don't have actually anything real to complain about, number one. But it's also a sign of what the hopes are this year. Like, yeah, you're going to win by 19 points and have people go, dude, the other team was moving the ball.
Yeah.
You won by 19 points. Like,
99-yard drive, Mark.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
They ran it right down your throat, kind of.
Not really. Not really, but yeah.
It was Dobbs. 5 carries for Dobbsy. That still is the one thing that I am a little concerned about.
Mobile
quarterbacks. And Dak is not that guy.
No, not anymore.
No, he has, I think, 42 yards rushing this year.
Yeah, you'll get, I guess, a little bit of it against Cleveland.
Jalen Hurts. Well,
we'll see.
Is it going to be DTR?
I think either way, Deshaun or DTR are both mobile.
I hope it's Deshaun, just for the sake of going up against the best.
Then you've got 3 weeks of the most immobile things that have ever been known to mankind in creation.
Who do you got?
Kirk Cousins, Joe Burrow, week off.
Oh, man.
Nobody's moving those 3 weeks.
Joe Wheelborough, poor guy.
That's pretty good.
Waiting.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. He didn't like my Jared Goff or whatever my Goff one earlier got a head shave. It was bad.
4.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Randy's like Mikey from the old Life commercials.
Yeah.
He likes it.
It seems like Cousins also used to be more mobile, but now he's...
I mean, he's not, you know what I mean? They're not Brady back there. But yeah, the guy's 35 years old, and he's not that mobile. He's not going to outrun any Niner pass rusher. Joe Burrow, I don't even know if he should be playing right now.
Man.
But, even then, after that, then it's going to be a lot of mobility kind of the rest of the way, from Trevor Lawrence to Baker Mayfield to Geno to Jalen Hurts, Geno again, Dobbs again, Lamar Jackson. There's going to be a lot of mobility coming.
Yeah.
So if it is actually a weakness, going to have to figure that out.
Before we go back to the phones, I just want to say this again and get this on the record because this absolutely has to change. What are they calling it? The Philadelphia, not the city of brotherly shove. Yeah, it's the brotherly shove.
Oh, what? The sneak? The 1 yard sneak?
The sneak where you got your 2 buddies pushing on either side of your tuchus and mashing everybody into a 22-man dog pile. If we want to make football safer, how are we allowing this play? That's got to be one of the most unsafe plays. If you happen to be the 3 technique and you're the first guy in that pile and now you got 20 people on top of you, and it's terrible football. Arizona did it twice on that 99-yard drive where, 3rd and 1, we know what's coming and you can't stop it. You got to get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Because of safety or because it's a fait accompli every time you do it?
Both.
I don't know. Like the whole fait accompli every time you do it thing, I have mixed feelings about that because it's like, I don't know, just because something works, you're supposed to not allow it?
No, it's because
gotta be
the
illegal for a
aesthetics
reason.
of it.
Okay.
And the way you stop it, and it's going to take this happening until it gets stopped, is to just straight up dive at the guy's knees. Because if you're pushing, the only way to stop the guy is to dive low, and you're going
to... Can you even? Like, there's a pile of people in between
correct.
You and the quarterback.
So you're
kind
gonna-
of the problem. I don't even know if you can get to him.
Well, you're going to get to somebody, and
Yeah.
I think you're going to have situations where guys are going to start getting rolled up on because the only way to stop it is by subverting the pile, basically.
Well, I would kind of be in favor of rolling back to the rule that was never enforced, but should have been. You know, for years in football, you were not allowed to push guys for
Correct.
yards. And I know, you know, there's the Bush push, the famous play at Notre Dame. It's always been something that you could loosely get away with, but it was in the rules, and then they removed it. And they're just like, yeah, you can do that now. And I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense. And that would change this specific play and others. And others. There are other plays where, you know, Josh Allen shoved James Cook into the end zone yesterday. Not the it wasn't planned. But he got stopped at the line, and Josh was like, I got it, and just rammed him into the end zone. And I don't know. That's not really the way the whole thing was drawn up.
Right. And I don't like the optics of it where, and even at that, I mean, it's going to be tough to get rid of the sneak in general because, you know, 3rd and inches, and you know the QB is going to do it. Does it make the QB more or less safe to have 2 guys pushing him from behind?
Yeah, I mean, I would think less safe, to be honest with
Exactly.
you. I don't have great data
Yeah.
for that, but let's go to Nick in Santa Rosa. Hey, Nick, you know, Willard and Dibs, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
Good. So I think my main concern here is, and I was looking at the past 2 divisional games against the Rams and the Cardinals, and you know, I saw some of our DBs getting picked on, you know, quite a bit by, you know, Nakua and Michael Wilson there. And, you know, I think, you know, anytime, you know, I know it's still early in the season and we're only like 4 games in, but, you know, I think in, you know, Steve Wilson's, you know, his expertise is, you know, in the secondary, and I think he can clean up some of these issues with, you know, that these guys are having. But I think if, you know, 3 weeks, 4 weeks down, if we can't, I think if we're still getting kind of like picked on like that, then I think we need to look into trading for Pat Surtain. And you know, Surtain's a great guy because he's got great technique. He can reroute receivers. He can jam them at the line, and also he'd be like a great guy for the other guys to kind of, you know, pick his brain on and kind of see like what he's doing well. And
yeah, Nick, I'll tell you what, I certainly don't hate the idea. He's talking about trading for Surtain from Denver. I don't hate the idea at all. I'll also say this though, when we talk about quote unquote the struggles of the defense, I'm going to wonder aloud if this is perception or reality. Again, it's all a matter of perspective. Is the 49er defense struggling because A, it doesn't look as eye-popping as you wanted it to, or B, the 49ers are so good that you've got to sort of like point to something, or C, it's not real. And actually the defense has been one
Can
of
D be all of the above?
Well, sure.
I guess it can't be if it's not real.
Sure.
But
Well, no, but
I think it's a combination of A and B.
Yeah,
honestly.
more perceived,
yes,
than reality, because the stats will tell you that they've been very, very good. They just haven't piled up stats that we love,
right?
Sacks and turnovers.
That's my point. Yeah, the eye popping stuff.
But you're not scoring on them. Lot, not a lot.
4th against the rush, actually 3rd because Seattle's going to give up some yards tonight. So only Detroit and Philly are better against the run. The problem is against the pass. You're 17th against the pass in terms of yards allowed. But still, your point about red zone defense, and you've been efficient, you've been bend but don't break. But I do think it's the lack of the eye popping stuff. And seeing our guy with his shrug out there.
Shrug.
Yeah, 97 and the shrug.
We can get into that. Do you think any struggles on defense for the 49ers are perceived more than reality? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Here we go.
Oh, going deep for Aiyuk and a fingertip grab inside the 25. Down at the 22-yard line, Marco Wilson and Jalen Thompson combine on the stop after a 41-yard gain.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Kugler, Fox, Niners win. Ho-hum. Yeah, that's kind of what we're getting at. Like we said off the top of the show, the 49ers are definitely not boring, but I find them right now to almost be too relaxing. And it'll change. And I think there will be harder challenges. There will be adversity. That's the way football seasons work. And by the way, there's no criticism there. They just, I don't know that I've experienced much like this in sports. A little bit here and there. You brought up the KD Warriors.
Yeah.
That's a good comp, although the difference there is until you get to the playoffs, NBA games don't really usually have that, like, okay, I'm all ramped up and we're going to invite people over and we're going to make food and we're going to be at the edge of our seat. NFL games are unique that way. There's only 17 of them. And everybody gets all amped up and you get your favorite clothes on and your favorite food and your favorite people and you scream and yell and high five and lose your bananas on a Sunday. And Niner games are just like, yo, come on in. We're chilling here. There's not been one moment all year long where I have felt like the Niners might lose the game that they're playing.
Yeah, and it's
not one.
It's testimony to an unbelievable offense and a really, really good defense. And to have the discussion of which side of the ball is better is actually fun because coming into the year, you looked at the defense and thought, this is a top 5, maybe a top 3 defense. And largely they've played to that level, and they haven't had to go out and get that one stop to get the ball back for Brock so that maybe they can rally up the team and get a victory. So it's been a little hard to judge this defense because of what you're talking about. You've had leads, and you've had a certain amount of cushion. Not that they're playing with anything other than urgency, but we haven't had to see them get that big stop and get the ball back for the offense.
I wonder this too. Is it possible that we need to adjust the entire way that we look at defense in the NFL? So let's go to the other competitors as they sit here right now for the trophy. There's
best defense?
Well, or even just who's going to win the whole thing this year. There's probably 7, 8, 9 teams that you could wrap your head around actually being a contender to win in the playoffs and win a Super Bowl this year. And if we look at all those teams, look, is the Niner defense perfect? It's not been perfect. It's been really good. How about the Eagles? Well, I would argue that the Eagles defense has been incredibly mediocre at best. You watch Washington come in, hang 31 on them, especially having to do it in a 2-minute drill situation and send that game to overtime. Remember what Minnesota did to them at the Link a few weeks ago? Scored 28 points, fumbling it 2-3 times in plus territory, including once at the 1 by Justin Jefferson. I think Kirk Cousins threw for over 400 yards in that game. New England is a really bad offense and rallied back in that game to make it close. Tampa Bay was held to 11. Philly was really good in that particular game. I'm not saying they're bad, but they certainly have not been impressive.
Right. I mean, Philly's undefeated, but it's because of their offense and their quarterback who's having an MVP caliber year. If you look at the top defenses just on scoring, and I know that can be a little bit skewed based on opponents, and sometimes points are allowed by the offense or, the defense can score for the offense and whatnot. But Dallas is number 1. They're a very good defense. Buffalo's number 2, also very good. Then you get to Baltimore and the Niners tied. They've both allowed 58 total. Kansas City and Cleveland are next. They've allowed 60 total. Those are some nasty defenses. And Kansas City doesn't belong quite in that group, but their defense is certainly better.
They're solid. I guess that's what I mean. I don't think you need to be an elite defense to win a Super Bowl. I think you got to be good. Like right now, Miami to me is not really, really real until they get better because they're just like, I mean, mediocre is almost kind. You're moving the ball up and down the field on them at will. They just have such a great offense. Go to last year's Super Bowl. Defense, optional. Chiefs and Eagles, everybody scored. Felt like on every possession. So, and I know those are the really good offenses. I just think you need to be good, and the Niners are definitely good. Dallas is definitely good. Same time, though, I personally am hitting the brakes on this. Dallas's defense is elite. They've had a lot of turnovers that have turned into direct points. Lot of pick sixes, fumble rumbles, kick blocks that have gone back. And so that's great, and you get credit for that. I think it also skews it a little bit, especially when you look at the 4 teams they've played. Daniel Jones, Zach Wilson, Josh Dobbs, Mac Jones, and Dobbs, who I actually think is playing okay this year, well, he beat him by double digits.
Yeah.
He beat him. They scored 28 on him. So
they fared better against the Giants than the Niners did, and they faced a better Giants offense than the Niners did.
No Saquon.
Right. Both those games at home.
Although he got taken again, that thing was 14-0 based on special teams and whatnot before anything could even happen. But it's fair, yes. I just think, I guess the point being is there's more to go before these things really take shape. And Sunday night is absolutely step one in that for both of these teams. Both of these defenses, this is easily the best test that they are going to have faced yet.
And it's interesting to me because a lot of this comes down to matchups, and we always say that styles make fights, and I think this is one of those games. Dallas is number 2 in the league in passing yards allowed. Brock Purdy is coming off a 20-for-21 game, and he's never lost as a starter, and the Niners' passing offense with Brandon Aiyuk has been incredible. Well, on the other side, you've got a Niner defense that is number 4 against the run. Dallas They like to beat you with the deep ball, but they also like to be able to grind you out, kind of like the Niners do in terms of time of possession and all that. So can Dallas get their ground game going against a great run defense? Can the Niners pass the ball against a very good pass defense?
I can't wait to see what Dallas looks like a month from now. Have you seen their next 4 games?
Oh, it's brutal. We talked about it last week, right?
If you just go by who you faced, if you're a defense, you're like, all right, who's the quarterback we faced? All right. Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson and Josh Dobbs and Mac Jones. Well, your next 4 games go like this. Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Matt Stafford, Jalen Hurts. That's your next 4 games, Dallas. Got a bye week sandwiched in there as well.
Right.
So that's over the next 5 weeks. Those are the quarterbacks you're facing. If your defense is still top rated after that, okay, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking, and I get it. But you are going against some of the most efficient, talented, mobile, highest-rated, turnovers down quarterbacks in the league over their next 4 games. So now's when it starts.
Yes.
Now's when it starts for all these teams.
Brock Purdy's a 73, according to Pro Football Focus. He's rated as a 73. He's 17th out of 34 quarterbacks.
Okay, what is that? That's based on what?
You'd have to talk to an expert at Pro Football Focus, but that's the official Brock Purdy number.
Damn.
He's a 73.0.
That's wild.
You'd mentioned it's Tua, Trevor Lawrence, and Jared Goff as your top 3, and then they just list them. They list them in a haphazard order. I tried to sort it, but I don't have the subscript. But you can click on each player and find out where they have them without any additional detail.
Well, I mean, again, that's all this stuff is a mystery to everybody as far as how the analytics and numbers go. Quite frankly, quarterback rating is as well. I think you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
You're like, gosh, if you throw touchdowns and you don't turn it over and you have a good percentage, you're going to have a really good quarterback rating. And that's absolutely true. I don't even know what to do with that. I know that Brock Purdy is playing better than the 17th quarterback in the league. He's the highest rated QB in the league. He hasn't lost any football games. I'm not here to tell you he's the best guy out there. He's not. He's not. I mean, right now, just eye testing the NFL, watch Red Zone channel and tell me who pops off your TV and goes, oh my God. Like, what? Like, geez, the plays that are coming from this guy. For me, so far this year, it's Josh Allen. These 4 games.
Oh, in terms of positive plays.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know, and that's with a bad game week 1.
Yep.
But if you watch him the last 3 weeks, it's insane.
They had him 5th here with an 81.5.
Yeah.
He's your 5th highest rated QB according to your beloved PFF.
My beloved PFF.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you used it for Nick Bosa, so I'm just trying to weaponize it back at you.
It worked. It worked.
Now you're in a bad mood.
No, I'm not in a bad mood at all. I'll tell you this. I have that Superflex league.
Yep.
And my 2 QBs are Trevor Lawrence and Jared Goff.
Okay.
And they're both excellent. But to say that they are the 2nd and 3rd best QBs in the league right now, I mean, that's going to be a no from me, dog. Like, they're good. They're very good. Goff is excellent at limiting turnovers, although he's had a couple of wonky ones this year for sure. Lawrence, I felt like had looked disappointing this year until 6:30 in the morning over the weekend.
Man,
did you get up and watch that one?
Coach, I have a baby.
You have a baby.
I got a 1-year-old baby. So she's up, I'm up, we're all up is how it works. And her little playroom is what should be the formal living room. But, you got a baby, so it becomes the playroom. So baby's in the playroom. Daddy's in the kitchen with eyes on the baby, but also eyes on the TV that's muted.
Yep.
65 inches.
Did you watch the Toy Story version of the game?
I didn't watch it, but I saw all this video on
hilarious
on the internet. It is pretty wild, and technologically, it's like, wow.
So they have the Toy Story characters actually making the plays and playing out the action?
The game appears to be in Andy's bedroom. Okay?
Gotcha.
And the players are like cartoons. They're like little toys, but it is live action happening. The movements are exactly like what's happening in the real game, is what it looks like.
Wow.
The funny thing was this. I saw this tweet from Sam Lubman over the weekend.
Lubs.
This is when you know you haven't had kids yet. Lubman goes, hey, this is a good idea, but it's still a little rough around the edges. Maybe the NFL could have waited a few weeks till you iron out the kinks and then do it then. And I'm like, Sam, little kids wake up at 6:30 in the morning. This is the perfect game to do it because it's at 6:30 in the morning. Parents are like, holy crap, find me some coffee. What can I do to put on the TV screen? And you've got Toy Story football on for your 5-year-old. You don't want to do that at 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., it's either their soccer game or, thank God, if you've found a play date.
Or Bloody Marys.
Or you've already sent them into the yard, or who knows what's going on. But yes, the NFL, when it comes to marketing and promotion, here's what I'll say. Don't ever question them.
Yeah.
They have thought out everything. There is a reason they debuted this for the game that starts at 6:30 in the morning. Judah's 9. He woke up with the hair that goes in every direction.
I love that.
Limps into the room, and first words, I'm like half awake. Hey, Dad, do we have ESPN Plus? First words out of his mouth. He doesn't say good morning. There's nothing. It's 6:29. Dad, do we have ESPN Plus? I'm like, just go. I already set it up for you. Go turn the computer.
Nice.
Turn it
You
on.
set it up for him.
I set it up for him the night before.
Good for you.
Yes. And shout out to those who helped. They know who they are.
Nice.
I'll leave it at that.
Perfect. Perfect. So
They
he's
know
all
who they
locked
are.
in, so he can watch the Toy Story version of his fantasy team.
I mean, and I love that stuff. The Nickelodeon games.
Yeah, the Splat game, whatever.
I know, listen, people are like, this is lame. It's not for you. It's not for you. Oh, the Toy Story game was stupid. It's not for you, you dummy. It's not for you. Put your kid in the playroom and turn the TV on and leave.
Did you guys see what they were using? They made the sticks, like the first down markers. They used Slinky Dog.
Oh, no,
Perfect.
Perfect. I missed that. That's incredible.
Yeah.
See what I mean? You're not beating the NFL in terms of marketing and promotion. You're not. Watch them. Watch them this Thursday. We'll sit here for the 800th week in a row. This Thursday night football stuff is junk. I can't believe they do this to these players. It should be about safety. 4 days ago, they were playing football. They are not ready. Now, where's the remote? I've got the Cardinals +3.
Totally.
I mean, it's the number 2 rated show in all of television, behind Sunday Night Football.
Boy, and this Thursday night game is
What
a
is it?
stinker.
Who is it?
I'm not watching it.
Yes, you are.
Bears at Commanders.
Let's go. Come on.
Man.
Justin Fields on one of my fantasy teams.
Sam Howell, R.I.P. No quarterback, rest in pass rush. No one's been sacked more than he's been sacked 24 times.
Yeah. They're an interesting squad.
Yeah.
They play. Have you just go through their box scores? They play bananas football games. They're crazy. I don't know if you've watched Commanders football games.
Not a ton,
They're
admittedly.
crazy, right? They went to overtime at least twice. You had the Hail Mary thing against the Broncos. You had the rally, 4th down touchdown, sends it to overtime in Philly. They had defensive scores and weird stuff happen in week 1 against Arizona. And I'm forgetting who their last game was against.
They beat Denver 35-33.
They got absolutely canned by the
Buffalo,
Bills.
yeah.
By the Bills, yeah. So forget that one. But the other 3 games, they're nuts, man. There's a lot of offense, not a lot of defense.
+4, +2, -34, -3.
Right.
And they're 2-2. It's
fun for fantasy, though. A lot of numbers going on
For sure.
in their games.
And McLaurin is legit, and
McLaurin's good.
Sam Howell's not terrible, but the poor guy is just constantly under siege.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, jury way still out on him. First 4 games.
Sure.
A lot of guys. You know, it's funny. The quarterback thing, we're always quick to judge. We know this fan base and the experience that everyone just had with Trey Lance. But the young quarterback thing, it really swings back and forth. I just know when you really, really don't see it and when you really, really do. Like Sam Howell, I'm even going to put Fields, especially after yesterday. I still think Justin Fields might be an interesting player if he had a coach who was not just nuts. Like, I don't even know what is that locker room, that whole franchise right now is a total bleep show.
Again.
So I still don't quite know what to do with Justin Fields. But, Sam Howell is one of them. Even Daniel Jones, where you're kind of like, not quite sure if I'm in or out on that guy. But there are a couple guys, my thoughts about Zach Wilson, Mac Jones. It's like, no, those guys can't play. You know who can? CJ Stroud.
Oh, he's legit.
It's been 4 games, and I'm like, I'm in.
Yeah.
I am in. Holy smokes,
You're
this
right,
kid.
though, about the eye test. You watch him play, and you can see it. It's like, oh, this guy gets it. He's not unnerved. He's not rushed. He's out there making plays. He's throwing for 3 bills a game, and he's leading a bad franchise to wins.
And 0 interceptions.
Still, yeah.
Like, usually when you're a rook, you come in, and it's like, oh, I see the arm talent. I see the pop throws. But, oops, I'm also going to make a mistake because the defense is playing tricks on me that I've never seen before. Not CJ. 0 interceptions in 4 games. By the way, they're in first place, too.
Yeah.
They're also in last. But put that aside for a second.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this kid is something.
And according to Pro Football Focus.
Yes. Well ahead of Brock Purdy, I imagine.
Not well ahead. Don't steal the punchline, but ahead of Brock Purdy.
Well,
your guys at PFF.
Statistically, you can make that case.
He's a 73.3 to Brock Purdy's 73.
Listen. Here's what I value more so than anything else when it comes to quarterbacking. And this is why I have felt the way that I do about Brock Purdy all along. I've never tried to make the case to you that he was the best QB in football. I've never tried to make the case to you that I would pick him if I had my pick of the litter. Here's the case I will make. I don't like it when people say that it's not a talent to A, not turn the ball over, and B, complete most of your passes. His completion percentage is crazy. And yesterday, it was record-breaking. What's he got this year? 72+%? is his overall completion percentage.
About right.
That's unbelievable. And when you can complete at that rate and you have one of the top yards per attempt in the league and you have 0 interceptions, I'm sorry, that's a gift. So when people go, oh, where's the arm talent? To me, that is arm talent. I don't care if you can throw it 70 yards. Jamarcus Russell can throw it 70 yards. What does that get you? It doesn't get you anything. So that's the only point I've tried to make about Brock.
Sure.
And if he's completing 73% of his passes, I don't know how 73 is also his PFF number.
72.3. He's third in the league in completion percentage, but on behalf of Alan Stiles and many other people, must be nice having Christian McCaffrey on your team.
It must be
nice.
It must be.
Josh Allen is first at 74.8.
Dude, that's what
Lamar
I'm saying.
Jackson, 74.3. Look at Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, look, those are...
And then it's Brock, and then Tua and Dak, and then Justin Herbert and Josh Dobbs, all above 70%.
Yeah. By the way, and tucked into that, and I feel like we've done this about 3 or 4 times, do not dismiss this 19-point win yesterday. Oh, the defense didn't look quite right against Arizona. That's Arizona. No. Arizona, by any metric you want to look at this year, is not the bottom barrel of the league like we thought they were.
At all.
They're not even close.
The NFC West is better than we thought it was going to be after 4 games.
That's a great point.
I mean, if you look around the NFL, you could find 6 teams that stink, and Arizona and the Rams and Seattle aren't among that group.
Totally. Rams ruined a huge parlay that I had yesterday.
That's a shame.
5-pick. 5-pick.
5-bagger.
5-pick.
Okay.
Colts had to be to pick 'em. That's it.
Pick 'em.
Ugh. But Puka Nakua, so.
Come on. I mean, my Bills Dolphins under 99 look good. That's the only text I sent yesterday. Because I'm watching that thing going back and forth. I'm going, I didn't even look up. I think I had it at 53.5.
I think it was 54.5. I'll give you
That's
another
what
one.
the score was at halftime.
Yeah, Bills almost covered it themselves.
Oh, my God. What a joke.
No,
I'm cold.
Listen, for anybody who wants to do the Niners are the best team in football thing, because they're 4-0, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, it's a subjective statement, but the way the Buffalo Bills look right now on both sides of the ball, if you're just like, you're playing eye test stuff, look, they're 3-1. They're not 4-0, so they don't get the title. But, man, they look so dynamic. The 49ers look more steady. The Bills look more dynamic. That's the way I would say it.
And did you see what the number is for Niners-Cowboys?
Ooh, I didn't look.
Okay.
I didn't look.
You didn't look?
I didn't look yet.
You didn't look?
I didn't look. Why?
Okay.
You want to play a game coming up?
We could.
Because I haven't looked.
All right. It's not that difficult.
No,
but
I wonder.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen,
All right.
we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We can't find anything to worry about with the Niners, so you can help us. Can you? 888-957-9570. Also, we do want to get to this, especially because Chris Paul, starting or not, has been such a subject. Oh, you thought Michael Jackson did a good moonwalk? Wait until you hear this from your new backup point guard, CP3. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one...
Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
Second and goal. Play action. Purdy. Pressure coming late. Throws to McCaffrey. McCaffrey twisted to the goal line and in for the touchdown. 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 receiving touchdown for Christian McCaffrey, and it's 20-3, 49ers.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, yeah, Chris Paul and his moonwalk in moments. 888-957-9570. We are having a hard time finding anything to concern ourselves with while watching 49er football. Can you? Any worries? The spread. I didn't look. And I didn't look at the chat either because they love to clue us in when we don't know something. If we go by the standard of the home team gets 3, and the fact that the 49ers would be favored on a neutral site, beat the Cowboys last year, they're 4-0, Cowboys 3-1. Common opponent, Niners win, Cowboys don't. 4.5.
Wow. Rare miss for Mark Willard.
Oh.
3.5. Sitting at 3 and a hook.
3 and a hook is interesting. That's interesting.
It is. I mean, Dallas looked better in their Week 4 victory, but the common opponent thing.
I guess. Did they?
Yeah.
Did Dallas look better?
They looked better than they did in losing the previous week.
I mean, it played the worst offense in football.
Right. So you looked better. You looked better than you did when you pulled a no-show against Arizona.
Right.
Which turns out to look better after Arizona had a game effort yesterday. But
yeah, Arizona's viable. They're not good. I don't think they're a playoff team, but they're not a pushover. And that's kind of what I'm getting at with the Niners right now. Like, I think the expectations are so high, the perspective is so far gone that we see these NFL teams come in here, and if they're not top half of the league, we're expecting a blowout. And then here's the funny part. Then we get it.
Yeah.
And we still go, something doesn't look right. What do you want it to look like?
Exactly. Like if you were going to grade that performance by the Niners yesterday on a scale of 0 to 100, you would have to give that thing like a 93 or a 94. Take the opponent out of it.
Yeah.
Just the way the Niners played. And I watched it back again today, as I always do, and I take these copious notes play by play, and you can go through and look at every single play in that game and find maybe 6 that were negative in real significant ways.
Any of them on offense?
Just the sack that you gave up would be...
The offense was so clean.
Right.
It was so clean. So... I
mean, we just played that McCaffrey touchdown catch on the way in that made it 20-3. It would become 21-3. Let's just look at that drive because I talk a lot about them having the 2 running backs and the 1 tight end. They come out of that drive and they go 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers, 11 personnel. Aiyuk for 10. Aiyuk goes for 41. Then McLeod on that bootleg where Brock shows it on the left side, comes all the way around, and he hits Ray for 15. McCaffrey rushes for 1, and then McCaffrey scores. 5-play, 75-yard to go up 21-3, and they did it in a completely different fashion. This offense is just clinical because normally they will pound you, run, short pass, run. This was, sorry, Juszczyk. Take some plays off. We're going with Kittle and McCaffrey, and we're going to pump it to Aiyuk.
You know what's wild about watching them right now is this thought, and there's nothing wrong with this. It's actually probably a good thing if you really want to run it through NFL circles, but I think we're struggling with it because it's not what we expected. I think right now the 49er offense is ahead of the 49er defense.
Agreed.
And that's not what we expected. And in fact, I don't know if we've seen that in Kyle Shanahan's reign. Have we seen that before? I can remember at the beginning when everything was struggling, but as soon as they kind of got up and running and Kyle knew we're going to start this with the pass rush, and they've always had that good defensive line, once that got up and running, that's been the calling card of this team the whole time. And as I said, maybe it's a good thing. I don't mean it's a good thing that the defense doesn't look dominant yet by any stretch. They're very, very good, but think about what you're going to have to do at the end. Who do the Niners need to beat? They've already learned how to beat 93% of the league.
Right.
They need to beat Kansas City and Philadelphia. Well, how do you do that? I would argue you're going to give up some points. So you need to be a prolific offense that can win a 34-31 game. And they are now. They are that now.
Yeah. And that's where, when they lost to Kansas City in the Super Bowl, they weren't that. So the only way to beat Kansas City was the way they went about it for the first 50 or some odd minutes of that football game, which was keep it away from Patrick Mahomes. And they did a great job of that until Mahomes got that touchdown to pull him within 3, and Jimmy and company couldn't keep the ball and move the chains, and you had to give it back to him again, and he scored again, and then he would score one more time, and that thing just got away from you. But now you feel like with this offense, if you were in that same Super Bowl and Mahomes leads him down with 6 minutes to go to cut it to 3, well, now you feel like even if you had to punt it to him and Mahomes scored again, you have an offense that could get into a little bit of a shootout.
No doubt. When this was my very, I remember this, my very clear thought when the Cardinals cut it to 5. Cut it to 5 yesterday, and I was like, oh, they're completely going to go down the other end and score a touchdown. It's 21-16, and I'm like, they will score a touchdown on this next drive. And they did, and it just did not feel nerve-wracking at all.
8 play, 75-yard, and it was culminated with CMC again from 1 yard out. But it was Aiyuk for 34. That was the thing that struck me is, so Arizona scores, they don't get the 2, it's 21-16. Okay, Kyle, what are you going to do? I'm throwing deep.
Yeah.
We're going to Aiyuk. We're going up top.
We're going up top.
To Aiyuk. Instead of the old Kyle with Jimmy, it would be a couple of runs and now 3rd and medium, and let's hope that Kittle can keep this thing going because we don't want to put it in our quarterback's hands. Then they go pass to Bell for 8. CMC with a broken tackle. He gets loose, and it's like, okay, you're already across the 50. Now you're humming.
We're going to go to some of our favorite callers here in a moment. 888-957-9570. Real quick, I want to say this, though. We're only 4 games in. He's missed one of them. But the early check-in on the Brandon Aiyuk contract derby.
Oh, God.
Oh, you can't lose him.
Are you going Teddy KGB on me?
You may not let Brandon go.
Pay him
his money.
Well, they freed up all this cap space. They've got $41 million right now.
Right, but that's now.
That rolls over.
Right, it rolls over, but that's only for next year.
Sure.
In other words, like if Aiyuk's going to sign a new 5-year deal, you got to figure out how this looks for the next 5 years.
Agreed.
And that's when the dancing has to begin, right? I mean, Cap Schmap. Don't worry.
Thank you.
I'm still there.
Okay, good.
But the dancing is not next year. The dancing is when Brock Purdy's ready.
Correct. And that's in 3 years. So between now and then, Aiyuk gets that money. And next year, his 5th-year option's already been picked. So whatever contract you sign him to won't start until the year after that. I know you can convert some of his money, which is what they've done with just about everybody. But you're going to be keeping Brandon Aiyuk. He is such a legitimate threat.
He's fantastic.
He's a deep threat. He's an intermediate threat.
He's so good.
And I think as a compliment to Debo, so the whole question of Aiyuk or Debo, it's Aiyuk and Debo. And it has to be.
Well,
because Debo's not the same deep threat receiver that Aiyuk is. And Aiyuk is not as much of a, hey, let's hand you the ball. You know, he's not as much of a yak threat.
Yeah, he's nowhere near as big. You don't want Aiyuk in the middle there taking hits the way Debo does. I don't really like it that Debo does it, but Debo's got the thighs to do it. Brandon doesn't have those thighs, but Brandon's a route runner, and he's got great hands, and I just think he's a fantastic player. And that discussion we were having before the year even started, you already have your answer, quite frankly. I mean, he's had 2 games where he was elite level receiver play.
Yeah.
Let's go to Philmo Mike, huh? Hey, Philmo, what are you doing?
I'm smoking tree. But listen, man. CMC got hated on by Kyle Shanahan, man. It's like Kyle Shanahan wanted to keep his he didn't want to get him too big-headed by giving him the 5th touchdown because he could have easily scored that 5th touchdown. With that being said, Debo got to get right. He's obviously not healthy. I like the idea of keeping everybody for as long as we can and then dismantle the team, whatever that is, whatever that may consist of. Bosa got to step up a little bit, just a little bit. The good thing is, though, is this. I'm going to use the Brock Purdy analogy when they be like small sample size. This is a small sample size of the Niners D. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't seen the whole thing. They ain't even let the dogs loose. Also, it's week 4 with the whole season. I don't want the Niners playing the best football right now. I want them to prolong it. They have a crazy focus. It seems like right now, man. It's you almost want to pinch yourself. It's so scary. They look so focused. My last point is that Brock Purdy. Oh man, I forgot my last point, man.
Blame it on the
That's
tree.
what happens
Filmo.
when you smoke the tree, man. That's what it do.
It was the best point too. It was the best point, but man, it happens, man. I hit you another time.
All right. Call us back in 4 minutes and 20 seconds when you think of what you're going to say.
Cupcakes, Filmo. It always seems to whet the
A
appetite.
Taco Bell or a nacho cheese Doritos guy.
Not bad.
Myself.
Yeah,
But,
Jack in the Box, large fry, and a strawberry shake.
I mean, when is that not good?
Seriously.
Like we just said
That
a
was
bunch
my
of
hangover
stuff that's
cure
really
always.
good no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, but
sober, not sober, nighttime, daytime, morning time,
post tree,
come on,
mid tree. Yeah, I forgot my point. Always lead with your best stuff, Filmo. You know better.
You went and saved the best for last. And
Thank
it
you.
was gone.
Vanessa Williams, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also a reminder that this is a Monster Monday and a Victory Monday. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We'll do the Chris Paul stuff. And, oh, by the way, Drew Holiday, we can get into that as well here in just a few. But let's go to Xavier in Alameda. Hey, Xavier, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Hey, all I got to say is, are we really surprised that our offense is better than our defense at this point? Look at our weapons. Our weapons are top NFL. Through maybe a little bit of help on the line, but our receivers, our quarterback is the best quarterback, I think, in the NFL, Brock Purdy. And our defense, top defense in the NFL, bar none. And are we not surprised that we're the best of the best?
No, not terribly surprised. Xavier, thank you. Every time somebody thinks that I'll never say anything negative about our teams, I'm going to refer you to Xavier, who thinks that Brock Purdy is the best player in the NFL and everybody on defense and everybody on offense are the best players in the NFL. Funny thing is, not that wrong. Like when you say, oh, the offense, are we surprised that they're ahead of the defense? Well, they've got all these great players. Well, so does the defense. The defense has the highest paid player in the history of the league on defense. The defense has Fred Warner, who many around the league would tell you is the best middle linebacker in the whole NFL. I know in the secondary, we don't necessarily see those guys as being like uber elite NFL players. Mooney Ward is really good. Hufanga is interesting there behind the whole thing. But yeah, I don't think anybody's surprised. That's not the word. Surprised that the 49ers are good is not the word. I'm noticing how smooth this has all been is sort of the way I would say it, because I'm of the belief that it doesn't work that way in the NFL. It just doesn't work that way. You can be like, why would we lose this game? Because it's the NFL.
Sure.
How hard is it to do a survivor pool?
It's pretty hard. Are you still alive?
Still alive. I took
the Niners?
I took the Niners.
Okay.
It's really hard. And all a survivor pool is asking you to do, pick one game.
Just one.
One time.
No spread.
Without a spread.
That's easy.
And most of us can't get out of September.
Right.
It's crazy. So to look at the Niners and be like, well, are we surprised we got all the good players and lesser teams on the schedule? Yes. Yes, you're not supposed to go 4-0 in every 4-game quadrant in an NFL season.
Right, it's happened once.
Doesn't work that way.
And I know Miami was undefeated. I think it was a 14-game season
correct.
when they went undefeated. So you looked at these first 4 games, and I thought 4-0 was very much in play, and I thought 4-0 is where they should be. Then you look at these next 4. Home to Dallas. It's a coin toss. It's a 3.5-point spread at Cleveland. Even if you beat Dallas, you're not going to be favored by more than a touchdown. It might be a touchdown depending
in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably
depending
right.
on who's healthy.
Yeah, if Deshaun's out and you can Dallas, that could be 8.5.
Could be, yeah.
It could be.
I think Cleveland's pretty good now, and they have a nasty defense, and I look forward to that one, but we're taking it one game at a time.
Oof.
At Minnesota is looking better than we thought, and you and I almost had a bet on the Cincinnati game.
What do you mean almost?
We didn't shake on anything.
Yeah, we did.
We didn't.
Oh my God!
I'm not sticking to Cincinnati. You show me the tape.
It's the babysitting bet.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Abe,
you forgot.
Jude, Ella, have my credit card. I'll pick you up at the village.
The problem is I don't know if I'm comfortable leaving my kids with you.
I don't think your kids are comfortable either.
My God, can you imagine?
Dad, I'm a Bengal fan. I don't know why.
Hey, kids, guess what? I got you a present. You get to spend 3 hours with Uncle Dibbers.
Uncle Dibbers.
They'd be like, what?
Oh, it'd be so fun.
That's enough for me, Doug.
Exactly. Thank you, Andy. Yeah. That's a weird bet.
I was saying that all weekend.
Yeah, we did. We did shake on it.
I don't like my chances with Cincinnati out suddenly at home.
Oh, you don't?
Well, this quadrant
still a month away.
But my point is, this quadrant doesn't look as daunting as it may have previously because Minnesota's not as good as we thought, and Cincinnati, and that is off a sharp week because you play Monday night at Minnesota. You come home for Cincinnati,
but you know how
Joe
this works.
Burrow's a shell, though.
Yeah. But what's he like in a month? I don't know if he's
might
figured
shut him
it out.
down.
They might, or he might be healthy and they might look like Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, they go to Jacksonville. I thought that was going to be tougher than it looks in this moment. Not easy, but the 49ers are better than the Jaguars. Like, that's the thing, though. When you look at this stuff on paper, like, I can't even wrap my head around right now how the Niners wouldn't at least be 14-3. But I also know better than that.
Yeah.
I know better than that. You know what I mean? Dallas is on the schedule.
I'd be hard pressed to find 3 losses.
Yeah, you got to go to Philly.
That's a possible
You
loss.
know, you're playing Baltimore on Christmas. Is that one troubling? There's division games, so go to Seattle.
Yeah.
Is that tough on Thanksgiving? Maybe.
That's a short week too, yeah.
It's a short week, but let's be honest, Seattle, their defense is not good. The Niners will score on that defense at will, unless something funny happens. But funny stuff happens. Like they're gonna lose some of these, I think.
I mean, you keep
Maybe
thinking that Brock Purdy's going to throw a pick one of these days.
At some point.
Maybe not. The guy went 20 for 21.
Listen. This is something weird, and when we'll do the Chris Paul stuff. But I was sitting here thinking of this because our industry, our world gets way too wrapped up in I was right, I was wrong.
Disagree, but you're wrong about that. I think that being right and being wrong is the currency of our business.
Well, listen, it's not that it's not. I understand predictive comments, that's fine.
Sure.
And also, friends and whatnot getting on each other for you were right. That's all good.
Yeah.
But it's not the end all be all. You don't need to be right every time. Nobody is. Being wrong is powerful, I find. You know me. I've always said, like the number one phrase that I think is one of the most powerful phrases in the English language is I was wrong. And I
am sorry.
Well, I am sorry that's its brother.
Yeah.
For sure. But I look, because sometimes that means the exact same thing.
Right.
But anyway, we get so caught up in the I was right and I was wrong, and you have to go on a victory lap or you have to give somebody flowers or whatever it is. And I just look at this and I go, we're at the end of every week, we're going to have we're going to have 12 of both. We're going to have 12 of both on the whole thing. So why go overboard with the flowers or the victory lap or whatever? I look at some of these games, and they're going to lose some. I think, because that's the way it works.
The way it works is you say something like that, and then you put your damn name on it, and you tell me which ones they're going to lose. Because you said before something about 14-3, and I started glossing over because I was looking at the schedule and thinking, this guy can't find me 3 losses.
Yeah, but
find me 3.
But we can't do that because we literally...
If you get it right, I'll give you your flowers.
I don't want any flowers.
But if you get it wrong, oh boy, the victory lap I'm going to take.
Yeah. Then
I'm going to lap it up.
Then it happens, right?
I think looking right now, and this is, of course, injury notwithstanding, because we have to say that on Sports Talk Radio, if they don't have injuries, 15-2 minimum. I'm giving you Philly and one possible hiccup.
That's asking a lot. 15-2 is asking a lot.
You know what's asking a lot, Mark?
What?
17-0 is asking a lot.
Yeah.
Philly last year, what were they, 15-1 going into that last meaningless game? I think they only lost.
No. They needed the last week. They needed it to hold off the Niners. They had to win it. Remember?
Yeah, they were 14-3.
Yeah.
But they were 13-1. Lost a barn burner against Dallas. That New Orleans game was the hiccup.
They lost.
Jalen Hurts got hurt.
Well, they lost week 16 and week 17.
It's because they didn't have a quarterback.
They didn't have Jalen Hurts
against New Orleans.
Exactly right. Hurts, with his starts, only lost 1 last year.
Yeah.
Also to Washington, who he almost lost to yesterday. But anyway, I don't know, man.
Anyway,
let's see what they look like this week, and then I think we can start to have those conversations. But it's too early, and we know better than anyone. You look at a team, and you're like, okay, I think this. And then 2 seconds later, you're on your third quarterback. And it changes everything.
It does. It does.
Look at Joe Burrow. Look at the Bengals, the team we're just talking about. If somebody thought they were going to be good this year, are they wrong? It's like, okay, you are. But,
yes.
But circumstances that nobody could have predicted is what led to that, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
But the Niners have a backup quarterback, a good backup quarterback. You called him maybe the best backup quarterback in football. Not named Gardner Minshew.
He's top level. I don't call him the best. I don't even know what he is.
Okay.
He hasn't played. Everybody thinks he'd look different with Kyle Shanahan, but no one wants to wait for him to play to decide what he is. I have no idea what Sam Darnold would do. I do know that that's a very uncomfortable thought to me. Do I think from Brock to Sam? I've said this a bunch of times. I think there's a huge drop-off, most likely.
Everybody looks better with Kyle Shanahan.
That's fine.
That's
true.
That to me is a greater point about, like, Joe Burrow gets hurt, and he's been playing, but he's clearly been compromised, and I don't even know who their backup is because it doesn't matter. Because
Jake Browning, I think.
Yeah, shout out to Folsom High School.
There you go.
And University of Washington, but it's a bigger step down, I think, than what you have here, in part because of the system. And, this offense with Brock Purdy right now is humming at a level that makes me think you can't find me 3 losses out there without big-time injuries to this team. That's all.
I wonder if Chris Paul could have just done I was wrong. I was wrong in the way I answered that question because the same question was asked again today at Media Day. So, hey, Coach, you starting? Obviously, this has become something that we've all talked about, and the high likelihood now is that from the bet between me and Styles to any other portion of this conversation is probably put on hold because Draymond Green has an ankle injury, and right now the betting man says that he's not going to be ready for opening night. So, is Chris Paul going to start? Sure. But as I said to you a few days ago, for everybody who goes, media creation, you're all making a big deal out of nothing. No, Chris did this. You find it interesting, makes it our job to talk about it, and there was a very easy way for this to never become a thing. All he had to do was say exactly what he said today.
I actually had an opportunity in 2008 to come off the bench for the Olympic team. You know what I mean? And that went pretty well. And I think anybody who knows me knows that I'm all about winning. You know what I mean? Whatever I can do to help our team win. So I know coaching us, we're going to talk about it and see what it looks like. We've been hooping all summer, and I think, for the season, it's going to be whatever to help our team win. And I think I've at least tried to show or proven that my entire career. So.
Oh, so you mean you're here to do whatever the team needs in order for you to win? Great. By the way, I don't care what Chris Paul says in front of a microphone. He's his own man, and he is allowed to say whatever the hell he wants. But for the crowd that wants this to go away and thinks that it was a media creation, that's all you had to do. If you wanted it to not be a thing, just say that. That's all anybody wants to hear on this situation. You're Chris Paul. Stop acting like this isn't a thing here, okay? You are arriving inside a building filled with players who've considered you a rival for 15 years. You are speaking to a fan base who's rooted against you for 15 years. And you're acting like you don't need to speak to that. You do. You do. Because this fan base has watched a bunch of banners go up, often at your expense. And for you to come in and make that fan base think that you're not necessarily about this team, potentially you're more about you. Listen, whether that's real or imagined, it's going to put everyone on their heels.
Yeah.
And it did.
I think it's more imagined. And people are going to be put on their heels no matter what the exchange was with Kendra Andrews. And, the answer he gives now at Media Day when they've actually had practices here, it's a real answer because he's actually now a part of the team. When he gets asked, 2 or 3 months ago, he hadn't yet been a Golden State Warrior. He hadn't played with his new teammates. He hadn't met with his coach in any real setting. So how is he supposed to answer that? Now he can answer it with some actual teeth to it because he's been at practice and now he sees what's going on here.
I want to make sure I'm clear. He gets to answer it however he wants.
Yeah. I took no offense by the you coaching.
Nor did I. There's no offense. My point is that when you answer the way you answer, you get what you get. And Chris Paul is a celebrity. He is in front of microphones all the time. These people are well aware of how their words are going to be pinched and massaged and analyzed and all of that stuff. And so he can say whatever he wants. I'm not offended at all. I'm sort of more offended by those who are like, oh, media for clicks. I don't even know what that means.
Right.
I don't get paid for any clicks. None. My job and your job, our job, is to come in here on a daily basis and ask ourselves, what are the people thinking today? What are the people thinking about? What are they talking about? What are they going to find interesting today?
Oh, you broadcasting?
Yeah, I am. and I by the way, I think we do a pretty good job of that. I really do. We didn't come in today and think, you know what? I think we should talk about potential replacements for the Giants. I don't think we're there yet. By the way, Farhan Zaidi, 11 a.m. tomorrow. Not on the show. We're not on at 11 a.m. But he's holding the availability.
You asking?
At Oracle. I am. I'm going. I'll be there.
Let's go to Mark in the back.
I ain't going to be in the back. I'm going to get there early.
Okay.
I'm going to be in the front.
See if you can get into the center aisle so that when the camera is showing Farhan from a distance, we can see that beautiful head, the back of that head. Yes, Farhan, I have a two-part question.
Farhan,
right here in the back.
Farhan, I just wanted to know if you were available this Saturday night, so maybe you and I could go do something.
Totally.
Think it's a little bit overdue.
Farhan.
Worked really hard to be on your payroll, and,
How much would it take in terms of dollars, and I will throw this out to the YouTube audience to add for donations, for you to ask a question as Gabe Kapler? Farhan, I have just one question.
Obviously, I thought that I did a pretty good job, but you didn't. Why?
Isn't it true that I made the most of a flawed roster? He's so great.
Farhan, where is the best cheeseburger in San Francisco?
I got $50 to start the fund for you to go
Cost
Yapler.
a hell of a lot more than that.
Major bag alert. Major.
Hey,
You would both gain credibility and lose credibility.
well, you show up and ask one is Farhan, Captain Giggler.
Farhan, hey, I was waiting. I know it's been tough. It's been tough these last few months, but now that you're looking for a manager and you're entering the last year of your contract, do you think you have the authority to make the hire?
It's too many laughs.
Yeah, way too many.
It's too many laughs.
I played it too.
It's an impersonation sensation.
That's a buck. Yeah. Chris A, I got 5 on it, so we're up to $55. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to need to get into four figures.
Okay.
For this to happen.
All right.
Well into four figures.
Thank
into
you.
4 figures. Okay. I'm not saying no.
I could ask a question as Kyle and/or Tiger Woods, depending on how you. Yeah.
What would be more fun is if I asked as Boach. That would be even more fun. Can I have my job back? Just kidding. We'll call you from the playoffs. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I could do that, but I probably won't. But yeah, we'll go talk to Farhan tomorrow.
Okay.
See what we see.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah. But anyway, the point I even brought up is that, this is the 49ers played yesterday. The Warriors had media day. I think our job is to know what you find interesting and to know what is making you all tick and what you're thinking about. And we could sit in here and break down the wide nine. We could sit in here, let's talk about matchups on the word. That's no.
Talk about Ryder Cup shouting matches.
Jeez, that was interesting. I said it on Twitter over the weekend. Golf trash talk is my favorite. It's just like stuffy people in collars.
You waved your hat in my line. I'm putting here. It's pretty funny.
How dare you stand over there? You're supposed to stand over here.
It was so great.
You jerk. Wow.
Got heated.
This is really getting
Even
crazy.
spilled over into their courtesy cars.
Seriously.
As they all were being driven around in their elite Mercedes.
Held back by teammates getting shoved into the back of limos. Woo. Boy. Them streets is crazy at the Ryder Cup.
I do like the poll that we put out on our YouTube about what hits you the most. I think it was Warriors Media Day, Niners win, Kapler firing, and the fourth option was the Brandon Crawford retirement, which
Brandon came in last.
Garnered a vote or two.
Yeah.
A couple people weighed in.
And why? Because it's positive and it's just sort of there.
Right.
And so, this isn't, nobody's, we're not getting paid for clicks. The bottom line is every single one of you out there who's like, this is not a thing, you're wrong. I don't know what to do with that. You're wrong. It's fine. It's no big deal. I'm not offended. But something like this does not get talked about, written about, and massaged ad nauseum if it's not a thing. Watch how I can prove it. If this was not a thing, how come the Warriors don't just come out and say it? Oh, yeah. Well, this is who we're starting.
Or how come he doesn't come out and say it?
Because
and instead he's talking about the 2008 Redeem Team.
Thank you.
Yeah, I came off the bench for the 2008 Olympic Redeem Team, and I was just looking up some of the members of that team. There was a guy in that squad named Kobe Bryant. And not that Kobe's a point guard, because he's not. Jason Kidd actually was a holdover, and he was on that team. But if you're Chris Paul, you don't stroll into a Kobe Bryant-led squad and start telling, coaches this and that about what you're going to play. And he was 25 at the time, so skip ahead 15 years, or he was 23, because now we're 15 years later, and he's 38, and he's never come off the bench in an NBA game. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing until he says, I want to come off the bench. And Steiny actually had an interesting point earlier, and I say this hesitantly, because I hate to give him credit for just about anything. But
I know this about you.
Draymond injured. We don't know if he'll be ready for the opener, but when Draymond comes back, he might volunteer to come off the bench like he did last year in the playoffs until he's ready to go.
Yeah, maybe. He might.
The real interesting one will be when all 6 of those guys are all healthy and all able to go.
Might not ever happen.
Right? But, I mean, when that moment happens, when Draymond's back off the injured list, if he even goes on it, when all 6 of the vets are healthy and ready to roll, what happens?
Well, the interesting thing to me is that if Draymond is out, is Chris Paul the correct person to slot into the starting lineup? That is still, again, a very, very small starting lineup. And this idea of, just make Wiggins play power forward. Okay, maybe, I don't know for how many games or whatever, but no, look, the proof is in the pudding. It has been well documented that the Golden State Warriors as a franchise are going out of their way to not say publicly that they want Chris to come off the bench. Why is that? Because they want to show respect to him. And so if it is disrespectful to right away say, oh, he's coming off of the bench, well, translate that. It's a thing. It's a thing. So there's not a media creation. It's not any of that. By the way, what do guys do before media day? Do you think the Warriors all just went to their respective homes, showed up for media day with no pre-discussion with Raymond Ritter's awesome PR staff about what was going to be asked and how to answer it? Like, you tell me, you coach and turned into this. You think Raymond Ritter had a conversation with him?
I actually had an opportunity in 2008 to come off the bench for the Olympic team. You know what I mean? And that went pretty well. And I think anybody who knows me knows that I'm all about winning. You know what I mean? Whatever I can do to help our team win. So I know coaching us, we're going to talk about it and see what it looks like. We've been hooping all summer, and I think, for the season, it's going to be whatever to help our team win. And I think I've at least tried to show or proven that my entire career. So
sounds to me like somebody who got coached up himself on how to answer this question to make the topic calm down and go away.
Well,
that's what it sounds like to me.
And it won't go away until we get to that point where we have clarity as to what they're going to do. And if Draymond's not ready for the opener, and if Jonathan Kuminga starts and Chris Paul comes off the bench on opening night, if it's Steph, Clay, Kuminga, Looney, and Wiggins, and CP3 comes off the bench, he'll be asked in the postgame, how did it feel coming off the bench? And if he answers like he just did at media day, this whole thing goes to bed.
Yeah, or they want to know. I mean, if Chris Paul's on a team that beats the Suns on opening night, Chris going to be happy, no matter where he started the game.
Wow. Unless Rudy Gay and Corey Joseph come in off the bench before him. Moses Moody, Chris Paul is DNP, coach's decision. Is he still happy?
Maybe.
You sitting?
I mean, all he wants to do is whatever the team needs him to do
to win. Yeah,
to win. What if Steph asks him for water?
Wow.
Hey, Chris, I'm thirsty. It's your first year here.
It's what we do with the newbies.
We're going to haze you.
Newbies and rooks, get the water.
Exactly. Give me some water, Chris.
Carry my gym bag, Paul.
If that's your name.
Totally.
Is that your name, Paul? Anyway, so yeah, I don't need to get too much further into this other than to say Chris answered this in a very, very different way. And I know for a lot of fans, that is actually something they wanted to hear. They wanted to hear Chris Paul sort of respect where this group has been. Is that really necessary? Does that matter? Maybe not. But I know a lot of Warrior fans who wanted to hear it. They want to hear Chris say, I'm here to win. I'm here for this team to win. I'm not here about where my standing is within the bigger group. Well, today you heard it. And so good job, Chris. Good job.
I wonder if he was asked, or if he will be asked, how much his never been on the bench stat, how much that means to him. Because it's a real thing for some, and he's never come off the bench in the NBA, and he's had a Hall of Fame career, and he's played more than 1,200 basketball games. And to have that as a part of your career, as a part of your tableau, that's an impressive thing. Because even Draymond and Clay and Steph, they've all come off the bench in the NBA, and CP3 never has.
Yep. That actually would be a really good question to see how he. It's a hypothetical, so it doesn't count. Okay. But it would be it'd be a good question. How much does that mean to you? I wonder how he'd answer it. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, the reality is this probably turns into, it sounds to me, and we'll ask Doc later this week, but it sounds to me, kind of unlikely that that Draymond Green's going to be ready by opening night. Don't you think?
Yeah, and that's a great question for Doc. And, if he says that's a great question, I guess you get credit for it. But it's not sounding like, well, Doc tweeted out, it's not a high ankle, so it's just a garden variety ankle. And what was he saying, like 3 to 4 weeks, I think, is about the timeline. And the opener is
3 to 6, I think they said.
Yeah.
Although I think Draymond himself told someone that he was expecting 4 to 6.
Yeah.
And if he's expecting 4 to 6, that's on the other side of opening night.
Right. Opening night is, I think,
24th?
So 3 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah.
3 weeks.
Is that right? 24th?
That sounds right.
Do I have that right? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, what were we going to say, Granny?
All I was going to say is the Warriors announced that they'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So that's when we get the next update from him.
And when you have something like that, I mean, here's two things to think about. One is when they say we're not even going to look at it again for 2 weeks, it is a moderately serious injury. However, also run it through the prism of it's training camp. So they're not going to push anybody in training camp. There are no real games being missed over those next 2 weeks. But yeah, I would put it at less than 50-50 that Draymond's out there for opening night. That's just my sense based on what people are saying about it.
Just looking at, before we go to the phones, looking at the all-time list of games started in the association, Chris Paul is sitting 11th all-time in games started, Mark, in the NBA.
Wow.
Only 10 players have ever started more games than Chris Paul, and of those 10, every single one of them has come off the bench in the regular season.
At the end of the career or just at one time or another?
At one time, including LeBron James, 4th in starts at 1,419. There were 2 games in which he came off the bench.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll have to find when.
I do not remember that at all, but yeah.
Karl Malone has started the most games in history, and 5 times he came off the bench.
Okay.
Nowitzki's second. KG is third. Then LeBron, Tim Duncan, Kidd, Reggie Miller, Stockton, Pierce, Peyton Sr., and then Chris Paul at 12-14.
All right.
So there you go.
Let's go to Nick in
All
San Jose.
starts.
Yeah, Nick. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. Guys, how you doing? I just really wanted to comment really quick, and I've been hearing it for so long since he agreed to come to the Warriors about Chris Paul and this whole narrative that he should somewhat resign to the fact that he's going to be coming off the bench. That's what makes him a team player. But to be honest, he's a Hall of Famer, and if he's the Chris Paul that I think we should be getting, I would hope that he wouldn't resign to the fact that he's going to come off the bench. He's the kind of guy that was probably raised to think the other way, right? Maybe you and I might think that way, but he's a Hall of Famer. We're not. So I like the fact that he didn't just immediately, like I said, resign to the fact that, hey, I'm coming off the bench. I'm a team player. No. I want you to be a dog. You're Chris Paul. Like, you shouldn't, settle for that. So hats off to him for that. And I heard you guys commenting about him fetching water for Steph, and I know it's all tongue-in-cheek, but if you wouldn't say it to his face or say it with him on the phone, maybe you shouldn't say it at all, guys.
Well, Nick, I'm listen. We were
Nick,
obviously,
man.
we were
Nick,
obviously
right.
joking. And would I joke to Chris's face? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I
want to apologize to all the Paul family. I want to apologize to CPs 1 and 2, as well as CPs 4, 5, and 6.
Apology not accepted.
I mean, for me to try to joke around about a man giving another man water, even though I'm caught on film in a movie called Flubber doing just that repeatedly. And by the way, we did about 23 takes of that. And I'm handing towels to these guys. I should have been on the floor, but instead I was handing out water. So, Nick, you're right. I'd like to retract.
You did whatever the team needed to do for you to win.
Exactly.
I think the whole subject matter is kind of funny sometimes. No, I do not expect Chris Paul to just show up here and cower like he's suddenly a different human being. He's a future Hall of Famer. I get that. On the other hand, these are the Golden freaking State Warriors.
Speak on it.
They've got a bunch of Hall of Famers here, too. They also have rings. They all have egos that barely fit in the room. Even Kevon Looney. I know that you think he's got jumper cables. And he does. And he does yoga. And he does. He's also an NBA player, which means you have to have unbelievable self-confidence in order to achieve what he has. And he is a starting member of a championship squad. So they've all got egos. They've all got resumes, achievements. This whole idea of putting you in this light is disrespectful. Saying this over here to you is disrespectful. Quite frankly, it's not. It's not. There needs to be room for everyone to breathe. And I'll just reiterate, I was not offended in any way, shape, or form by the idea of Chris answering the way he did with his "you coaching" comment. I'm not offended. I'm simply pointing out why this is a discussable thing for Warrior fans right now. And it's because of the way he answered it. That's fine.
I think it was discussable no matter how he answered it. I think, based on...
Not if he had said this. What he said today, if he says that right away, it's still like, oh, I wonder who starts. But there's no there's no kind of energy behind it is what I'm saying.
I think there's energy behind it for a number of reasons that probably would have been there anyway. And one of it is the fact that it's him. It's Chris Paul, a guy who you mentioned has been a Golden State Warrior villain for his entire career. He's always been on a team, I think for the entirety of his career, he's been in the Western Conference, if I'm not mistaken. Although he was in New Orleans, he was in Houston.
Right.
And I don't think he ever played in Charlotte.
Oklahoma City.
Correct? Clippers.
Did he play in Charlotte?
No, I thought his Hornets was with the New Orleans
it was
Hornets.
New Orleans. And then, you had OKC, you had Houston, you had Phoenix. I think you're right.
He gets around.
I think you're right.
So he's always kind of been a guy that the Warriors have been against. And I do think that no matter what, it was going to be a thing because of the research that I have unveiled to you, Mark, about he has started the most games of a guy who's never come off the bench in the history of the association. LeBron came off the bench once this past year and then once in Cleveland in 2008. And even if you look at Shaq came off the bench a grand total of 10 times. And, guys like Reggie Miller came off the bench, and all these other guys have come off the bench. He never has. He holds the record for most only starts, not only fans, only starts, Mark.
I just think it's
a thing.
But the whole thing needs to trickle down at a certain point to the Warriors going, this is who we should start. Like that would be my only hope in this whole thing, is that there's no, and this goes both ways, for Chris or for Clay or for anyone. The Warriors should start the best starting lineup, the one that is strategically the best thing for them to do. If they are taking into account egos, standing, records, if that's how they're making, and I don't think they will, but if that's how they're making decisions, I think that's a mistake. I think that they start who they think that they should start for basketball reasons.
Yeah, you figure that they would, but at the same time, there is a certain amount of comfortability and ego massaging that goes on far more than we even imagine.
Well, sure. Well, I think that's what's going on now. I think that's why it hasn't been more stated in ink that the Warriors acquired Chris thinking he'd come off the bench, because I do think that that's what they thought. I think it's what they think. And they have not said that out loud. Steve Kerr has been like, we've got 6 starters. I mean, my God. If you ever need any clue that ego massaging is going on, it's that statement.
Right.
Go back to Harbaugh when he said the Niners had 2 starting quarterbacks. No, they didn't, but they needed to massage an ego. We're going to go with Colin and Alex.
Right.
That's not ego massaging. That's ego massaging.
Well, you have to do it in all professional sports.
Sure.
And, whether or not it's Gabe Kapler, who probably didn't massage the egos enough, and you had pitchers saying, I don't know my role, and other pitchers unhappy with how they're used or when they got taken out. All this stuff goes on in every sport and every level professionally.
Non-sports too, by the way. Rob on 580. Hey, Rob, what's going on? You're on Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I'm going through Castro Valley, so I might lose you. But real quick. Hey, when it comes right down to it, at Chris Paul's Hall of Fame speech, they're not going to come off and be like, oh, yeah, you won a championship with the Warriors, but remember you came off the bench that year? I highly doubt that's ever going to come up if he wins the chip with us. And these guys need to put their egos aside. They just do, man. There's a coach for the team. If the coach says this is the best lineup we're going to start, I wholeheartedly agree with you guys. That's who we're going to start, period. It shouldn't be no ego massaging and, trying to cater to incentives and all that kind of stuff. Nah. Play the right lineups you need to play.
Rob, I agree with you, but when you say, hey, everybody needs to put their ego aside, I mean, yes, in a perfect world, that's true. So easy to say, hard to do.
Right.
You're talking about professional sports. I mean, just imagine standing next to some of these people and saying that to their face. Hey, Draymond, you need to put your ego aside.
Right.
Good luck.
And maybe this is a stat that Chris holds very near and dear. He's third all-time in assists, and he has started the most games of anybody who has ever not come off the bench. And so maybe that's a thing for him. I don't know.
Right.
But I know that if it were my career, I would look at that and go, that's pretty cool. Even Karl Malone came off the bench 5 times as a rookie, never came off the bench again. No one's ever started only more than Chris Paul. And if that's a thing, that's you got to navigate it.
I take him at his word today. I really do. I think that Chris Paul, when he looks at his records, I think he does not want a basketball reference page that says he started every game over a ring. I think if he all he needs is to be convinced that it's the right thing for Warrior basketball. And if that happens, I don't think Chris would hesitate for a second. I really don't. It's not like he's being benched for some everyday rando player. He's coming off the bench behind Steph and Clay and Wiggins. You know what I mean? Like these are real things here. So I think it's going to be fine, and I think that's why he answered it the way that he did today. All right, it's Willard and Dibbs, and we got time for more of your calls. 888-957-9570. More in a moment.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about
28-16 lead, 2nd and goal, 14th play of this San Francisco drive, and it's Brock Purdy looking for the quarterback sneak. Is he in or is he stopped short? They're going to unstack the pile. Where's the football? Touchdown! San Francisco. Brock Purdy caps it with a quarterback sneak. And San Francisco with the cherry on top as they're about to go to 4-0.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, they are. They are 4-0, and I can remember a few weeks ago talking about if the 49ers and Cowboys both get to this game at 4-0, oh, baby, rub your hands together, we got something. Well, the Cowboys did not hold up their end of the bargain, but the 49ers did. I tell you what, I was joking with Kyle Rudolph last night. I asked him, I said, okay, look, it's week 4. So that means we've now had 4 shows together. I said, do you feel ready to just take the baton and run with it and do the show by yourself?
Do you feel ready?
And his answer was, Mark, no, I do not. And I was disappointed because I said, well, then we need to do a Rudolph cast. Not a Manning cast, a Rudolph cast. Because this show this weekend will be on during the 49er football game, Sunday Night Football.
How are you going to do that when you're in section 117 screaming your brains out?
Exactly.
On the Lucy app.
Yeah. Good idea. Should I do it from the stands?
You should absolutely do it from the stands.
Somebody would punch me in the face right in the middle of the show.
Well, I don't like your chances of that. I mean, you could do it. You could do it from now, if you were in the media room up there in the press box where it is absolutely dead quiet.
Right.
No cheering in the press box, but there's no rule about broadcasting live.
No.
You are looking live.
Well, I mean, so first of all, join us on 95.7 The Game where, you in a way, we can all watch the game together because that's what we're going to do. But I just warned Kyle. I'm going to be like, bro, I know we've only known each other for a month, but I am going to be distracted. Like, oh, my gosh.
Oh, I've seen it.
Oh, Niners and Cowboys, Sunday Night Football, 4-0. And I've got to be, breaking down what Jalen Waddle did 4 hours before?
Yeah.
I don't know about this. We'll figure it out, though.
No chance you go sick day, the sick day route?
No.
And actually lock in on your day job?
Nope.
Basically Monday I'm going to have to carry you again is the way that's going to go.
Yeah. What else is new?
Well, how are you going to do this? So you're going to do your show. Your live show is from 5 to 8.
Yes.
The Niner game is from, check schedule,
5:15
5 to 8.
To 8:30.
Right.
So if it's close,
ends,
it's close, we'll retire out to the living room and get after it with the boys and bring them home.
Then you'll have to go back and not watch the whole thing again, but pick through the big stuff.
We kind of I really won't miss much. I do the show in front of the TV.
Right.
I don't feel like I didn't watch the Chiefs-Jets game last night. I feel very much like I did watch it, actually.
Yeah.
And it turned into a fascinating game. I thought it was going to be a stinker. Then it opened up, and it was a stinker. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't a stinker anymore.
Yeah.
We had action. Zach Wilson was making plays. Patrick Mahomes was throwing picks and ducks. Quack. But we had a football game, and I watched it, so it's fine.
It's a good weekend for quarterbacks you've tried to bury.
Ooh, who else?
Baker Mayfield.
Hey, Tampa's interesting.
Yeah.
That was a good performance.
Baker Mayfield is playing some good football, Mark.
Their defense is. Yeah, their defense is. They're playing.
You need to either take it on the chin, give him his flowers, or both.
What have I even said about Baker Mayfield?
Baker, you good?
Well, that was Nick
You
Bosa.
spent all year mocking him last year.
It's pretty funny, yeah.
I mean, you were doing the Macarena on Baker Mayfield.
What's he on, his 4th team already?
Looking good.
Anyway.
Might stick in Tampa.
Yeah.
Got the Bucs to a 3-1 record.
Who else? Zach Wilson.
Yo, you've buried Zach Wilson. Poor Zach.
Zach Wilson's not very good at football, but he had some moments last night.
Who else you've buried?
Yeah,
who's
who
coming
else?
Back to haunt you?
Who else made you make this statement
I'd
you
have
just
to look.
made?
Yeah, I'm scrolling
This
right now.
unfair statement. Garoppolo?
Yeah, boy.
He didn't even play.
No.
Although Aiden O'Connell, everybody who was excited about that,
Jeez.
that's Exhibit C. The preseason, is the freaking preseason.
Right.
We're going to make a Mount Rushmore of the preseason is the preseason. And it's going to have Kenny Pickett. It's going to have Aiden O'Connell. It's going to have DTR.
Yeah.
And we've got an opening for who would like to be fourth.
I'd have to think about who that fourth preseason star was.
Yeah, who else was good in the preseason? Who got everybody going?
Sam Howell got a big contract in the preseason.
Yeah, I thought, did he?
Yeah. Well, he got the big hype in the preseason.
He did get a lot of hype.
Yeah,
so.
Poor guy's getting knocked around.
Yeah.
But that's all. That's the end of the list of guys you buried who you owe an apology to.
Well, I don't feel the need to apologize to anyone.
I mean, you weren't down on Dobbs, but none of us saw this Dobbs coming.
I didn't even know what to think there. I thought the Cardinals were hightailing it in the Caleb Williams Bowl.
Right.
And maybe they still are. I mean, you know what's interesting there? You start to look at the teams, if we're talking about the quarter poll,
right,
and you know how things are shaping up. Obviously, there's only one winless team left, and that's the Chicago Bears.
Carolina.
Oh, Carolina, good.
Also winless.
Well, Carolina's out of any quarterback derby because they just drafted number one overall.
Right.
The Bears are more interesting. I don't know. Would they move off of Justin Fields? And don't the Bears also have... They've got someone else's pick. Do they have Carolina's pick next year? I feel like they've got 1 and 2. If the draft were to start today, which it doesn't. But I feel like they've got both those picks. So the Bears could do whatever they want in the draft next year. I'll look that up. But I feel, yeah, okay. So the Bears have their pick and the Panthers' pick.
Yeah.
Which right
first
now
round
would be
pick,
the top
first round
two
pick
picks.
via Panthers.
Yeah.
They got a second, a third, 2 fourths. Wow. So they'd be picking 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Man,
That is Caleb Williams and Michael Penix Jr. Take them both and just see what happens.
Put Justin Fields at like flanker or
hire
something.
Gabe Kapler as your coach. You can platoon him. You got a lefty quarterback, righty quarterback. Obviously, we'll figure it out. So, yeah, see what they do.
The last Bears quarterback to start every game in the regular season, Jay Cutler, 2009.
Good Lord.
And you had a Cutler, Todd Collins year. You had Cutler, Caleb Haney, and Josh McCown. Cutler and Campbell, Cutler, McCown, Cutler and Clausen in back-to-back years. Barkley, Cutler, and Hoyer. Trubisky and Glennon. Trubisky and Daniel. Trubisky and Foles. Fields, Dalton, and Foles. Fields, Simeon, and Peterman. And this year it's been Fields.
Fields, Simeon, and Peterman.
This is my favorite, 2004. Krenzel, Hutchinson, Quinn, and Grossman. Krenzel, Hutchinson, Quinn, and Grossman.
I don't even
2004.
know. I don't even know if I could name the first name of most of those guys.
Craig out of Wisconsin.
Daniel.
Chad Hutchinson.
Obviously,
Jonathan Quinn.
Rex Grossman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a 4 QB year. They got some years here. This is fun.
All right, well, tomorrow should be an interesting day. Warriors practice gets underway. Maybe we can actually start to dive into some basketball stuff. I do think it's an interesting question to ask. What is sort of the general belief in this team this year? And when we get going by 2 o'clock, we will have fresh Farhan Zaidi commentary on exactly what happened, what's going to happen next.
And fresh insights from you because you're going.
I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to talk to him on the side. We'll see if it works.
On the side. A little side piece.
A little something on the side.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. No promises, but yeah.
It'd be great to get a Giants player on, too, at some point to get like
those boys are gone.
Recap, season recap.
What do you want? We could ask for Brandon Crawford.
Exactly. What's he doing?
I think is probably it. It's probably it for
please be
for
it?
BC Raw
I mean,
based on the comments that his wife made on Twitter about how tear jerking it was, everything that when they pulled him out of the game and the standing O from the crowd yesterday, and they're not going to definitively say this is it, but yeah, it sounds like it's heading that way, and so salute to someone who Giants fans will never forget. This is a hell of a career, man.
Great career.
Yeah.
Damon Chang on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube feed. Get Jock Peterson. So I'm on it, Damon.
I won't ask him if he wants to come on the show. I'll ask him if he wants to play cards.
Yeah.
Jock, you want to come by the studio and play some cards?
What kind of game does he play? You wouldn't even say it. You're so funny.
I will. Pusoy dos. Pusoy dos. I say it twice. I say it dos.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm giving you a dose for
All
that.
right. Are we good? Grandy, you ready to play the feud? All right, here comes Grandy, everybody. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. Grandy's got the best of the game. Best content all day on a Victory Monday here on 95.7 The Game. Want to do it again tomorrow?
I do. This is fun today.
All right, but perfect. So for Dibs, for Grandy, and for a tiny little portion of Lucas.
Don't sleep on JT.
JT was here. He actually was here. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
When you want to have fun and have scratchers to scratch, there's a playful way you can do just that. Scratch with the key or acrylic nail. Scratch with the quill from a porcupine tail. Use a belt buckle from your friend Lamar. Or scratch with your pick while you play guitar. You can scratch in a bunch of different playful ways. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.